In the distant borders of Huaxia, within a modest hospital, a weary middle-aged woman gazed sorrowfully at the young man lying in the hospital bed. Her face was etched with traces of tears, evoking deep sympathy from all who beheld her. With a sudden crash, the door to the ward swung open, and a similarly haggard middle-aged man entered. He approached the woman and placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "Let us go, Hua will never awaken again," he said, a flicker of sorrow crossing his features. The young man in the bed was their son, Jiang Hua, who had been in a coma since a car accident 3 months prior. Upon his arrival at the hospital, he was already unresponsive and was diagnosed as a permanent vegetative state. Unless a miracle occurred, he would likely drift through life in this state of oblivion. "No, I believe Hua will surely awaken," the woman declared with unwavering determination, refusing to surrender hope. Her face bore the marks of countless tears, as she had wept incessantly since the day of Jiang Hua's accident. Regardless of the reassurances given by others, she remained resolute in her belief that her son would awaken. "Please, stop deluding yourself. You have kept vigil here for 3 months. Why won't you let go?" the man exclaimed, unable to restrain his anguish. The sight of his son lying there pained him deeply, yet he could not bear to witness his wife in such despair. After all, they were still in their 40s, with many years ahead of them. "Get out. Leave me be. My son will awaken." The woman, as if provoked by some unseen force, shouted with all her might, "Li Xian, awaken. Our son will never rise again." The man's long-suppressed emotions ignited in an instant. He shook the woman vigorously, tears streaming down his face like rain. "Father!" The woman could no longer contain herself, collapsing into her husband's embrace. Weeping uncontrollably, the man, too, was overcome with tears, tightly holding his wife. As they both wept, having endured an unimaginable burden over these 3 months. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Hua's hand twitched slightly, and then, astonishingly, his eyes opened. What was most unsettling was the peculiar sight within his gaze. Upon closer inspection, 6 concentric circles adorned his irises, with a Tai Chi symbol nestled among them. Even more alarming were 9 black, hook-like objects arranged in an eerie pattern across his eyes. What on earth is happening? Is this merely a dream? The strange patterns in Jiang Hua's eyes flickered and vanished, returning to a more ordinary appearance. His vision remained hazy, as if he could hardly comprehend the reality unfolding around him. "Father, Mother, why are you crying?" Jiang Hua spoke weakly, his mind still clouded, only now noticing the middle-aged couple entwined in their sorrowful embrace. This moment, Jiang Hua's body was exceedingly frail, and his voice barely above a whisper. Yet to his parents, it resonated like a thunderclap, reverberating in their ears and leaving them feeling as if they were ensnared in a dream. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably as they slowly turned their gazes toward their son lying in bed. "Huazi!" the woman and man exclaimed in unison, rushing to the bedside with the utmost urgency, their eyes filled with an ardent longing, as if their son could vanish at any moment. "Mom, Dad, why are you looking at me like that?" Jiang Hua's complexion was pale, and he managed a faint smile, feeling an overwhelming discomfort under the intense scrutiny of his parents. "Huazi, my son, you have finally awakened." Woo-woo. As the woman grasped the reality before her, she could no longer contain her emotions and collapsed onto Jiang Hua, weeping uncontrollably. The man, too, wiped away his tears, gazing at Jiang Hua with a manic joy. Mom. Overcome by his mother's profound love, Jiang Hua found himself shedding tears as well, acutely aware of the anguish his parents must have endured during his absence. He vaguely recalled the events leading to his unconsciousness shopping with his girlfriend when a car struck him, plunging him into darkness until this moment. "Li Xian, get up quickly, don't crush the child." The man, noticing his son's pallor and frailness, hastily urged. Only then did the woman regain her composure and rise from Jiang Hua's side, hastily wiping her tears with trembling hands. "Child, you must be hungry. I will go get you something to eat right away." With that, she staggered toward the door. "Are you out of your mind?" the man shouted, alarmed by her actions. "What are you buying? Hurry and fetch the doctor." "The doctor?" the woman murmured, her mind slowly clearing as she slapped her forehead. "Right? I must find the doctor immediately, Mom." Jiang Hua felt a lump in his throat. With such loving parents, he believed he had no further aspirations in life. "Child, how are you feeling?" After the woman departed, the man crouched beside Jiang Hua, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on him. "Don't worry, Dad, I'm fine," Jiang Hua replied, mustering a faint smile despite his extreme weakness. He was connected to two tubes, one delivering saline, the other a nutrient solution sustaining him through the past 3 months. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor, and Jiang Hua's mother entered, accompanied by an elderly doctor with graying hair, who rushed into the room. "He has truly awakened." The old doctor gazed into Jiang Hua's clear eyes, his expression one of disbelief. That it was known that 3 months prior, a group of doctors had collectively diagnosed Jiang Hua with a vegetative state. Miracle, truly a miracle. The elderly doctor approached the bedside, pacing around it incessantly, the fervent light in his eyes instilling a sense of trepidation in Jiang Hua. "Allow me to examine him," the doctor kindly addressed Jiang Hua. He nodded gently, offering no resistance. "It is indeed astonishing all the organs have returned to normal," the doctor murmured in awe. "Doctor, does this mean my son is completely healed?" The woman inquired with palpable excitement. "On the surface, it appears so," the doctor replied, adjusting his glasses, his tone growing solemn. "However, for the sake of your child's well-being, I recommend that you remain in the hospital for a while longer for observation." "Understood. We comprehend," the man interjected. "I shall step out now to prepare some medical equipment," the doctor declared. "Hua, you haven't eaten for 3 months. You must be starving. Mother will go get you something to eat right away." Despite the remnants of tears on her face, the woman now wore a beaming smile. "Make sure to provide the child with liquid food. Do you understand?" the doctor reminded. Pausing at the door, "Oh, we are aware. Thank you," the woman responded with a smile as she exited the room. Once she left, Jiang Hua's expression changed dramatically. He gazed at his father with astonishment and asked, "Dad, have I really been in a coma for 3 months?" "Indeed. It has been precisely 3 months and 3 days since the day of your accident," his father replied, looking at his son with a mix of relief and gratitude. Knowing that his son had been diagnosed as a vegetative state, and now that he had awakened, what more could he wish for? "Has it really been 3 months?" Jiang Hua murmured. At that moment, a tumultuous wave surged through his mind. During these 3 months, he felt as though he had truly entered that magical realm only seen in cinematic works, the world of Naruto. Does such a phenomenon as soul detachment truly exist? In the past, Jiang Hua would have scoffed at the notion, yet now he found himself inclined to believe. The instant he was struck by the car, his soul departed his body, guided by an enigmatic force into a wondrous world, the Naruto universe. There, he encountered unfathomable ninjutsu, fought alongside the legendary Minato Namikaze, trained with the 3 legendary ninjas, and engaged in life-and-death battles against formidable foes from the Akatsuki organization, even narrowly escaping death during his clash with Nagato. Jiang Hua spent 30 years in the Naruto world, and to this day, he remembers it vividly, as if it were all real. He witnessed the passing of the prodigious Minato Namikaze and saw Naruto Uzumaki grow step by step, experiencing the 4th Great Ninja War firsthand, battling alongside Naruto to defeat the masked man Obito Uchiha and Madara Uchiha. As the 30-year journey unfolded before Jiang Hua's eyes, he vividly recalled the awe he felt upon first encountering Tsunade, the heroism of Minato, sacrificing himself to seal the 9 tails, and the heart-wrenching words spoken by Minato and Kushina to their son before their demise. He remembered Sasuke's poignant declaration, "I despise you the most," as he was struck fatally while defending Naruto, the pure-hearted child, who, like freshly fallen snow, expressed his lingering affection for Zabuza in his final moments that he could never forget. Hinata's eternally bashful demeanor or Niji's discontented gaze towards his own fate. Yet, Jiang Hua found himself back in the realm of reality, where everything from the Naruto world had dissolved into a mere dream, severing ties with his past glories and renown. The figure once revered as the sage descending had vanished from existence. Could this truly be nothing more than a dream? A wave of bitterness washed over Jiang Hua, an overwhelming sense of reluctance. In the Naruto universe, he had mastered Minato's Flying Thunder God technique, acquired the skills of the three legendary ninjas, and assimilated the combined ninjutsu of the third Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi, he had even possessed the Eye of God and tamed the Nine Tails. Yet now, all of that seemed like a fleeting dream, confined solely to the recesses of his memory. Huazi, what troubles you? Startled, the man shook Jiang Hua, fearful that what had transpired moments ago was merely an illusion. Father, do not be alarmed now that I have awakened. I will never succumb to slumber again, Jiang Hua replied with a calm demeanor. Huazi, the man gazed at his son, silently reflecting that in that instant, he sensed a profound maturity had blossomed within Jiang Hua, transforming him into someone entirely different from the youth he had known 3 months prior. After all, anyone who has faced the brink of death inevitably emerges changed, even if it was merely a dream. I shall ascend to the pinnacle of the world once more. Jiang Hua's eyes sparkled with determination. His experiences in the Naruto world had wrought significant change within him, instilling a commanding presence that radiated an aura of unparalleled dominance. Not long after, Jiang Hua's mother entered, carrying a large basket. An enticing aroma of porridge wafted through the air, instantly awakening a ravenous hunger within Jiang Hua, who had not eaten for 3 months, subsisting solely on nutritional fluids. His body was naturally in a state of extreme weakness. Huazi, look. Mom has brought you some porridge, Li Xian said, as she retrieved a large bowl filled with congee purchased from a vendor outside the hospital. The elderly woman selling the porridge was known not only for her delicious fare but also for her admirable character. During the 3 months of Jiang Hua's coma, the two had relied on her for sustenance. Jiang Hua's father swiftly pulled a chair beside the bed and placed it there, while Li Xian set the bowl of porridge atop it. Child, do eat quickly, she urged, gently stirring the congee with a spoon before bringing it to Jiang Hua's lips. Thank you, Mom, Jiang Hua replied, feeling an unbearable hunger. He did not hesitate and took a generous sip. It's so delicious. After months without food, I never expected even congee could taste so exquisite. The more he ate, the hungrier he felt. Before long, he had consumed the entire bowl, a warm sensation rising within him, replenishing the energy his body had long been deprived of. Dad, Mom. After finishing, Jiang Hua glanced at his parents, who stood nearby, their eyes fixed on him with unwavering concern. A warmth filled his heart, and he felt tears welling in the corners of his eyes, overwhelmed by the urge to cry. Huazi, are you full? I can get you another bowl. Li Xian, noticing her son's frail appearance, immediately turned to leave. Li Xian, come back. The father called out loudly. The doctor just instructed that Huazi's body is too weak. He has just regained consciousness and cannot consume too much food. Is that so? Li Xian halted, knowing well as an adult the importance of such advice. Yet, seeing her son in such a fragile state caused her heart to ache, making it difficult for her to resist the impulse to fetch more. Mom, I'm already full. Jiang Hua smiled at Li Xian, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he looked at her. Huazi, don't cry. Remember, you are a man, and you're already 17. His mother gently reached out to wipe the tears from his eyes. Jiang Hua, gazing at his parents, made an unspoken vow that as long as he lived, he would never allow them to suffer even the slightest grievance again. Before long, an elderly doctor arrived, accompanied by 4 or 5 similarly aged physicians, followed by 7 or 8 young nurses carrying various medical instruments. After a tense and busy examination, the doctors exclaimed in astonishment at the miracle. Jiang Hua, previously diagnosed as a vegetable, had regained consciousness after 3 months of unawareness. How could this not astonish everyone? Just 3 more days of rest, and you may be discharged, the doctor stated, disbelief etched on his face as he delivered the diagnosis. 3 days later, with his parents by his side, Jiang Hua completed the discharge formalities and returned home. Upon returning home, Jiang Hua was taken aback by the disarray that greeted him. He realized that for the past 3 months, his parents had likely spent every day at the hospital caring for him, scarcely returning home, and had little inclination to tidy the house. Huazi, please wait outside for a moment while your father and I clean up, Li Xian said, a hint of embarrassment crossing her face, which was rather uncharacteristic for someone who prided herself on cleanliness. Mom, let me handle it, Jiang Hua quickly offered. In recent days, he had deeply felt the intensity of his parents' love, and he could somewhat comprehend the hardships they endured. No need to argue, let us all pitch in together, the father said with a smile. Thus, the 3 of them set to work, and after more than 2 hours of labor, they managed to restore order to their home. As Jiang Hua opened the door to his room, he was momentarily stunned. It was immaculate, and everything was untouched. "Mom, Dad," he choked out. "Huazi, your mother has always believed you would awaken, so she cleans your room every day," his father explained. Overcome with emotion, Jiang Hua embraced his mother, tears cascading down his cheeks, glistening as they fell to the ground. Li Xian also wept, having shed tears of sorrow for days, but today, her tears were of joy. "Huazi, what exactly happened that day?" Once their emotions had settled, Jiang Hua's father inquired. He had long suspected that the car accident was not merely an accident, particularly because Jiang Hua's girlfriend was renowned for her beauty, attracting numerous admirers. He believed it possible that someone had sinister intentions toward his son. That day, Jiang Hua was lost in memories. He had been a senior preparing for the college entrance examinations, excelling academically and ranking among the top in the city. Tall and handsome, he garnered the affection of many female classmates. Among them was the exceptional Xiao Yuanji, who was not only beautiful but also academically gifted. The daughter of the prominent local entrepreneur, Xiao Guanqing. Jiang Hua and Xiao Yuanji were classmates and desk mates, both remarkable in their own right. And in the throes of adolescence, they were irresistibly drawn to each other, evolving into a couple admired as the golden pair of their school. This was meant to be a perfect tale, but Xiao Yuanji's illustrious background and striking looks attracted many suitors, including some scions of the city's elite. Regularly, individuals sought various pretexts to trouble Jiang Hua. However, his robust physique and sharp intellect had kept him from falling victim to their schemes. The day of the incident was a Sunday, and Jiang Hua had made plans with Xiao Yuanji to go shopping. Just outside the school gates, he was struck by an unregistered vehicle. What was initially perceived as a mere traffic accident took an unexpected turn when the unlicensed vehicle caught the attention of Jiang Hua's father. For the past 3 months, he had been discreetly investigating the incident and had begun to piece together certain details. Huazi, could it be the work of Wang Lin? Jiang Hua's father, observing his son's reaction, felt increasingly convinced of this possibility. "What are you talking about, Dad?" Li Xian asked, perplexed. "Father, I will handle this matter myself," Jiang Hua declared, his eyes gleaming with determination, emanating an almost palpable aura that made his father feel a twinge of discomfort. Huazi. Jiang Hua's father felt a mix of shock and joy. He recognized that his son had truly changed. The presence Jiang Hua exuded reminded him of only one person, the esteemed CEO of his company, a renowned entrepreneur nationwide. "Very well, I shall not interfere. You will resolve this," Jiang Hua's father said, a sense of relief washing over him. Time, as it often does, passed swiftly. Jiang Hua conversed with his parents about the events of the past 3 months, and before they knew it, night had fallen outside. "Huazi, you should rest early. Your father and I have work tomorrow. If we don't return to our jobs after taking over 3 months of leave, we might face dire financial straits." His father lamented, a hint of helplessness in his voice. Jiang Hua had just awakened, and his parents wished to spend more time with him. Yet they were bound by the necessity of their livelihoods. "Mom, Dad, you must have been exhausted during this time. Please take a few days to rest and don't overexert yourselves," Jiang Hua urged. "Huazi, take care of yourself," Li Xian advised, her eyes still red but filled with concern. Finally, as his parents succumbed to slumber, Jiang Hua sat alone on his bed, the lamp casting a warm glow. He gazed out the window, reminiscing about the 30 years he had spent in the world of Naruto, recalling his valiant exploits in the ninja realm, including his solitary battle against the masked figure, Obito. For a fleeting moment, he felt a surge of emotion. Could this truly have been nothing more than a dream? Yet, why does it feel so vividly real? Jiang Hua pondered aloud. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, his hands moving gracefully as he formed a series of intricate hand seals, reminiscent of the fire techniques he had committed to memory. "Fire release. Great fireball technique," Jiang Hua silently declared in his mind. Abruptly, he felt a familiar warmth rising from his abdomen, coursing through his chest and throat. As he opened his mouth, a fireball, approximately 10 centimeters in diameter, erupted forth. Everything that transpired in the world of Naruto is indeed real. Jiang Hua's eyes sparkled with exhilaration. He had consciously restrained the power of the technique, knowing that if he unleashed it fully, he could conjure a fireball spanning several meters in diameter within his room. In this manner, my physical form remains in this world, while my soul has dwelt in the realm of Naruto for 30 years, only to return to my own body thereafter, murmured Jiang Hua. As long as the soul possesses sufficient strength, even with a change of corporeal vessel, my prowess shall not diminish in the slightest. A radiant glimmer ignited in Jiang Hua's eyes. During his time in the Naruto universe, he had studied the forbidden art of impure resurrection under Orochimaru, delving deeply into the mysteries of the soul, and thus he quickly discerned the essence of this matter. Yet, who could possibly be the divine entity that tampered with my soul? Jiang Hua suddenly contemplated a most terrifying notion. If this were merely coincidence, he would never believe it, even if it cost him his life. Nevertheless, that individual bore no malice towards me. Otherwise, they would not have offered their assistance. After a moment's reflection, Jiang Hua shook his head and declared, "Since fate has bestowed this opportunity upon me, I shall not squander it. I will utilize all that I have learned to ascend to the pinnacle of this world, be it in the Naruto realm or in reality. Wang Lin, since you have resorted to such despicable means against me, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." Jiang Hua's soul had traversed the Naruto world for 30 years, claiming countless lives. To describe his actions as a mere slaughter would be an understatement. His strength had bred a character of unparalleled arrogance, adhering to the principle that a gentleman does not let grievances go unavenged. Wang Lin, you rely solely on your father's influence and your family background. To simply eliminate you would be too merciful. I intend to bring your father's name to ruin, to obliterate your family's standing, leaving you devoid of all support. A chilling light flickered in Jiang Hua's eyes as he spoke ominously. I abide by the principle. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. But if one does provoke me, I shall eradicate them utterly. This is the code by which Jiang Hua now lives. Upon awakening, Jiang Hua found that daylight had fully arrived. His parents had already left for work, leaving behind a note and 50 yuan, instructing him to purchase something to eat should he feel hungry. Jiang Hua smiled faintly, pocketed the money, and stepped out the door. He walked slowly, taking in the familiar sights of the streets and inhaling the familiar, murky air of the city, knowing he had returned to this reality, back to the authentic modern world. Zhongbei No. 2 Middle School, I have returned. Surely, this will astonish certain individuals. A flash of color danced in Jiang Hua's eyes. 6 paths of ripples, the yin-yang symbol, and 9 black tomoe flickered momentarily, eerily enchanting. Indeed, it was precisely as I anticipated, Jiang Hua remarked coldly. He strode directly into his former classroom. And as he stepped inside, the previously boisterous noise fell into a profound silence, all eyes now fixed upon Jiang Hua in astonishment. Boom! In the next instant, the entire classroom erupted like a cauldron, everyone buzzing with excitement, particularly the girls, whose eyes shimmered with tears. Their homeroom teacher had once declared that Jiang Hua was diagnosed as a vegetable, unlikely to ever recover. Now, their Prince Charming had returned. How could they not feel overwhelmed with emotion? Huazi, I always believed you were not destined for such a short life. A robust man, towering at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, approached with a hearty laugh and embraced Jiang Hua. Good brother. Jiang Hua felt a surge of emotion, extending his arms to tightly embrace the man. This towering figure was Ji Tianqing, Jiang Hua's steadfast companion since middle school, his closest friend. Throughout Jiang Hua's days of unconsciousness, Ji Tianqing was one of the few who regularly visited him. Am I so easy to kill? I fear I might disappoint some people, Jiang Hua exclaimed, patting Ji Tianqing firmly on the shoulder, directing his gaze toward a corner of the room. In that corner sat a couple. The man was strikingly fair-skinned, clean-cut, and reasonably handsome, with a pair of triangular eyes that rendered him quite the eye-catcher among women. His only flaw was an overly delicate demeanor, lacking the inherent toughness of a man. The woman, on the other hand, was a vision of beauty, appearing no older than 17 or 18. Clad in a pristine white dress, resembling a fairy descended from the heavens. With a perfectly shaped oval face, large expressive eyes, a high-bridged nose, and skin as flawless as white jade, complemented by her flowing black hair, she epitomized breathtaking beauty. Xiao Yuanji, our golden boy has returned. Why does your jade-like countenance appear so troubled? Ji Tianqing's booming voice resonated, ensuring the entire class could hear him. Jiang Hua's gaze turned icy. Ever since he learned from his parents that Xiao Yuanji had only visited him once during his hospitalization, he had harbored suspicions, though he lacked confirmation. Yet, witnessing her pallid complexion now inflicted a sharp pang in his heart. Why would someone so intimately connected with him choose to harm him so? Yuanji, why have you done this? You know that if you just spoke, I would undoubtedly agree and never trouble you again. Jiang Hua advanced step by step toward the corner, his eyes fixed intently on Xiao Yuanji and the man beside her. Jiang Hua, please mind your tone. Yuanji is now my girlfriend. The man rose, addressing Jiang Hua with a challenging demeanor. Wang Lin, step aside. We will settle our accounts later. Jiang Hua turned his head toward the man, his voice laced with indifference. As an overwhelming aura of murderous intent surged forth, directed at Wang Lin. Wang Lin stumbled to the ground, terror evident in his eyes. For he had suddenly felt an overwhelming presence of dread, as if he were facing not a man but a ruthless killer. Having traversed the realm of the Naruto world for 30 years, Jiang Hua had taken the lives of countless foes. Thus, the aura of death he emanated was far beyond what a pampered youth like Wang Lin could withstand. Unbeknownst to him, a foul odor began to emanate from Wang Lin, who, overwhelmed by fear, experienced an embarrassing moment of loss of control. Jiang Hua's expression turned to one of disdain as he shifted his gaze to the ethereal Xiao Yuanji, curling his lips in a dismissive manner. Yuanji, you do not intend to remain here and engage in conversation with me, do you? A fleeting struggle crossed the exquisite visage of Xiao Yuanji as she gazed at Wang Lin, her eyes betraying a hint of trepidation. Yet, in the end, her disdainful sentiments prevailed. Let us step outside to converse, Jiang Hua remarked coolly, leading the way out of the classroom. In the face of her classmates' astonished stares, he appeared unfazed. In contrast, Xiao Yuanji, as a young woman caught in the rivalry of two men, felt her cheeks flush a deep crimson as she hurriedly followed Jiang Hua out of the room. Huazi, is that truly you? Ji Tianqing stood frozen, observing Jiang Hua's retreating figure, seemingly in disbelief. Could this be the same amiable and refined brother he once knew? Why had he sensed an aura of terror emanating from Jiang Hua just moments ago? Not even Wang Lin, the notorious scion, could claim he would withstand such formidable presence. Wang Lin collapsed onto the floor, his gaze fixed vacantly on the ceiling, a pool of liquid beneath him betraying his humiliation as the stench of urine wafted around. His classmates regarded him with scorn, knowing that his reputation in this school would be irreparably tarnished, as word of his disgrace would soon spread like wildfire. Yuanji, pray tell, what is the reason behind this? Although Jiang Hua was seething internally, his 30 years of experience in the world of ninjas, along with his encounters with stunning beauties, tempered his reaction. Xiao Yuanji was taken aback. She had anticipated a tempestuous rebuke from Jiang Hua. Yet his current calmness left her bewildered. Huazi, she began, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, but was abruptly interrupted by Jiang Hua's stern command. Address me as Jiang Hua. From this moment forth, you have relinquished the right to call me Huazi. His words, though delivered slowly, carried an irresistible authority. Xiao Yuanji was startled by Jiang Hua's demeanor. In her recollection, he had always possessed a gentle disposition, speaking softly to everyone. How had he transformed into this person after a 3-month coma? For reasons unknown, a sense of fear began to take root within her regarding Jiang Hua. Jiang Hua, I am at fault. I have no words to offer. I am willing to accept punishment, be it through blows or harsh words. Faced with Jiang Hua, Xiao Yuanji found the rationale she had prepared to be utterly ineffectual. Jiang Hua's penetrating gaze bore into her, as if he could unravel her innermost thoughts, rendering her uncomfortable. Is that so? Just as I had surmised, Jiang Hua remarked blandly, 2 tears slipping from the corners of his eyes, signaling the end of their relationship. In the world of Naruto, he had known several extraordinary beauties, yet that did not diminish the significance of this cherished first love. Jiang Hua turned away, leaving Xiao Yuanji in a state of stunned silence. Jiang Hua, do you not wish to scold me, to strike me to vent your anger? For reasons she could not fathom, her heart ached, and she found herself calling out involuntarily. From this day forth, you are you, and I am I. We shall have no further ties. Why would I strike or scold you? As Jiang Hua turned his head, the tears at the corners of his eyes had vanished, leaving behind only a faint smile. Yet beneath this smile lay a chilling indifference. Xiao Yuanji seemed petrified by Jiang Hua's expression. She suddenly squatted down, bursting into tears, as if it were Jiang Hua who had betrayed her, rather than the other way around. Huazi, you. Ji Tianqing, having just exited the classroom, happened upon this scene and could not help but speak out. Tianqing, enough. Come drink with me, Jiang Hua stated softly, grasping Ji Tianqing's hand. And the two made their way outside the school. Boom. After Jiang Hua and Ji Tianqing departed, the classroom erupted into a frenzy, with everyone animatedly discussing the events. For the monotony of high school life, such occurrences provided ample fodder for conversation for the next fortnight. In an ordinary little shop, Jiang Hua and Ji Tianqing sat together, drinking in silence, neither uttering a word. Jiang Hua felt a bitter sorrow within, reluctant to speak, while Ji Tianqing was overwhelmed with questions, unsure of where to begin. At last, after downing the 9th glass, Ji Tianqing broke the silence. Huazi, you shouldn't drink so much. It's not good for your health. There are countless admirable women in the world. Why burden yourself for one Xiao Yuanji? With a swift gulp, Jiang Hua replied, Tianqing, you are my dear brother. I do not wish to deceive you. Although Xiao Yuanji has wronged me, she remains the girl I love most dearly. Ji Tianqing fell silent. Gazing at Jiang Hua's tear-streaked face, he raised his glass once more, and the two clinked their drinks together. Unbeknownst to them, they soon found themselves intoxicated, their speech becoming sluggish. Huazi, if I'm not mistaken, you must still be a virgin, right? Ji Tianqing stammered, his face flushed and eyes twinkling with mirth. Jiang Hua struggled to respond, unable to utter a single word. In the world of Naruto, he had once possessed several extraordinary beauties, yet in reality, he remained a quintessential virgin. Despite their lengthy relationship, he had not even dared to steal a kiss from Xiao Yuanji. Stop. I have. Let's go. Today my brothers will take you to a wonderful place. Ji Tianqing fished out 200 yuan from his pocket and placed it on the table, telling the hotel owner, no need for change. The two brothers, reeling from the effects of alcohol, supported each other as they stumbled out of the small shop, heading southward. What is this place? Jiang Hua looked up to see a luxurious hotel, flanked by two stunning receptionists. Welcome, gentlemen. The receptionist greeted them respectfully upon their arrival. Young Master Ji, what brings you here? A middle-aged man appeared at the hotel entrance, his face instantly brightening at the sight of Ji Tianqing. He quickly commanded his two subordinates to assist. Uncle Li, I must trouble you again today. For reasons unknown, Ji Tianqing spoke with clarity and alacrity at that moment. Please take him to the finest private room. I will settle the bill shortly. Ji Tianqing gestured towards Jiang Hua, instructing the two men. Follow young master's orders. The middle-aged man commanded loudly. Young Master Ji, please come in as well. This time, consider it my treat. The middle-aged man beamed with a broad smile, exhibiting an air of politeness, even bordering on flattery, towards Ji Tianqing. Uncle Li, how can this be? I cannot keep imposing on you. My young nephew would hesitate to visit again. Ji Tianqing's eyes sparkled with clarity, and his voice resonated with steadiness, shaking off the remnants of his previous inebriation. It is indeed a rare occasion for young Master Ji to visit. I must insist on hosting. I trust that old Master Ji as well? The middle-aged man inquired eagerly, his eyes fixed on Ji Tianqing. My grandfather is quite well. He mentioned he would like you to visit him when time permits. Ji Tianqing replied. That is wonderful news. The middle-aged man's eyes squinted with delight, as if it were he who was receiving a visit rather than the other way around. Uncle Li, please prepare a top-quality companion for my friend. It must be the finest, do you understand? Ji Tianqing suddenly lowered his voice, emphasizing his request. Understood, young Master Ji. We have just received an exquisite individual, reportedly a current university student, truly first-rate. Uncle Li's face displayed an expression of understanding that only men would comprehend. Uncle Li, is this person consenting? You mustn't coerce anyone into such a situation, Ji Tianqing warned, his eyes flashing with an inexplicable authority. Young Master Ji, I would never dare to engage in such conduct. I swear, all those here are entirely voluntary. None are coerced. Uncle Li's face revealed a hint of panic, leaving the two receptionists astonished, unable to fathom why their boss exhibited such trepidation towards this young man. Very well, I trust you. Remember, this matter must be handled impeccably. Ji Tianqing instructed. Rest assured, young Master Ji, I will fulfill this task, the middle-aged man affirmed, pledging his commitment. Huazi, I hope you can swiftly emerge from this low point. Your journey ahead is still long. Ji Tianqing gazed at the night sky, murmuring softly. What kind of status does Tianqing possess that commands such respect from the proprietor of such an establishment? It seems I have underestimated this childhood friend of mine. Jiang Hua lay quietly on the lavish suite's bed, contemplating. At this moment, Jiang Hua's eyes were bright, devoid of any signs of drunkenness. After 30 years of tempering, my spirit has grown to an astonishing strength. A few bottles of wine hold no power over me. A proud smirk graced Jiang Hua's lips. Unexpectedly, my feigned intoxication has inadvertently unveiled Tianqing's true identity. Nevertheless, I intend to seek out a powerful group as my spokesperson, rather than allowing others to benefit. It would be wiser to support my own brother. Jiang Hua mused internally. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside. Who is it? Tianqing. Is that you? Jiang Hua sprang from the bed, the clarity in his eyes vanishing, replaced by a murky appearance, as if he had just been drinking. "Good day, sir." A sweet voice emanated from the door. It was a girl. "Please hold on a moment." Jiang Hua ambled toward the door, opening it slowly. Upon peering outside, he was momentarily taken aback. Gazing intently at the girl standing outside the door, one cannot help but notice her striking beauty. Tall and fair-skinned, she is adorned in the attire designated for hotel staff, a green qipao that exudes an air of elegance and grace. As she stands, her posture is impeccably straight. And what captivates Jiang Hua even more is the scholarly aura she possesses, which brings him immense comfort. "Hello, whom are you looking for?" Jiang Hua queried, feeling somewhat bewildered. He had no recollection of summoning any service personnel. Could it be that Tianqing was behind this? The memory of Tianqing's lewd grin when he mentioned taking Jiang Hua to a delightful place flashed through his mind, as a realization dawned upon him. Sensing a hint of awkwardness, the girl smiled and replied, "Sir, I am here to see you." Jiang Hua's suspicions were further solidified. This must certainly be a trick orchestrated by Tianqing. "Looking for me? I did not call for a service attendant. My apologies, but do we know each other?" Jiang Hua's guard was now firmly up. "Your name is Jiang Hua, correct?" "I am called Xiao Ru. Now we are acquainted," she said with a smile. Jiang Hua was momentarily taken aback. How did this girl know his name? After contemplating for a moment, he realized that it was customary to present identification when checking into a hotel. If she were indeed sent by Tianqing, she would undoubtedly have access to his information. Observing the enchanting girl before him, Jiang Hua suddenly grasped the implication. Could this girl, radiating an intellectual charm, be one of those who offered specialized services within the hotel? Tianqing had orchestrated quite the scenario for him. He mused about how he would confront him upon his return. Although he had recently faced disappointment in matters of the heart, he hardly considered himself desperate. However, the exquisite beauty standing before him, appearing to be in her 20s, seemed worlds apart from those coerced into selling themselves. Was it truly possible that such a stunning creature was engaging in this line of work? Jiang Hua felt a mix of incredulity and regret. "You may speak plainly. What do you seek from me?" Jiang Hua's gaze, half playful, scrutinized her as he suspected her to be an untouched maiden. The girl appeared somewhat flustered, clearly unprepared for his forthrightness. Feeling the intensity of his gaze, she blushed deeply, her cheeks resembling ripe red apples, tempting one to savor their sweetness. Despite her extensive training, this was her first encounter of such nature, and she felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, her breathing becoming rapid. Indeed, it was as he suspected. Jiang Hua reflected quietly. At such an hour, a woman visiting a stranger in his hotel room under the pretext of friendship? Even a fool could deduce that she was likely offering more than mere companionship. While a twinge of regret surfaced in his heart, he could not help but feel a flicker of temptation. After all, this woman appeared incredibly alluring. "I'm sorry, but I am not interested in you. Goodbye," Jiang Hua said, closing the door behind him. This was not to suggest that Jiang Hua was particularly noble. It was simply that he felt no stirrings of attraction in the presence of such a captivating young woman, especially one who might well be a rare virgin. This was a scenario Jiang Hua had never encountered in real life, and he instinctively recoiled from it. Moreover, his mind was in turmoil, rendering him incapable of accommodating thoughts of other women. Thump, thump, thump. Jiang Hua placed his hand on his chest, feeling his heart race intensely. He managed a wry smile. As a virgin, he found himself poorly equipped to resist such temptations. Unbidden, memories flooded back of his days in the Naruto world with the fifth Mizukage, Terumi Mei, recalling her stunningly mature and alluring form. What am I thinking? Jiang Hua violently shook his head in astonishment. He was not a man prone to the allure of gentle comforts. Could it be the influence of alcohol? Knock, knock, knock. The knocking resumed, more insistent than before. Who is it? Jiang Hua snapped, his patience wearing thin. Mr. Jiang? It's me, Xiaoru. Let me keep you company. If you do not require special services, I can offer you a massage. I assure you it will be a most delightful experience, and you shall sleep soundly until dawn. The girl named Xiaoru sounded timid, almost pleading, as if intimidated. Damn it. Jiang Hua cursed inwardly, incredulous that anyone could be so relentlessly persistent. In all his years, he had never encountered such a situation. Was it truly possible that there existed women so desperate to sell themselves? He retorted coldly, Are you finished yet? My mood is foul, so kindly leave me be. Yet Xiaoru persisted, attempting to market herself further. Mr. Jiang, your current disposition surely warrants some companionship to alleviate your distress. I possess professional massage techniques that could elevate your spirits. I guarantee your satisfaction. No, I have no money. Now, Leave? Jiang Hua nearly exploded with frustration. After 30 years in the Naruto world, he had always commanded authority. No one dared defy his wishes. Were it not for her being a woman, he might have resorted to more forceful measures. Mr. Jiang, you need not worry about payment. Someone has already settled the bill. Xiao Ru's voice wafted through the door softly. Indeed, it was that scoundrel Tian Cheng's doing. Jiang Hua cursed silently. You may go. I am not interested. He sighed, his tone softening considerably. If he was not mistaken, this girl appeared to be a college student, compelled by circumstance to resort to selling herself. After all, survival was at stake. Why should he be so aggressive? Mr. Jiang, I implore you to open the door. How about this? I will give you a 20% discount and refund you 400 yuan. What do you say? Xiao Ru's voice was laced with desperation. Jiang Hua was nearly driven to fury. This woman was truly unrelenting. And what a bizarre situation it was offering discounts on such a thing. He had never encountered such a tenacious woman. Were she not a woman, he would have gladly taken out his frustrations physically. However, when Jiang Hua recalled the beauty of the girl, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of desire. If a girl of such exquisite beauty were to offer her first night for merely 2,000 yuan, it was indeed a sign of the world's moral decay. Leave now. I have no need for your services. Jiang Hua raised his voice slightly, commanding her to depart. Mr. Jiang, I implore you, please open the door. Xiao Ru pleaded from outside. Will you leave or not? If you don't, I shall have no choice but to call the police. Jiang Hua stated, exasperation creeping into his tone. Indeed, as soon as he uttered those words, Xiao Ru was frightened. In a trembling voice, she replied, Mr. Jiang, please, don't. I'm truly sorry for disturbing you. I will leave at once. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Hua felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow in his heart, a sense of compassion stirring within him. Upon reflection, he surmised that the girl named Xiao Ru was likely not one who craved vanity. If she truly were a woman driven by superficial desires, her beauty alone would afford her the means to avoid resorting to selling her body. With her figure and appearance, securing the affections of a wealthy man would undoubtedly pose no challenge. If Jiang Hua's assumptions were correct, Xiao Ru must be a woman living at the very bottom of society, desperately in need of money. Otherwise, why would she sell her invaluable first experience in such a place? To be frank, which woman would willingly sell her body unless driven by financial hardship or life as cruel demands? Could there truly exist women who would barter their flesh solely for the sake of pleasure? Please wait. Jiang Hua finally could no longer restrain himself and opened the door, addressing the girl who had already turned to leave. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Xiao Ru exclaimed joyfully upon seeing the door ajar. Jiang Hua's keen eyes immediately caught sight of the tear stains on Xiao Ru's face, making her appear exceptionally pitiful. His heart softened, and he said, Come in. Give me a massage. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. You are truly kind. Xiao Ru responded with delight. Please, come in, Jiang Hua sighed. Nodding, Xiao Ru entered the room. Just give me a massage. I have never experienced one before, Jiang Hua stated as he settled onto a spacious sofa, gazing at her. Mr. Jiang, please wait a moment while I change my clothes. I will be right back, Xiao Ru said before heading into the bathroom. Jiang Hua was taken aback. Did one need to change clothes for a massage? Shaking his head, he slumped back on the sofa, feeling the effects of the alcohol begin to warm his body. Before long, Xiao Ru emerged from the bathroom, her head bowed as she greeted him. Mr. Jiang, are you ready for the massage? Yes, Jiang Hua nodded. At that moment, Xiao Ru had exchanged her chi pao for a simple white bath towel wrapped around her body. She was tall and fair, with an alluring figure that was truly captivating. Upon closer inspection, she was remarkably beautiful, her features delicate and refined, exuding an air of scholarly grace, appearing to be in her early 20s. She would undoubtedly be regarded as a goddess among peers in a school setting. Having never indulged in a massage before, Jiang Hua's mind wandered wickedly at her appearance. Could she possibly intend to bathe with him and provide a massage during the bath? For some inexplicable reason, Jiang Hua felt a wave of panic rising within him. Xiao Ru, noticing Jiang Hua's flustered demeanor, suddenly seemed to relax, her initial tension melting away. With a faint smile, she said, Mr. Jiang, is this your first time? Let me help you freshen up first. Feel free to tell me if you have any requests. As she spoke, she began to undo Jiang Hua's clothes. Why you? What are you doing? Jiang Hua's face flushed crimson as he grabbed Xiao Ru's arm and, with a slight tug, sent her tumbling onto the bed. Ah! Xiao Ru let out a startled cry as she landed on the bed, disoriented and dazed. Caught off guard, she had no time to react. Her loose towel slipped away, leaving her completely exposed atop the pristine white sheets. Why you? Xiao Ru's face paled in shock as she hastily grabbed the nearby bedsheet to cover herself. But how could such a small sheet conceal her nakedness? It barely shielded her most intimate areas and chest, leaving her slender, alluring legs and delicate shoulders exposed under the soft glow of the lamplight, radiating an irresistible beauty. Though she had mentally prepared herself for this moment, Xiao Ru couldn't suppress the fear that surged within her. Despite her circumstances, she was still a young woman, and when faced with the reality of her situation, she recoiled. So beautiful. Jiang Hua's eyes burned with desire as he stared unblinkingly at Xiao Ru, utterly captivated. Her figure was exquisite, her legs smooth and shapely, her skin flawless, glowing like polished jade under the light, rivaling even the most renowned beauties. A fire ignited in Jiang Hua's abdomen, an unbearable heat that demanded release. The alcohol in his system only fueled his darker impulses, clouding his judgment. What are you doing? Xiao Ru's face was deathly pale, her hands clutching the sheet tightly to her chest as she trembled in fear. What do you think? Jiang Hua took slow, deliberate steps toward the bed, his eyes bloodshot, as though he were no longer himself. Isn't this what you wanted all along? Please, don't. Xiao Ru's wide, terrified eyes pleaded with him. Stop pretending. Jiang Hua sneered, his voice laced with cruelty. You're just a whore after all. In a few strides, he reached the bed and yanked the sheet from her grasp, tossing it aside. Exquisite, Jiang Hua murmured, his gaze devouring her naked form, his desire blazing uncontrollably. Xiao Ru was the kind of woman who could drive men to madness. Her silken hair cascading over her shoulders, her full, proud breasts, the curve of her hips, and those long, shapely legs. Every inch of her was designed to ensnare. No. Please, no. Xiao Ru, now completely exposed, seemed to lose herself, her voice trembling with desperation. You don't want it? Jiang Hua's voice was rough with lust. But I do. With a low growl. Jiang Hua wrapped his arms around Xiao Ru's slender waist, his hands roaming incessantly over her delicate frame. It was only then that Xiao Ru seemed to snap back to reality, her hands clawing desperately at Jiang Hua as she struggled, her voice hoarse with panic. Mr. Jiang, please let me go. By now, consumed by desire, Jiang Hua was deaf to her pleas. His body pressed heavily against Xiao Ru's tender form, her flawless figure driving him to madness. Unconsciously, one hand found its way to the swell of her bosom, while the other slid along the soft inner curve of her thigh. Xiao Ru, experiencing such sensations for the first time, could hardly bear the overwhelming stimulation. A rosy moan escaped her lips, trembling like a leaf as if an electric current surged through every fiber of her being, a tingling numbness, like a shock of lightning. That maddening mix of pleasure and torment left her torn between resistance and surrender. Let me go? She pleaded weakly at last, her eyes brimming with fear, resentment, and unwillingness. Silent tears traced down her cheeks as she squeezed her eyes shut, her long lashes quivering like dewdrops on trembling petals. Jiang Hua, sensing her helpless despair, felt a pang of pity. He slowed his movements, gently kissing away the tear stains on her delicate face before pulling her closer. Intoxicated by the warmth and softness of her body, the faint fragrance of her skin overwhelmed his restraint. With a sudden surge of passion, he tightened his embrace, his arms locking around her slender, alluring frame. Feeling her tremble beneath him, his heart raced as he scattered fevered kisses across her flushed cheeks, the shell of her ear, and the disheveled strands of her hair. Under such relentless assault, Xiao Ru's resistance crumbled. Her body stiffened, then went limp as unfamiliar sensations weakened her resolve. Yet, her lingering modesty made her struggle fiercely, nearly breaking free from Jiang Hua's grasp. Undeterred, he ignored her protests, his hands claiming the soft curves of her breasts, the swell of her hips, and the delicate dip of her waist, pulling her flush against him. With a forceful push, the snowy expanse of Xiao Ru's thighs and the breathtaking arc of her waist were laid bare, radiating an intoxicating allure. Enough. I surrender, Xiao Ru whispered, her strength utterly spent. Tears fell in silent drops as she resigned herself to fate. Jiang Hua, holding her delicate form, felt his desire surge like an unyielding pillar. With reckless abandon, he thrust forward. Xiao Ru shuddered violently, a searing pain tearing through her as a choked cry escaped her lips. Jiang Hua froze in shock. He had unmistakably breached a fragile barrier. This woman was truly untouched, pure as jade. Xiao Ru's agonized scream jolted him back to his senses, his feverish ardor cooling instantly. Realizing he had been lost to his own lust, he cursed himself inwardly. How could he have been so cruel? It is indeed astonishing. That fellow actually drugged me. A sudden clarity washed over Jiang Hua as he contemplated a certain possibility. He realized that even by channeling his chakra, he still found it difficult to suppress the desires that ignited within him. Yes, I apologize. Jiang Hua struggled to maintain control over his mind, channeling a pure energy to alleviate Xiao Ru's suffering momentarily. Mr. Jiang, please be gentle, came Xiao Ru's voice, her complexion flushed, with tears glistening in her eyes, appearing exceedingly fragile and enchanting. Clearly, Jiang Hua's earlier rough actions had instilled a profound sense of fear within her. However, given the circumstances, regret was futile. She resigned herself to fate. Suddenly, a soft, enchanting moan escaped Xiao Ru's lips once more, as the effects of the aphrodisiac overwhelmed Jiang Hua, rendering him unable to restrain himself, and he forcefully entered her once again. Be gentle, Mr. Jiang. Xiao Ru's delicate moans weakly resonated, accompanied by her breathy sighs of desire, driving one to madness. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Eventually, the two entwined figures atop the bed came to a halt, leaving only the sound of heavy breathing and Jiang Hua's resigned sigh. It is often said that men are creatures of their baser instincts, and this assertion proved true. Jiang Hua retrieved a cigarette from the bedside table, lighting it with a sense of leisurely satisfaction. Upon the pristine white sheets lay splatters of crimson, a shocking sight that symbolized the sacred loss of Xiao Ru's innocence, marking the end of her pure girlhood. Alas, Jiang Hua sighed inwardly. With his abilities, he could have effortlessly neutralized the so-called aphrodisiac, yet faced with the allure of beauty, he ultimately succumbed to his innermost desires. Tiancheng, bring me 20,000 yuan. Jiang Hua pondered for a moment before dialing Ji Tiancheng's number. Before long, a grinning Ji Tiancheng knocked on the door. Upon seeing the unconscious Xiao Ru, he couldn't help but tease, wow, I never expected you to be so capable, reducing her to this state. Get lost. Jiang Hua's expression twitched at Ji Tiancheng's lewd demeanor, and he felt an urge to strike him. However, he reconsidered, realizing that Ji Tiancheng's actions were ultimately for his benefit, quelling the impulse. Did you bring the money? Jiang Hua inquired. Here you go, Ji Tiancheng said, pulling a bank card from his pocket and handing it over. There are 20,000 yuan in there. Consider it a loan. I'll repay you when I have the means. Jiang Hua accepted the card, replying, understood. Who are we kidding? Just use it freely. If it's not enough, feel free to come to me anytime. Ji Tiancheng laughed heartily. Got it, my good brother. Jiang Hua elongated the phrase good brother playfully. Just make sure you do, Ji Tiancheng chuckled. All right, let's go. Jiang Hua said. Where to? He asked. Of course, we need to find a place to rest. Have you really developed feelings for that girl so soon? Surely not. Ji Tiancheng exaggerated. This is her first time, Jiang Hua stated earnestly. That's for sure, Ji Tiancheng affirmed. Jiang Tiancheng nodded, stating that in such a place, only maidens were deemed worthy to enter. Don't be foolish, this is merely a transaction. The payment has already been made. Let us depart. With a firm tug on Jiang Hua's arm, he attempted to pull her out of the room. No, this is not how I conduct myself, Jiang Hua replied calmly, exerting a slight force that instantly freed her from his grasp. You? Alas. Jiang Tiancheng looked at Jiang Hua helplessly, sighed, and remarked, then do as you wish. I shall retire to rest. No need to see me off. Jiang Hua feigned a kick toward him with her right foot, to which Jiang Tiancheng laughed heartily and evaded. Such strength. As he stepped outside, the smile vanished from his face, replaced by a serious demeanor. He muttered to himself. Could it be that the saying about concealing one's true self refers to you, Jiang Hua? An hour later. Mr. Jiang, thank you. Xiao Ru had awakened, donned her original qipao, and now resembled a startled fawn, her head bowed, scarcely daring to utter a word, fearful that Jiang Hua might flare up once more. Even now, a lingering pain persisted in her lower body, making walking a challenge. Jiang Hua gestured dismissively, indicating that no such formality was necessary, then pointed to the adjacent sofa and said, Sit. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Xiao Ru's face remained flushed, and her eyes held a hint of trepidation, clearly shaken by Jiang Hua's earlier frenzy. Do not be afraid. I shall not harm you any further. Jiang Hua gently extended his right hand, waving it a couple of times before speaking. Xiao Ru, unwittingly captivated by his gesture, gazed intently at his hand. Feeling better? Jiang Hua withdrew his arm and inquired. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. I feel much improved. Remarkably, Xiao Ru seemed to regain her composure instantly, as if completely oblivious to the events that had just transpired. Excellent. Jiang Hua nodded in satisfaction. Moments ago, he had employed an illusion, stealthily erasing certain memories of the evening's occurrences from Xiaoru's mind. Tell me, what is your name? Where is your home? Jiang Hua stepped closer to her, speaking softly. Mr. Jiang, my name is Sun Xiaoru. I am a university student in my 3rd year. My hometown is. Xiaoru spoke as if under a trance, articulating each word distinctly. Since you are a university student with a promising future, why would you degrade yourself by coming to such a place? Jiang Hua felt a surge of anger. I had no choice. I was compelled by circumstances. I once had a happy family, but fate dealt a cruel hand. 2 years ago, my mother suffered a cerebral thrombosis, and the medical expenses depleted all our savings. Not long ago, my father, seeking to provide for us, took a job in a coal mine, only to fall victim to a mining disaster, leaving my mother and me to rely solely on each other. Despite being ensnared in the illusion, Sun Xiaoru could not suppress her sobs. So you resorted to selling yourself? Could you not contemplate other alternatives? Jiang Hua reprimanded sharply. We have reached the end of our rope. For the past 2 years, we have borrowed a considerable amount of money, and now no one is willing to lend us anything further. Sun Xiaoru burst into tears. Sighing, Jiang Hua gently stroked Xiaoru's long hair, feeling a surge of compassion within him. He was suddenly reminded of the 3 months he spent in a coma. How much better could his own parents be faring? Every family has its own burdens to bear, but Sun Xiaoru's situation was undeniably more challenging. How is your mother doing now? Jiang Hua pondered for a moment before asking. My mother has been bedridden for over 2 years, apart from her awareness. She relies entirely on my care. Tears streamed down Sun Xiaoru's face. Did you come to this place of your own accord? Yes, I came here willingly. A look of shame crossed Sun Xiaoru's face as she continued. My father died in a mining accident. And that unscrupulous coal mine owner only compensated us with 20,000 yuan. What could a widow and her orphan child do with that? The expenses for my mother's treatment are exorbitant, and the 20,000 yuan was quickly exhausted. To support our family, I had no choice but to find part-time work alongside my studies. Yet, even then, I could hardly meet our needs. On a chance occasion, I learned from a classmate working at a hotel that a woman's first time could also be sold, and the price was surprisingly high, so I. Sun Xiaoru's face flushed crimson, and she struggled to continue. What do you mean by working at a hotel? Your classmate is clearly a woman of ill repute. Do you think she genuinely wants to help you? It seems to me that she merely seeks to drag you down with her. Jiang Hua exclaimed loudly. Yes, Mr. Jiang. I understand now, Sun Xiaoru replied softly. What is your price? Jiang Hua paused before asking again. 2,000. That is the highest price offered among all the hotels. Sun Xiaoru's face reddened further as she spoke. 2,000. You would sell your invaluable first time for merely 2,000? How long can that sustain you? Jiang Hua was both incredulous and exasperated, gazing at the wronged expression on Sun Xiaoru's face. Sun Xiaoru was at a loss for words. Sighing helplessly, Jiang Hua continued, I know that 2,000 yuan might support your family for a month or two, but have you considered the implications? Once you sell your first time, there will be a second, and then a third. Once you take that step, you will inevitably become just like those others. Do you understand? Sun Xiaoru was struck into silence by Jiang Hua's words, falling into deep contemplation. In truth, her decision to sell herself stemmed from desperation as well as impulsiveness. She had never contemplated the potential consequences until Jiang Hua's admonition instilled a sense of dread within her. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Xiaoru understands now and knows what to do going forward. After much reflection, she stood up, her bright eyes unwaveringly fixed on Jiang Hua's gaze, and declared, I will give you this. Jiang Hua suddenly produced the bank card that Ji Tiansheng had given him and tossed it to Sun Xiaoru. Mr. Jiang, what is this? Sun Xiaoru's eyes widened in disbelief as she asked. Inside, there was 20,000 yuan, and the password is 123456, Jiang Hua said faintly. No, Mr. Jiang. I cannot accept this money, Sun Xiaoru replied resolutely, handing back the bank card to Jiang Hua. You should keep it. It is rightfully yours, Jiang Hua sighed. Sun Xiaoru's face flushed, clearly aware of what Jiang Hua was implying. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Sun Xiaoru pondered for a moment before nodding. After all, she was in dire need of the money. That's the spirit. You may leave now. Jiang Hua nodded and then plopped down onto the sofa. Mr. Jiang, could you kindly share your phone number with me? Sun Xiaoru suddenly asked shyly as she was about to depart. Rest assured, I will not trouble you because of today's incident, she quickly added, fearing Jiang Hua might misunderstand. Of course, but you will need to wait a month. I prefer not to have excessive interactions with someone of your profession, Jiang Hua replied nonchalantly. I understand. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Jiang. I hope to see you again in a month. Sun Xiaoru bowed deeply to Jiang Hua. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. You are a good person. Sun Xiaoru wiped her tears and murmured, casting a final glance at the closed door. After Sun Xiaoru departed, Jiang Hua felt a whirlwind of emotions and was unable to sleep. In his helplessness, he resorted to practicing in his room. Jiang Hua's spirit was extraordinarily powerful, nearly transcending the need for a physical form to exist. However, should his physical strength falter, he would be unable to execute certain formidable forbidden techniques. Thus, Jiang Hua harbored a long-term plan to cultivate his body to a sufficient level within 3 years, not aiming to reach the prowess of his former self in the world of Naruto, but simply to attain the ability to open the 8 gates of Duanjia without succumbing to death. The night swiftly passed, despite not resting at all. Jiang Hua felt no fatigue, his spirit unmatched in strength. Tianqing, you rascal, how dare you drug me? Have you grown audacious? Jiang Hua exclaimed upon seeing Ji Tianqing playfully punching him on the shoulder. Of course, he exerted no real force, merely jesting. Ji Tianqing, aware of his guilt, chuckled sheepishly, offering no explanations. He revealed a smirk that only men could understand and quietly inquired, Huazi, about that girl. How is she? Get lost. Jiang Hua laughed and scolded, Tianqing, how did I never notice your sleazy side before? What do you mean by sleazy? This is merely my true masculine nature. Ji Tianqing retorted, thumping his chest. You must know, lust is a man's inherent trait. A great philosopher once said that a man lacking interest in women is not a good man. Jiang Hua rolled his eyes in exasperation. You complain about being overweight, yet you spout such nonsense. Of course, just look at who I am. I'm the top scholar of the entire school, Ji Tianqing. He laughed heartily. Jiang Hua gazed at the cheerful Ji Tianqing and burst into laughter. Indeed, Ji Tianqing was a prodigy, consistently ranking first in the entire school. Well-versed in classical poetry and literature, and possessing an extraordinary literary cultivation. Coupled with his humorous discourse, handsome visage, and tall stature, he was the quintessential Prince Charming of the school. Regardless of the circumstances, thank you. Jiang Hua looked at this lifelong friend, feeling a surge of emotion. If his assumptions were correct, Ji Tianqing was undoubtedly a scion of a prominent family, his status exceedingly distinguished. Yet, during their friendship, Ji Tianqing had never exuded an air of arrogance. In fact, scarcely anyone in the school was aware of Ji Tianqing's true identity. Ji Tianqing's expression momentarily faltered, revealing a look of incredulity as he inquired, Huazi, what did you just say? I said, thank you for everything you've done for me. Jiang Hua replied earnestly. Oh, what is that smell? Why is it so sour? Ji Tianqing sniffed the air, striking a comical pose. Go away. Jiang Hua, amused by his antics, playfully punched him. Ji Tianqing laughed and jumped aside, then approached and whispered, Huazi, stop with the nonsense. Tell Brother Tian, how was that girl from last night? Get lost. Jiang Hua, now exasperated, cursed. Ha. The two exchanged a glance and erupted into laughter. All right, Huazi, I must share something serious with you. After their laughter subsided, Ji Tianqing's expression turned solemn. It was then that he returned to his usual demeanor. What is it? Speak, Jiang Hua said, plopping down on the sofa. His gaze fixed on Ji Tianqing. Wang Lin has transferred schools, Ji Tianqing stated, his words deliberate. Is that what you consider serious? Jiang Hua replied, somewhat incredulous. If I were him, after wetting my pants in public, I would have already found a tree to run into. Huazi, I have thoroughly investigated your accident. The vehicle that struck you bore no license plates, and even the driver was a temporary hire. I once confronted that driver, who confessed that Wang Lin had offered him considerable incentives to carry out the act. A flicker of anger crossed Ji Tianqing's face. How did you come to know this? Jiang Hua asked, taken aback. He could surmise the events, as his father had been investigating to provide answers. But how about Ji Tianqing? When my brother faces trouble, how could I remain indifferent? Of course, I employed some rather questionable methods in the process. Ji Tianqing said, laughing, revealing 2 rows of pearly white teeth. Thank you. Jiang Hua was deeply touched. This childhood companion had indeed not let him down. All right, enough with the thanks. I'm almost overwhelmed. It was just 3 months in a coma. Why act like such a wuss? I can't stand you. Ji Tianqing remarked, looking at Jiang Hua with discontent. Understood, good brother. Jiang Hua chuckled. This was the essence of their brotherhood, forthright and devoid of pretense. Huazi, although you emerged unscathed, this matter cannot simply be brushed aside. To dare harm my brother, they shall pay a bloody price. In Ji Tiancheng's eyes flickered two beams of cold light as he ominously remarked, "Of course. This cannot simply be overlooked." Jiang Hua rose from the sofa, slowly asserting, "However, Tiancheng, I shall resolve this matter myself. You need not intervene. Are you truly certain?" Ji Tiancheng scrutinized Jiang Hua as though attempting to see through him. Ever since Jiang Hua woke from his coma, he exuded a compelling aura that left even Ji Tiancheng astounded. Yet, the essence of this newfound presence eluded Ji Tiancheng. He could not discern the extent of the impact this ordeal had on Jiang Hua. One thing, however, was clear to Ji Tiancheng. Jiang Hua was no longer the submissive good student who tolerated the oppression of others. Hua Zi, while Wang Lin may be a fool, his father is a formidable individual. Are you absolutely certain you do not require assistance? Ji Tiancheng inquired tentatively. There is no need. If I cannot manage a mere Wang Lin, I might as well take my own life. Jiang Hua suddenly radiated a terrifying aura, reminiscent of the supreme confidence cultivated over 3 decades in the world of ninjas. Ji Tiancheng was taken aback. He had only witnessed such intensity in his own father and had not anticipated Jiang Hua possessing such formidable presence. Very well, I shall refrain from intervening. Ji Tiancheng conceded with a nod, as if he had come to an understanding. By the time Jiang Hua and Ji Tiancheng arrived at school, it was already past 10 in the morning, and the majority of classes had concluded, yet neither of them seemed perturbed. Ji Tiancheng was universally recognized as a prodigy, his academic excellence evoking envy among all, and missing a class or two was inconsequential. As for Jiang Hua, his mindset had undergone a dramatic transformation. The impending college entrance examination, even if he achieved nothing, bore no significance to him. He possessed the invaluable ninja techniques that could elevate him to the status of a billionaire at any moment. Upon entering the classroom, all eyes turned toward them. The events of the previous day were fresh in everyone's memory. The school bully, Wang Lin, had been so frightened by a mere glance from Jiang Hua that he had soiled himself. This clearly indicated that Jiang Hua's power and the forces behind him were formidable. Wang Lin's father was the wealthiest man in the city and also held the position of deputy mayor. It was evident that few dared to provoke him. "Jiang Handsome, you have finally graced us with your presence. Did you know I was on the verge of going mad with longing for you?" A delicate girl with a charming visage gazed at Jiang Hua, her eyes sparkling with infatuation. "Oh dear, mind your image, my dear Miss Li. You are on the brink of drooling," remarked her beautiful desk mate, observing the scene with keen interest. "Ah." The delicate young girl was startled, quickly lowering her head and hastily retrieving a handkerchief to wipe the corners of her mouth. At the same time, she furtively glanced in Jiang Hua's direction, only redirecting her gaze when she confirmed he was not looking. "Oh Yang Wenjing, how dare you play me? Just wait and see how I deal with you." After wiping her mouth, the young girl noticed her desk mate laughing uncontrollably and, in a fit of indignation, raised her delicate fist to strike her. "Miss Li, you must maintain your composure in front of your crush. Look, Jiang the Handsome is watching you." The girl named Ouyang Wenjing, whose vivacity belied her name, seized the delicate girl as fist and whispered in her ear, "Are you still bold enough to deceive me?" With a pout that revealed her pearly white teeth, the delicate girl appeared exceptionally endearing. "Oh, my dear Miss Li, what do you think all those visits to your beloved were for? Was Tia to leave a good impression? And now he stands right before you. You must uphold your image as a lady, or all your efforts will have been in vain." Ouyang Wenjing whispered softly to Li Xian. "Why you?" Li Xian's beautiful face flushed a deep red. She had not anticipated that her supposedly secret endeavors were so clearly known to her close friend, leaving her feeling quite embarrassed. "Stop with the use. Look. Jiang the Handsome is approaching. Remain calm." Ouyang Wenjing suddenly turned her gaze toward Jiang Hua, a smile gracing her lips as she assumed a posture of greeting. "Is he really coming over?" Li Xian felt her heart race, her cheeks burning with a flush that threatened to overwhelm her. She struggled to compose herself, crafting what she believed to be her most enchanting smile, and slowly turned her head. Just as she was about to speak, she discovered Jiang Hua seated at her desk, showing no signs of approaching. "Ouyang Wenjing, I'm furious." Li Xian nearly lost her composure, pouting her rosy lips in indignation and raising her petite fist to strike Ouyang Wenjing. "I'm so scared." Ouyang Wenjing feigned fear, patting her chest, then left her seat, unexpectedly making her way toward Jiang Hua. Li Xian, seething with frustration, could muster no courage to chase after her friend, helplessly watching as Ouyang Wenjing approached Jiang Hua step by step. These two young girls, with their families of comparable prominence and stunning beauty, were well-known blossoms in the city, surrounded by countless admirers. Having grown up together, they were both lively and animated, exuding the essence of youth, embodying the typical spirit of blossoming young ladies. Jiang Hua held a very favorable impression of both individuals, particularly Li Xian, for whom he harbored affection, a sentiment he was acutely aware of. However, at that time, he had chosen to pursue Xiao Yuanji. During the 3 months of his unconsciousness, apart from Ji Tianqing, the only one who regularly visited him was this girl. "Hello, handsome Jiang." Ouyang Wenjing gracefully approached Jiang Hua, her breath fragrant as she spoke. "Greetings, Ouyang classmate. It is truly delightful to see you again," Jiang Hua replied, lifting his gaze to meet the radiant smile of Ouyang Wenjing. "Humph, such flattery." Ouyang Wenjing mused silently. Yet, she maintained her cheerful demeanor, saying, "Handsome Jiang, did you know? Xiao Yuanji has transferred to another school, alongside Wang Lin. She has transferred as well?" Jiang Hua felt a stir within him. Realizing why he had not caught a glimpse of her, he had thought she was merely out. "Oh," he responded nonchalantly, his face betraying no emotion. "In truth, I am here to convey greetings from my dear sister Li Xian. She is nearly driven to madness thinking of you." Ouyang Wenjing noted Jiang Hua's lack of emotional response and felt a twinge of disappointment. "Oh, I see. Please tell her that if she has time, I would like to invite her to dinner this weekend," Jiang Hua said, glancing in the direction of Li Xian. "Oh." Ouyang Wenjing instinctively nodded, then reacted with surprise, exclaiming, "Handsome Jiang, have you so swiftly shifted your affections? Little girl, stop fixating on others. You ought to pay more attention to yourself." Ji Tianqing had quietly approached and interjected at that moment. Inexplicably, the typically vivacious Ouyang Wenjing fell silent, nodding quietly. Her face flushed as she averted her gaze and walked away. "Goodness." Jiang Hua looked at Ji Tianqing and then at the departing Ouyang Wenjing, his expression revealing newfound understanding. "You possess quite the charm, to have even stirred the heart of Wenjing. Is that so?" Ji Tianqing gaped in disbelief. As a versatile individual, he was well aware of the implications when a girl displayed such emotions towards a boy. "Heavens! Being entangled with these girls will surely shorten my lifespan." Ji Tianqing lamented inwardly, watching Ouyang Wenjing's graceful silhouette as she departed. With some onlookers astonished, Ouyang Wenjing, blushing, quietly returned to her seat. Li Xian was equally taken aback. She had not anticipated that the usually bold and brash Ouyang Wenjing could possess such a shy and bashful side. Smiling, she remarked, "Oh my, Lady Ouyang. I never thought I would see you blush." Ouyang Wenjing cautiously lifted her head, glancing towards Ji Tianqing's direction, confirming he was not paying attention. She regained her composure and retorted with feigned bravado, "Humph. Mind your own business. I had thought Lady Ouyang was indifferent to men. Yet it seems she has secretly given her heart to the handsome Ji Tianqing. No wonder she pays no heed to those suitors." Li Xian had always struggled to match wits with Ouyang Wenjing. This time, having finally seized an opportunity, she was not about to let it slip away. "Silence. Did I call for you, Tianqing?" Ouyang Wenjing retorted, rolling her eyes in annoyance. "Oh, I'm so frightened." Li Xian mockingly patted her chest, feigning terror. "You." Ouyang Wenjing was momentarily at a loss for words. That very gesture had been her tactic to vex Li Xian, yet it had returned to her in an instant. "Ouyang, what's wrong? Aren't you usually formidable? Come on, hit me." Li Xian taunted. "Is it because the talented Ji Tianqing is present that you hesitate? Are you seeking death? Let me make this clear, Li Xian. If you continue your incessant chatter, you shall remain oblivious to even a hint of what I discussed with the handsome Jiang." Ouyang Wenjing threatened, unable to contain her irritation. "What? You just said you wouldn't tell me anything." Li Xian, who had been animated, suddenly deflated like a withered flower, lowering her proud head and cautiously inquiring, "Humph. Now you realize your mistake, but it's too late. I shan't divulge anything." A glimmer of cunning danced in Ouyang Wenjing's eyes as she looked triumphantly at Li Xian. "Ouyang, must I beg for forgiveness? Please, do me a kindness and share with me." Li Xian, a girl bold in love and hate, wore her heart on her sleeve, while Ouyang Wenjing, in contrast, was reticent regarding matters of the heart. "Invite me for a late-night snack, or the conversation is over," Ouyang Wenjing asserted, confident in her leverage over Li Xian. "You." Li Xian raised her small fist in indignation, only to lower it once more, murmuring, "Fine, you win this time. Just remember, I will reclaim my dignity. Suit yourself. After all, I emerged victorious this time." Ouyang Wenjing beamed with delight, playfully jostling Li Xian as they exited the classroom. "Huazi, what do you think of Li Xian? During your 3 months of unconsciousness, She visited you every other day, Ji Tiancheng remarked. Observing the departing figures of Li Xian and Ouyang Wenjing. I have no particular feelings. I'm not inclined to discuss romantic matters, Jiang Hua replied nonchalantly. Huazi. Li Xian is a good girl. Make sure to cherish her, Ji Tiancheng advised. I could say the same about Ouyang Wenjing. Don't let someone else get there first. Jiang Hua shot Ji Tiancheng a sideways glance. Enough. Let us go have lunch, Ji Tiancheng sighed, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Huazi, you must be cautious when you go out. Wang Lin won't take kindly to the humiliation he suffered because of you. Ji Tiancheng warned, his brow furrowed. Rest assured, that fool can't trouble me. But you should be wary as well. He surely harbors a grudge against you. Jiang Hua cautioned. Humph. That Wang Lin wouldn't dare approach me, even if he had 100 lives. Ji Tiancheng scoffed, brimming with confidence. In the city center. Within an upscale residence, the sound of a teacup shattering resonated from inside. Young master, please do not lose your temper. In a couple of days, the master will personally address this matter, urged an elderly man with a gloomy countenance, attempting to calm the enraged Wang Lin. Zhang Bo. I fail to understand why my father forbids me from dealing with those two. Is there truly anyone in this city that the Wang family cannot handle? Wang Lin inquired, his face a deep shade of anger as he glared at the old man. The humiliation of being frightened into submission by Jiang Hua in public was an unbearable disgrace that Wang Lin had never experienced before. He vowed that he would never find peace until he avenged this insult. Young master, the master has his reasons. You must try to understand, Zhang Bo implored, his voice filled with earnestness. He has his reasons? What about me? How can I show my face in public again? Wang Lin shouted, his eyes radiating a chilling venom. Rest assured, the master will resolve this to your satisfaction. He is simply preoccupied with other matters at the moment. Please endure for a few more days, Zhang Bo replied. To my satisfaction? Humph. I will not be satisfied unless that wretched Jiang Hua kneels before me, begging for mercy. Wang Lin's expression twisted into one of malevolence, his murderous intent palpable. As you wish, young master. We shall ensure that Jiang Hua kneels before you in supplication, or else he will find himself in a predicament from which there is no escape. Zhang Bo's face revealed a trace of terrifying resolve. Is that true, Zhang Bo? Wang Lin asked, a mixture of surprise and delight evident in his voice. While others may not comprehend Zhang Bo's capabilities, Wang Lin was acutely aware of his prowess. Having once witnessed Zhang Bo effortlessly snap a brick with just 3 fingers, a moment that had elevated Zhang Bo to a status akin to that of a deity in Wang Lin's eyes. When have I ever deceived you, young master? Zhang Bo replied, confidence etching his features. Very well, Zhang Bo, on the strength of your word. I shall endure a few more days. Wang Lin felt a wave of relief wash over him. From that afternoon onward, Jiang Hua returned to a state of normalcy, dedicating his days to studying, eating, and sleeping. He contemplated the idea of finding a spokesperson and revealing his secrets to Ji Tiancheng, but decided it would be wiser to wait until university. Thus, 3 days swiftly passed. Who was that person trailing behind me? On the evening of the 4th day, after school, Jiang Hua sensed a shadow persistently following him. He heightened his vigilance. Could it be someone sent by Wang Lin? A faint smile crept upon his lips. For his 30 years in the world of Naruto had instilled in him a hint of combative spirit. How intriguing, he thought, slowing his pace. Wang Lin, unleash whatever abilities you possess. I assure you, I will meet your expectations. Jiang Hua continued to smirk inwardly, fully aware of every move made by the figure behind him. Yet he chose to feign ignorance, strolling leisurely ahead. He was curious to see what method Wang Lin would employ for his retaliation. To Jiang Hua's astonishment, the shadow did not reveal itself even upon his arrival home, instead lingering at a distance, seemingly dispatched to observe his routine. In his heart, Jiang Hua was engulfed by an overwhelming desire for vengeance. He had encountered such situations countless times in the world of Naruto. The mere presence of this scenario indicated that his opponent had no immediate intention to strike. However, once the assault commenced, it would undoubtedly be cataclysmic, aiming to obliterate the adversary completely. Humph, Wang Lin, I never would have imagined you harbored such intentions. Jiang Hua sneered inwardly. Wang Lin's plan was originally sound, bolstered by his formidable family strength. Against an ordinary opponent, he would undoubtedly uproot them with ease. Alas, Wang Lin's opponent this time was Jiang Hua, the man closest to divinity in this world. After dinner, Jiang Hua bid his parents good night and retreated to his bedroom, securely closing the door. Suddenly, a terrifying and bizarre transformation occurred in his eyes, as 6 rippling waves emerged, at the center of which lay a Tai Chi Bagua symbol. With 9 black tomo arranged in a highly orderly fashion, the Tai Chi 9 tomo Rinnegan. This was the divine eye that instilled fear throughout the Naruto world. With this pair of eyes, Jiang Hua had previously replicated thousands of ninjutsu, tamed the legendary Tintails, defeated Uchiha Obito, who had merged with the cells of the first Hokage, and vanquished the masked man, an adept of space-time ninjutsu. Jiang Hua's ocular prowess rivaled that of the legendary Sage of Six Paths. At this moment, Jiang Hua resembled a demonic deity descending from the celestial realm, exuding a terrifying aura, his eyes resplendent. Suddenly, his hands began to weave through various hand seals, while an extraordinarily mysterious power emanated from his eyes, harmonizing with his gestures. The speed at which Jiang Hua formed the seals was astonishing, in the blink of an eye. He had completed hundreds of them. He crouched down, pressing his hands against the ground, and softly intoned, summoning technique, for Sacred Beast's Guardian Array. With his incantation, 4 extraordinarily peculiar doors materialized around Jiang Hua's home, encasing it in a secure barrier. To the east stood a door shaped like an azure dragon. To the west, a door resembling a white tiger. To the south, a door in the form of a vermilion bird. And to the north, a door depicting a black tortoise. The 4 Sacred Beasts Guardian Array firmly protected Jiang Hua's home. Unless faced with a master of Uchiha Madara's caliber or a genius well-versed in formations, no one could pose a threat to Jiang Hua's family. Observing the divine light emanating from each of the 4 sacred beasts as they interlinked, Jiang Hua finally exhaled a sigh of relief. With this, he felt reassured, free to pursue his own endeavors without the worry of others threatening his parents. The sacred doors towered several meters high, magnificent yet seemingly non-existent to the common eye. Only those possessing similar ocular prowess or profound cultivation could perceive them. With the protective measures in place, he had also discreetly left his Flying Thunder God technique on both his father and mother during dinner, ensuring that his family was utterly safeguarded. Jiang Hua's eyes flickered with a glimmer of brilliance, only to revert to their usual demeanor. However, the murderous intent within them sent chills down the spine. How could anyone dare to threaten his family? To ensure his peace of mind, he must eradicate all dangers at their roots. Such was Jiang Hua's principle. In the heart of the city, within the opulent villa of the Wang family, Wang Lin eagerly gazed at Uncle Zhang, his excitement palpable. Uncle Zhang, how are the arrangements coming along? I can hardly contain myself. Simultaneously, his right hand audaciously squeezed the curvaceous form of the beauty in his arms, a lascivious glint flashing in his eyes. Xiao Yuanji blushed deeply, feeling immensely displeased at Wang Lin's brazen provocation in front of others, yet she dared not utter a word, suppressing even the slightest hint of discontent. Rest assured, young master, I have thoroughly investigated the whereabouts of that brat, along with his family. This time, we shall surely uproot them. Uncle Zhang's formerly amiable visage now bore a frenzied expression, his wrinkled face betraying a chilling murderous intent, his eyes radiating excitement. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Wang Lin trembled with exhilaration, once more squeezing Xiao Yuanji's prominent features with fervor. Leering as he said, Uncle Zhang, should this endeavor meet my satisfaction, this woman shall be yours. What? Wang Lin, you. Xiao Yuanji felt as though struck by a bolt of thunder upon hearing his words, nearly fainting from disbelief. Her mouth agape, she stared at Wang Lin with incredulity, rendered momentarily speechless by her fury. Thank you, young master. I shall ensure your satisfaction. Uncle Zhang's lascivious gaze roamed over Xiao Yuanji's exquisite form. Uncle Zhang, this girl will certainly bring you joy as well. I must tell you, her skills in bed are top-notch. Wang Lin remarked with a wicked grin. You scoundrel, Wang Lin. Xiao Yuanji realized Wang Lin's intentions were irrevocable. She could no longer alter her fate. With a scream, she turned and fled towards the door. Come back. In an instant, Uncle Zhang's aged body sprang into action with the swiftness of an awakened leopard, his hand shooting out to grasp Xiao Yuanji's shoulder. With a forceful tug, he threw her to the ground. Wang Lin, you cannot treat me this way. Have you forgotten the vows we once exchanged? Tears streamed down Xiao Yuanji's beautiful face as she pleaded with a heart-wrenching tone. Spare me your theatrics, you wretched woman. Wang Lin cast a disdainful glance at Xiao Yuanji, snapping, do you truly believe you hold any virtue? To be with me, you even propose to eliminate your boyfriend, Jiang Hua. If we're to speak honestly, your heart is far more venomous than mine. Wang Lin, am I not doing this for our love? Xiao Yuanji did not deny his accusations. For our love? Pa, can you not make your words any more hypocritical? It's merely for my Ferrari. Wang Lin sneered at Xiao Yuanji. Initially, I merely hinted that if you were with me, I would gift you my $5 million sports car, and the very next day, you proposed to eliminate your former lover. Xiao Yuanji's eyes shimmered with regret, tears flowing incessantly as she faced the harsh reality. Over the past 3 months, I have grown weary of this. To be candid, I merely regard you as a tool for my frustrations. Did you truly believe that I held any genuine affection for you? Wang Lin declared fiercely. There are plenty of lowly individuals scheming for my money, and none of them meet a favorable end. Young master, do not speak so harshly. One should cherish the delicate. Zhang Bo's eyes gleamed with a lascivious intent as he reached out and seized Xiao Yuanji. What are you doing? Let me go at once. Help! Xiao Yuanji cried out in terror. While she held no regard for Wang Lin, the thought of being violated by Zhang Bo, a man 3 or 4 decades her senior, shattered her very pride. Zhang Bo, I will relinquish her to you. I shall observe the outcome tomorrow, Wang Lin stated impassively, his expression devoid of emotion. Rest assured. Young master, I will ensure your satisfaction. Zhang Bo laughed boisterously, carrying Xiao Yuanji toward his bedroom. Wang Lin, you scoundrel, you shall face divine retribution. Tears streamed down Xiao Yuanji's face, despair etched in her eyes, only serving to further excite Zhang Bo. Scream all you like, little girl, the louder you call, the more exhilarated I become. Zhang Bo's eyes blazed with fervor as he walked, tearing away Xiao Yuanji's undergarment. The following day, Jiang Hua commenced his studies as usual. However, for him, this held no significance, as he possessed the remarkable ability to replicate all content perfectly within a single day. It could be said that if he so desired, he could imprint every piece of literature on earth into his mind. Hua Zi, you must be vigilant from today onward. Wang Lin may take action against you. Ji Tianqing gravely advised Jiang Hua during their meal. No worries, I am rather looking forward to it, Jiang Hua replied nonchalantly. For he had already encountered everything in this world that could instill fear within him. Be cautious. One of Wang Lin's father's subordinates is a formidable figure, truly terrifying. Ji Tianqing reiterated, noticing Jiang Hua's indifferent demeanor. A formidable figure? Jiang Hua raised an eyebrow, casually inquiring. Indeed, his name is Zhang Chang, the underground king of the city 30 years ago. Ji Tianqing explained with a serious expression. The underground king of the city? Jiang Hua became intrigued upon hearing this. 30 years prior, Zhang Chang was a tyrant, a king of the underworld whose mere stomp could send tremors throughout the entire city. It was said he was a lay disciple of Shaolin Temple and possessed formidable martial arts skills, being the foremost master in the city. However, for reasons unknown, he incurred the wrath of certain individuals and was ordered to have his entire power dismantled, ultimately being captured and sentenced to death. Strangely, Wang Lin's father, driven by some errant impulse, spent over $1 million to bribe officials, securing the execution of a death row inmate in Zhang Chang's place. Since then, Zhang Chang, in gratitude, took refuge with the Wang family, becoming their enforcer. Ji Tianqing elaborated. He truly is a remarkable figure. Tianqing, how do you know all this? Jiang Hua asked, genuinely intrigued. Such individuals were once regarded as divine beings by Jiang Hua, but now they scarcely capture his attention. I received this information from my father, Ji Tianqing said. Hua, would you like me to lend a hand? Ji Tianqing inquired once more, testing the waters. No need. I can handle such trifles on my own. Jiang Hua replied with a smile. Trifles? Ji Tianqing chuckled bitterly. If Zhang Chang is merely a trifling matter, how many could truly catch Jiang Hua's eye? He was uncertain of Jiang Hua's hidden cards, yet having witnessed his formidable aura, he felt no real concern. Let us walk home together after school tonight. Ji Tianqing suggested after pondering for a moment. Let's leave it for today. I've already said I wouldn't let you intervene. Jiang Hua replied dismissively. Tianqing, after tonight's affair is settled, I shall treat you to a feast. Very well, but do take care, Ji Tianqing called out as he watched Jiang Hua's departing figure. Tonight, we shall resolve everything. A cold glint flashed in Jiang Hua's eyes. This matter had lingered far too long, straying from his nature. Could it be the result of changing circumstances? In the city center, at the Wang family villa, Zhang Chang emerged from the bedroom with a satisfied expression. The door behind him slightly ajar, revealing the dazed Xiao Yuanji on the bed. Uncle Zhang, how was it? Wang Lin asked, stepping out of his own room with a rather lecherous grin. Truly exceptional. Last night nearly cost me my life. Zhang Chang laughed heartily, his eyes sparkling with vigor, showing no signs of fatigue. It seems it was that girl who was nearly in peril. Wang Lin's gaze kept darting towards the bedroom, as if seeking confirmation. Ha ha. Uncle Zhang suddenly lowered his voice and whispered, Young master, that girl pretended to struggle at first, but soon became even more proactive than I was. She is unequivocally a natural seductress. I had long suspected as much. Wang Lin replied with a grin. Uncle Zhang, how are the arrangements coming along? Wang Lin inquired again. Rest assured, young master, if I cannot handle such a trivial matter, I would have no face left to show, Zhang Chong asserted confidently. Excellent. If this endeavor satisfies me, I shall treat you to a week of indulgence at Golden Powder World, Wang Lin declared. Then I thank you in advance, young master. A look of excitement spread across Zhang Chong's face. After a night of wild revelry, he felt rejuvenated. The ambitions that had lain dormant for years were stirring once more. Indeed, women are a man's most potent aphrodisiac. Young master, do await tonight's spectacle. A bloodthirsty smile crept across Zhang Chong's face, sending chills down one's spine. This will be exceedingly simple. I wonder if I might achieve a perfect score on the college entrance examination? As the bell signaling the end of evening study rang, Jiang Hua closed his textbook, contemplating silently. To speak candidly, the knowledge that Jiang Hua is currently acquiring pales in comparison to the intricate principles of ninjutsu and the myriad techniques of throwing concealed weapons found in the world of Naruto. Even without relying on his ocular prowess, Jiang Hua possesses unwavering confidence in securing the top score in the college entrance examination. The time for the hunt has arrived. Jiang Hua stretched languidly, a peculiar pattern flashing in his eyes as the Taiji Nine-Tails reincarnation eye flickered in and out of existence. In that fleeting fraction of a second, he had already discerned a gathering of individuals at the school gate. This is advantageous. It allows for a bit of physical activity. Jiang Hua rose, stretching his body vigorously before making his way outside step by step. Huazi, I'm going with you, Ji Tianqing called out, hastening to catch up. From his father, he had learned that Wang Lin intended to confront Jiang Hua that evening, and the thought of Jiang Hua alone left him deeply unsettled. Ji Tianqing, I've told you I can handle this myself, Jiang Hua replied, his expression darkening, resembling an ancient glacier, cold and formidable. Huazi Ji Tianqing was taken aback, and simultaneously, his heart was filled with astonishment. This aura he witnessed once again was terrifying. Even his father seemed significantly less intimidating in comparison to Jiang Hua. Huazi, if you consider me a brother, let me accompany you. Despite his shock at Jiang Hua's demeanor, Ji Tianqing, familiar with Jiang Hua's past, remained deeply concerned and insisted. Upon seeing the sincerity in Ji Tianqing's eyes, Jiang Hua reluctantly nodded and said, Very well, but you must not interfere. You may only observe from the sidelines. Agreed. Ji Tianqing affirmed with a nod. Jiang handsome, Tianqing the talented, what are you two up to? Li Xian and Ouyang Wenjing, keenly sensing the tension, approached with inquiries. This is a matter between men. It's best you refrain from involvement. Jiang Hua turned and replied coldly. Li Xian, Ouyang Wenjing, and Ji Tianqing were simultaneously taken aback by Jiang Hua's frigid tone. In that instant, they felt as though Jiang Hua was no longer the familiar figure they once knew, now exuding an aura of terrifying superiority. Could it be that this incident had impacted Huazi so profoundly that it altered his very character? Ji Tianqing pondered silently. Li Xian and Ouyang Wenjing were initially stunned, but soon their expressions revealed indignation. They were genuinely concerned for Jiang Hua and Ji Tianqing, and being dismissed in such a harsh manner by Jiang Hua was infuriating. Especially Ouyang Wenjing, whose lips parted to retort. Perhaps you should head home. Jiang Hua suddenly raised his right hand, pointing northward, the direction where the two resided. How could they possibly acquiesce so easily? Ji Tianqing thought to himself. To his astonishment, however, while Li Xin complied due to her affection for Jiang Hua. Even the typically unruly Ouyang Wenjing nodded obediently, bidding farewell to Ji Tianqing as they departed together. How could this be? Ji Tianqing gasped, his mouth agape in disbelief. It is well known throughout the school that Ouyang Wenjing possesses a notoriously fierce and unruly temperament, which is a significant reason why Ji Tianqing harbors a certain aversion towards this captivating young lady. Today, Jiang Hua's exceedingly harsh demeanor succeeded in dismissing two young ladies, leaving Ji Tianqing with a surreal sensation, as if caught in a dream. Particularly striking was Ouyang Wenjing's gentle demeanor as she departed, which inexplicably tugged at Ji Tianqing's heartstrings. Hua, how did you manage that? Do you possess some kind of hypnotic ability? Ji Tianqing inquired, gazing at Jiang Hua. This is hardly hypnosis. It is merely a trivial illusion. If you wish to learn, I can teach you, Jiang Hua replied nonchalantly, striding towards the school entrance. Illusion? An illusion? Ji Tianqing murmured incredulously, staring at Jiang Hua. Wait for me. After a prolonged moment, Ji Tianqing finally snapped back to reality and called out to the already distant Jiang Hua. By now, it was 10:30 in the evening. The boarding students had returned to their dorms to wash up and rest, while the day students hurried home with haste. especially on this night. A crowd of 20 to 30 individuals loitered ominously near the school gates, each exuding an air of menace that left inexperienced students too frightened to linger even for a moment. "Young master, how shall we proceed tonight?" "I shall leave the decision to you," Jiang Chang stated, standing amidst the group and addressing the impeccably dressed Wang Lin. "Of course. Such trivial matters are hardly worth troubling Uncle Zhang," Wang Lin replied with a smile. "Brothers, after we finish, the young master will treat everyone to drinks. Keep your spirits up and do not bring shame upon me," Zhang Chang suddenly exclaimed. "Understood, Changgu." "Rest assured, Changgu." The group responded exuberantly, causing passers-by to retreat in fear, while the school's security had long since vanished from sight. "Hua, I believe we should keep our distance," Ji Tianqing remarked with concern as he spotted the ominous gathering at the school entrance. "Just a few insignificant fish. What is there to fear?" Jiang Hua replied with an air of indifference. Ji Tianqing, observing Jiang Hua's confident demeanor, felt a flicker of anxiety within but chose to place his trust in Jiang Hua. The most crucial element was his presence. Regardless of whether Jiang Hua possessed a solution, he could ensure her safety. "Jiang Hua, I didn't expect we'd meet so soon," Wang Lin said with considerable pride, glancing at the multitude of brothers trailing behind him. "Ah, indeed, I did not foresee this," Jiang Hua replied, maintaining an unruffled expression in the face of so many adversaries. Ji Tianqing mirrored this calmness, even allowing a slight smile to grace his face as he regarded them. "This is troubling. What sort of individuals has the young master entangled himself with that I feel such a sense of foreboding?" Zhang Chang mused, scrutinizing Jiang Hua and Ji Tianqing with a seasoned gaze. Their composed demeanor evoked memories of a certain person from his past, the one who had cast him from heaven to hell in a single night. "Damn it, enough of this charade, soon enough. You won't even be recognized by your own mother." Wang Lin, frustrated by Jiang Hua's unexpected calmness, detected a hint of derision and pity in Jiang Hua's eyes, causing him to erupt in fury. Stay calm, Ji Tianqing spoke with an exasperated tone. "Damn, you're here too. Which saves me the trouble of dealing with this separately." Wang Lin's eyes glinted with malice. "Young master, do not act recklessly. It would be wise to choose a more secluded location for our confrontation," Zhang Chang cautioned as he stealthily approached Wang Lin. "That sounds agreeable, as it would spare me from any unwelcome interruptions," Wang Lin replied, but before he could elaborate, Jiang Hua interjected. "What?" Zhang Chang was utterly astounded. He realized that the young master had entangled himself with a formidable adversary, one that could not be trifled with. "Very well, come with me." Wang Lin, oblivious to Zhang Chang's apprehensions, eagerly accepted Jiang Hua's suggestion, feeling it aligned with his intentions. Zhang Chang, drenched in cold sweat, recognized Jiang Hua's resolve. Having engaged in similar precarious situations himself, only those with absolute certainty would dare proceed in such a manner. "Young master," Zhang Chang, filled with urgency, trailed closely behind Wang Lin, desperate to voice his concerns. However, Wang Lin, consumed by thoughts of vengeance, was impervious to any warnings. Reluctantly, Zhang Chang slowed his pace, contemplating an escape. "Zhang Chang, you cannot leave. Remain as a witness." A voice suddenly pierced the air, startling him to the brink of jumping. He glanced at Jiang Hua, only to find him regarding him with a piercing gaze that sent shivers down his spine, akin to being ensnared by a venomous serpent, rendering him motionless. What an overwhelming aura of hostility! Who has the young master provoked? Zhang Chang's regret was palpable. He never anticipated encountering such a terrifying individual after so many years. "Now, let us meticulously settle our grievances," Wang Lin declared ominously as the group ventured into a secluded grove behind the school. "Indeed, let the reckoning commence," Jiang Hua replied, a cruel smile gracing his lips, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. Wang Lin felt a chill envelop him. Jiang Hua, who had stood several meters away, was suddenly in front of him, gazing down with an expression as if appraising a corpse. "Ah!" Wang Lin screamed in terror, retreating as if he had seen a ghost. Yet, no matter how he backed away, Jiang Hua remained steadfastly before him, looking at him with the same lifeless gaze. "A specter!" Wang Lin's desperate cries echoed as he felt an involuntary warmth beneath him. The onlookers were frozen in shock. Even the seasoned Zhang Chang and Ji Tianqing, who had accompanied Jiang Hua, were rendered speechless. The swift transition from Jiang Hua's movement to Wang Lin's fright-induced predicament was merely a fleeting moment. Huazi. He possesses martial prowess. When did this transpire? Why was I utterly unaware? Moreover, my father's subordinates have never reported such information, Ji Tianqing's eyes widened with disbelief. Unable to fathom that the Jiang Hua he had known since childhood could wield such profound martial skills. Huazi, I never imagined you had concealed your capabilities to such an extent. A sudden spark flickered in Ji Tianqing's eyes, vanishing in the darkness, unnoticed by anyone around him. Who exactly is this person? His martial prowess surpasses even that of the master who taught me. Zhang Chang's mouth fell agape, his eyes filled with terror, his legs trembling uncontrollably as he longed to flee the scene. Yet, the moment he recalled the fierce gaze of the young man directed at him, he was gripped by a shudder, robbed of the courage to escape. In that instant, he was filled with regret. Had he known, he would have been better off remaining as the security captain at the Wang family, rather than accompanying Wang Lin to flaunt his authority. You are no human. You are a devil. Wang Lin, both startled and frightened, had already soiled his pants, a foul odor wafting from him. History often repeats itself. Just days ago, he had been terrified into wetting himself by Jiang Hua in public, vowing vengeance. Yet now, he found himself in the same humiliating predicament once more. Zhang Bo, come save me, kill this bastard. Wang Lin, dazed by fear, had lost all semblance of rational thought. Spotting Zhang Chang amidst the crowd felt like seeing a savior, and he shouted desperately, Zhang Bo, what is wrong with you? Hurry over and deal with this bastard. In the darkness, he could hardly discern Zhang Chang's now pallid face, yet he continued to call out, believing Zhang Chang to be an otherworldly figure capable of resolving any issue. Slap. Jiang Hua furrowed his brow and delivered a resounding slap to Wang Lin's right cheek. Bang. To the astonishment of all, Wang Lin was sent flying through the air, landing over 3 meters away with a thud. Wang Lin howled like a wounded beast. His face marred with blood, his mouth bleeding profusely. 2 teeth lay on the ground, having been knocked out by Jiang Hua's strike. Such a ruthless method. Ji Tianqing watched, his heart racing, sparks of excitement and intrigue flashing in his eyes. What kind of extraordinary individual has Wang Lin provoked? Why does this young man exude such a bloodthirsty aura? It was as if an ancient soul resided within this youthful form. Zhang Chang, heart pounding, began to retreat slowly, prepared to flee at any moment. Did I permit you to leave? Just as Zhang Chang had taken a couple of steps, a chilling voice echoed in his ear. Though soft, it thundered like a clap of lightning, causing him to shudder and freeze in place, paralyzed by fear. Good, very good. Wang Lin's face was smeared with blood, his swollen mouth a terrifying sight. At that moment, he seemed to have lost his sanity, pointing accusingly at the stunned henchman and Zhang Chang, his voice dripping with malice. Very well, you are all quite something. In our daily lives, the Wang family has nurtured you, allowing you to wield power and authority at will. Yet, when the time comes for your assistance, you stand there like mere specters, watching as I am assaulted. Very well. Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot as he pointed at Zhang Chang, bellowing, especially you, Zhang Chang, you old wretch. Have you forgotten who saved you all those years ago? Now you stand idly by, witnessing this affront to me, not daring to utter a word. What purpose does your existence serve in the Wang family? I would be better off keeping a dog. At least a dog would bark at my enemies when danger approached. What are you? A bunch of useless wastrels, mere gluttons. Zhang Chang's eyes glinted with cold fury. Were it not for Jiang Hua's presence, he would have dealt with Wang Lin in a most severe manner. After all, Zhang Chang had ruled the city for over a decade. Who dared speak to him in such a manner? Oh, are you still unconvinced? Wang Lin sneered as he caught sight of Zhang Chang's expression, his rage morphing into a mocking smile. You old fossil, last night I gifted you Xiao Yuanji. How was it? Enjoying yourself, I presume? That girl possesses quite the skills in bed, doesn't she? Haha, I personally trained her. Smack. A sharp sound echoed as Jiang Hua, his face ashen, delivered another resounding slap to Wang Lin's face. A palpable aura of murderous intent radiated from Jiang Hua, chilling everyone to the bone. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhang Chang turned and sprinted towards the alley's exit. Die. Jiang Hua did not even glance back, merely curling his left hand into a simple earth escape seal. Zhang Chang's scream pierced the air as he fled, a sound so harrowing that it sent shivers down the spines of all who heard it, compelling them to flee the scene. Not far away, a 2-meter-long spear of earth erupted from the ground with astonishing speed, impaling the fleeing Zhang Chang and pinning him there. The earthen spear shimmered with a yellowish hue, its velocity so swift that Zhang Chang remained in the posture of flight even in death. Murder. Murder has occurred. Brother Chang is dead. Run. This man is a killing machine. The small-time thugs turned ashen, like a pot boiling over, scattering in all directions. In the blink of an eye, Only Jiang Hua, Ji Tianqing, and Wang Lin remained in that place. Huazi, I will pursue them. We must not allow this matter to leak. Ji Tianqing frowned, watching the thugs flee. A flicker of electricity evident in his eyes, causing Jiang Hua to pause momentarily. No need. They will have no recollection of this event. Only the three of us are privy to what has transpired, Jiang Hua replied coolly. What did you say? They will have no recollection of this? Ji Tianqing asked, astonished and uncertain. Indeed, I have cast an illusion upon them. In merely 10 seconds, they will completely forget everything that occurred tonight, Jiang Hua remarked. His gaze fixed on Wang Lin, speaking with an air of nonchalance, as if discussing a trivial matter. Huaziyu. Ji Tianqing was taken aback, having heard the term illusion from Jiang Hua for the second time. Tiancheng, upon our return, I shall elucidate matters to you. Jiang Hua advanced step by step towards Wang Lin, who was nearly paralyzed with fear. Jiang Hua, no, Grandfather Jiang, I was blind to your greatness. I beseech you, spare me. Wang Lin, stripped of his usual arrogance, fell to his knees, weeping profusely and pleading desperately. Wang Lin, our enmity is not profound, yet you resorted to violence to claim my girlfriend. I regret to say, it is exceedingly difficult for me to show you mercy, Jiang Hua remarked with a hint of pity as he beheld Wang Lin kneeling before him. You cannot kill me. You cannot. Wang Lin shouted frantically. My father is the deputy mayor and the wealthiest man in the city. If I perish, the city shall no longer harbor you. And your Jiang family will be uprooted. Farewell. Jiang Hua's eyes transformed, revealing 6 rippling patterns, with 9 black magatama arranged in an orderly fashion, centered around an enigmatic Taiji symbol. Human realm. Soul extraction. Jiang Hua silently intoned. I apologize for not updating last night. I had indulged in drink with friends. Consider this morning's chapter as a compensation for yesterday's absence. I appreciate everyone's support. With the activation of Jiang Hua's reincarnation eye ability, a faint, indistinct form, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, was drawn from Wang Lin's body. The spectral figure wailed incessantly, and upon closer inspection, it bore the likeness of Wang Lin in life. Is this your power, Huazi? Ji Tianqing observed calmly, his gaze fixed intently on Jiang Hua's every movement. To Jiang Hua's astonishment, sparks danced in Ji Tianqing's eyes, flickering like flames, creating an eerie and terrifying ambience in the night. Eventually, the flickering ceased, transforming into 2 bolts of lightning that imprinted themselves upon Ji Tianqing's irises. Indeed, this is my ability. Tianqing, are you also a superhuman? As Jiang Hua spoke, he formed a hand seal, causing a resounding boom as a colossal deity emerged behind him. The statue depicted a fearsome demon, its mouth agape, as if ravenous and awaiting sustenance. Jiang Hua carelessly cast Wang Lin's soul into the gaping maw of the statue, followed by the sound of crunching, as the statue slowly sank into the ground. I possess the power of lightning, which awakened 3 months ago. What about you? Ji Tianqing's eyes bore the marks of lightning, appearing exceptionally sinister yet enhancing his already striking appearance. His unwavering gaze fixed upon Jiang Hua's eyes left him profoundly astonished. The 6 ripples and 9 black magatama were meticulously arranged, forming 3 layers, each containing 3 black magatama, with a small Taiji symbol at the center. What manner of eyes are these? Your power awakened 3 months ago? Jiang Hua exclaimed in disbelief, as if a realization dawned upon him. Indeed, my abilities awakened 3 months ago. Is there something amiss? Ji Tianqing was taken aback by Jiang Hua's reaction. And no, it's nothing. I just find it a bit strange, he replied. I fell into a coma 3 months ago, and upon awakening, I discovered I possess these peculiar abilities. Do you not think that is rather coincidental? Jiang Hua was at a loss as to how to explain the 30 years his soul had spent in the Naruto world. So he merely echoed Ji Tianqing's words, asserting that his own powers had also awakened 3 months prior. By your account, that does indeed seem quite odd. Ji Tianqing, being astute, immediately sensed the uncanny coincidence upon Jiang Hua's suggestion. Could it be that a significant event occurred 3 months ago that affected the entire world, resulting in our awakening of superpowers? In an instant, Ji Tianqing pondered this possibility. Perhaps, Jiang Hua nodded, his expression growing grave. Although the paths through which their abilities had manifested differed, strictly speaking, his superpowers had also awakened 3 months ago. He had simply been granted time to fully explore his potential. Was it possible, as Ji Tianqing speculated, that their abilities stemmed from the same event? If this conjecture were true, the implications were dire, for it would suggest that others in the world had also awakened superpowers, not just the 2 of them. This is truly alarming. If my speculation holds any truth, the world may undergo a tremendous transformation, ushering in a chaotic era. Ji Tianqing murmured. Do not fret, Tianqing. Even if that were the case, what of it? Surely, with the strength of our brotherhood, there is nothing we cannot overcome. Jiang Hua, perceiving Ji Tianqing's concerns, laughed heartily. Ha ha, you have a point. Ji Tianqing, ambitious by nature, had merely harbored a fleeting worry, but Jiang Hua's words filled him with renewed vigor, prompting a hearty laugh. Tianqing, to what extent have your abilities developed? After a moment of conversation, Jiang Hua could not suppress his curiosity. What extent, you ask? I'm not entirely certain. I can influence and control all electrical devices within a radius of approximately 500 meters. That is my limit, Ji Tianqing reflected after a brief pause. That precise? Have you tested your abilities? Jiang Hua exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. 2 days ago, there was a widespread power outage in the northern district. Could it be you were responsible? I. Ha. Ji Tianqing's face flushed, and he sheepishly scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. Goodness, so it was indeed you. I never would have imagined the ever-composed Qi, the talented scholar, could act so impulsively. So, how does it feel to possess superpowers? Jiang Hua teased, lacking in decorum. Need you even ask? The sensation is utterly exhilarating. Ji Tianqing suddenly became intrigued, gesticulating animatedly as he spoke. Huazi, do you know? I merely stood there, unleashing my power, and within a radius of 500 meters around me, all electrical appliances ceased to function. In that moment, I felt as if I were a celestial being descended upon the earth, as if I could command everything within my grasp. Haha. Jiang Hua chuckled in response. He too had experienced such a sensation, one that was undeniably exquisite. The first time he awakened the Tai Chi rebirth Sharingan in the world of Naruto, he had been so exhilarated that he had stayed awake the entire night. After all, what young person does not harbor a dream of martial prowess or superheroic abilities? Tianqing, your power is truly formidable. In a world so reliant on electricity, should you continue to enhance your abilities, there will come a day when your might surpasses that of nuclear weapons. Jiang Hua's gaze was profound. At that point, how about we brothers take a vacation in Japan? Ji Tianqing said unexpectedly, his face alight with excitement. Jiang Hua was momentarily taken aback, but soon came to his senses. He playfully punched Ji Tianqing on the shoulder and laughed. I never expected you to be such a rebel. All right, let us go to Japan together. You can disable all their electrical devices, and I'll charm all their lovely ladies. How does that sound? I'm so shameless. Ji Tianqing was nearly incensed to the point of jumping up, but he lowered his voice and whispered, Huazi, we are brothers after all. How about we split it equally? Better not, or you might find yourself on the receiving end of Ouyang Wenjing's wrath. The two brothers, Jiang Hua and Ji Tianqing, discussed the distribution of Japanese women for quite some time, until they both felt a profound sense of shamelessness and decided to cease the conversation. Huazi, have we perhaps become a tad too sordid? Ji Tianqing, returning to his usual demeanor, lightly cleared his throat and remarked, Indeed, you are quite sordid and lewd. If Ouyang Wenjing were to discover that her beloved Ji the Talented is such a base man, she would undoubtedly be heartbroken. Jiang Hua asserted with conviction, as if he had not participated in the previous discussion at all. You. Ji Tianqing was nearly speechless with indignation, having never encountered someone with such audacity. And you, always criticizing me. What about yourself? Who initiated that previous topic? Ji Tianqing retorted angrily. All right, I confess, I too am quite sordid. Is that sufficient? Jiang Hua shrugged his shoulders in resignation. Humph, that is more like it. Ji Tianqing then turned to observe the lifeless body of Wang Lin beneath his feet and the corpse of Zhang Chang nearby, frowning as he said, Huazi, what shall we do with them? If we leave them here, it could lead to significant trouble, especially since they were seen departing with us. That is simple enough. Jiang Hua replied nonchalantly. Rebirth I. 6 paths technique. Jiang Hua's hands gradually began to move, weaving intricate and complex seals. Simultaneously, a peculiar force emanated from his eyes. Remarkably, the bodies of Wang Linyu and Zhang Chang on the ground began to stir. Ji Tianqing was taken aback. If this was Jiang Hua's power, it could only be described as overwhelmingly formidable and defying the heavens. Could it be that Jiang Hua had the ability to command life and death? Suddenly, Jiang Hua's right eye revealed subtle changes in the 3 black tomo at its outer edge, which elongated into a hybrid triangular shape. This was the power of Uchiha Obito's eye that Jiang Hua had absorbed in the world of Naruto through the Taijutsu wheel of the Sharingan. A spatial vortex materialized, and 12 black, iron-like rods fell to the ground. Simultaneously, the corpses of Wang Lin and Zhang Chang slowly approached Jiang Hua, eventually kneeling at his feet. "What are you doing, Huazi?" Ji Tianqing asked, astonished. Jiang Hua had showcased several distinctly different abilities, each astonishing enough to leave one in awe. It was no wonder Jiang Hua possessed such confidence about the future. With Jiang Hua's capabilities, even if 1,000,000 people awakened superpowers, how many could pose a threat to him? I will turn them into my puppet avatars, retaining their original consciousness. Yet they will no longer possess independent thought and will become my instruments of slaughter, Jiang Hua declared with a smile. With a swift motion, Jiang Hua propped up Wang Lin's corpse with his left hand, while his right hand grasped one of the short rods from the ground and plunged it into Wang Lin's spine. Blood immediately oozed out, dark in color, and as long as he remained intact, Wang Lin's blood would continue to flow, for his body had long lost the functions of a living being. Ji Tianqing watched, wide-eyed, as Jiang Hua inserted the 6 black rods into Wang Lin's body with brutal precision. If not observed closely, it would have been imperceptible. "Will this work, Huazi?" Ji Tianqing inquired, concern etched on his face as he beheld the bloodied Wang Lin. "Of course not," Jiang Hua chuckled, proceeding to insert the 6 black rods into Zhang Chang's body as well. Summoning technique. Once Jiang Hua had completed his preparations, he swiftly formed several hand seals and placed his right hand on the ground. A spark ignited in Ji Tianqing's eyes as he discerned a mysterious and profound pattern emerging where Jiang Hua's hand met the earth. "Is that a magic circle?" Ji Tianqing murmured to himself. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as a colossal deity reappeared, its mouth agape, as if to devour souls. "What is this, Huazi?" Ji Tianqing's eyes sparkled with excitement, revealing his inner exhilaration. "Tianqing, this is the gate of the underworld, one of my abilities," Jiang Hua explained, forming seals with his right hand. The corpses of Wang Lin and Zhang Chang slowly rose and walked into the mouth of the deity. Crack, crack. In the astonished gaze of Ji Tianqing, the colossal mouth of the statue began to chew, emitting a chilling sound. "The gate of the dead?" Ji Tianqing inquired in horror. "Huazi, can you truly manipulate life and death?" Jiang Hua smiled and shook his head, saying nothing. In the world of Naruto, with his Tai Chi Rinnegan and the nearly limitless chakra of the Tin Tails, Jiang Hua indeed possessed the ability to control life and death, able to resurrect anyone who had died within the past decade. However, this was Earth, and he held no absolute certainty regarding his power over life and death, for it was a realm entirely distinct from the Naruto universe. Suddenly, the immense statue emitted a sound akin to retching, its mouth agape. To Ji Tianqing's astonishment, Wang Lin and Zhang Chang emerged from the statue's mouth, unscathed and identical to their former selves. The only distinction was that their eyes mirrored Jiang Hua's, adorned with 6 rippling patterns, 9 black tomo, and the Tai Chi Bagua motif. "Having met the master and young master Ji, I am your loyal servant Wang Lin," they declared reverently as they knelt before Jiang Hua. "Huazi, do they still possess their own thoughts?" Ji Tianqing asked, retreating involuntarily a few steps in shock. "Tianqing, there is no need for fear. They are merely my 6 paths clones, obeying my commands without independent thought," Jiang Hua explained with a smile. "Why do their eyes resemble yours so closely?" Ji Tianqing steadied himself and inquired. "This is one of the abilities of my eyes, bestowal," Jiang Hua replied, his eyes shimmering before transforming into those of an ordinary person. As his eyes returned to normal, Wang Lin and Zhang Chang's eyes also reverted, though theirs appeared somewhat dim, lacking the vibrancy of the living. "Wang Lin, from this day forth, you shall be my beast path. Zhang Chang, you shall be my azure path. Do you understand?" Jiang Hua stated calmly. Simultaneously, he formed hand seals, channeling a powerful chakra into both of them. Instantly, they were filled with vitality, akin to the living. In the Naruto world, Uzumaki Nagato required numerous chakra receivers inserted into corpses to control them effectively in battle. However, for Jiang Hua, possessing the Tai Chi Rinnegan, only 6 chakra receivers sufficed. "Go forth, live as you did in life until I command otherwise," Jiang Hua commanded. "Understood, master," Wang Lin and Zhang Chang replied in unison. Kneeling on the ground, "Depart," Jiang Hua gestured, and they rose gracefully, making their way towards the city center. Wang Lin and Zhang Chang moved with an agile yet steady gait, devoid of any semblance of death. To an ordinary observer, it would be nearly impossible to discern the underlying truth. Moreover, their retention of some memories from their past lives rendered them even more difficult to perceive. "Huazi, how many abilities do you truly possess?" Ji Tianqing widened his eyes, watching as Wang Lin and Zhang Chang gradually vanished into the distance. In astonishment, he inquired, "Well, actually, there aren't that many types of abilities, perhaps just a dozen or so." Jiang Hua contemplated for a brief moment before responding. This was, in fact, a rather conservative estimation from Jiang Hua. His Taiji wheel and blood will eyes alone possess dozens of extraordinary abilities. If one were to factor in the ninjutsu he learned and replicated from the world of Naruto, the number would surely reach into the thousands. Dozens. Ji Tianqing gasped, his mouth agape, nearly petrified, gazing at Jiang Hua with disbelief. It was truly astonishing. Possessing even a single superpower was already fearsome. He had experienced it firsthand, knowing that if his own abilities were to develop steadily, they would become exceptionally formidable. Yet, when compared to Jiang Hua's powers, his own seemed trivial. Jiang Hua's demonstrated abilities in earth manipulation, spatial control, and puppet mastery were indeed terrifying. What was most alarming was that so many powers were concentrated within a single individual. I'm just joking. In truth, I possess only one ability, which is my pair of eyes. All my powers stem from these eyes. Jiang Hua suddenly laughed and declared. That makes more sense, Ji Tianqing replied, feeling relieved. Indeed. All the abilities Jiang Hua showcased were related to his eyes, as Ji Tianqing had witnessed firsthand. Let us go have a drink, Jiang Hua suggested after tidying up the area. Huazi, you've dealt with Wang Lin. While you might evade suspicion for a time, there will inevitably come a day when the truth is revealed. You will eventually confront that old man Wang Haitao, who is far more formidable than his incompetent son. What are you planning to do? Ji Tianqing asked after sharing 3 toasts with Jiang Hua at the hotel. What else can I do? If it comes to it, I will simply order Wang Lin to eliminate him, and then Wang Lin and Zhang Chang will flee in fear of punishment, Jiang Hua replied nonchalantly. Wait. Ji Tianqing nearly spewed out his drink, pointing at Jiang Hua in astonishment. I never realized you were such a ruthless character. How did I miss that before? Haha. Why discuss such matters? Is there anyone in this world capable of obstructing the path of 2 brothers like us? Jiang Hua raised his glass, his face flushed with enthusiasm. Indeed, you're right. Cheers. Ji Tianqing's face flushed with excitement as he lifted his glass, downing it with Jiang Hua. The resolution of this incident did not unfold entirely as Jiang Hua had envisioned. His initial plan was to dismantle the Wang family's influence, ruin Wang Lin's father's reputation, and then deal with Wang Lin in due course. However, upon hearing Wang Lin mention giving Xiao Yuanji to that old fellow Zhang Chang, Jiang Hua lost control of his emotions and acted decisively against the two. Later, he reflected on the situation and decided to transform the bodies of Wang Lin and Zhang Chang into 6-pads puppets, which might prove useful in the future. Although this occasion was not entirely satisfying, should Wang Lin be compelled to take his father's life, it is likely that that old scoundrel Wang Haitao would rest uneasily in his grave. Whenever Jiang Hua contemplates the future, he cannot help but entertain some rather wicked schemes, at times sending chills down his spine. Am I truly still the same person I once was? Huazi, what do you plan to do moving forward? Will you live a life of an ordinary person? As both of them became tipsy, Ji Tianqing wrapped an arm around Jiang Hua's neck and inquired loudly, live an ordinary life? How could that be possible? Jiang Hua replied. His face flushed and his words slightly slurred. A man should seize the power of the world while awake and indulge in the embrace of beauty when intoxicated. How could I, Jiang Hua, possibly lead a life of mediocrity? My ambition is to woo every beautiful woman and challenge every hero in the land. Even if I cannot reach the heights of my ancestor, the Flame Emperor, I shall once again make the Jiang surname resonate throughout the world. Bravo, bravo, bravo. Ji Tianqing exclaimed excitedly, his face aglow. You speak so eloquently. Huazi, if this is your life's ambition, I am willing to join you in traversing the world. I too wish to restore the glory of my ancestor, the Yellow Emperor Xin Yuan. It is settled. Jiang Hua rose abruptly, grasping Ji Tianqing's hand firmly. It is indeed settled. Ji Tianqing reciprocated the grip with enthusiasm, laughing heartily. In 2 months, the college entrance examination will take place, and afterward, it shall be the time for us, brothers, to dominate the realm, Jiang Hua declared with fervor. By the time Jiang Hua returned home, it was already past 1 in the morning. After bidding farewell to Ji Tianqing, he swiftly used his magical powers to expel the alcohol from his system. While he had no fear of it, he certainly did not relish the state of intoxication. As Jiang Hua ambled down the street, suddenly a chorus of cheers erupted from a distance as a convoy of brightly lit sports cars raced toward him. Though it was night, it did not hinder Jiang Hua's vision in the slightest. A group of young individuals, each adorned with eccentric hairstyles and peculiar attire, clearly belonged to the wealthy second generation, living off their parents' fortunes. They reveled in frivolity, indulging in food, drink, and entertainment, seeking thrills without a care in the world. "Get out of the way. Don't spoil our fun," shouted a young man, towering at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, who was driving a police car. Spotting Jiang Hua on the road, he bellowed through the car's loudspeaker while incessantly honking the horn. The place where Jiang Hua walked was originally a sidewalk, but dozens of young people had taken over, showing no regard for others, instead hurling insults. Jiang Hua's gaze turned icy. He had never held any affection for such individuals. Yet adhering to the principle of not provoking others unless provoked, he had no intention of causing trouble. However, this did not imply he would simply allow himself to be bullied, especially considering his 20 years of experience in the world of ninjas. Having weathered countless storms of blood and violence, perhaps a slight punishment for them is in order. A hint of mischievous amusement gleamed in Jiang Hua's eyes. He did not yield the road, continuing to walk slowly, step by step. How audacious! With no regard for others, he should be crushed. Another young man, robust and muscular, witnessed Jiang Hua's refusal to evade, and his anger flared. With a fierce stomp on the accelerator, the car's speed surged from 20 to 120 miles per hour in an instant. Xiaolei No, a young and beautiful girl, peering out from the adjacent vehicle, looked no more than 15 or 16, her face pale with terror. Yet, the speed of the car rendered her words inaudible to Xiaolei. At 120 miles per hour, the vehicle raced forward like a bolt of lightnings, reaching Jiang Hua's side in the blink of an eye. The sheer force of the rush caused Jiang Hua's clothing to billow around him. In mere seconds, the sleek car arrived beside Jiang Hua, its bright headlights illuminating his visage clearly. Having lived in the world of Naruto for a full 30 years, Jiang Hua had psychologically matured into a seasoned man. However, now returned to the real world, he appeared to be merely 18 or 19 years of age. His youthful, handsome face, coupled with the depth of experience in the myriad battles fought over 3 decades in the Naruto realm, imbued Jiang Hua with an aura characteristic of a soldier. At that moment, an air of lethal intent enveloped him. His eyes had transformed into mesmerizing orbs, adorned with 6 paths of ripples and 9 black tomoe, meticulously arranged, with a Tai Chi Bagua symbol prominently in the center. Faced with the callous young man who regarded life as trivial, Jiang Hua felt no sympathy. He calmly extended his right hand towards the racing car and softly commanded, "Shinra Tensei." What a pair of eyes! Truly exquisite. Xiao Wang, closest to Jiang Hua within the car, could clearly see the breathtaking beauty of Jiang Hua's eyes through the headlights. Yet, before he could express his awe, an overwhelming force propelled both him and the vehicle into the air, bringing an end to his nefarious existence. Jiang Hua had completely mastered all the capabilities of the Rinnegan's 7 systems. If he were to unleash Shinra Tensei with full force, annihilating an entire city would be but a trivial feat, let alone merely sending a small sports car flying. A beautiful girl emerged from the Ferrari, and upon witnessing Jiang Hua in imminent danger of being struck, she instinctively cried out, shielding her eyes with her hands. Consequently, she missed the astonishing spectacle that had just unfolded. A demon. He is not human, but a devil. Having witnessed Jiang Hua effortlessly send the 120-mile-per-hour vehicle soaring, the disbelieving, godless youth were utterly paralyzed by fear, trembling in place, devoid of the courage to flee. What is happening? Why does that man remain unscathed? Xiaolei, as the girl in the Ferrari opened her eyes, she saw Jiang Hua still standing there unharmed, momentarily stunned. It was only when her gaze fell upon the mangled remains of the sports car, now a heap of scrap metal several meters away, that she let out a terrified scream. Xiaolei is dead. The young girl suddenly appeared as if her soul had departed, collapsing onto the ground as tears streamed down her face. Even upon witnessing Jiang Hua approach, she momentarily forgot her fear and the instinct to flee. Run! He is a devil! At last, someone regained their senses, gazing at Jiang Hua with eyes wide in horror, hastily starting their vehicle, turning around, and escaping. Others soon followed suit, none paying heed to the girl weeping on the ground, each consumed by their own desperate flight for survival. Jiang Hua did not pursue this group of youths to their demise, for this was not the world of ninjas where taking a life would go unpunished. Though he harbored no belief that anyone or anything in this realm could pose a threat to him, he was not a bloodthirsty individual. Moments earlier, he had employed an illusion upon the group, and within a minute, they would forget all they had witnessed concerning him. The death of Xiaolei would be etched in their minds as a tragic accident. From Xiaolei's demise to the panicked dispersal of the crowd, merely a few fleeting minutes had elapsed. In an instant, the once bustling street was left with only Jiang Hua and the girl sobbing on the ground. Alongside a heap of wreckage from the sports car Jiang Hua had reduced to splinters. Do not come closer. The girl finally screamed in terror as Jiang Hua approached, her fearful gaze locking onto him, perceiving him as a devilish entity. Indeed, who else could shatter a sports car with a mere swipe of their hand, if not a demon? Why do you not flee? Jiang Hua inquired, looking down upon the girl, who appeared to be merely 15 or 16 years of age, strikingly beautiful. Though still young, she bore the nascent qualities of a breathtaking beauty. And it was evident that, in a few years, she would blossom into a woman of unparalleled allure. He is my fiancé. The girl wept like a rain-soaked pear blossom, evoking a sense of compassion in those who beheld her. She pointed towards the location of the sports car, but alas, all that remained was a heap of scrap metal and a pool of blood. I see. Jiang Hua nodded, understanding the situation. In modern society, powerful families often intermarried, and possessing a beautiful daughter became a strategic advantage for lesser factions seeking to ascend. Such scum do not deserve you. Killing him today would be a boon for you, Jiang Hua remarked, his brow arching. Perhaps having spent too long in the realm of ninjas had unwittingly influenced his demeanor, rendering it somewhat akin to that of the twisted souls he had encountered. But his father is Director Huang, the girl lamented, tears streaming down her cheeks as she fretted over her father and her family's reputation. Xiaolei typically did not venture out at night, as his father was exceedingly strict. Yet, on this occasion, he had made an exception to accompany her, and tragically, it was on this very night that Xiaolei met his end. She feared that Director Huang would direct his wrath towards her and her family. Ah, so he is the son of the police chief. No wonder he acted with such arrogance. His father regards life as mere fodder. He is no better himself, Jiang Hua remarked, his expression shifting as a chilling aura of murderous intent emanated from him, only to be swiftly concealed thereafter. The girl could not help but shiver in that fleeting moment. She seemed to glimpse a transformation in Jiang Hua's eyes, which appeared to belong to something other than a mere human. Accompanying those eyes was a chilling aura that enveloped her, causing her to tremble uncontrollably, as if she were teetering on the precipice of death. Yet, in the next instant, she blinked, and upon looking again, Jiang Hua's eyes had returned to their normal state, as if everything that had transpired was merely an illusion. From now on, you should refrain from associating with those scoundrels, or else you will inevitably meet the same fate as him, Jiang Hua remarked, gesturing towards a pile of scrap metal in the distance before striding away. Why are you letting me go? You must know that I have seen your true self. The girl uttered, her words a mix of naivety and bewilderment. Are you suggesting that I should eliminate you? Jiang Hua suddenly turned around, his clothes moving as if stirred by an unseen wind. He had nearly forgotten that this girl was aware of his true nature, which could potentially lead her to provide information to the authorities. Although he was not afraid, it signified considerable trouble for him. The girl, now regaining her senses, felt a strong urge to slap herself for uttering such foolish words. I will never divulge this matter to anyone. She stammered, visibly shaken. Are you joking? A multitude witnessed you not escaping. If you return alive, they will undoubtedly seek you out. If Director Huang applies pressure, it would be a miracle if you do not betray me. Jiang Hua took measured steps back, slowly extending his right hand towards her. The girl trembled all over, acutely aware of the shadow and pressure of death looming over her. To her astonishment, just as Jiang Hua's hand was about to touch her, it suddenly withdrew, and he turned to leave. I find it impossible to harm beautiful girls. Tell me your name. I shall seek you out again in the future, Jiang Hua said as he walked away. Hearing his voice, the girl felt an inexplicable heaviness in her eyelids and involuntarily replied, My name is Lan Binger. After uttering this, her neck tilted and she collapsed to the ground. Jiang Hua had employed an illusion on her. She would awaken 3 minutes later, devoid of any memory of the events that transpired that night. After erasing all recollections of himself from Lan Binger's mind, Jiang Hua made his way homeward. After walking a few dozen meters, he suddenly halted, glancing back at the motionless Lan Binger on the ground, a twinge of concern gripping him. Jiang Hua sighed helplessly. Though she was still quite young, merely 15 or 16 years old, she was strikingly beautiful, already resembling a budding beauty. What if, on such a night, she were to encounter ill-intentioned individuals? Would he not be the cause of her misfortune? Would clone technique? Jiang Hua pondered briefly, forming a series of hand seals before calling out. In an instant, a small piece of wood unexpectedly appeared upon Jiang Hua's shoulder. This fragment possessed an extraordinary vitality, growing to approximately 2 meters in height within the blink of an eye. Subsequently, the wood morphed in shape, gradually resembling Jiang Hua himself. This was the wood release, shadow clone technique, a unique ninjutsu possessed by the first Hokage, Shinja Hashirama, which, to be precise, is classified as a bloodline limit. Its power is immeasurable, coveted by formidable figures such as Masked Man Obito and Uchiha Madara. During his time in the Naruto World, Jiang Hua had once briefly collaborated with Orochimaru, acquiring the cells of the first Hokage and transplanting them into his own body. Consequently, he too could wield this terrifying ninjutsu. Although the current incarnation of Jiang Hua lacked the first Hokage's cells, his mastery of the Taijutsu rebirth had reached its zenith, allowing him to seamlessly combine various chakra attributes and effortlessly execute diverse bloodline limits. A mere sliver of which swiftly grew to match Jiang Hua's stature, indistinguishable in both height and appearance. If witnessed by others, it would surely evoke sheer astonishment. "I entrust you with this," Jiang Hua declared, releasing his hands towards the other Jiang Hua. "Just leave it to me." The duplicate, identical in form and expression, would likely be indistinguishable even to Jiang Hua's parents, who could not tell which was the true individual. "Once she awakens, you will disappear. Understood?" "I wish to spare this girl any trouble," Jiang Hua remarked, turning away as he walked. "Understood," the other Jiang Hua replied. When Jiang Hua finally returned home, it was well past 2 in the morning, and a reprimand from his parents was inevitable. In earlier times, he would have retorted, but after enduring so much, he recognized that his parents were the most precious treasures in his life. There was no reason to argue with them. A few kind words soothed their anger. In truth, parental reprimands stem primarily from concern for their child's safety. No parent would chastise their offspring without reason. The following morning, upon arriving at school, Jiang Hua was astonished to discover that the institution was surrounded by a contingent of police officers. A dozen police vehicles were stationed at the entrance, with 40 to 50 officers standing guard, some wielding batons and interrogating passing students. Jiang Hua even noticed several officers armed with firearms. What has transpired? He pondered, momentarily taken aback by the unfolding scene, struggling to comprehend the situation. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a young man with singed blonde hair standing behind the police. One of the individuals who had appeared with Xiaolei the previous night. Could it be that the events of last night had come to light? Jiang Hua's eyes flashed with a fierce intensity as he fixated on the young man. Impossible. How could this be? He quickly dismissed the unsettling thought. Given Jiang Hua's current mental prowess, even powerful ninjas such as Kakashi would be unable to withstand the onslaught of his illusions. Moreover, with the enhancement effects of the Taiji Will bloodline, how could this young man possibly resist, let alone retain memories of last night? What, then, could have gone awry? Was it Lan Bingo? Jiang Hua shook his head. He had also cast illusions upon her, making it impossible for her to recall the events of yesterday. Huazi, good morning. Why aren't you coming in? Suddenly, Ji Tianqing's voice broke through. Jiang Hua looked up to see Ji Tianqing, still groggy from sleep, descending from a Lamborghini. A stylish man in a black suit and sunglasses standing beside him, opening the car door. "Ah, Tianqing, you truly are a quintessential second-generation aristocrat." Jiang Hua couldn't help but chuckle. "Get lost. You're the second-generation aristocrat here. Can't you say something pleasant in the early morning?" Ji Tianqing retorted, rolling his eyes in dissatisfaction. "Hey, what are they doing over there? What is happening at school? Why are there so many police officers?" Ji Tianqing inquired, noticing the commotion at the school entrance with surprise. "I have no idea. I'm just as curious," Jiang Hua replied, scrutinizing the scene. To his astonishment, he noticed that the police seemed to be focusing their inquiries on beautiful young women rather than male students. Could it be? Jiang Hua pondered, realizing that if he guessed correctly, no one should be aware of what transpired last night. The incident occurred close to the school, and it seemed that the young man, Xiaolei, must have some peculiar hobby that prompted him to come to the school for questioning. "Huazi, I'm going to ask what has happened," Ji Tianqing said, frowning at the sight of police vehicles surrounding the entrance. "Tianqing," Jiang Hua started to speak, but before he could finish, Ji Tianqing strode forward. "Captain Gao, what brings you here today?" Ji Tianqing approached with a broad smile. "Isn't this the eldest son of the Ji family? What are you doing here?" Captain Gao, a tall man with a formidable presence, suddenly broke into a grin upon seeing Ji Tianqing. "I attend this school. My presence here is quite normal. What about you?" Ji Tianqing responded with a smile. "Well," Captain Gao sighed, leaning in slightly. "To be frank, the son of Director Huang from our city bureau had some issues here last night, I see, Ji Tianqing said, nodding in understanding. However, Captain Gao, don't you think that your presence at the school entrance might disrupt the normal educational order? Ji Tianqing's demeanor shifted, his expression hardening with an imposing air. Young Master Ji, Captain Gao's expression changed instantly. While others might be oblivious to Ji Tianqing's status, he was not. He would rather face dismissal than provoke Ji Tianqing. My meaning has been made abundantly clear. Is it necessary for me to articulate it further? Ji Tianqing remarked coolly. Yes, young Master Ji. I will leave this place immediately. Captain Gao trembled with fear, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Everyone, pay attention, gather the team. Captain Gao commanded loudly. Young Master Ji, is this satisfactory? After giving his orders, Captain Gao hurriedly approached Ji Tianqing and whispered, Ji Tianqing nodded and replied, Return to your bureau and inform Director Huang that this was my command. Tell him to refrain from causing any further disturbances here. Understood? Thank you, young Master Ji. I shall convey your message. Captain Gao's heart swelled with joy. He had been anxious about how to report back to Director Huang. But Ji Tianqing's words instantly calmed his frayed nerves. He believed that even Director Huang would not dare to provoke the Ji family. Captain Gao issued the command to gather the team, and a dozen police cars, sirens blaring, sped westward, attracting the attention of passers-by who paused in astonishment, eager to discover the cause of such a commotion. All right, Huazi, let us proceed inside. We shall be late if we tarry any longer, Ji Tianqing said. Noticing Jiang Hua's astonished expression with a smile. Tianqing, reveal to me your true identity. My curiosity about you grows ever stronger, Jiang Hua exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with intrigue about his childhood friend. It was noteworthy that the individuals from earlier had been dispatched by Director Huang. Yet Ji Tianqing had effortlessly dismissed them with a few words, hinting at his remarkable status. Huazi, let us wait until after our college entrance examinations before I share my identity, Ji Tianqing replied with a smile, adopting an air of mystery. You rascal. Still playing this game with me? Jiang Hua retorted, albeit without further insistence, for everyone harbors their own secrets. Even Jiang Hua had matters he had not disclosed to Ji Tianqing, such as the events of the previous night, which he chose to keep to himself. Director Huang, here are all the video recordings from last night related to young Master Ji, a tall, graceful woman from the municipal police department stated, pointing at a large electronic screen beside a stern-looking middle-aged man who exuded authority. Excellent. Please retrieve all surveillance footage from midnight to 2 a.m. near the high school. I wish to ascertain whom Xiaolei has entangled himself with. The middle-aged man, Huang Yingan, was none other than the father of Huang Xiaolei. Huang Yingan, having ascended the ranks of his career, found himself in a prestigious position at the city bureau by his 40s, basking in professional success. However, his personal life was far less fulfilling. Having married young, he remained childless for many years until he finally welcomed a son at nearly 30. As a result, he lavished his only child with affection, never chastising or scolding him, indulging to the point that it could be deemed overindulgence. The graceful young woman was evidently eager to impress the bureau chief, her slender and delicate fingers dancing nimbly across the keyboard. Within moments, she had retrieved all surveillance footage from the previous night between midnight and 2 o'clock. Director Huang, please take a look. The girl said sweetly. Quite efficient. Director Huang suddenly smirked, his lecherous grin betraying his intentions as his large hand abruptly groped the girl's pert backside, lingering with deliberate fondness. The girl gasped in shock, never expecting the outwardly composed and dignified Director Huang to suddenly behave so inappropriately. Flushed with embarrassment, she instinctively shielded herself with one hand while pleading softly, Director Huang, please. Don't do this. I'm not even married yet. Huang Yanang's eyes gleamed with even darker desire as his intrusive hand slid beneath her short skirt, reaching for her most sensitive areas. The soft, silken sensation only fueled his lust, and his other hand soon ventured beneath her blouse, violating her modesty further. The girl shrieked, leaping from her seat in panic and retreating to the opposite side of the desk, her eyes wide with terror. Fresh out of university, she had little experience with workplace harassment, though she had heard whispers of such incidents. Never had she imagined she would become a victim herself. Director Huang, have some self-respect. Her face burned crimson as she clutched her chest, her gaze a mix of fury and humiliation. Still unmarried, she found his crude advances unbearable. Not bad at all. Huang Yangang sneered with vulgar satisfaction. You're despicable. The girl could no longer contain her outrage, her voice trembling with indignation. Become my mistress. And I guarantee you'll be promoted to deputy director within a year, Huang murmured, his predatory gaze lingering over her youthful beauty, her lustrous dark hair, statuesque figure, and enchanting features that radiated irresistible allure. Never. She spat in defiance. Fine. You may leave now. Huang suddenly adopted a stern tone, his demeanor shifting unnervingly. You, the girl faltered, bewildered by his abrupt change in attitude, a testament to his seasoned political cunning. Go. What happens next is better left unseen. He commanded with an air of authority that brooked no refusal. Humph. With a final glare, she stormed out of the surveillance room, her pride wounded but her spirit unbroken. This girl has spirit. I like that, Huang mused, admiring her retreating silhouette before settling into his chair. Now then, let us see who Xiao Lei has crossed this time. Why hasn't there been any ransom demand yet? He leaned back, reviewing the footage with narrowed eyes. In his mind, Xiao Lei's disappearance could only be the work of an old enemy. After all, in his long political career, he had made countless adversaries. The individuals who abducted Xiao Lei were not motivated by monetary gain. Otherwise, they would have reached out to him long ago. Let me ascertain your true identity. Daring enough to provoke me. Huang Yangan's eyes radiated a chilling glare. In this city, while he could not claim to wield absolute power, a mere utterance from him could ensure that an ordinary individual would not witness the dawn of another day. What? Suddenly, the once menacing Huang Yangan's mouth fell agape. His eyes widened in disbelief, filled with an indescribable terror, as he beheld a scene on the surveillance footage that he would never forget. In the desolate street, his son was behind the wheel of the police car he had specially provided for him, hurtling towards a young man at an alarming speed. The young man merely raised his right hand towards the police vehicle, and in an instant, the car was sent soaring into the air, transforming into a cascade of twisted metal. Who is he? Could he be a demon? Huang Yangan's complexion turned pale, his previous calm demeanor shattered. As he was petrified by the footage, how could Xiao Lei have become entangled with such a psychopath? What should he do? Huang Yangan's pallor deepened, his lips muttering incoherently. Strangely, though he was gripped with fear, there was no trace of disbelief in his expression. Had he encountered someone akin to this before? Huang Yangan's face darkened with an ominous hue, as if it could drip with despair. The surveillance footage revealed that his son, Huang Xiaolei, had already been murdered. Ah! Huang Yangan let out a low, wrathful roar. His only and beloved son had been slain, and the perpetrator was beyond his reach. What should he do? Should he allow his son to perish in such a manner? No. Regardless of who you are, I shall have your remains scattered to the winds. Do you believe no one in this world can confront you? Huang Yangan sat, gasping for breath, his visage twisted into a terrifying grimace. In this world, as long as one has wealth, there are no limits to what can be achieved. A glint of determination flashed in Huang Yangan's eyes, as if he had reached a resolute decision. At midday, as school let out, Jiang Hua's mood was evidently bleak. He was preoccupied with concerns that the events of the previous night might come to light. Although he harbored no fear, should the truth emerge, it could bring trouble to his family and friends. Tiancheng, I wish to ask you something. Jiang Hua cast a sidelong glance at Ji Tiancheng and inquired. Speak. Ji Tiancheng was distracted, surveying the girls passing by, as he replied, Are there any surveillance cameras installed near this school? Jiang Hua finally voiced his most pressing concern. After much contemplation throughout the morning, he believed that this was the only place where the incident might be exposed. Indeed, there are. Ji Tiancheng casually responded, Huazi. This is a school. To ensure the safety of the students, special arrangements were made to install cameras nearby. What did you do last night? Ji Tiancheng keenly observed the pallor on Jiang Hua's face and immediately recalled the events of that morning, prompting him to inquire in astonishment. Tiancheng, to be frank, last night a gang member crashed into me, and I ended up killing him on the spot. Jiang Hua replied with a wry smile. Good heavens. That gang member was driving a police car, was he? Ji Tiancheng scanned the surroundings to ensure no one was eavesdropping before lowering his voice to ask. Indeed. That unfortunate soul was indeed driving a police vehicle, Jiang Hua confirmed. You truly are a harbinger of trouble, Ji Tiancheng exclaimed, his mouth agape in shock. It was noteworthy that just the previous evening, Jiang Hua had dispatched both Wang Lin and Zhang Chang. And now he had also slain Director Huang's son. This was no ordinary mischief. Huazi refrained from saying anything further. We must find a place to hide while I deal with this matter. Ji Tiancheng's expression turned grave. And how do you intend to handle it? Jiang Hua asked, bewildered. I can only imagine how alarmed Director Huang and his associates will be upon viewing the surveillance footage, They will undoubtedly perceive you as a devilish figure. At that point, my family will intervene, exerting pressure and offering incentives. I cannot believe they would refuse to compromise. Ji Tiancheng's eyes sparkled with determination. Honestly, I am not afraid of them coming after me. Rather, I fear others discovering my supernatural abilities. Jiang Hua chuckled lightly. Very well, my little troublemaker. I am well aware of your unparalleled powers, yet you must temper your ferocity. Remember, we exist in a modern world governed by law. Allow me to handle this. Refrain from taking further action, lest we attract the attention of government authorities, Ji Tiancheng replied with a sense of resignation. Understood, Jiang Hua, not wishing to burden his friend. Acquiesced. Having spent 30 years in the world of ninjas, constantly battling amidst bloodshed, he had developed a habit of disregarding life. Tiancheng, do not forget to help me with my leave of absence, Jiang Hua mused, recognizing that his overwhelming prowess could sometimes be detrimental, and thus agreed to Ji Tiancheng's counsel, opting to rest at home for a few days. In truth, his presence at school was of no assistance to him. At home, he would feel more at ease and could use this opportunity to gauge Ji Tiancheng's true capabilities. Go on, leave it to me, Ji Tiancheng confidently assured, patting his chest. Meanwhile, at the municipal police station, Huang Yin just settled into his office, a computer before him. His eyes remained fixated on the screen, as if searching for something elusive. Damn it, they dare to charge such an exorbitant price. I'm not asking you to assassinate a national leader, Huang Yin suddenly exclaimed in frustration. Esteemed client, we assure you that this is a fair transaction, with transparent pricing, no deception here. If you are unwilling, feel free to seek assistance elsewhere, replied a shadowy voice from the computer. I understand your prices are consistent and public for all. However, to have you eliminate an ordinary high school student for $1 million is outrageous. You might as well resort to robbery. Huang Yin lamented. Please do not underestimate us. Director Huang, given your stature, would you truly seek our assistance to target an ordinary high school student? The voice, shrouded in darkness, carried a hint of mockery. Yu Huang Yingguang's expression shifted dramatically as he asked in terror, how do you know this? Ha ha ha. If we were inept in our line of work, how could we still call ourselves an assassin organization? The voice, both arrogant and brazen, continued. The student you want us to eliminate is an extraordinary individual, quite troublesome. Additionally, he is closely associated with the young master of the Ji family. Eliminating him might invoke the wrath of this colossal entity, potentially bringing great trouble to our organization. 1 million is already the bare minimum. Very well, 1 million it is. I shall transfer the funds this afternoon. Huang Yinguang found himself at a loss for words. Recognizing the vast capabilities of the other party, who seemed to know everything, truly deserving of the title of the world's foremost assassin organization. A pleasant collaboration. Ha ha ha, the shadowy voice gradually faded, and a bank account number appeared on Huang Yinguang's computer screen. In a sprawling factory located in the suburbs, 5 promising young individuals gathered around a table, indulging in hearty feasts of various meat dishes while consuming copious amounts of alcohol, their demeanor decidedly rugged. Loya, do we have a mission? Asked a bespectacled young man, appearing somewhat frail, as he stood to address a girl emerging from a nearby room. A graceful young woman, draped in white, approached with an ethereal presence, reminiscent of a celestial being descending from the heavens. Her unparalleled beauty rendered all worldly charms pale in comparison. Indeed, I have just received a task. The client's request is to eliminate a high school student named Jiang Hua. Her voice, akin to a heavenly melody, resonated with extraordinary allure. What? Someone is willing to pay $1 million to have a high school student killed? Has he lost his mind? Boomed a burly man, downing a bowl of liquor with gusto. Do not underestimate him. Jiang Hua is a superhuman, Luoya explained, her tone cool and composed. I see. Then leave it to me. An inconspicuous man rose and stated. His appearance was remarkably ordinary, the sort that would go unnoticed in a crowd, yet at this moment, he exuded an air of distinction that set him apart. Sharp, as piercing as a sword. This was the impression he left on everyone present. Very well. The mission is entrusted to you, Sangjian, Luoya declared. In Beijing, at the Diaoyutai residential complex, stood a 5-story villa. At the entrance, 2 fully armed guards stood watch. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that the safeties on their rifles were disengaged. Furthermore, discerning eyes could perceive a palpable aura of lethal intent emanating from them. A presence far beyond that of ordinary soldiers. On the 3rd floor, an exceptionally tall elderly man stood before a large table, diligently inscribing something onto a sheet of paper. Despite his advanced age and graying hair, He exuded vitality and moved with a commanding presence, pacing around the table restlessly. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the air. The old man's brow furrowed slightly, revealing a hint of impatience as he snapped, "What is it?" "Sir, it's a video call from young master," came a respectful voice from outside the door. "Hmm? You mean it's a video call from Chang? The old man's irritation vanished in an instant, replaced by a look of delight. He hastily set down his pen and moved to open the door. "Yes, sir, it is indeed young Master Chang's video call. He mentioned he has something important to discuss with you," said a middle-aged woman, around 40, standing outside the door with reverence. "I understand. You may return to your duties," the old man replied cheerfully, waving his hand. "Yes, sir." The middle-aged woman bowed respectfully and slowly retreated. "That lad Tiancheng, how could he suddenly think to call me? It seems he requires my assistance," the old man murmured to himself, a trace of melancholy crossing his face. "Oh, my dear grandson, is it truly so difficult to show a bit of concern for your grandfather? Grandfather, why are you taking so long?" As the old man stepped into a small room, he heard Ji Tiancheng's voice emanating from the computer. "Humph, you still remember that I am your grandfather." The old man feigned displeasure, his expression stern. "Oh, grandfather, I apologize. Was it wrong of me? When I return, I promise to spend some quality time playing a few matches with you." "How does that sound?" Ji Tiancheng, evidently well-versed in his grandfather's temperament, quickly sought to appease him, presenting his enticing offer. "Are you speaking the truth?" The old man's eyes brightened instantly. For him, playing chess and engaging in calligraphy were the essence of his existence. If someone could keep him company for a few games, it would suffice to bring him joy for an entire day, especially if that someone was his beloved grandson. "Of course, grandfather. When have I ever deceived you?" Ji Tiancheng smiled. "Now that is more like it." The old man chuckled heartily. "All right, speak up. What is it that you need my assistance with? Are you running low on funds again? I can have 100,000 transferred immediately." He looked at Ji Tiancheng's image on the computer screen, smiling. "Grandfather." Ji Tiancheng offered a resigned smile. "Do you truly see me as merely a frivolous young man, indulging in a life of leisure?" Ha ha ha! The old man could not help but burst into laughter at his grandson's predicament. "Grandfather, I have a matter of utmost importance that requires your intervention." Ji Tiancheng's expression suddenly turned serious. "What could be so pressing that you need my help?" The old man was taken aback by Ji Tiancheng's demeanor. During his grandson's time at school, he had already established connections with the most powerful figures in that city, both in legitimate and illicit realms. Could there truly be an issue even his grandson could not resolve? "Speak quickly. If necessary, I shall dispatch my guards," the elderly man stated, his expression stern. An astonishing aura emanated from him, causing even Ji Tiancheng, who stood at a distance, to involuntarily shudder. The intensity of this presence was truly formidable. Until now, Ji Tiancheng had only witnessed such a demeanor in his grandfather and Jiang Hua. He was acutely aware of his grandfather's esteemed status, which justified such an imposing aura. "And what of Jiang Hua?" "Yes, grandfather," Ji Tiancheng responded, daunted by his grandfather's current state, and proceeded directly to the matter at hand. "I have a childhood friend named Jiang Hua, with whom I share a bond akin to that of brothers. 3 months ago, he fell into a coma due to a car accident." "Is this Jiang Hua the boy who often plays with you?" the elderly man inquired, furrowing his brow. "Indeed, it is he," Ji Tiancheng affirmed. "That lad is quite commendable. Your judgment is sound," the elder remarked approvingly. "Thank you for your praise, grandfather." Ji Tiancheng smiled and continued. "Like myself, Jiang Hua has awakened superpowers during his 3-month slumber." "What? You mean he has also awakened superpowers?" the elder interrupted, astonished. "Yes, grandfather. And his abilities are exceedingly formidable, far surpassing my own," Ji Tiancheng stated with gravity. "What? Far surpassing your abilities?" The elder was taken aback once more. It was well known that Ji Tiancheng's powers were already quite fearsome and highly aggressive. If Jiang Hua's capabilities indeed exceeded those, how terrifying must they be? "What are his abilities?" the elder asked, his tone now serious. "He possesses a variety of powers. Among those I have witnessed are earth manipulation, spatial abilities, and the capacity to create and control puppets." Ji Tiancheng elaborated slowly. "Why, you're saying he possesses multiple superpowers simultaneously?" The elder's eyes widened in disbelief. "Grandfather, I have personally witnessed at least 3, and I am certain his powers extend beyond that," Ji Tiancheng asserted confidently. "Very well, Tiancheng, splendid work. You have done exceptionally well this time." The elder's expression was one of great excitement. "Grandfather, what I require your assistance with is that Jiang Hua, unfamiliar with his powers, accidentally killed a man who happened to be the only son of the city's public security bureau chief. Ji Tianxing continued, "Is that all? Even if he had slain the son of the mayor, I could ensure his safety. Do not worry." The elder proclaimed with commanding authority. "Thank you, grandfather." Ji Tianxing replied sweetly, a smile gracing his face. "Tianxing, can you ensure that he remains with the Ji family and serves us forever?" The elder finally inquired. "He and I will always be the best of friends, the closest of brothers," Ji Tianxing replied. "That is excellent." The elder laughed heartily. Meanwhile, Jiang Hua, idle at home and awaiting news from Ji Tianxing, could only spend his days online, perusing current events and tales of extraordinary individuals. As time passed, Jiang Hua increasingly felt a sense of ennui. He was not one to remain idle, particularly during the daylight hours. Suddenly, a captivating headline caught his attention. A 5-year-old boy in Chongqing activated his double pupils 3 months ago. Intrigued, Jiang Hua pondered whether his own soul's journey to the world of Naruto was merely coincidental or if some mysterious force was at play. With a spark of anticipation, he clicked on the webpage and began to read the article with great interest. The news recounted the tale of an ordinary 5-year-old boy from a rural area in Chongqing who, 3 months prior, had suffered from an unrelenting high fever. Despite medical treatment, no remedy seemed effective. The boy's fever persisted for a week, and just when his parents and the hospital were at a loss, a miraculous turn of events occurred. The fever subsided, and astonishingly, upon awakening, the boy's once ordinary eyes transformed into double pupils. This revelation sent shockwaves through the local community, prompting even the security authorities to take notice. The awakening of double pupils had indeed occurred. Jiang Hua felt a tumultuous surge of excitement within him. He had heard of the legends surrounding double pupils, which spoke of 8 individuals throughout Chinese history who had possessed such extraordinary eyes: Songjie, Yushun, Zhang Er, Xiangyu, El Guang, Gao Yang, Yuzhu Luo, and Li Yu, each of whom had achieved remarkable feats. Songjie was revered as the sage of characters during the era of the Yellow Emperor. Yushun was known as the saint of filial piety and one of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Duke Wen of Jin, Zhang Er, was one of the 5 hegemons of the spring and autumn period. Xiangyu was the unparalleled hegemon king of Western Shu. El Guang was the king of the later Liang who swept through the western regions during the 16 Kingdoms period. Gao Yang was the founder of the northern Qi dynasty. Yuzhu Luo was said to have slain the formidable general Li Yuanba, and Li Yu, the last ruler of the southern Tang during the 5 dynasties and 10 Kingdoms period, was a renowned poet and literary figure. According to legend, those who possessed double pupils were endowed with extraordinary abilities and were favored by the heavens, destined to reign supreme in the future. Could it be true, as Tian Cheng suggested, that the awakening of our powers was triggered by a mere accident? Jiang Hua mused to himself. With this thought in mind, he resumed typing fervently on his keyboard. After completing his input regarding the bizarre events from 3 months ago, he gently clicked on Baidu, and the screen was inundated with thousands of pieces of information. Starting from the first page, he perused the content, only to feel a growing sense of disappointment. These were not the extraordinary events he had anticipated, but rather mere natural phenomena. For instance, 3 months prior, a once-in-a-decade torrential downpour had struck the northeastern region, resulting in the collapse of hundreds of houses and substantial losses for local residents. In another instance, a thunderstorm had wreaked havoc in Qingdao, Shandong, causing severe devastation. Moreover, in the Kashgar region of Xinjiang, an incident had occurred 3 months ago, reportedly witnessed by dozens of individuals. Jiang Hua dismissed these accounts, feeling certain that they bore no connection to the awakening of his own abilities. After skipping through several pages, Jiang Hua was finally captivated by a piece of information. He discovered a report from a foreign authoritative organization stating that 3 months prior, a mysterious meteorite had fallen in the Inner Mongolia region of Huaxia. This foreign news claimed that nearly all astronomical institutions worldwide had detected the meteorite, which, despite its relatively small size of only a few hundred meters, contained extraordinarily peculiar elements that had never been found on Earth. Could this be related to the matter at hand? Jiang Hua was momentarily taken aback. If this news were indeed true, why had the government failed to report on it? Moreover, no one even knew the local casualty figures, which was highly inconsistent with Huaxia's usual principles of information transparency. Was there a hidden agenda behind this? Jiang Hua scrutinized the date of the meteorite's fall in Inner Mongolia and gasped in shock. It coincided exactly with the day he had fallen into a coma. Could the awakening of his powers truly be linked to that meteorite? If so, the words of Ji Tianqing would come to pass. They were not merely individuals who had awakened their abilities. There must be many others who had also awakened, perhaps hundreds, even thousands, or tens of thousands. Given the vast population of the world, even if just 1 in a million developed superpowers, that would amount to a staggering 7,000 individuals worldwide. This world was on the brink of a terrifying upheaval, and the rules of survival were destined to be rewritten. In a few years, once these superpowered individuals matured, the apex would no longer be occupied by governments and armies, but by the superhumans themselves. Jiang Hua murmured to himself. The world in a few years would undoubtedly experience drastic changes, for once the superpowered individuals grew, no force would be able to restrain them. Just as no mundane power could currently contain Jiang Hua. Perhaps this was for the best. If the world were to transform in such a manner, it would ultimately facilitate his endeavors without the burden of other concerns. As he pondered, a smile appeared on his face. Regardless of how the world might change, Jiang Hua possessed an absolute ability to protect himself, having honed his skills for 30 years in the realm of Naruto. If this world were to evolve into one dominated by superhumans, then Jiang Hua would stand as the sovereign among all superpowered beings. Inner Mongolia. Jiang Hua closed his eyes, contemplating whether to take the time to investigate and validate his hypothesis. He also thought of the child from Chongqing who had awakened the double pupils. Should he incorporate that child into his sphere of influence? After all, legends say that those with double pupils are favored by the heavens and destined to rule the world. Suddenly, the phone at home rang, interrupting Jiang Hua's train of thought. In an instant, he transformed into a whirlwind, and the phone, along with the table and walls surrounding him, was transported to another room. This is the ability of Jiang Hua to become ethereal. At present, he is alone at home, free to utilize this power without the concern of alarming his parents. Hello. Whom are you looking for? Jiang Hua inquired as he lifted the phone. Huazi, it's me, Tianqing. Came the familiar voice of Ji Tianqing from the other end. Oh, it's you, Tianqing. What brings you here? Jiang Hua's heart swelled with joy upon hearing his friend's voice, as he had been feeling quite stifled these past few days. Huazi, my grandfather has resolved that matter. You can return to school tomorrow, Ji Tianqing exclaimed with delight. Tianqing, who exactly is your grandfather? He seems to possess extraordinary influence. Could it be the one from the Central Authority? Jiang Hua was taken aback. It must be noted that he had killed the only son of the city's police chief, and the enmity between them was irreconcilable. Yet, Ji Tianqing claimed his grandfather had managed to solve the issue. Thus, the identity of his grandfather became almost apparent. Besides that elder, who else could suppress the grief-stricken and nearly frantic police chief? I have said nothing. Ji Tianqing responded with a hearty laugh. Tianqing, could you come over? I have some matters to discuss, and I may need to invoke your grandfather's assistance once more. Jiang Hua pondered before speaking. You, Huazi, haven't gotten into trouble again, have you? You truly are a harbinger of chaos. Ji Tianqing's voice conveyed a sense of exasperation. What do you take me for? I am no maniac. Rest assured, this time there have been no casualties, Jiang Hua replied with a smile. That is more like it. I'll be there in half an hour, Ji Tianqing said before hanging up the phone. Half an hour later, Ji Tianqing arrived at Jiang Hua's home, carrying a large bag filled with various garments, thick, thin, tops, and trousers, all of which left Jiang Hua momentarily speechless. After a long pause, Jiang Hua finally spoke. Tianqing, do you possess abilities beyond your lightning powers? Perhaps the gift of foresight? Ji Tianqing, caught off guard by Jiang Hua's question, took a moment to respond. Huazi. What do you mean? I am a bit confused. What are these clothes for? Jiang Hua pointed at the items inside the bag. Oh, you mean these? I stopped by a shop on my way here, and they were having a clearance sale, so I casually bought a few pieces, Ji Tianqing explained. Casually bought a few pieces? Jiang Hua's mouth fell open in disbelief as he gazed at the substantial bag of clothing, feeling somewhat speechless. Is this what you call casually buying a few items? Such extravagance. Truly, you are a person of means. A mere stroll results in such a bounty. Jiang Hua remarked with admiration. All right, Huazi, what exactly did you summon me for? Ji Tianqing, not wishing to dwell on the clothing, directly inquired. Oh, come. Take a look. Jiang Hua suddenly remembered the true purpose for calling Ji Tianqing and eagerly pulled him toward his bedroom. What are you doing? I am not a damsel. Suddenly, a hint of shyness appeared on Ji Tianqing's face. What are you thinking? Why such lewd thoughts? My sexual orientation is perfectly normal. Jiang Hua, with no reservations, forcefully pulled Ji Tianqing into the bedroom. Tianqing, come look at this, Jiang Hua said, plopping down on the bed and pointing at the computer screen. Seeing the serious expression on Jiang Hua's face, Ji Tianqing ceased his jesting and straightened his demeanor, directing his gaze toward the screen. This is. As he continued to observe, Ji Tianqing's expression gradually grew solemn. Huazi, you can't possibly believe that our awakening of superpowers is connected to this extraterrestrial meteorite, can you? Indeed, that is precisely my thought. Which is why I called you here to discuss it, Jiang Hua affirmed. Huazi, isn't that a bit hasty? Every year, meteorites fall to Earth, Ji Tianqing responded rationally. Tianqing examined the timing closely. Jiang Hua said in a low voice. It was at that moment that Ji Tianqing began to take it seriously. The fact that the meteorite had fallen just 3 months ago indicated a potential correlation. Huazi, what do you propose we do? Ji Tianqing inquired. I wish to travel to Inner Mongolia, Jiang Hua declared, revealing his thoughts without hesitation. This. Ji Tianqing was momentarily speechless. Jiang Hua seemed overly eager. Why rush? What's the matter, Tianqing? Is there a problem? Jiang Hua quickly discerned Ji Tianqing's inner thoughts. With just 2 months until the college entrance examination, it would be better to go after the exams. Why the urgency? Ji Tianqing voiced his concerns. I see, Jiang Hua nodded. Huazi, could you share why you are so eager to go to Inner Mongolia? Ji Tianqing asked. Tianqing, have you considered the value of that meteorite? Jiang Hua countered. Value? Ji Tianqing was taken aback. He had not contemplated that aspect. Tianqing, if our awakening of superpowers is indeed linked to that meteorite, do you realize what that implies? Jiang Hua continued to probe. You mean? Ji Tianqing's eyes lit up. Being a clever person, he quickly grasped the implications of Jiang Hua's words. What I mean is, if our superpower awakening is truly related to that meteorite, then within it, there must be something that can significantly enhance our abilities. That would be a priceless treasure. Jiang Hua's excitement was palpable. You are absolutely right, Huazi. I was remiss. I will immediately arrange for 2 tickets to Inner Mongolia. Ji Tianqing also became animated. If what Jiang Hua said was true, then that meteorite would indeed be an invaluable treasure. One that could drive the entire world into a frenzy. Yes, the clothes you've purchased will serve perfectly as a change for the journey, Jiang Hua said with a smile. I knew you had your eye on those clothes. Alas, as your older brother, I suppose I must concede, Ji Tianqing replied with a sense of resignation. Jiang Hua merely chuckled and said nothing further. It was only natural for Ji Tianqing, being 9 months his senior, to be addressed as brother. In the afternoon, Jiang Hua and Ji Tianqing boarded a flight to their destination, seated in the first-class cabin, which attests to the formidable and illustrious background of Ji Tianqing. Tianqing, the site of the meteorite's descent is in a place called Sannin. After disembarking, we will continue our journey by bus. Jiang Hua remarked while admiring the beauty of the flight attendants. Do not fret. My father has made arrangements. There will be someone to meet us after we land. Ji Tianqing replied nonchalantly, his gaze lingering on a particularly lovely flight attendant. I implore you, Tianqing, please refrain from such lewd behavior. If you are interested, why not approach her instead of staring at her like that? Jiang Hua admonished, unable to tolerate his friend's behavior any longer. What do you understand? A beauty is meant to be admired from afar, not trifled with. Surely you know this? Ji Tianqing continued to appraise the flight attendant with unabashed interest. At that moment, the flight attendant seemed to sense their attention and approached with a graceful stride, her voice sweet as she inquired, Gentlemen, is there anything I can assist you with? And no, nothing at all, Ji Tianqing stammered, feeling a bit embarrassed. Indeed, thank you, Jiang Hua added, equally flustered. Oh, I see. I wish you both a pleasant journey, the flight attendant said before turning to leave, her uniform accentuating her exquisite figure before the 2 young men. Suddenly, she turned back, her voice soft yet firm. Young gentlemen, I advise you never to gaze at women in such a manner, or you may evoke their disdain. With that, she sauntered away, leaving the 2 brothers in a state of astonishment. She has character. I like that, Ji Tianqing remarked wistfully as he watched the flight attendant's silhouette fade into the distance. Ugh, look at your foolish expression. You were blushing just now, Jiang Hua scoffed, dismissing him. As the plane landed in Hylar, the sky had recently darkened. Upon exiting the terminal, Jiang Hua marveled. Modern technology is truly astonishing. It's hard to believe that just 3 hours ago, we were in another city. Ji Tianqing, with a smile gracing his lips, replied, All right, Huazi. I know this is your first flight, but do refrain from such sentiments. Haha. Jiang Hua laughed, although it was his inaugural flight. Having mastered the Flying Thunder God technique and temporal transfer ninjutsu, the vast distance was but a blink of an eye for him. The primary purpose of this journey was merely to experience modern transportation and to further gauge Ji Tianqing's prowess. Young Master Ji. A burly middle-aged man stood beside a stretched Lincoln, waving at Ji Tianqing from a distance. Well, young Master Ji, Jiang Hua exaggeratedly exclaimed. Ji Tianqing directly ignored Jiang Hua's gaze and walked straight to the middle-aged man's side, saying, Uncle Li, I appreciate your assistance this time. The man referred to as Uncle Li nodded slightly, glanced at Jiang Hua, and inquired, Young Master, who is this? This is my good buddy, Jiang Hua, Ji Tianqing replied. Hello, Uncle Li, Jiang Hua said with a slight nod, maintaining a demeanor that was neither submissive nor arrogant, which caused the middle-aged man to nod in approval. Greetings. Uncle Li acknowledged the two with a nod and opened the car door, saying, Young Master Ji, Mr. Jiang, please. Ji Tianqing and Jiang Hua climbed into the vehicle, settling into the back seat. Young Master Ji, where is our destination? Uncle Li's expression was notably stern, his gaze icy, as if he seldom smiled, only softening slightly when addressing Ji Tianqing. Jiang Hua speculated inwardly about the man's identity, pondering if he was a special forces soldier or perhaps a professional assassin. Zalantan, Ji Tianqing stated succinctly. Zalantan? Uncle Li appeared somewhat taken aback. What is it, Uncle Li? Is something amiss? Ji Tianqing inquired. No, young Master Ji. I merely find it somewhat peculiar, as you are not the first group specifically heading to Zalantan, Uncle Li replied in a grave tone. Uncle Li, are you implying that others have already gone to Zalantan before us? Ji Tianqing asked, astonished. Indeed, counting you two, you are already the 9th group, Uncle Li revealed, delivering a shocking statement that left both Jiang Hua and Ji Tianqing in disbelief. What? 8 groups have already departed for Zalantan before us? Ji Tianqing exclaimed incredulously. Young Master Ji, Zalantan is a renowned tourist city in the northern part of our country, and many people travel there regularly. However, I can assure you that the purpose of those 8 groups is far from mere tourism, as I have encountered several individuals among them who are akin to myself. Uncle Li explained. Uncle Li, how do you know all this? Ji Tianqing pondered for a moment before asking. Young Master Ji, although I have long since retired from the world, my instincts remain sharp. Those individuals cannot escape my notice, Uncle Li replied. Is that so? Ji Tianqing sighed, realizing that others had already uncovered the mystery of the meteorite before he and Jiang Hua had arrived. Young Master Ji, you are not here for that meteorite, are you? Uncle Li paused for a moment before speaking again. Yes, Ji Tianqing admitted after a brief contemplation. I see, so you have come for that meteorite. What secrets could it possibly hold to attract such a multitude of forces? Uncle Li sighed. We cannot be certain. We are merely here to verify certain matters. Ji Tianqing responded. Is that so? Young Master Ji, you need not rush to Zalantan, as the meteorite has already been transported to Urumqi, Uncle Li suddenly stated. Uncle Li, how do you know this? Ji Tianqing asked, astonished. I am not certain. I am merely speculating, as the previous group all headed to Urumqi. Uncle Li remarked. I see. Then let us proceed directly to Urumqi, Ji Tianqing replied. Urumqi is situated on the eastern foothills of the Greater Shingon Range, across the river from Zalantan City to the west, bordered by the Zagdan Mountains and the Morin Dawador Autonomous Banner to the east, connected to the Orican Banner to the north, abutting Yakeshi City to the northwest, and sharing a boundary with Gannan County of Heilongjiang Province to the south, marked by the Jinjiahao. The landscape of Urumqi is breathtaking, adorned with picturesque scenery. In spring, gentle breezes bring warmth and flowers bloom in profusion. Summer rains clear to reveal verdant peaks. Autumn frosts paint the hills in crimson, and winter blankets the land in a pristine coat of snow. The northern primitive forests are vast and enchanting, concealing a wealth of game. The steep, rugged cliffs of Shirley Dao are a sight to behold, where one can gather wildflowers and forage for fruits. The winding roads of Shire Dao are lined with lush trees, offering views of towering ancient arboreal giants in the majestic peaks of the Greater Shingon Range. Climbing to the summit of Delabure Peak, one can gaze into the distance, where rolling hills and verdant woods unfold, presenting a magnificent panorama. The Yuzuman Resort, Chibachi Suspension Bridge, and Fairy Cave each offer their own delights. The ancient sacred tree is steeped in captivating legends, while the Shihua Reservoir, and holy water reservoir boast scenic vistas that beautifully intertwine, allowing visitors to relish the charm of northern Jiangnan. The ancient Jiang Hua flows like a mighty dragon, stretching magnificently across the landscape. The ethnic minorities of Urumqi are known for their simplicity and hospitality, each with distinct customs. The Mongolian dances are graceful, their songs vibrant and bold. The Ewenki and Dor people's wild boar dance and wild vegetable dance, alongside their seasonal songs and the unique performance of the Korean long drum dance and farmer's joy dance, are rich in character. The aroma of Mongolian milk tea is enticing, and the hand-pulled meat is delectable. The Ewenki and Dor's fresh marinated roe and tender willow sprouts are a delight to the palate. The Korean pickles and soups are both flavorful and visually appealing. Throughout the journey, Uncle Lee took on the role of a guide, continuously sharing insights. Uncle Lee, I have heard that despite Urumqi's remote location on the frontier, it is renowned for its beautiful women. Is that true? Ji Tianqing listened intently and interjected. Young Master Ji, where did you hear that? Uncle Lee inquired with surprise. I heard it from a friend who visited Urumqi during a business trip, Ji Tianqing replied. Young Master Ji, your friend was not mistaken. Urumqi may be small in size, but it is indeed picturesque. A region's land nurtures its people, and there are many beautiful women here, with notably high quality. Uncle Lee remarked, a smile gracing his face. Goodness, it seems that regardless of their nature, men are all the same when it comes to discussing beauty. Jiang Hua thought to himself, observing Uncle Lee's expression. Young Master Ji, if you seek romance here, it would be wise to exercise caution. The women, while strikingly beautiful, can be quite spirited and fiercely devoted to love. Once they become attached, it may prove quite troublesome for you, Uncle Lee chuckled. Enough, Uncle Lee. I was merely speaking in jest. I have no such intentions, Ji Tianqing replied, somewhat vexed. When Jiang Hua and his companions arrived in Urumqi, it was already past midnight. Jiang Hua and Ji Tianqing opted to rest in the hotel arranged by Uncle Lee, preparing to set forth on their endeavors the following day. Tianqing, what exactly does Uncle Lee do? Jiang Hua chose to share a room with Ji Tianqing and did not separate. Uncle Lee, as it happens, is a man of considerable intrigue, Ji Tianqing remarked while changing into his sleepwear. Oh, do tell me more. Jiang Hua's curiosity was piqued. Uncle Lee, whose real name is Li Guangbiao, was once an exceptionally talented special soldier in the Xinjiang Military Region's Special Forces, annually recognized as an outstanding warrior. With countless accolades for his significant contributions, he was privately designated by his superiors as the next generation's commander of the Special Forces, with a bright future ahead. However, a singular incident irrevocably altered Uncle Lee's life. Ji Tianqing lay on the bed, stating this. What happened? Jiang Hua inquired, her eyes fixated on Ji Tianqing. Alas, that incident could have been avoided. It was a tragedy, Ji Tianqing sighed. That was 20 years ago, due to his elderly mother's grave illness. Uncle Lee requested a half-month leave from the military to visit home. This was an entirely ordinary matter, yet during his journey, he encountered an event that irrevocably changed his life trajectory. Ji Tianqing paused, taking a sip of water from a nearby cup. What exactly transpired? Do not keep me in suspense, Jiang Hua expressed her dissatisfaction. The matter unfolded thus. On his way to visit his mother, Uncle Lee unexpectedly encountered a gang of criminals. This occurred on a train, where 7 or 8 individuals, perhaps emboldened by their audacity or clouded judgment, began to harass a young and beautiful female university student. Huazi, you know that those who emerge from the military cannot stand idly by in the face of such occurrences. Naturally, Uncle Lee could not turn a blind eye, and he stepped in to rescue the young student. The gang, outnumbering him, would not allow Uncle Lee's reprimand to go unchallenged, leading to a physical altercation. Despite their numbers, Uncle Lee, being an elite member of the Special Forces, was not so easily subdued. After a fierce struggle, he ultimately managed to drive them away, albeit suffering significant injuries himself. A hero saving a damsel. How could this be a tragedy? Jiang Hua questioned. Huazi, the world is fraught with peril. One must not take things at face value. Even the most beautiful exteriors may conceal deception, for beauty can often serve as a guise. Ji Tianqing reflected. Tianqing, are you suggesting? Jiang Hua paused, contemplating a certain possibility. At that moment, the beautiful student expressed her profound gratitude to Uncle Lee, tears welling in her eyes upon seeing his injuries. Upon arriving in Zhoukou, she took Uncle Lee's hand, insisting that he visit her home so she could properly thank her savior. Otherwise, she would never find peace in her heart. At that time, Uncle Lee was still a young man, brimming with youthful vigor and had never experienced the exquisite nuances of romantic affection. How could he resist the persistent entreaties of such a lovely student? Thus, he disembarked the train and accompanied her to her home. You can likely anticipate the ensuing events. Uncle Lee succumbed to temptation and spent a turbulent night with that female student, only to face a dismal outcome. What happened? Jiang Hua asked, astonished. After the night of passion, when Uncle Lee awoke the next day, there was no trace of the young woman. Furthermore, the 10,000 yuan he had brought home for his ailing mother had mysteriously vanished. Ji Tianqing remarked with a hint of disdain, that woman was no university student. She was merely a cunning seductress, part of a criminal syndicate. What? How could this be? Jiang Hua was momentarily struck dumb, unable to accept the revelation. Indeed. How could this occur? The world is fraught with peril, and Uncle Lee had unfortunately encountered such treachery. A flicker of electricity crossed Ji Tianqing's eyes, revealing that his calm exterior belied a tumultuous inner turmoil. At that time, Uncle Lee naively believed the girl had simply stepped out for a while, waiting in the room for her return. It was not until evening that the landlord arrived to evict him, forcing Uncle Lee to confront the harsh reality. With no money to his name, Uncle Lee wandered around Zhoukou for nearly an entire month, relying on menial labor to scrape together enough fare to return home. Tragically, by the time he arrived, his mother had already passed away, and he had not even had the chance to bid her farewell. A note of sorrow tinged Ji Tianqing's voice. Those scoundrels. If it were up to me, I would hunt them down and ensure they faced utter annihilation. Jiang Hua suddenly declared coldly. Huazi. Ji Tianqing was taken aback and patted Jiang Hua's shoulder, saying, You are a true man, a genuine hero. Your sentiments mirror Uncle Lee's precisely. After burying his mother, Uncle Lee returned to the army. He did not confide in anyone about his plight, in fact. No one knew of his mother's demise. Upon rejoining the military, Uncle Lee maintained his usual demeanor, but a month later, he vanished. Along with a Type 95 sniper rifle and 2 handguns, his standard equipment, Uncle Lee had ultimately crossed a line. Ji Tianqing sighed. Upon discovery, the military promptly issued a high-level manhunt for Uncle Lee, for the theft of firearms by a special forces member posed a grave threat to society. Yet, who was Uncle Lee? He was the most exceptional soldier in the special forces with unparalleled counter-surveillance skills. Even a combined effort of police and military could not uncover his whereabouts. Guided by the memories etched in his mind, Uncle Lee returned to Zhoukou. He knew it was the stronghold of the criminal gang, and he was determined to confront them once more. Fortune favored the determined. After lingering in Zhoukou for 6 long months, he finally encountered the very woman who had ensnared him. Uncle Lee exhibited no mercy, even though she was his first lover. He shadowed her to her residence, extracted information about the other members of the criminal organization, and executed her with the utmost brutality. In the subsequent half-month, Uncle Lee systematically eliminated every member of that criminal gang. Ji Tianqing recounted. Tianqing, are you suggesting that the shocking dismemberment case in Zhoukou, which stunned the entire Huaxia nation 2 decades ago, was perpetrated by Uncle Lee? Jiang Hua was taken aback. He had heard of that bloody incident from 20 years ago, when a nationwide manhunt was issued. Yet, it ultimately faded into obscurity, as the perpetrator employed exceedingly cunning methods, evading capture entirely. Indeed, it was the Zhoukou dismemberment case. After that incident, Uncle Lee departed from Huaxia and journeyed to America, where he became a mercenary, Tianqing recounted. Tianqing, how did he come to be associated with the Ji family? Jiang Hua posed the question that lingered in his mind. Well, it is quite a story. 5 years ago, Uncle Lee received a mission with a destination in our country. Unfortunately, their adversaries were immensely powerful and terrifying, reportedly the world's foremost assassin organization. Uncle Lee's team met with complete annihilation, and he sustained severe injuries. By a remarkable coincidence, my grandfather happened to be passing by and encountered the critically wounded Uncle Lee, rescuing him. Later, upon learning of Uncle Lee's past, my grandfather, respecting him as a man of honor, took him in, Tianqing explained. I see, Jiang Hua nodded. A moment of silence enveloped Jiang Hua. Uncle Lee had once been on a path to greatness, poised for significant accomplishments within the military. Regrettably, a single event irrevocably altered the course of his life, transforming him from a soldier of the people into a mercenary whose craft is killing, a true tragedy. Yet, who can say that Uncle Lee erred? For the sake of his mother, Jiang Hua believed that had he been in the same position, his choice would have mirrored Uncle Lee's. It is precisely due to this incident that Uncle Lee harbors a profound disdain for women, remaining single to this day, Tianqing concluded. No wonder, Jiang Hua nodded thoughtfully. From the moment he encountered Uncle Li, he scarcely witnessed a smile upon his face. He was far from the demeanor one would expect from a family man. Well then, Huazi, it is best to retire for the night. We have matters to attend to tomorrow, Tianqing remarked, pulling the nearby blanket over himself. Indeed, sleep is prudent, Jiang Hua replied, raising his hand to summon a gust of wind, deftly striking the button at the door, extinguishing the lights in response. This was a testament to Jiang Hua's mastery of his Rinnegan abilities, executing the action without damaging anything nearby. What a marvel, Tianqing muttered, then closed his eyes. The next day, when Jiang Hua and Tianqing awoke, the dawn was just beginning to break outside. This was the result of their deliberation. They deemed it better to venture out when fewer people were around. After completing their morning routines, they exited the hotel and discovered Uncle Li already clad in combat gear, waiting for them in the vehicle. Uncle Li, are you coming along? Tianqing was astonished. Young Master Ji, while I am not entirely privy to your objectives this time, I am aware that among the previous groups, many were akin to me and likely professional assassins. I cannot in good conscience allow you both to go alone, Uncle Li stated, lifting his jacket to reveal 2 handguns tucked at his waist. Uncle Li, then we shall rely on you, Jiang Hua replied. Jiang Hua, noticing Ji Tianqing's continued reluctance, quickly interjected. Having an additional ally is always advantageous, especially since Uncle Li is undoubtedly a formidable asset. His presence would significantly compensate for Jiang Hua's shortcomings in modern firearms proficiency. Uncle Li, our current mission carries substantial risks. There is no necessity for you to accompany us, Ji Tianqing sincerely stated as he settled into the vehicle. Young Master Ji, my life was saved by your family. I have long since pledged my allegiance to the Ji household. What is danger to me? I have faced peril far greater, Uncle Li replied, his voice steady. He was not merely boasting. He had once been a fugitive, eluding capture while abroad, an endeavor that would have been impossible without exceptional survival skills in the wilderness. Very well, Uncle Li, let us depart, Ji Tianqing conceded, no longer insisting on his point. At that moment, a faint smile graced Uncle Li's face. His eyes sparkling with excitement, it was evident that the mundane days had become intolerable for a man accustomed to the chaos of combat. Essentially, he was a man born for battle. Youth Master Ji, according to my informants, the meteorite has been relocated to a military base by the local garrison. Gaining access may prove troublesome, Uncle Li stated as the vehicle sped along. I am well prepared for such an eventuality, Ji Tianqing remarked, retrieving a small dark green booklet from his attire and waving it before Uncle Li and Jiang Hua. This is the identification of the Central Guard's Special Operations Group. It can be likened to a license to kill. Uncle Li's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing the booklet. His keen eyes, honed from his days as an elite member of a special forces unit, recognizing its significance. A license to kill? Jiang Hua echoed, astonished. Indeed. It is a license to kill. Uncle Li quickly regained his composure and explained, the Central Guard Special Operations Group, abbreviated as the Special Operations Group, is the most powerful entity within the military, granting its members the authority to act first and report later. This was specifically prepared by my father to prevent such situations, Ji Tianqing stated calmly, tucking the booklet back into his clothing. Half an hour later, Uncle Li parked the vehicle beside a modest inn and paid for a week's parking. Young Master, we can proceed no further. Ahead lies a military restricted zone, and our vehicle must remain here, Uncle Li clarified. Understood, Ji Tianqing acknowledged with a nod. The 3 men walked side by side, advancing step by step into the distance. Ahead lay an expanse of open terrain, dense with foliage, reminiscent of a wilderness survival training ground seen on television, encircled by a barbed wire fence designed to deter both ordinary individuals and wildlife. Typically, the wire would not be electrified, but in exceptional circumstances, it could serve as an electric barrier, functioning as a rudimentary defensive measure. What's happened here? Uncle Li questioned, his vigilance heightened by the absence of patrolling soldiers. Patrolling soldiers? Jiang Hua inquired. Indeed. In a military-controlled area, there are usually 2 to 4 soldiers assigned to guard the perimeter. Why are none present today? Uncle Li furrowed his brow, swiftly drawing his handgun from his waist and disengaging the safety. Could it be that this place had come under attack? A fleeting thought crossed Jiang Hua's mind, but he promptly dismissed it. What an absurd notion. This was a stronghold of the border defense forces, formidable in their might. Unless one were as extraordinary as Jiang Hua himself, who could possibly breach such a bastion? He firmly believed that no one else possessed such formidable abilities. Uncle Li. Huazi, let us proceed inside, Ji Tianqing declared after a moment's contemplation. Young Master Ji, Mr. Jiang, stay close behind me and remain vigilant, Uncle Li advised. A spark of excitement igniting in his eyes. It had been a long 5 years since he had last tasted the thrill of battle. And now he found himself back in the fray. With his mind sharply focused, Uncle Li moved almost soundlessly, his vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings as he advanced cautiously. Ji Tianqing and Jiang Hua followed closely, untroubled, for they were well aware of their own capabilities. Silently, Jiang Hua's hands began to move, forming a series of seals as he whispered, technique of invisibility. To Ji Tianqing's astonishment, the figures of the three gradually faded, becoming nearly transparent, without careful observations. They would remain undetected. Technique of body hardening. Jiang Hua cast another ninjutsu, unknowingly rendering Ji Tianqing and Uncle Li's bodies as tough as iron. He was confident that even if they were suddenly attacked by gunfire, they would not face any mortal danger. Byakugan. Jiang Hua's heart resonated with a low exclamation, and his eyes underwent an uncanny transformation. 6 ripples emerged, with 9 black jade orbs aligned in perfect order, centering around a Tai Chi Bagua diagram. Jiang Hua's vision shifted to black and white, simultaneously expanding his field of view severfold, allowing him to perceive everything ahead. This is. Jiang Hua's expression shifted dramatically as he beheld the sight before him. Not far ahead lay the lifeless bodies of soldiers clad in military uniforms. A profound shock coursed through Jiang Hua, for within his line of sight were the scattered corpses of soldiers, all devoid of gunshot wounds. It was evident they had not fallen to armed assailants. Such an event had indeed transpired. Jiang Hua felt a mix of astonishment and regret. But overwhelming anger surged within him. If his suspicions were accurate, this was undoubtedly the work of superhumans. Who else possessed the terrifying power to infiltrate a military base? Only 3 months after the awakening of superpowers, some had already become so brazen, ruthlessly attacking military installations and slaughtering soldiers. If they were allowed to grow unchecked, what would become of the world? A surge of determination ignited within Jiang Hua. In that moment, he envisioned himself as a savior, resolutely hunting down those reckless superhumans. Huazi, what troubles you? Ji Tianqing inquired, sensing Jiang Hua's unease. It's nothing, Jiang Hua replied, his eyes returning to normal as he let out a gentle sigh. He was not mistaken in his previous thoughts. This world would soon descend into an era of unimaginable chaos, where all laws and rules would be rewritten, where the strong would reign supreme, and only the fittest would survive. As Ji Tianqing noticed Jiang Hua's reluctance to speak further, he chose to remain silent. Following Uncle Li step by step, suddenly, a startled exclamation escaped Uncle Li's lips. A jolt of alarm coursed through Ji Tianqing's heart, recalling Jiang Hua's earlier peculiar behavior. He instinctively knew that something dreadful had transpired here. Uncle Li's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed in a particular direction. Following his line of sight, Ji Tianqing was met with an astonishing sight. On a narrow path lay the bodies of 7 or 8 soldiers, their blood staining the earth around them. How could this be? Ji Tianqing gasped in shock. This was no ordinary location. It was the garrison of the Border Defense Forces of Huaxia, a standard military base. To discover so many corpses within a military installation was utterly terrifying. Steeling his resolve, Uncle Li gripped his weapon tightly and approached cautiously, examining the scene for a moment before turning over several soldiers' bodies. Young Master Ji, they bear no gunshot wounds, he remarked, removing an assault rifle from one of the soldiers and securing his own handgun at his waist. The atmosphere was suffused with an eerie tension, prompting Uncle Li to feel the need for a more formidable weapon. How did they meet their end? Ji Tianqing inquired, while Jiang Hua silently observed without uttering a word. Young Master Ji, come take a look, Uncle Li beckoned, pointing to one of the corpses. This. Ji Tianqing was taken aback. The body bore a massive wound in the abdomen, resembling the mark of a beast bite. Could it be that they were all slain by wild beasts? Such a notion was beyond his comprehension. Young Master, this is indeed difficult to accept. However, judging by the wounds, it appears they were all killed by the same kind of beast. Uncle Li's expression grew solemn, as he too found his conclusion hard to fathom. Slain by a beast? But they were all armed with firearms. How could this happen? Ji Tianqing retorted. Tianqing, what if such a beast could render itself invisible, beyond the scope of human sight? Jiang Hua, who had remained silent until now, suddenly interjected. What? Both Ji Tianqing and Uncle Li were momentarily taken aback. If Jiang Hua's assertion held any merit, it would elucidate everything. A creature capable of invisibility? Ji Tiancheng murmured, in that instant contemplating his own extraordinary abilities, realizing that Jiang Hua's theory was not without possibility. If humans could mutate and evolve, why not animals? Mr. Jiang makes a valid point. Uncle Li nodded in agreement. There is also the possibility that the attacking beast moved with such speed that they had no time to react. Ji Tiancheng and Jiang Hua exchanged astonished glances. Recognizing the remarkable insight of Uncle Li, an elite of the special forces, who could always pinpoint the crux of the matter. Young Master Ji, Mr. Jiang, let us proceed. Uncle Li declared, raising the assault rifle to his chest. The military base is vast, spanning several kilometers, surrounded by dense woods, a truly ideal location for wilderness survival training. However, the atmosphere here is now imbued with an eerie quality, leaving one to ponder how such events could transpire within a military stronghold. More bodies. Uncle Li furrows his brow as he gazes upon the dozen or so corpses ahead, a sheen of sweat forming in his palms. Could it be that this formidable military base has been overrun? This is the very question that both Uncle Li and Ji Tiancheng seek to unravel. The scene is grim. With over 20 bodies sprawled haphazardly on the ground, their wounds mirroring those of the earlier victims. Blood pooling into a stream that flows ominously far away, a sight that is truly harrowing. Could it be that someone has indeed breached this place? Why has there been no word from the Central Command? Ji Tiancheng, filled with trepidation, realizes that he is witnessing more corpses than he ever has in his life. While Uncle Li and Jiang Hua maintain a remarkable composure. Let us proceed this way. There is an unusual aura emanating from that direction, Jiang Hua suddenly declares. Veering off toward another path. Huazi, have you discovered something? Ji Tiancheng, placing immense trust in Jiang Hua, promptly follows him, prompting Uncle Li to join them as well. Yes, about 500 meters ahead, there is a peculiar energy drawing me in, Jiang Hua responds. What could this extraordinary energy be? Could it be emanating from the meteorite they seek? Ji Tiancheng connects the dots, contemplating their purpose for this journey. I'm not entirely sure, Jiang Hua shakes his head. The trio advances cautiously, each step deliberate, their senses heightened in anticipation of the unknown dangers that loom ahead, as evidenced by the corpses they have already encountered. What is that? After walking for some time, they suddenly halt, eyes wide in disbelief at the sight before them. What unfolds is a veritable battlefield. A vast clearing is littered with the bodies of soldiers clad in military uniforms, each corpse bearing a massive wound, as if ravaged by a wild beast. The expressions on their faces are filled with terror, seemingly unable to comprehend the horror they have witnessed, even in death. Ji Tiancheng, overwhelmed, cannot contain his nausea. Having never encountered such a visceral clash of life and death, the sights before him far exceed his threshold of endurance. Jiang Hua gently pats his back, channeling a surge of pure energy into him. Instantly, Ji Tiancheng feels a wave of relief wash over him, casting a grateful glance at Jiang Hua without uttering a word. What has transpired here? This question lingers in the minds of the three companions as they confront the stark reality before them. The expansive clearing reveals an appalling scene. With soldiers' corpses scattered in disarray, at least 200 lay before them. Some stare wide-eyed, their gazes frozen in eternal shock. Others have mouths agape, faces contorted in fear. Yet all share a commonality, a massive wound in their lower abdomens, as if torn apart by a ferocious beast. The blood of over 200 individuals converged into a small river, flowing far beyond sight, a sight that was undeniably harrowing. Who could have committed such an atrocity? Uncle Li's eyes turned red, his body trembled, and his iron fists clenched with a resonant crack. Tears streamed down his face, having emerged from the military. He harbored an exceptionally profound sentiment for soldiers. The sudden sight of so many fallen soldiers stirred his heart, prompting an outpouring of grief. Ji Tiancheng, too, was overcome with tears, for the individuals before him were all young, vibrant souls, the majority of whom had yet to marry. The sorrow that would engulf their families upon learning of this tragedy was unimaginable. Even Jiang Hua, accustomed to the cycles of life and death, felt a deep, soul-stirring tremor within him, vowing that those who attacked the base must face dire consequences. I, Jiang Hua, swear that as long as I draw breath, I shall never allow those with superpowers to act with impunity. Should I betray this oath, let the heavens strike me down, leaving me without a burial place. Jiang Hua stood amidst the hundreds of corpses, silently pledging a lifelong vow. Uncle Li, please wait. Suddenly, Jiang Hua noticed Uncle Li stepping toward the group of bodies and quickly intervened. Uncle Li hesitated for a moment, but eventually halted. His eyes filled with confusion as he regarded Jiang Hua, uncertain of his intent. Let me go instead. If there are any ambushes, I can handle them, Jiang Hua asserted, stepping past Uncle Li and positioning himself ahead. Uncle Li raised an eyebrow, about to speak, but Ji Tianqing nodded in support of Jiang Hua's decision, prompting him to relent. He tightened his grip on his submachine gun, quietly observing all movements in their surroundings. Jiang Hua nodded inwardly. Uncle Li truly exemplified the qualities of a former elite soldier, maintaining vigilance at all times. It was no wonder he managed to evade capture and flee abroad despite being wanted nationwide for a series of murders and dismemberments. Then, a sudden realization struck Jiang Hua. Through his ocular prowess, he perceived a soldier's finger subtly twitching amidst the bodies. The soldier's movement was exceedingly slight and concealed within the mass of corpses, making it nearly imperceptible to the untrained eye. Yet, under Jiang Hua's Taiji will bloodline eye, he keenly detected the soldier's faint motion. In an instant, Jiang Hua appeared beside the soldier, placing his hand upon the soldier's pulse point and channeling a pure surge of energy into him. There's still a breath left. Jiang Hua felt a surge of joy. With a hand seal, he continuously infused the soldier with his refined chakra. Minutes later, the soldier erupted into violent coughs, his mouth agape and face flushed, clearly suffering from acute oxygen deprivation. Jiang Hua, unwilling to delay, extended his right hand, activating the abilities of his reincarnation eye, delivering a substantial influx of oxygen into the soldier's body. Gradually, the soldier ceased coughing, opened his eyes, and looked at Jiang Hua with profound gratitude. Behind them, Uncle Li stood in stunned silence. Jiang Hua's instantaneous appearance beside the soldier, coupled with his extraordinary methods to revive him, transcended the limits of human capability, marking him as a superhuman entity. Young Master Ji, Mr. Jiang. Uncle Li looked at Ji Tianqing in astonishment and inquired, Uncle Li. He is indeed one of the members of the Central Special Operations Group, Ji Tianqing stated without wishing to elaborate further. Is this a member of the Central Special Operations Group? Uncle Li gazed at Jiang Hua's figure, a mixture of envy and despondency evident on his face, as he sensed the vast chasm that lay between himself and Jiang Hua. What on earth has transpired here? While infusing pure chakra into the soldier's body, Jiang Hua questioned. The soldier's mouth opened and closed, emitting a series of hissing sounds, rendering his words incomprehensible. Please speak clearly. I cannot understand. Jiang Hua leaned closer, his ear near the soldier's mouth, and asked again. Hurry, hurry. Despair suddenly flickered in the soldier's eyes. Hurry with what? Can you be more specific? Jiang Hua felt a surge of urgency. The soldier's life was hanging by a thread, sustained solely by his pure chakra, and death could come at any moment. Hurry. Hurry, hurry. Escape. The soldier's mouth gaped wide, and after uttering those words, his eyes closed, and he breathed his last. Escape. A tightness gripped Jiang Hua's heart as he sprang to his feet, the 6 paths of ripples emerging in his eyes, 9 black tomos swirling wildly, the Taiji pattern manifesting as he scanned his surroundings. That is, Jiang Hua was taken aback. Having no time to speak, his body vanished in an instant, reappearing beside Uncle Li and Ji Tianqing. Before either could react, he drew them into his own space. Then his body became ethereal, merging into the void. A colossal, somewhat indistinct figure lunged at Ji Tianqing and Uncle Li from behind, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, crashing through Jiang Hua's form and colliding with the ground. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the massive figure struck the earth, creating a deep crater approximately 2 meters wide, sending debris flying in all directions, a sight to behold. A cloaked mutant creature. Jiang Hua's eyes gleamed with an intense light, fixating on the mutant beast before him. The creature was a tiger. Its limbs significantly thicker and longer than those of an ordinary tiger, adorned with 2 sharp, towering horns atop its head, enhancing its fearsome appearance. More terrifying was its ability to become invisible. Had it not been for Jiang Hua's unique vision, it would have been nearly impossible to detect. Roar. The tiger unleashed a thunderous roar, its powerful bellow resonating throughout the forest, causing the surrounding trees to tremble. Since its mutation, it had claimed countless lives, and no one had ever managed to evade its lethal pounce. Jiang Hua's actions had thoroughly provoked it. With a powerful thrust of its 4 legs against the ground, the creature transformed into a shadow, instantly lunging toward Jiang Hua. How swift! Jiang Hua's pupils dilated slightly. The tiger's speed surpassed even his own, yet he remained unfazed, confident in his ability to confront any adversary with his spatial intangibility. Whoosh! Like a storm, the tiger surged through Jiang Hua's form. The speed of the tiger was truly fearsome. As it darted past, The leaves on the nearby trees rustled violently. What a magnificent spirit beast! Jiang Hua felt a mix of astonishment and delight as he suddenly appeared before the tiger like a specter. Before the tiger could react, the three black magatama at the outer edge of his right eye gradually elongated and fused together, taking on a shape reminiscent of a boomerang. This was the eternal Meijiki Sharingan, a gift from Uchiha Obito, possessing the terrifying ocular power to manipulate all tailed beasts in existence. With a mighty roar, the mutated tiger unleashed a mournful cry that echoed for hundreds of meters, causing the surrounding trees to tremble and their branches to sway. An overwhelming force emanated from the mutated tiger, momentarily disrupting Jiang Hua's mental control. The eternal Meijiki Sharingan. Jiang Hua scoffed internally. How powerful was his ocular prowess? It could nearly rival that of the legendary sage of the Six Paths, capable of taming even the mythical Ten Tails. How could a mere mutated creature withstand such might? In but a fleeting moment, the mutated tiger fell silent, its originally fierce eyes transforming into a deep crimson, and the malevolent aura surrounding it dissipated, rendering it docile. From this day forth, you shall become my steed. Jiang Hua approached the mutated tiger slowly, forming several hand seals before pressing his hands upon its head. The contract seal. Mastery of this technique allowed one to turn any creature in the world into a spirit beast. After forming a contract with Jiang Hua, the mutated tiger's gaze softened significantly. It even extended its long tongue to lick Jiang Hua's fingers, wagging its tail as if pleading for affection. Alas, in Jiang Hua's eyes, it was merely the executioner responsible for the massacre of an entire military base. Where was the room for compassion? Were it not for its formidable abilities, it would have been slain long ago. Vanish, Jiang Hua declared with a gesture, his disdain evident. With a resounding bang, the massive mutated tiger transformed into a wisp of smoke, disappearing from Jiang Hua's sight. Suddenly, a spatial vortex appeared, and Ji Tianqing and Uncle Li were released from the alternate dimension by Jiang Hua. Huazi, are you all right? Ji Tianqing inquired anxiously as they emerged, for he had heard a fearsome roar akin to that of a frenzied beast at the moment of their absorption into the other realm. Only upon seeing Jiang Hua unscathed did he breathe a sigh of relief. I'm fine, no need to worry, Jiang Hua replied with a smile. I never imagined that superhumans truly existed in this world. I used to be a skeptic, but witnessing Mr. Jiang today has transformed my outdated perceptions, Uncle Li remarked, his gaze upon Jiang Hua filled with complexity. Uncle Li, this strategy was established by the government to maintain societal order and stability. Had this incident not posed a severe threat to the safety and well-being of the people, we would not have been dispatched here, Ji Tianqing explained, two lightning symbols appearing in his eyes. Young Master Ji, you too, Uncle Li was utterly astonished, finally grasping the reason behind Ji Tianqing's initial reluctance to allow him to accompany them. Uncle Li, please keep this secret for us for the time being, Jiang Hua said with a smile. Yes, I understand what to do. Uncle Li, who hailed from the special forces, was well aware of the confidentiality regulations of the military. Moreover, this matter was likely beyond his control. Should he dare to divulge this secret, he would face dire consequences. Tianqing, Uncle Li, please step back a little, Jiang Hua said, gazing somberly at the hundreds of corpses before him. Ji Tianqing and Uncle Li, unsure of Jiang Hua's intentions, obediently retreated a few paces to stand behind him. Earth escape. Earth's core collapse technique. Jiang Hua swiftly formed hand seals and exclaimed. As his voice echoed, the ground several meters ahead began to tremble violently, with a torrent of soil and rock erupting forth, a spectacle reminiscent of a miniature volcanic eruption, save for the absence of lava. Moments later, a pit approximately 5 meters in diameter and several meters deep appeared before the three of them. Universal attraction. Jiang Hua extended his hands toward the soldiers' corpses. To the astonishment of Ji Tianqing and Uncle Li, the bodies began to levitate one by one, drawn into the pit by Jiang Hua's movements. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Uncle Li felt his eyes moisten, looking gratefully at Jiang Hua. The tears he shed that day perhaps outnumbered those he had cried over the past decade. Suddenly, Jiang Hua's brow furrowed. While moving one of the soldiers' bodies, he found it unexpectedly burdensome. This was something he had never encountered since the maturation of his Rinnegan abilities. In an instant, he activated the body flicker technique and appeared beside the body, scrutinizing it for any anomalies. What was that? He quickly noticed a fist-sized object resembling a stone atop the soldier's corpse. Could this stone be obstructing my universal attraction? Jiang Hua was astonished, his eyes swirling with emotion. The 6 pads rippled, and 9 black magatama appeared, accompanied by the Tai Chi Bagua pattern. He was determined to uncover the nature of this object, which possessed such formidable power. What on earth is this? Jiang Hua could not help but exclaim. As he activated his Taiji Rinnegan, a searing sensation engulfed his eyes. The fist-sized stone emitted a dazzling brilliance that outshone the sun, rendering him unable to look directly at it. Huazi, what's wrong? Ji Tianqing and Uncle Li rushed over, concerned for Jiang Hua's safety. Nothing, you need not worry, Jiang Hua called out. He was overwhelmed with excitement, nearly unable to contain himself. This was undoubtedly a significant treasure, perhaps even related to superpowers. The stone, though merely the size of a fist, emitted an eye-watering radiance that caused Jiang Hua considerable discomfort, prompting tears to stream from his eyes. He hastily retracted his Taiji Rinnegan, fearing that this object might scorch his sight. It appeared quite ordinary, revealing nothing without special means of observation. Like a radiant sun, the brilliance of the object was so dazzling that it was difficult to behold. Jiang Hua, filled with astonishment, bent down to retrieve the item, yet to his shock, he failed to grasp it securely for the first time. With a clang, the black stone fell to the ground, producing a resounding noise akin to that of a heavy boulder crashing down. Surprisingly, despite its modest size, it weighed several dozen pounds. What could this be? Ji Tianqing and Uncle Li approached, gazing at the stone in astonishment and inquiring what it was. The moment the stone struck the ground, they felt the very earth tremble beneath them. This is a treasure, exceedingly precious, Jiang Hua remarked as he examined the black stone. At that moment, the outer layer of the fist-sized object began to shed, revealing a dazzling red light that erupted forth like a radiant dawn, blindingly brilliant and impossible to gaze upon directly. Heavens, what on earth is this? It seems to evoke a subtle sense of evolution in my abilities, Ji Tianqing exclaimed, his expression a blend of surprise and joy as he observed the stone resembling a ruby. Sparkles of electricity flickered around him, lending him an eerie aura. The stone, no larger than a fist, shimmered like an eternal source of light, emanating beams of radiance that rendered the three observers unable to look directly at it. Akin to the most exquisite treasure in existence, stirring deep excitement within their hearts. Why do I not share Tianqing's sensation? Jiang Hua, ever perceptive, sensed an anomaly at once. Under the influence of the crimson object, Ji Tianqing's abilities were evolving, yet his own body remained unresponsive. What could this mean? Had Jiang Hua's powers reached their zenith, rendering the stone useless to him? Or was there simply no connection between his abilities and this enigmatic stone? Ji Tianqing's face bore a mix of astonishment and delight as the electric sparks intensified around him. He unexpectedly seated himself on the ground, resembling a martial artist immersed in the cultivation of internal energy. Meanwhile, the crimson stone emitted a splendid divine light that enveloped Ji Tianqing, casting a red glow around him, making him appear almost celestial, radiating purity. Uncle Li, please move over there. I shall remain here to guard Tianqing, Jiang Hua urged. Sensing the escalating fluctuations of thunderous energy emanating from Ji Tianqing that hinted at imminent chaos, Uncle Li sighed, realizing he had become a burden to the two, and quietly retreated several meters away. Crackling sounds erupted as Ji Tianqing's body became enveloped in electric sparks, producing continuous noise, while the intensity of his electrical energy surged, reaching a level that posed a threat to Jiang Hua. Would release. Wooden barrier. Observing Ji Tianqing's transformation, Jiang Hua felt a surge of joy for his dear friend. With a hand seal, a series of wooden structures emerged from the ground, encircling Ji Tianqing. Wood release possesses a natural immunity to lightning-based techniques, thereby minimizing the potential harm Ji Tianqing could inflict on his surroundings. What a remarkable treasure this is, for it has remarkably transformed Tianqing in such a brief span of time. Presently, Tianqing's energy fluctuations have reached the level of a Ch-nin. Jiang Hua gazed at Ji Tianqing's metamorphosis, feeling a profound sense of emotion within. If his assumptions were correct, this crimson stone must have fallen from that celestial meteorite. That meteorite has long since vanished, leaving one to wonder if it was acquired by a certain faction or divided among multiple forces. Witnessing the formidable impetus that this red stone imparts to the superpowered, Jiang Hua could not help but feel a twinge of unease regarding the future. The world ahead shall undoubtedly belong to the superpowered. Could the combined abilities of just himself and Ji Tianqing truly maintain order? Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, the wooden walls encasing Ji Tianqing were breached by a bolt of lightning. Rising from his seated position, Ji Tianqing beamed at Jiang Hua, his face alight with joy, and the sparks of electricity surrounding him had subsided. He had almost mastered the control of his powers. Huazi, my abilities have evolved. Ji Tianqing exclaimed with exuberance. Congratulations. Tianqing, you should keep this stone, Jiang Hua replied with a smile, bending to retrieve the crimson stone from the ground and presenting it to Ji Tianqing. Huazi, you. Ji Tianqing felt a swell of emotion. He was well aware of the stone's immense value to superpowered individuals. And the fact that Jiang Hua was so generous as to gift it to him without a moment's hesitation deeply moved him. Just accept it. This stone holds little use for me, Jiang Hua stated frankly, facing Ji Tianqing without reservation. Very well, I shall accept it, considering it a favor owed to you. Ji Tianqing replied without hesitation. Be careful, this small stone is quite heavy. Jiang Hua chuckled as he handed it over. Haha, Ji Tianqing grinned widely, cautiously accepting the stone. Despite his preparations, he was taken aback by its considerable weight. This diminutive stone weighed several dozen pounds, proving quite a challenge for him. Huazi, how are we going to carry this back? Ji Tianqing grimaced. That is quite simple. Jiang Hua laughed heartily, forming a hand seal and gently tapping the stone, asking, how does it feel now? Ji Tianqing immediately felt a significant alleviation. The once cumbersome stone, upon Jiang Hua's touch, had transformed into a mere feather, devoid of any weight in his hands. Huazi, is this also your ability? Ji Tianqing inquired, astonished. Indeed, I can teach you if you wish to learn. Jiang Hua responded. What? Your abilities can be learned? Ji Tianqing was taken aback by Jiang Hua's revelation. Most of my abilities can be imparted to you. Except for the power of my eyes, Jiang Hua replied with a cheerful demeanor. Then it is settled. After we finish our college entrance examinations, you shall teach me. Ji Tianqing said with great enthusiasm. Mr. Jiang, can I learn as well? Suddenly, Uncle Li, who had been standing at a distance, approached after overhearing their conversation. Of course you can. Jiang Hua nodded, acknowledging that the future world is fraught with challenges, teeming with individuals possessing extraordinary abilities. Relying solely on his own capabilities, Jiang Hua felt a modicum of uncertainty. Thus, the presence of an ally is invaluable. Moreover, someone like Uncle Li, who, despite lacking the aptitude for ninjutsu, focuses on physical training, is bound to achieve some measure of success in the future. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Uncle Li exclaimed with palpable excitement. Even at his advanced age, he could not suppress the fervor of a child when confronted with superpowers. Tiancheng, Uncle Li. Please wait for me a moment, Jiang Hua said as he activated the powers of his reincarnation eye once more, transferring all the soldiers' corpses into the deep pit from earlier, then covering them with soil. This act could be seen as granting them a peaceful farewell. Uncle Li gazed at the hundreds of lifeless bodies, tears welling in his eyes, mourning the loss of these young lives. Huazi, I will report this matter to my grandfather and have him send someone to handle it. We should leave this place for now, Ji Tianqing remarked solemnly after a moment of silence. Indeed, that seems the only option, Jiang Hua replied, lamenting the unfortunate fact that the extraterrestrial meteorite had fallen into the hands of an unidentified individual. If the one who possesses the meteorite harbors malicious intent, the potential harm to society could be profound. Fear not, for if such is the case, I, Ji Tianqing, shall devote my limited abilities to safeguarding the security and stability of this society for the rest of my life, until my last breath, Ji Tianqing declared resolutely. So shall I, Uncle Li added earnestly, his unwavering determination stirring deep emotions within. And I as well, Jiang Hua said, glancing at the two men with heartfelt appreciation. The trio extended their right hands, clasping them tightly together, laying the foundation for what would one day become the most formidable alliance of superpowered individuals. Thank you, Huazi, Ji Tianqing said, gripping Jiang Hua's hand firmly, his gratitude evident. Perhaps others were unaware, but Ji Tianqing fully comprehended the terrifying and unprecedented nature of Jiang Hua's abilities. In this entire world, it seemed only Jiang Hua dared to proclaim that he could single-handedly suppress all nefarious superpowered beings. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Uncle Li expressed his heartfelt gratitude as well. However, his sentiments differed from Ji Tianqing's, while Ji Tianqing was thankful on behalf of the populace. Uncle Li was grateful for Jiang Hua's promise to teach him the cultivation of superpowers. Both of you, stop with the sentimentality, I can hardly bear it, Jiang Hua said with a sudden smile. Ji Tianqing and Uncle Li exchanged glances, feeling a bit bashful, and soon erupted into laughter. Let us not be overly optimistic. According to reports from foreign media, that extraterrestrial meteorite has a radius of over 100 meters. Who knows what kind of extraordinary substances it might contain? We can only speculate on the terrifying individuals and abilities that may arise in the future, Jiang Hua said. casting a heavy gaze upon the radiant stone in Ji Tiancheng's hand. Ji Tiancheng and Uncle Li's expressions darkened as they contemplated the uncertain future. While Jiang Hua's abilities were unparalleled, could it truly be that no one would awaken powers capable of rivaling his? The future remained an enigma. Let us depart, Ji Tiancheng finally suggested after a moment of silence. The three men bowed deeply in respect towards the burial pit before leaving the military base. Uncle Li, please remain in Zelanton for now. Once we have completed our college entrance examinations, I shall inform you post-haste, Jiang Hua said to Uncle Li before their departure at the airport. In the afternoon, Jiang Hua and Ji Tiancheng returned to their hometown. Everything seemed untouched by the events that had transpired. The world here remained as it always was, bustling with the ceaseless flow of vehicles and ordinary people laboring tirelessly each day merely to secure meager wages to support their families. Meanwhile, on the other side, the impending changes in the world had begun to reveal themselves. A military outpost on the northern border had suffered an attack, resulting in the tragic loss of all stationed soldiers. Regrettably, aside from the families of the victims, no one else would be privy to this information. Such malignant incidents, which could incite public panic, would never be disclosed. Huazi, my grandfather has dispatched special forces to Aronchi to investigate this matter. Jiang Hua had barely settled at home when Ji Tiancheng called with the latest update. Tiancheng, I understand, Jiang Hua replied calmly. You must exercise caution in your daily life. Do not expose your secrets, particularly concerning that stone. I fear those deranged individuals may target you. Rest assured, I am well aware of my limits and will be vigilant. Ji Tiancheng humbly accepted Jiang Hua's advice. By the way, Huazi, did you hear? There's a 5-year-old boy in Chongqing who awakened his double pupils 3 months ago. My grandfather received the news and brought the child to the capital for specialized training. Ji Tiancheng revealed another shocking piece of information. Has he already been brought to Beijing by your grandfather? How swift. I was planning to visit Chongqing myself, Jiang Hua sighed. The Ji family certainly wielded considerable influence, swiftly acquiring information and effortlessly bringing the child under their banner, a feat Jiang Hua could never accomplish alone. Ji Tiancheng, detecting Jiang Hua's discontent, chuckled without decorum. Huazi, my grandfather said that the boy possesses extraordinarily unique abilities. After 3 months of training, he has awakened his superpowers. And my grandfather claims no one in the special forces can rival him. Are you interested in witnessing this? If so, we should arrange a visit together. Perhaps we should wait another 3 months. I fear my parents may disapprove, Jiang Hua responded with a wry smile. Although his parents had not interfered with his decisions recently, he could discern their dissatisfaction and concern. Very well, we shall wait 3 more months. By the way, I haven't attended class for 2 days, Ji Tiancheng said with a grin. Tiancheng, you must double your efforts during this time. If, in 3 months, you find yourself bested by that child. Jiang Hua's expression suddenly transformed into a mischievous grin. That is impossible. In this world, I believe no one, aside from you, can surpass me, Ji Tiancheng declared with unwavering confidence. Since acquiring that stone, Ji Tiancheng felt a constant sense of progress, brimming with confidence about his future. That's wonderful, get some rest. There are classes tomorrow, Jiang Hua remarked, sensing Ji Tiancheng's confidence, which brought him great joy. On the path of the strong, an indomitable heart is of utmost importance. It was time to rest. Jiang Hua ended the call, gently lying down on his bed and closing his eyes. Suddenly, he jolted awake. An eerie light flashing as he activated the Flying Thunder God technique, and in an instant, his figure vanished. The next moment, Jiang Hua found himself inside a grand private villa. Who goes there? A cacophony of shouts and gunfire erupted around him. Jiang Hua was slightly taken aback and turned to see dozens of burly men in black suits, all brandishing handguns, their dark muzzles trained on him. Despite their intimidating presence and the firearms aimed at him, the men's eyes betrayed their fear. After all, Jiang Hua's entrance had been nothing short of terrifying, transcending human capabilities. Not far away, Lan Binger was bound to a large bed, her clothing in tatters, exposing her fair skin, tears streaming down her face. Despairing, she gazed at the ceiling, while beside her sat a middle-aged man, his body covered in excess flesh. At that moment, it was merely a whim. I never anticipated I would save this girl's life, Jiang Hua mused. He had foreseen that if Xiaolei's father could not locate his son, he would undoubtedly seek out Lan Binger, pressuring her for information. Thus, before departing, Jiang Hua had inscribed the Flying Thunder God technique upon her. And now it proved its worth. Jiang Hua strode toward Lan Binger, unfazed by the armed men surrounding him or the middle-aged man seated beside her. He approached and untied the ropes binding her. While once freed, Lan Bing'er wept profusely, throwing herself into Jiang Hua's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Though she had no recollection of who Jiang Hua was, she felt an overwhelming sense of warmth and safety, as if nothing could harm her while in his arms. Indeed, I have erased her memories. She naturally wouldn't remember me, Jiang Hua murmured to himself. Clap, clap, clap. The middle-aged man, exposed and corpulent, clapped his hands, regarding Jiang Hua with a disdainful gaze. Touching, truly touching. Even I was almost moved. He sneered. If you wish to avoid death, get out of my sight and spare me your repugnance. Jiang Hua replied ominously, steadying Lan Bing'er while removing his shirt to cover her exposed skin. What composure, what audacity. The middle-aged man regarded Jiang Hua, a chill in his eyes as he declared, Let me introduce myself. I am Huang Yangang, the father of the young man you killed. Which young man? I've taken so many lives. I'm afraid I can't quite recall. Could you perhaps provide a hint? Jiang Hua deliberately feigned deep contemplation and remarked, You? Huang Yangang, initially consumed by fury, ultimately quelled his anger as he recalled the plans for the evening. In a subdued tone, he replied, The young man near the school, the one you reduced to mere rubble with a single punch, along with his police car. Oh, so you refer to that scoundrel, Jiang Hua said, his expression transforming to one of sudden realization. It turns out that scoundrel's father is you. No wonder. Jiang Hua scrutinized Huang Yangang, adding, With a father of your ilk, it is scarcely surprising that he would become a wretch himself. His disdain for the father who indulged his son was palpable, and his words dripped with venom. Enough. Huang Yangan's countenance grew fierce, revealing a menacing glare as he growled. A life for a life. You have taken my son. Today, you shall pay with your own life. Is it merely this band of inept fools you rely upon? A hint of scorn flashed in Jiang Hua's eyes as he discreetly surveyed the group of black-clad men behind him. If your intent is to avenge your son, why direct your wrath at her? He gestured towards the weeping Lan Bing'er, whose tears flowed freely. Had it not been for that vile woman, my son would still be alive. Huang Yangang bellowed, his fury unabated. This wretched creature returns without a word about your involvement. How could I possibly let her go? If my son could not possess her, then I shall claim her in his stead. Moreover, after I am done with her, I will allow my dozens of subordinates to take their turns, ultimately selling her to the most sordid establishment in Southeast Asia, ensuring her a lifetime of suffering. Ha. Huang Yangang seemed to have lost his sanity, his tears cascading down, yet it mattered not. His son was dead and could never return. Wretch. Jiang Hua regarded Huang Yangang with disdain, an overwhelming surge of murderous intent rising within him. Make your move. Huang Yangang fixed a steely gaze on Jiang Hua, letting out a thunderous shout. Drop your weapons. Simultaneously, Jiang Hua turned, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. At that moment, a chilling occurrence unfolded before Huang Yangang. The dozen or so bodyguards, as if possessed, stared blankly and gradually knelt, discarding their firearms onto the ground. You are a devil. Even Huang Yangang, seasoned as he was, felt a shiver run down his spine. Had it not been for prior arrangements, he would have fled in terror. A devil? Jiang Hua, carrying Lan Bing'er on his back, coldly regarded Huang Yangang. In this world, where do you find devils? If they exist, they reside solely within the hearts of men. Are you a deity? At that moment, Lan Bing'er ceased her tears, gazing at Jiang Hua with her beautiful, tear-streaked eyes filled with admiration, innocently inquiring. Bang! Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted from outside the villa, accompanied by a piercing sound that sliced through the air, swiftly approaching Jiang Hua. A sniper. Jiang Hua was taken aback, turning to the direction from which the sound emanated. Almost simultaneously, his eyes transformed, revealing 6 rippling waves, with 9 black tomoe arranged in an orderly fashion, forming the Tai Chi Bagua pattern that constituted Jiang Hua's Taiji wheel of rebirth eye. Concurrently, the 3 outermost black tomoe of his left eye underwent a transformation, elongating instantaneously into the shape of a boomerang. A massive bullet surged towards Jiang Hua's head in an instant. It was extraordinarily large, approximately twice the size of a typical bullet. Through the power of his gaze, Jiang Hua discerned that this bullet was specially crafted from silver. With a swish, as Huang Yangang and Lan Bing'er looked on in astonishment, the silver bullet seemed to come to an abrupt halt the moment it reached Jiang Hua's head. An observable spatial vortex materialized out of thin air, blocking Jiang Hua's path and devouring the silver bullet whole. This was the spatial ability he had absorbed from Kakashi during his time in the Naruto World, and now, The powers of both of Obito's eyes were at Jiang Hua's disposal, capable of both offense and defense. Humph. To think that a silver bullet fired from an anti-material rifle could deliver a fatal blow to me. Jiang Hua's eyes appeared to pierce through all worldly illusions, and beyond 1,000 meters atop a high building, he spotted a tall, slender figure clad in black, with gleaming eyes, holding a military sniper rifle and staring at him in disbelief. You are a demon. Huang Yingan, now devoid of reason and confidence, screamed in panic and bolted towards the door. Meanwhile, the bodyguards he had hired stood frozen, as if under a spell, their eyes unblinking, resembling sleepwalkers. Scum. You think you can escape? Would release. Eternal burial of trees. Jiang Hua had already resolved to kill. There was no way he would allow Huang Yingan to flee. He lightly stomped his foot on the ground, and 2 saplings erupted from the earth, rapidly growing and entwining their branches to ensnare Huang Yingan tightly, much like a zongzi. Become nourishment for the earth, Jiang Hua declared coldly. With a squelch, Huang Yingan was crushed into a pulp by the branches, blood spilling profusely, as Jiang Hua formed another seal, causing the ground to collapse, burying everything beneath. Consider yourself fortunate. After dealing with Huang Yingan, Jiang Hua's gaze shifted back to the position of the assassin, only to find that the assassin had already fled. Are you truly a deity? Lan Binger, having ceased her sobbing, looked at Jiang Hua with a mix of fear and reverence. Silly girl, there are no deities in this world. Although Jiang Hua had been mercilessly cold towards Huang Yingan, the sight of Lan Binger, her cheeks stained with tears like a delicate pear blossom, evoked a pang of compassion within him. Unable to resist, he reached out to gently wipe the tears from her eyes. In my eyes, you are a deity. Lan Bingo blinked her beautiful large eyes, gazing intently at Jiang Hua, as if wishing to engrave his image in her memory, never to forget. Divine being, why do I feel as though I have seen you before? Lan Binger murmured as her eyes gradually closed, drifting into slumber. This girl. Jiang Hua gazed at the unconscious Lan Binger in astonishment, his heart awash with unease. It is worth noting that with Jiang Hua's formidable ocular prowess, even Ji Tianqing would be unable to withstand the illusions he conjured. Yet, after succumbing to the illusion, Lan Binger still retained a faint impression of Jiang Hua, which was nothing short of astonishing. Divine being, I wish to become your disciple. Lan Binger, in her unconscious state, continued to utter words incoherently. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Hua had already opened his dreamlike eyes. Through his unparalleled ocular might, he was astonished to discover that the girl named Lan Binger possessed an extraordinary level of mental strength. According to the standards of the Naruto World, her mental prowess was hardly inferior to that of Konoha's Jinjutsu specialist, Yuhi Kurenai. Truly, she was an exceptional prodigy in the art of illusion. With such formidable mental strength, could she be akin to Ji Tianqing, merely awaiting the awakening of her latent abilities? As Jiang Hua observed the slumbering Lan Binger, the realization of her immense potential sparked within him the thought of taking her as his apprentice. After all, I intend to establish a league of superpowered individuals in the future. Without a solid foundation, that would be unfeasible, given Lan Binger's exceptional mental prowess. If I were to mentor her, she would undoubtedly achieve great heights in the realm of illusions. Moreover, Lan Binger was strikingly beautiful, if the opportunity arose. A forbidden romance between master and disciple might not be out of the question. Lost in such thoughts, Jiang Hua found himself succumbing to darker impulses. Lan Binger, youthful and exquisite, possessed an irresistible allure for men, and Jiang Hua was no exception. Suddenly, a deafening alarm echoed throughout the villa, its volume so overwhelming that even those hundreds of meters away could hear it clearly. I never anticipated that old man had left behind a contingency plan. Humph. Jiang Hua's voice turned cold as he cradled Lan Binger in his arms with one hand while rapidly forming hand seals with the other. In truth, given Jiang Hua's strength, he believed that even an organized military force would be incapable of detaining him. However, he had no desire to unleash a massacre, especially since the surroundings were populated by his compatriots, unlike the world of Naruto. With a swift motion, Jiang Hua completed the hand seals, and in an instant, the invisibility technique was activated. He then employed the gravitational and repulsive capabilities of the Rinnegan, propelling himself skyward until he reached an altitude of 50 to 60 meters, where he finally halted. There are so many of them. Jiang Hua stood serenely in the air, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens, his icy gaze surveying all beneath him. Soldiers and police forces continued to assemble, and a considerable number of individuals with dubious affiliations joined in. clad in varied attire and traversing different paths, yet they all shared a singular destination, the villa of Huang Yinguang. What on earth is happening? Why are so many converging here? Is there someone orchestrating this from the shadows? Jiang Hua remained suspended in the air, the wind tousling his hair, his garments rustling in the breeze. His eyes fluttered incessantly. Such a grand operation could hardly transpire without someone orchestrating it from the shadows. Could it be that Huang Yin has laid a trap? Unlikely. What power could a mere police chief possess? Or perhaps that old trickster Wang Haitao is behind this. A chilling glimmer emanated from Jiang Hua's eyes. In this city, it was likely only Wang Haitao who wielded such influence to mobilize so many at once. Had Wang Haitao discerned the plight of his son? Jiang Hua pondered deeply. Humph. What does it matter? If Wang Haitao has indeed uncovered his son's situation, then he can only blame himself for his own misfortune. Jiang Hua thought grimly. In the face of absolute strength, be it wealth, strategy, or power, none hold any significance. Jiang Hua cast a haughty glance at the throng gathering towards the villa below, then gradually dissipated into the air. Although Lan Binger's injuries were not grave, they were serious enough that any delay in treatment might lead to lingering repercussions. Over the course of 20 years, Jiang Hua had not only mastered the flying thunder god technique left by Buffing Shuimin, but also innovated a third tier of the technique. Through this method, Jiang Hua could, like the masked man A Fei, entrust his true form to the void, evading all attacks. Suddenly, a spatial vortex erupted atop a remote, desolate mountain, from which Jiang Hua emerged, cradling Lan Binger. He gently laid her down on the ground, took a deep breath, and concentrated his chakra, probing into her head. Medical ninjutsu demands exceptional control over chakra. A moment's inattention could inflict severe harm on the patient. Even now, Jiang Hua required a tranquil environment to perform such techniques. Lan Binger's breathing was erratic, her face occasionally contorted in pain, her chest rising and falling rhythmically. The sight of her two ample curves incessantly stimulated Jiang Hua's senses. Had he not endured countless trials in the ninja world, he might have succumbed to temptation long ago. Silly girl, are you having a nightmare again? Jiang Hua murmured, observing Lan Binger's pitiful demeanor. He understood that had he not arrived in time, she would undoubtedly have faced the most brutal torment and violation. Although he had saved her, Lan Bingo would surely carry psychological scars. Suddenly, a soft whimper escaped Lan Bingo as she gradually opened her eyes. Upon seeing Jiang Hua's smiling face and realizing she was lying on the ground, her countenance drained of color. Like a startled rabbit, she swiftly scrambled to her feet, retreating a few steps before meticulously checking her attire. Only when she confirmed that her clothing was intact and her body unharmed did she exhale in relief. Jiang Hua observed her flurry of actions with amusement and remarked, "So, can you now rest assured?" Lan Binger continued to regard him with cautious eyes. And after a moment of realization, she slowly replied, "Why you saved me? Are you the deity who rescued me?" In her eyes, Jiang Hua's performance at that moment could only be described as celestial. Do you recall? Jiang Hua, aware that Lan Binger was no longer in grave danger, smiled gently and turned to leave, for he had numerous matters to attend to. Unexpectedly, just a few steps away, a loud thud echoed behind him, the sound of a body hitting the ground. "Celestial being, please accept me as your disciple," Lan Binger exclaimed as she knelt on the ground. Jiang Hua halted abruptly, casting a cold, piercing gaze upon her. His eyes were frigid and brimming with intensity, causing Lan Binger to flush deeply. Yet, she did not retreat. Her beautiful eyes locked onto his, steadfast against his mental pressure. What formidable spiritual strength! Jiang Hua averted his gaze, approached Lan Binger, and extended a hand to help her up, saying, "This is our first meeting, and we are not well acquainted. Such actions are unbecoming of a lady." As Lan Binger stood, she gazed at Jiang Hua with her lovely eyes and defiantly declared, "I do not care about that. I wish to become your disciple." Jiang Hua scrutinized her carefully, and after a long pause, finally nodded. "Very well, I shall accept you as my pupil." Upon hearing his affirmation, Lan Binger's exquisite face lit up with ecstasy. She excitedly seized Jiang Hua's arm, shaking it vigorously while exclaiming, "Thank you, master. Thank you, master." She leaned in close, her maturing figure brushing against Jiang Hua's arm, evoking a sense of comfort and stirring emotions within him. However, recalling that she was merely 15 or 16, Jiang Hua coughed heavily, gently extricating himself from her grasp. "What is it, master?" Lan Binger inquired, her face revealing a hint of anxiety, uncertain about what had displeased her new mentor. "You are Lan Binger, am I correct?" Jiang Hua endeavored to suppress his inner turmoil and replied calmly, "Yes, master. That is indeed my name." "Wait, master, I don't recall mentioning my name to you. How did you know?" "Ah, I see. We must have encountered one another before, which explains the sense of familiarity I feel," Lan Binger astutely deduced. "Perhaps," Jiang Hua conceded, not wishing to linger on the topic. "Master, when will you teach me your skills?" At last, Lan Binger redirected the conversation to her most pressing concern. "I can impart my skills to you, but you must have ample time for training. Do you possess sufficient time for that?" Jiang Hua countered. Lan Bingo hesitated, lowering her gaze as she replied, "I am currently a second-year high school student, and my daytime classes are quite rigorous. I fear I may not have enough time to practice alongside you." "What? You are a high school student?" Jiang Hua asked in astonishment. That particular school was renowned throughout the city, attended by either privileged children or those from affluent families. And it was situated merely a few hundred meters from Jiang Hua's own school. "Yes, is there a problem?" Lan Binger responded. "And no, nothing at all." Jiang Hua pondered for a moment before suggesting, "How about this? Every evening after your night study session, wait for me at your school's playground, and I shall come to find you." Lan Bingo deliberated for quite some time before responding, "Master, my parents are very strict with me. I must return home punctually in the evening, otherwise, my father will scold me." "Is that so? Then let us forget it for now. Perhaps I shall teach you another time," Jiang Hua replied, furrowing his brow. "Master." Upon noticing Jiang Hua's displeasure, Lan Binger felt a surge of urgency and exclaimed, "Master, with your remarkable abilities, why not come to my house every evening to teach me? With your skills, my parents would surely remain unaware." What did you say?" Jiang Hua was taken aback, staring at Lan Binger in disbelief. I meant, if possible, master, you could come to my house each evening to impart your teachings." At that moment, Lan Binger realized the implications of her words, her exquisite face flushing a deep crimson. She was acutely aware of what it meant for a girl to invite a boy into her private quarters. Yet, her yearning for extraordinary abilities overcame her shyness, prompting her to extend the invitation to Jiang Hua. "Are you suggesting I visit your bedroom each day to teach you?" Jiang Hua inquired, astonished. "Yes, master," Lan Binger replied. Her cheeks aglow, her gaze lowered as she nervously fiddled with her garment's hem, exuding an endearing charm that momentarily left Jiang Hua entranced. "Are you not afraid of me?" Jiang Hua's eyes bore a piercing intensity as they locked onto the lovely Lan Binger, and he reiterated his question. "I am not afraid." Lan Binger, seemingly resolute, lifted her beautiful visage, her enchanting eyes locking with Jiang Hua's. "In that case, very well," Jiang Hua nodded in acquiescence. In the modern world, Jiang Hua was akin to a deity, and it was inconceivable for him to travel to a specific location solely to instruct someone. However, Lan Binger was different. She was a stunning beauty, a burgeoning supermodel, and thus possessed certain privileges that all beauties enjoy, though such entitlements sometimes demand a price. "Thank you, master," Lan Binger exclaimed with exuberance, having finally received her master's consent, signifying that she would no longer have to fear malevolent individuals, and she could gain the strength to protect herself and her family. "Lan Binger, as my disciple, there are several essential rules you must adhere to, otherwise, should any misfortune arise, do not blame me for failing to warn you." Jiang Hua's expression suddenly turned stern as he spoke. "Master, please continue." Lan Binger, startled by Jiang Hua's change in demeanor, hastily replied. "First, you must not disclose your possession of superpowers to anyone, including your parents," Jiang Hua stated firmly. "Not even to my parents?" Lan Binger was taken aback, not anticipating such stringent requirements from Jiang Hua. "Second, without my permission, you are not to reveal your abilities in public, nor are you allowed to share any teachings I impart to you with anyone. Third, you must never refer to me as master in the presence of others," Jiang Hua declared in one breath. "Master, you mustn't let others call you master in public." "How should I address you then?" Lan Binger inquired. "I have a name. It is Jiang Hua. If you wish, you may call me by my name directly." Jiang Hua replied. "Call you by your name directly?" Lan Binger murmured. In her eyes, Jiang Hua was akin to a celestial being. How could she possibly call him by name? "Of course, you may also refer to me as Senior Jiang or Brother Hua," Jiang Hua continued, his voice trailing off as he found these titles rather awkward. "Master, how about I simply call you brother in public? That way, no one will suspect anything," Lan Bingo suggested after a moment's reflection, her face lighting up with joy. "That's entirely up to you. I have no strong feelings about it," Jiang Hua nodded, considering it merely a title, not worth excessive deliberation. Master, here is my contact information and home address. Finally, Lan Bingo handed Jiang Hua a piece of paper. This is my phone number. If you encounter any troubles or insurmountable issues, feel free to reach out. Perhaps I could assist you. Jiang Hua noted down her information and reciprocated by providing his own contact details. Master, you must come tonight. Lan Bingo gazed at Jiang Hua with an almost pleading expression, her pitiful demeanor stirring a protective instinct within him. Very well, I shall escort you home, Jiang Hua, steadfast as iron, replied, unaffected by her charm. Oh, Lan Bingo sighed, sensing his indifference and feeling a tinge of disappointment. Remember my words, she added as Jiang Hua helped her into a taxi on the road down the mountain. Master, see you tonight. Lan Bingo waved her delicate hand, bidding him farewell. Upon returning home, the sky had darkened, and his parents were casually enjoying their meal. As Jiang Hua entered, their faces lit up with delight. They set down their utensils, urging him to sit and eat. Huazi, where were you yesterday? You left without a word and only left a note, and now you reappear? His mother, Li Xian, queried while serving him vegetables. Her husband watching Jiang Hua with an unspoken concern. Mom, my classmate Ji Tiancheng needed my assistance with something urgent, which is why I didn't inform you. I apologize. I won't do that again, Jiang Hua admitted, recognizing the worry and care in his parents' eyes. Oh, so you were with Tiancheng? Li Xian sighed in relief. Both she and her husband knew Ji Tiancheng well, having watched him grow alongside their son. He was an exemplary student, and they felt reassured about their son's companionship with him. Huazi, with less than 2 months until the college entrance examination, you must not be distracted. Your studies are paramount, his parents advised earnestly. I understand, Dad. I will strive to study diligently and aim for top honors in the examination, Jiang Hua affirmed seriously. That is best. Now, let us eat. The food is getting cold, Li Xian said, a satisfied smile gracing her face. For the couple, the awakening of their son, who had been in a comatose state for 3 months and was classified as a vegetative patient, was nothing short of divine grace. What more could they possibly desire? At that moment, Ji Tiancheng sat cross-legged in his chamber, electric sparks dancing around him. Beside him lay a stone, ethereal and dreamlike, emanating the most exquisite hues of twilight as if it were an eternal source of light. The radiant colors seemed to possess a sentient quality, all penetrating Ji Tiancheng's being. Meanwhile, within an abandoned factory on the outskirts, a man clad in black, his eyes shimmering with intensity, cradled a sniper rifle, caressing it as if merging with the night itself. He was none other than the assassin who had attempted to eliminate Jiang Hua at Huang Yinguang's villa. Unexpectedly, the remnant sword, have also encountered a moment of failure, he chuckled ominously, his laughter echoing eerily through the dilapidated factory, reminiscent of a malevolent specter whispering in the dark. Suddenly, the remnant sword rose, discarding the sniper rifle onto the ground, striding boldly toward the innermost recesses of the factory. A spatial power wielder, he mused. It has been far too long since I faced such a formidable adversary. It seems I have lingered in obscurity for far too long, remnant sword. Who would have thought there would come a moment for your resurgence? The remnant sword continued to mutter as his form gradually blended into the shadows. In the city center, at the residence of Wang Haitao, the wealthiest man in the city and the first deputy mayor, a burly middle-aged man was intently perusing documents just delivered by his subordinates. Huang Yinguang had vanished from his villa, and as of now, there was still no trace of him. Wang Haitao's eyes reflected incredulity. How could this be? A living man like Huang Yinguang could not simply disappear. The documents indicated that there were signs of significant disturbances within the villa. Experts had been summoned to analyze the area, and conclusions were expected before midnight. As Wang Haitao scrutinized the papers, a figure approached him silently from behind, moving with such stealth that Wang Haitao remained oblivious to his presence. The young man, tall and fair-skinned, embodied the archetype of beauty yet lacked the robust masculinity one might expect. Alarmingly, 6 ripples, 9 black magatama, and a diminutive Tai Chi Bagua pattern flickered within his eyes. Father. The young man suddenly placed his hand on Wang Haitao's exposed shoulder, speaking softly. Startled, Wang Haitao leapt from his seat, his expression filled with fear. What is wrong, father? Why do you look so pale? It's me, Linner. The young man was Wang Lin, and at that moment, his eyes had reverted to their normal appearance. However, a discerning observer could detect a dimness, a lack of the vivacity one would expect from the living. Oh, it's you, Linner. You startled me. Why are you still awake? Wang Haitao's expression softened as he steadied himself and spoke. Yet, the terror in his eyes did not diminish. Rather, It intensified, for even now, he could still feel the bone-chilling touch of Wang Lin's hand resting on his shoulder, a sensation wholly uncharacteristic of a living being. Father, I had already fallen asleep, but I noticed the light still on in your room, so I came in to check, Wang Lin articulated slowly. I see. This is your father's work. He will rest as soon as he finishes. You should go to sleep quickly. You have classes tomorrow, Wang Haitao replied cautiously. Yes, father, I will go to bed immediately. Please take care of yourself, Wang Lin said before slowly turning away and leaving. Once Wang Lin departed, Wang Haitao closed the door softly and sank into a chair, gasping for breath as if he had not just faced his son but a malevolent spirit instead. Linner. Wang Haitao clenched his fists, tears streaming down his cheeks. For several days, he had sensed something amiss with his son, as if the boy he once knew had vanished. The once indulgent Wang Lin now attended classes punctually and refrained from the hedonistic pursuits he had once relished, seemingly transformed. Initially pleased, Wang Haitao's joy turned to concern as he observed his son refusing to eat. Wang Haitao dared not disclose this troubling observation to anyone, including his wife, conducting his investigation in secrecy. Ultimately, 2 days prior, he unearthed a video related to Jiang Hua that left him profoundly shaken. He later discovered that his son had taken Jiang Hua's girlfriend, Xiao Yuanji, which had prompted Wang Lin to target Jiang Hua, leading to the events surrounding the siege of Huang Yinjing's villa the previous day. My son, have you truly been ensnared by malevolence? Why do you linger in this realm? Is it that you desire me to exact vengeance on your behalf? Wang Haitao fervently wiped away his tears, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. In Wang Lin's bedroom, Wang Lin observed every movement of Wang Haitao with keen clarity, yet he remained utterly still, as though in a deep slumber, even his breath stilled. Has Wang Haitao already sensed it? Jiang Hua, lying in bed with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them, through the visual sharing ability of his reincarnation eye. Every action of Wang Haitao was vividly projected before him. What should be done? Wang Haitao was not Huang Yinjing. In this city, he wielded immense power and influence, and any disturbance could potentially disrupt the entire city, resulting in widespread unemployment. Very well, let him live a few more days, Jiang Hua contemplated. A mysterious spatial vortex emerged, and Jiang Hua's figure gradually faded away. According to his agreement with Lan Binger, he was to visit her bedroom that night to impart knowledge, a prospect that filled him with anticipation. What might her room, belonging to such a beautiful girl, be like? In the Blue Sky community, Jiang Hua's figure emerged at the entrance of a residential complex in the city center, his gaze fixed upon the 4 prominent characters inscribed above the gate. This was the most upscale community in the entire city, where its residents were either wealthy or of high status. Ordinary individuals had no right to dwell here. Lan Binger. Lan Group, no wonder. In an instant, Jiang Hua deduced Lan Binger's identity. If he was not mistaken, she was the little princess of the city's largest food distribution conglomerate, the Lan Group. If that were the case, the union between Lan Binger and Huang Xiaolei was likely a powerful alliance between officials and business elites. A decision made by 2 prominent families rather than a matter of personal choice. Building number 3, Unit 3, Room 301. Jiang Hua silently recited these details in his mind, his expression shifting as he quickly located Lan Binger's residence. A faint smile graced his lips as he transformed into a wisp of wind, gliding into the complex. The security guard at the entrance remained blissfully unaware of any intruder, engrossed in cheerful chatter. Like a ghost, Jiang Hua slipped into Lan Binger's home. Her residence was spacious, spanning over 120 square meters, with only one room illuminated while the others lay cloaked in darkness. This young lady certainly possessed remarkable determination and perseverance, Jiang Hua mused. Without knocking, he drifted inside and announced, Lan Binger, I have arrived, however. Before he could finish his sentence, he was momentarily taken aback. The room was enveloped in mist, and at its center stood a large wooden tub, adorned with floating flower petals, emitting a delicate fragrance. A stunning beauty sat in the water, her hair cascading down, her face marred by panic. She clutched her hands tightly to her chest, yet could not fully conceal her prominent curves. Her snow-white skin glimmered like jade, radiating an enchanting sheen. Trembling from excessive anxiety, her alluring form quivered in response. It was an unspeakable temptation, and Jiang Hua felt his blood surge, a fiery heat rising within him. He quickly inhaled deeply, centering himself to suppress the illicit thoughts that threatened to overwhelm him. Lan Binger gasped, overwhelmed with embarrassment, not anticipating such a situation. Her heart raced, filled with terror. Any maiden would feel fear and tension in such circumstances. I am Jiang Hua, he exclaimed, hastily turning away and speaking softly. Binger, what happened? Is everything all right? A woman's voice echoed from the adjacent room, followed by the hurried sound of footsteps approaching at great speed. Invisibility. Jiang Hua glanced at Lan Binger, forming a hand seal as he whispered. To her astonishment, his form became increasingly translucent until he melded seamlessly with the wall, rendering him undetectable to Lan Binger. Bang! The bathroom door swung open as a middle-aged woman burst in, her expression one of concern as she looked at Lan Binger. Binger, what's the matter? And nothing, Mama. I just saw a mouse, but it's gone now. Lan Binger regained her composure and replied. Oh, is that so? I thought something was wrong. The woman responded, relieved. The middle-aged woman sighed with relief, walking around the bathroom in search of any signs of intrusion, but finding none, she remarked, how peculiar. How could there possibly be a mouse in such a house? Tomorrow, I shall confront the property management. Indeed, that frightened me terribly just now, Blue Binger pouted playfully. Binger, make sure to go to bed promptly after your bath, the woman advised as she departed. Understood, Mother, Blue Binger replied. Once her mother had left, Blue Binger hurriedly emerged from the wooden tub, donning a loose bathrobe. It was only at that moment that she blushed and addressed the corner of the room. Master, you may come out now. Jiang Hua gradually materialized, his gaze falling upon the freshly bathed Blue Binger, who radiated a fragrant aura of youth. Her fair, elongated legs were exposed, and her warm, jade-like shoulders were clearly visible, while her bathrobe accentuated her bosom, creating enticing contours that stirred his emotions. Blue Binger, noticing the intensity in Jiang Hua's gaze, quickly tugged at her robe, pleadingly saying, Master, please don't look. I am only 16. Jiang Hua awkwardly chuckled. Averting his eyes and apologizing, I am sorry. I mistakenly thought this was your bedroom and ventured in. With her face flushed, Blue Binger cautiously pointed to a room across the bathroom, saying, Master, my bedroom is over there. Perhaps you would prefer to go there instead? Jiang Hua felt it improper to linger any longer. Although Blue Binger sought his assistance, it would be inappropriate to take advantage of her modesty. Besides, he had seen enough already and wished to spare her any further embarrassment. All right, you may wash up, he said, transforming into a wisp of azure smoke and exiting the bathroom. Blue Binger felt a rush of warmth in her cheeks. But as she recalled the way Jiang Hua had looked at her, a wave of nervousness and fear washed over her. Would he take advantage of this opportunity? Shaking her head vigorously, she reassured herself, the master is like a celestial being. Surely he would not engage in such behavior. Upon entering Blue Binger's bedroom, Jiang Hua was enveloped by a faint, enchanting fragrance that left him somewhat entranced, uncertain whether it emanated from the orchids on the windowsill or from Blue Binger herself. The room was impeccably tidy and simple, furnished with only a bed and a large wardrobe, accompanied by a few books and the orchids on the sill. There was even no computer present. What a delightful young lady, Jiang Hua mused internally. He had a particular fondness for demure girls, and if they possessed a hint of scholarly charm, they would epitomize the ideal goddess in his heart. To his surprise, he picked up a book and found it contained the poetry of Nalan Xingda, just as he himself cherished. In that instant, his admiration for Blue Binger surged immensely. Just then, he heard footsteps behind him. Blue Binger must have returned from her bath. He turned around, momentarily frozen in astonishment, his eyes filled with awe. Blue Binger appeared like an exquisite painting, breathtakingly beautiful, yet exuding an aura of purity that rendered any thoughts of impropriety inconceivable. Her hair, still slightly damp from the recent bath, exuded an ethereal charm intertwined with a hint of allure. The oversized bathrobe could scarcely conceal her nearly perfect curves, while her snow-white calves, exposed and gleaming like jade, dazzled the eyes. Truly, she was a divine goddess. Jiang Hua found himself utterly mesmerized. Since his return from the world of Naruto, he had never been so flustered or so deeply moved. Master, what are you looking at? Lan Binger, caught in the intensity of Jiang Hua's gaze, felt her cheeks flush crimson, her face adorned with a rosy glow. Her voice, sweet and delicate, enveloped Jiang Hua like a gentle spring breeze. Nothing at all. It was only then that Jiang Hua regained his composure and shifted his gaze elsewhere. Please, Master, take a seat. Lan Binger, feeling a twinge of awkwardness, was now 16 and had some understanding of matters between men and women. Many boys had looked at her in such a manner before, and it had always filled her with distaste. Yet, for reasons unknown, she felt a flicker of joy at Jiang Hua's gaze. Could this be what they call youthful infatuation? Perhaps you should dress properly first. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Hua turned away, aware that he had developed feelings for Lan Bing'er. Faced with her current attire, he was uncertain of his ability to maintain control. Lan Bing'er responded softly. Bing'er, what kind of skills do you wish to learn? Offensive or defensive? Jiang Hua's tone softened as he beheld her now fully dressed figure. Lan Bing'er's eyes widened in confusion. Never mind. I suppose I shall teach you medical ninjutsu and jinjutsu instead. Jiang Hua recognized her inability to make a choice. Medical ninjutsu? Jinjutsu? Lan Bing'er asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. Indeed, those are the skills, Jiang Hua affirmed. However, before we proceed, you must first learn the method of chakra extraction. Chakra extraction? What is chakra? Lan Bing'er inquired. Chakra is a wondrous energy composed of two elements. One is the physical energy drawn from the cells of the body, and the other is the mental energy accumulated through extensive training and experience. Chakra is the harmonious fusion of bodily and spiritual energy, Jiang Hua elucidated. My ability lies in extracting these two forms of energy from within myself, merging them into chakra, and then utilizing specific hand signs to activate it. I don't understand. A look of bewilderment clouded Lan Bing'er's beautiful eyes. Alas, Jiang Hua sighed, feeling a pang of frustration. This concept was indeed challenging for someone from a modern background to grasp immediately. How about this? It may be easier to comprehend, Jiang Hua suddenly proposed. Chakra is, in essence, a product of imagination. Imagination? Lan Bing'er gazed at Jiang Hua with wide eyes, intrigued. One of the origins of chakra is spiritual energy, which means that the amount of chakra is closely related to a person's mental strength, Jiang Hua remarked. Is it possible to generate chakra merely through imagination? Lan Bing'er exclaimed in astonishment. Well, I can't say for certain. Regardless, that's how my teacher instructed me when I first began my training, Jiang Hua casually replied. Merely talking is of no use. You should attempt it yourself, he suggested. By harnessing your imagination, draw out the cellular energy within your body. Then merge it with spiritual energy to refine chakra. Jiang Hua continued to elaborate. Listening intently to Jiang Hua's words, Lan Bing'er concentrated, immersing all her thoughts into her body. A few minutes later, Jiang Hua was astonished to discover that Lan Bing'er had actually produced chakra. Although the amount was minuscule, it was nonetheless astonishing. Even Jiang Hua had not manifested chakra during his initial training. Could it be that Lan Bing'er was a once-in-a-century prodigy? When Lan Bing'er awoke from her meditative state, Jiang Hua had already vanished, leaving only a note that read, "Continue your training. I shall return in 2 months." Although Lan Bing'er felt a tinge of disappointment at not receiving Jiang Hua's approval, the note rekindled her confidence. At the very least, Jiang Hua was willing to teach her, offering a glimmer of hope. Ding ding. Wang Haitao, who had been dozing at his desk, was startled awake by the ringing phone. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he answered, "Hello. What is it? What did you say?" Huang Yingdan is dead. All traces of sleep vanished as terror flickered in his eyes. The information relayed over the phone was too difficult to accept. Huang Yingdan, his most trusted subordinate, had perished, leaving no trace behind. The only evidence was a blood sample extracted from the extensively disturbed underground soil, which astonishingly matched Huang Yang'an's perfectly. "What does the surveillance equipment show?" Wang Haitao asked, suppressing his rising panic. "Mayor Wang, I regret to inform you that all surveillance equipment has been destroyed, and there are no records," came the reply. With a sharp snap, Wang Haitao hung up the phone, sitting in his chair, eyes vacant. What on earth was happening? His son had inexplicably ended up in such a state, and his close friend Huang Yingdan had been dismembered and buried beneath his own home. Who had they offended? Was it all orchestrated by him? Suddenly, a shiver ran down Wang Haitao's spine as a shadowy figure flashed through his mind, enigmatic and terrifying. What should I do? Wang Haitao covered his face with his hands, tears streaming down incessantly. If it truly was that person behind this, how could he confront him? What a farce. That individual could likely obliterate him with a mere gesture. He was beyond the reach of any worldly power. The following morning, Jiang Hua and Ji Tiancheng appeared at school, naturally attracting the attention of their teachers who offered their customary guidance. Li Xian and Ouyang Wenjing, who had been feeling despondent, regained their youth and vitality upon encountering Jiang Hua and Ji Tiancheng. They immersed themselves in their studies with renewed diligence. In the blink of an eye, a month and a half had passed, and as the college entrance examination approached, many students felt an overwhelming pressure, their smiles diminishing significantly. Only Jiang Hua, Ji Tiancheng, and a handful of others maintained their usual demeanor, engaging in laughter and lighthearted banter. The lively and charming Li Xian and Ouyang Wenjing had also tempered their exuberance, often betraying a hint of melancholy in their eyes. Their discontent, however, was not rooted in anxiety over the examination, but rather in the dread of parting from their beloveds afterward, fearing they would never meet again. Frequently during self-study sessions, the two girls scribbled away at notes unrelated to their studies. They were caught by teachers on several occasions, yet due to their unique circumstances, the instructors refrained from imposing undue hardship on them, merely offering a few admonitions. At long last, all the senior students were granted a break, with only 3 days remaining until the exam. On the day of the break, Jiang Hua and Ji Tianqing sought out a private room at a hotel, indulging in a celebratory drink, claiming it as an early celebration. In truth, for them, the examination was merely a formality. Ji Tianqing's family wielded considerable influence, and participating in the exam served only to validate his worth in the eyes of his kin. Meanwhile, Jiang Hua, a veritable anomaly, was not only a model student but could effortlessly pass the exam solely by virtue of his extraordinary insight. "How is your ability progressing, Tianqing?" Jiang Hua inquired as they neared the end of their drinking session. Upon mentioning superpowers, Ji Tianqing's spirits lifted, with the aid of the stone he had acquired. He had made remarkable strides, a transformation that could be aptly described as prodigious. With a hand resting on Jiang Hua's shoulder, he beamed. "Guess what level I've reached now, Huazi?" Jiang Hua surveyed Ji Tianqing and replied, "Perhaps you are about 3 times stronger than before your trip to Inner Mongolia." "You." Ji Tianqing's demeanor instantly soured, his head drooping in defeat as he lamented, "Why is there such a vast disparity among those of the same superpower?" Jiang Hua chuckled softly, "Tianqing, do not lose heart. With the stone's assistance, your progress has been quite rapid. There is no need for haste." Ji Tianqing rolled his eyes. "I am well aware of that. However, when compared to you, this monster, it is disheartening." Jiang Hua laughed heartlessly, raising his glass to clink with Ji Tianqing's before downing its contents in one go. Behind the school, there lay a lush forested area, where benches had been placed over time, transforming it into a sanctuary of sorts. Whenever someone felt troubled or contemplative, they would often retreat here to seek solace. In the heart of this grove, 2 remarkably beautiful girls sat on a bench, their faces etched with concern as they engaged in conversation. "Wenjing, what are you planning to do?" "The exam is just 3 days away," one of the girls, possessing delicate features, suddenly asked. "Li Xian, what is there to plan?" Ouyang Wenjing replied absent-mindedly. The 2 individuals in question are Ouyang Wenjing and Li Xian. After the school holiday commenced, they did not return home to prepare, but instead ventured into the woods behind the school to confide in one another. "Wenjing, you need not disguise your feelings any longer. Even a fool can discern your affection for Ji Tianqing," Li Xian gently urged, grasping her friend's delicate, fair hand. "After the college entrance examination, we will part ways, and we may never see each other again in this lifetime. Aren't you at all anxious?" A shadow crossed Ouyang Wenjing's beautiful face as she let out a soft sigh. If others were to witness such an expression on the typically headstrong and willful Ouyang Wenjing, they would surely be taken aback by her momentary vulnerability. Li Xian not. Ouyang Wenjing hesitated, words caught in her throat. Generally, she was a carefree girl, indifferent to most matters, yet when confronted with her own emotions, she found herself timid and reluctant to confront them. "Oh, Wenjing, what are you talking about? If you truly like Ji Tianqing, then confess your feelings to him directly. What are you afraid of?" Li Xian chastised her friend with a hint of exasperation. "And what about you?" Ouyang Wenjing fell silent for a moment before suddenly turning the question back on her. What do you mean?" Li Xian stammered, a hint of guilt creeping into her voice. "I mean, since you are so passionate about love, why do you not confess to Jiang Hua?" Ouyang Wenjing inquired. "I." A blush crept across Li Xian's cheeks as she lowered her head, murmuring, "It's different. It's not the same." "In what way is it different?" Ouyang Wenjing leaned closer, puzzled. "Jiang Hua. He has suffered emotional wounds. I fear he may develop aversions to women," Li Xian whispered. Ouyang Wenjing fell silent, recalling the tumultuous affair between Jiang Hua and Xiao Yuanji that had stirred the entire school, leaving a significant impact on Jiang Hua. It was entirely plausible that he might harbor resentment towards women as a result. "Li Xian, do you not wish to at least try?" Suddenly, Ouyang Wenjing seemed to resolve herself, gently embracing Li Xian as she spoke. "Try what?" Li Xian blinked in surprise, lifting her graceful face to meet Ouyang Wenjing's gaze. "Let us confess our feelings to them," Ouyang Wenjing declared, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, despite the fact that they were alone. Confess? Li Xian's heart raced wildly. Her face turned crimson. The notion of confession was a daunting prospect for young girls of 17 or 18, as they inherently possessed a sense of shyness and delicacy. What's wrong? Are you afraid? Ouyang Wenjing, reverting to her bold nature, challenged Li Xian with a teasing glance. Who's afraid? Li Xian instinctively retorted. Then it's settled. Let us go. Ouyang Wenjing declared, taking Li Xian's hand and leading her towards the school gates. Wenjing, where are you going? Li Xian felt a wave of panic and called out loudly. Where? To meet our beloved, of course. Ouyang Wenjing's face was flushed, yet her eyes shone with unwavering determination. What? Are we really going to do this? Li Xian was taken aback, her words faltering. Of course, she truly intended to go. Love must be pursued by oneself, rather than relying on the charity of others. Ouyang Wenjing exclaimed, Do not be afraid. They do not eat people. Li Xian struggled to break free from Ouyang Wenjing's grasp, crouching down on the ground, gasping for breath, her heart racing tumultuously. She felt as though she were on the brink of madness. She lacked the courage. What are you afraid of? Ouyang Wenjing's own breathing grew heavy. To be honest, she had also resolved firmly before making this decision. Li Xian's current demeanor was nearly shaking Ouyang Wenjing's resolve. I cannot. Li Xian crouched on the ground, her hands scratching the earth, her words unclear. Silly girl, if you do not confess to him, you might never have another chance in your life, Ouyang Wenjing patiently urged. Crouching beside her, Jiang Hua is such an outstanding young man. Once he enters university, he will surely be surrounded by all sorts of beautiful women, and by then, it will be too late. Yet, Li Xian understood in her heart that Ouyang Wenjing spoke the truth. But her youthful shyness made it impossible for her to confront the situation boldly. Stop with the buts. Let us go. Ouyang Wenjing extended her hands, pulling Li Xian up from the ground and half-dragging her towards the school gate. Wenjing, do you know where they are? Li Xian asked hesitantly, following Ouyang Wenjing with a stutter. They're drinking in that hotel over there. Ouyang Wenjing pointed to a nearby hotel. Drinking? Here? How do you know? Li Xian recognized the hotel next to the school, the only one of decent standing where the school's leaders often dined. I happened to see them, Ouyang Wenjing explained vaguely. Happened to see them? Li Xian's face was filled with disbelief. Forget about that. Let us hurry inside. Ouyang Wenjing's face flushed, and without further ado, she dragged Li Xian into the hotel. Two lovely ladies, please have a seat inside. A server greeted them as they entered. We are looking for someone in room 555. Ouyang Wenjing waved her hand and stated directly. Oh, looking for someone? Room 222 is on the 5th floor. Please follow me. The server responded with a pleasant demeanor, leading them towards the elevator. We can manage on our own. No need to trouble you. Thank you, Ouyang Wenjing quickly replied, pulling Li Xian towards the elevator. Meanwhile, Jiang Hua and Ji Tiancheng had already indulged significantly in their drinks. Without utilizing their abilities, they could barely walk straight. Hua, you are truly a purr friend. Ji Tiancheng spent 2,000 yuan to find you a pristine virgin on the day you returned to school, and you didn't even tell me how she tasted? Ji Tiancheng exclaimed, his breath reeking of alcohol, pointing an accusing finger at Jiang Hua. Jiang Hua, upon receiving a scathing remark from Ji Tiancheng, was suddenly reminded of a promise he had made to contact Sun Xiaoru in a month's time. However, amidst the myriad of events that had transpired recently, he had completely forgotten about it. Tiancheng, could you assist me in procuring that girl's contact information and her home address? I wish to pay her a visit. Jiang Hua's mind was remarkably clear, albeit slightly dazed. Ji Tiancheng exaggeratedly exclaimed, raising his voice, have you truly developed feelings? So, you not only wish to claim her first, but also desire her for a lifetime? Enough. What nonsense are you spouting? Jiang Hua quickly retorted. If you don't comprehend the situation, it's best you refrain from meddling. I don't understand. How could I possibly not understand? Ji Tiancheng slurred. You two must have had an entanglement that blossomed into affection, am I right? Jiang Hua felt a headache coming on. Just as he was about to explain, he abruptly sensed the presence of two individuals outside their private room, one of whom appeared to be weeping. Who is it? Jiang Hua raised his voice slightly. There was no response from outside. Only the sound of crying grew louder, followed by the sound of someone running, with another person seemingly in pursuit, expressing concern. That was Jiang Hua's eyes widened as he penetrated the barriers of the wall and beheld Li Xian, her face streaked with tears, running in distress, closely followed by Ouyang Wenjing. Ouyang Wenjing, while chasing from behind, was incessantly speaking, as though attempting to comfort Li Xian, yet Li Xian was unresponsive, her hands covering her eyes as she sprinted toward the hotel exit. Why is Li Xian so heartbroken? Jiang Hua murmured to himself. And then he recalled the two individuals outside their private room, suddenly realizing Li Xian and Ouyang Wenjing must have overheard his conversation with Ji Tiancheng. Li Xian believed she had already developed feelings for someone and had established a relationship, which explained her sorrowful demeanor. Yet again, another troublesome matter. Jiang Hua couldn't help but feel a wave of irritation. He was well aware of Li Xian's feelings for him. However, after recently enduring betrayal from Xiao Yuanji and considering that Li Xian was not his preferred type, he had chosen to feign ignorance. Nonetheless, in Jiang Hua's heart, he recognized that Li Xian was indeed a remarkable girl. What's the matter, Huazi? Ji Tiancheng noticed the change in Jiang Hua's expression, sensing his discomfort, which sobered him significantly. It's all because of you. Jiang Hua shot Ji Tiancheng a helpless glare. Because of me? Ji Tiancheng appeared utterly perplexed, unable to grasp the situation. I need to attend to some matters. Wait for me here. Jiang Hua formed hand seals, activated his invisibility technique, and employed his spatial abilities to pursue Li Xian. Li Xian, wait. Ouyang Wenjing called out, desperately chasing after her. However, at that moment, Li Xian was utterly heartbroken. Her mind closed off to all words as she continued to run forward in tears. Li Xian, danger lies ahead. It's the road. As Ouyang Wenjing chased after her, her complexion suddenly changed dramatically, and she screamed frantically. Unfortunately, Li Xian could no longer hear any sounds. She dashed forward without a glance back. With a screech, a speeding sedan abruptly halted at a critical moment, causing the vehicles behind to brake urgently. A large truck nearly collided with the sedan, almost resulting in a rear-end accident. Li Xian's mind was consumed by the words of Ji Tiancheng, her heart shattered, tears blurring her vision until the piercing sound of brakes jolted her back to reality. What is the point of living? Would it not be better to embrace death? As she gazed at the astonished and bewildered expressions of the people in the car, a thought of self-destruction arose within her. Li Xian seemed to have lost her mind, tilting her head back and laughing uproariously at the sky, tears cascading down like pearls strung on a broken thread. Ouyang Wenjing felt a pang of sorrow watching Li Xian's plight. She sympathized deeply with her friend. She wondered if she would react similarly if the circumstances had befallen Ji Tiancheng. This girl Jiang Hua stood silently in the void, observing Li Xian, who was laughing and crying on the road, feeling profoundly moved. Had she not once been in a similar situation regarding Xiao Yuanji? Li Xian, be careful. Ouyang Wenjing suddenly cried out in a piercing voice. Jiang Hua's eyes widened in alarm as a car approached Li Xian at full speed without any sign of slowing down. Finally, Li Xian heard Ouyang Wenjing shout and turned around. Through her tears, she seemed to see a vehicle hurtling toward her at breakneck speed. In that moment, a semblance of relief graced her face. She faced death with an unexpected calm. Jiang Hua, in my next life, I will surely be yours. Li Xian closed her eyes, murmuring softly, no need for the next life. In this very life, I want you to be mine. The sound of a voice that had haunted her dreams pierced through her oblivion, akin to a celestial echo from heaven to hell, rekindling her will to live. How warm. Li Xian felt herself being lifted by powerful arms, her head resting against a warm chest. The strong scent of masculinity enveloped her senses, leaving her in a state of blissful intoxication. Am I truly to perish? Why do I feel this strange illusion? She involuntarily opened her eyes, speaking to herself. To her astonishment, she found herself gazing at the man she loved most, Jiang Hua. What is happening? Li Xian felt bewildered. In her memory, she distinctly recalled being on the verge of being struck by a car. Why, when she opened her eyes, did she see her beloved? Could this be heaven? Li Xian exclaimed in shock. In certain novels, she had encountered descriptions of paradise, wherein all wishes could come true. Silly girl, this is far from paradise. Jiang Hua gazed at the infatuated girl with a mix of love and exasperation. This girl was truly a paradox. For love, she was willing to forsake everything. Yet when love slipped away, she failed to cherish herself. If it were not for Jiang Hua's timely intervention, employing his spatial powers to save her during her most perilous moment, this girl would have already perished. Is this not heaven? What place is this? Li Xian inquired incredulously. Simultaneously, she reached out her delicate hand to caress Jiang Hua's face. Jiang Hua did not flinch, allowing her gentle touch to linger on his skin. His gaze filled with heartfelt emotion. Li Xian's hand was warm, much like her spirit, bringing Jiang Hua immense comfort. This Li Xian exclaimed, startled as if jolted by electricity, retracting her arm. The reality of the moment was too vivid, far removed from any semblance of a dream. You, put me down. A rosy hue spread across Li Xian's porcelain-like cheeks as she lowered her gaze, unable to meet the intensity of Jiang Hua's eyes. Was it you who saved me? Li Xian glanced around at the vast, peculiar space, uncertainty clouding her eyes, for this realm seemed to exist apart from the world. An independent entity. It was indeed I who saved you, Jiang Hua replied, observing the crimson flush on Li Xian's face, pressing her with the question, pray tell. Why do you demean yourself so? Tears welled in Li Xian's eyes at Jiang Hua's words, feeling a profound sense of grievance. Isn't this all because of you? Do you truly remain unaware? Li Xian, I must tell you, love is not the entirety of one's existence. Jiang Hua discerned the hurt in her gaze, his tone slightly stern. Have you considered your parents? If something were to happen to you, what would become of them? Have you given any thought to that? Your actions do not reflect your devotion to love. Rather, they reveal a selfishness within you. Li Xian felt a chill envelop her. Only now did she recall her loving father and mother, her mischievous little sister, and her dearest friends. Suddenly, a shiver coursed through her as she grasped the gravity of her situation. I understand my folly now. I shall never again engage in such foolishness. Li Xian was inherently intelligent, momentarily lost in anguish, but Jiang Hua's words brought clarity, illuminating many truths. That is more like it. Jiang Hua nodded in approval. In the future, before undertaking any action, always consider your parents, then decide, understood? I understand, Li Xian responded like a dutiful student, nodding earnestly in response to Jiang Hua's admonition. Jiang Hua, how did you manage to save me? After unraveling her emotional turmoil, Li Xian posed this question. Well, Jiang Hua hesitated for a moment, but ultimately replied candidly, Li Xian, I am an individual endowed with extraordinary abilities. You possess extraordinary abilities? A look of realization dawned on Li Xian's face, devoid of any disbelief. Are you not astonished? Jiang Hua found Li Xian's reaction rather peculiar. What could be so strange? My sister and I both possess extraordinary abilities. I have long since become accustomed to it. Li Xian uttered a statement that left Jiang Hua astounded. What? You and your sister are also endowed with superpowers? When did you awaken your abilities? Jiang Hua inquired hastily. This marked the fourth instance of awakened powers that Jiang Hua had encountered, compelling him to pay special attention. When? I can't recall precisely. But it should have been around 5 months ago, Li Xian pondered before responding. Is it still that time? Jiang Hua mused internally. The descent of meteors from beyond the skies had catalyzed the gradual awakening of superpowers among humanity on Earth. The wheel of history was now irrevocably in motion, and the era of superhumans was imminent. Li Xian, what is your ability? Jiang Hua contemplated for a moment before asking. My ability is water, Li Xian replied, raising her pristine, jade-like hand. A sphere of water, the size of a ping-pong ball, spun gracefully at her fingertips, resembling a magical display. My sister and I are polar opposites. Her ability is fire. A hint of self-deprecation graced Li Xian's lips as she continued. My power is of little use. Far inferior to that of my sister. A melancholy expression settled on her face, stirring a sense of sympathy within Jiang Hua. What nonsense are you speaking? Your ability is indeed formidable. You simply have yet to unlock its potential, Jiang Hua admonished. This girl, once radiant and vivacious, had succumbed to a state of despondency following a romantic setback, a sight Jiang Hua found disheartening. What nonsense? Li Xian pouted her rosy lips, displaying a charmingly naive demeanor. My sister's ability can at least be used to kindle fires for cooking, providing warmth to others. What can my ability do? Jiang Hua listened in silence, refraining from interrupting until Li Xian finished speaking. He then slowly raised his hands before her, gradually forming the hand seals for the water escape technique. Chou Shun, Mao Zi Hai Yu Chou Wu. Jiang Hua recited the names of the various seals, following the sequence for the first-level water escape technique. Water Dragon Bullet. Yuren Zi Hai Yu. Upon completing the final hand seals, Jiang Hua gazed tenderly at Li Xian and said, observe closely. This is the water-based ability you deem utterly useless. No sooner had he spoken than a magnificent curtain of water surged up from behind him, rising abruptly with no prior indication. The curtain ascended skyward, reaching heights of over 20 meters, resembling a waterfall cascading from the heavens, both breathtaking and awe-inspiring. Standing before the waterfall, Jiang Hua exuded an air of grandeur, an imposing presence that left Li Xian entranced, deepening her affection for him. Water escape. Water dragon bullet. Jiang Hua enunciated clearly. In an instant, the waterfall seemed to be imbued with a mystical force, as if all the water were subject to an enigmatic power, colliding and rearranging in midair, ultimately transforming into the likeness of a five-clawed dragon from ancient Chinese mythology. The five-clawed divine dragon soared through the sky, measuring an impressive 40 to 50 meters in length and 2 to 3 meters in girth. Its enormous scales shimmered vividly, and its 5 powerful claws exuded a formidable strength, as if capable of tearing through anything in existence. The five-clawed divine dragon radiated an unparalleled sense of power, emanating an immense pressure that suggested it was not merely composed of water, but rather a true celestial dragon. Could this truly be a manifestation of water-based abilities? Li Xian gazed in awe, her mouth agape, her beautiful eyes filled with shock and excitement. Jiang Hua smiled gently, leaping gracefully atop the dragon's head. Grasping the shimmering horns with his hands, he commanded, "Descend." The five-clawed divine dragon appeared almost alive, seemingly comprehending Jiang Hua's words. It raised its head, as if preparing to unleash a roar, yet no sound emerged, for it was not a tangible being. The dragon swooped down from the air, circling around Li Xian, its colossal form looming ominously, causing her heart to race with trepidation. Li Xian firmly believed that a mere brush from the immense dragon would render her utterly defenseless. "Come aboard and experience your future." The five-clawed divine dragon settled on the ground, and Jiang Hua leaped down from its massive head, extending his hand towards Li Xian with a smile. "Yes." Li Xian nodded enthusiastically, unable to resist the invitation of her beloved. As Jiang Hua's warm hand enveloped her delicate one, an electric sensation coursed through Li Xian's body, leaving her feeling as though she were in a dream. "Hold on tight," Jiang Hua said with a smile. They sat side by side atop the dragon's head, each grasping a horn. Li Xian's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. It was her first time being so close to Jiang Hua, especially while perched upon a divine dragon, lending her a surreal sense of wonder. Was she dreaming? If not, why was everything so breathtakingly perfect? "Do not be afraid." Jiang Hua gently patted Li Xian's shoulder, reassuring her. The five-clawed divine dragon began to move slowly. Its enormous claws pressed against the ground, and in an instant, its vast body ascended rapidly into the sky. "Ah!" Li Xian exclaimed in surprise. Having never undergone ninja training and possessing only nascent abilities, she struggled to acclimate to such exhilarating flight. In her panic, one hand clutched the dragon's horn while the other tightly embraced Jiang Hua's waist. The moment she held on to him, her racing heart calmed, realizing that this was her dream. As long as she was by Jiang Hua's side, she feared nothing in the world. Jiang Hua felt the delicate hand clutching his waist, an electric current surging through his body, a unique sensation shared between young lovers. He steadied his mind, simply smiling as he gently caressed Li Xian's fair hand, softly whispering, "There's no need to worry. This is my magic, and you are in no danger." As Jiang Hua continued to tenderly stroke her hand, waves of electricity coursed through her, painting her lovely cheeks with a rosy hue, rendering her bashful and enchanted. However, having taken that step, and with only the two of them present, Li Xian felt no inclination to conceal her feelings any longer. She gradually leaned toward Jiang Hua, resting her head on his chest, listening to the rhythm of her beloved's heartbeat. What? A surge of surprise coursed through Li Xian's heart. Jiang Hua's heartbeat was rapid. What did this signify? It suggested that Jiang Hua harbored some feelings for her as well. Jiang Hua's heart thundered, since that incident at the hotel. This was the first time he had been so close to a girl, their skin nearly touching, although Li Xian was not his ideal partner. Her unwavering dedication to love profoundly moved him. Moreover, Li Xian's beauty was undeniable, and few men could resist the allure of a beautiful woman. Unconsciously, Jiang Hua placed his hand on Li Xian's back, enveloping her in his embrace, and an unspoken affection began to blossom between them. "Brother Hua, I am aware that you have someone special in your heart. I, Li Xian, do not seek much. I merely wish to know one thing. When you hear my name, what do you think of?" Li Xian buried her head in Jiang Hua's chest, feeling the warmth he provided, and in that moment, her heart was tranquil. Simply because she was with her beloved. "Li Xian, you have misunderstood. What Tiancheng said is not as you think. There is no such matter." Jiang Hua sensed the sorrow in Li Xian's heart and resolved to reveal the truth. "What?" Li Xian's heart stirred, and she inquired further. Was there perhaps a hidden truth behind Tiancheng's words? Li Xian felt her once lifeless heart begin to revive. The situation unfolded as follows. On the day I had just recovered from a severe illness, Jiang Hua recounted the events of that day in detail. And as Li Xian listened intently, her smile grew brighter, her beautiful eyes regaining their former vivacity and sparkle. So that was it. Li Xian reflected after hearing Jiang Hua's account. There is an ancient saying, hearing is false, seeing is true. It was only today that Li Xian grasped the profound meaning of those words. I misunderstood you. Li Xian lifted her lovely face, beaming with joy. Resembling a blooming lotus in a secluded valley, captivatingly beautiful and irresistible. Li Xian, you. Jiang Hua felt a rush of heat coursing through him. A wildfire igniting within, as he sensed himself losing control, for Li Xian's tender, rosy lips were slowly inching closer to him. At that moment, Li Xian's face was flushed with a radiant blush, her beauty akin to a blossoming flower, her breaths quickening and fragrant, igniting Jiang Hua's heart into a frenzy. Having spent 30 years in the world of Hokage, where he had encountered extraordinary beauties like Mei Terumi and Conan, experiencing the myriad charms of women, he had once been utterly captivated by their physicality. But upon returning to the real world, Jiang Hua remained a virgin, his physiological urges reaching a boiling point, making it nearly impossible to resist the allure of such a youthful and beautiful girl. Jiang Hua's heartbeat escalated, and his breaths grew heavier. Jiang Hua stood tall, towering over Li Xian, who nestled against his chest, gazing up at him. Jiang Hua could distinctly discern the outline of her bosom. Li Xian wore a delicate milky yellow blouse, which struggled to contain her blossoming curves. The buttons gaped open, revealing glimpses of her pink bra beneath. Below that pink allure lay a temptation as pure as jade, a creamy cleavage that stirred Jiang Hua's heart, igniting a fervor within him. Unable to contain himself any longer, he whispered sweetly, lifting her chin with his hand. Li Xian, unaccustomed to such intimacy, blushed deeply, her beautiful eyes fluttering shut, and her tender, rosy lips pursed in anticipation. With no hesitation, Jiang Hua leaned in to kiss her soft, inviting lips. Li Xian, taken aback by his endearing call of Xiener, had little time to rejoice before her mouth was captured by his. A surge of electric warmth coursed through her, causing her body to tremble. Is this real? Li Xian's mind went blank, overwhelmed by the culmination of her longing through countless days and nights. Unbeknownst to her, tears of joy streamed down her cheeks. Jiang Hua's touch was gentle yet fervent, and as it was her first kiss, Li Xian felt unsure how to respond, surrendering to the moment. Xiener, you. As Jiang Hua reveled in the sweetness of her lips, he suddenly felt a cool droplet fall onto his hand, startling him. Reluctantly, he pulled away from her crimson mouth, only to find her cheeks stained with tears, which sent a pang of concern through him. Xiener, I'm sorry. It was inappropriate of me. Jiang Hua regretted his impulsiveness, feeling he had overstepped boundaries. Though his body burned with desire, his spirit was resolute enough to rein in the flames of passion. Brother Hua, please don't blame yourself. I am just so happy, Li Xian said, wiping her tears and revealing a genuine smile, her enchanting eyes glistening with admiration as they gazed at Jiang Hua. Overwhelmed by guilt, he found himself at a loss for words. Simply captivated by the tear-streaked beauty before him, his feelings of tenderness intensifying. Brother Hua, I wish to know if what you said when you saved me was true. Li Xian inquired, locking her eyes with his, every word deliberate. Jiang Hua's declaration of in this lifetime, I want you to be my woman, echoed in her mind, lingering and refusing to fade. Of course it is true, Jiang Hua replied without hesitation, despite Li Xian not being his typical preference. Her heartfelt display and affection made him certain that he would gladly take her as his wife. Brother Hua, Li Xian leaped into his embrace, tears of joy cascading down her face once more. After years of unrequited love, today had finally brought her the happiness she yearned for, even if it meant her demise. She would embrace it willingly. Huagu, Li Xian wept for a while, then suddenly lifted her head, extending her hands to slowly unfasten her garments, revealing her pristine bosom. A sacred expression graced her face as she resolutely declared, Huagu, today I wish to give myself to you. No. Jiang Hua abruptly grasped Li Xian's delicate, alabaster hand, gently reclothing her while solemnly stating, Xiener, let us wait until we are married before you entrust yourself to me. Huagu, what? What did you say? When we get married. Li Xian's hands trembled, her beautiful eyes blinking in disbelief as she gazed at Jiang Hua. Marriage is the most significant event in the lives of every virtuous young woman, and Jiang Hua had just suggested they wait until their wedding too. Overwhelmed by the sudden surge of happiness, Li Xian clutched Jiang Hua's arm, her voice quivering as she asked, Huagu, is that truly what you mean? Of course it is. Once you graduate from university, we shall marry, shall we? Silly girl, stop crying now. You'll turn into a big, spotted cat, Jiang Hua affirmed, nodding earnestly as he wiped away her tears. Yes, I want to cry. I want to cry. I should be happy. I should be happy, Li Xian repeated, though the tears of joy continued to flow unabated. What a devoted woman. Jiang Hua felt a pang of affection watching her. In the world of Naruto, although he possessed several beautiful companions, he had never settled down, always wandering alone. Yet now, upon seeing Li Xian, he found himself pondering the idea of establishing a family. Could it be that his heart had grown weary of drifting and longed for a home? Sienna, let us go? For I fear Ouyang Wenjing and the others may be growing anxious, Jiang Hua said, once more wiping Li Xian's tears away. Yes, let us go, she responded, suddenly recalling Ouyang Wenjing and feeling a twinge of guilt, for she had witnessed the accident that befell her. Hold on tight. Jiang Hua formed a hand seal with one hand while embracing Li Xian with the other. In a flash, a spatial vortex appeared, and as they stepped through, they found themselves in the private room 555 of a nearby hotel. As Li Xian emerged, she let out a sudden scream, her cheeks flushing crimson as she leapt into Jiang Hua's embrace. Jiang Hua, upon observing the scene within the room, inwardly cursed. Inside, Ouyang Wenjing sat atop Ji Tiancheng's lap, her hands entwined around his neck as they fed each other food mouth to mouth. Who goes there? Both were startled by Li Xian's scream, particularly Ouyang Wenjing, whose face turned as red as a startled fawn. She quickly dismounted Ji Tiancheng, hastily adjusting her disheveled attire, for that scream had sounded remarkably like her dear friend Li Xian. Huaziyu. Ji Tiancheng was at a loss for words, never expecting Jiang Hua to arrive at such a moment. Continue. We didn't see a thing. Jiang Hua smirked, wrapping an arm around Li Xian as they made their way toward the exit. Come back here, Ji Tiancheng called out in resignation. As for Ouyang Wenjing, she had already shyly hidden behind Ji Tiancheng, too embarrassed to come out. Haha. Jiang Hua and Ji Tiancheng exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Ouyang Wenjing, puzzled by their amusement, cautiously peeked out, only to inadvertently meet Li Xian's gaze. To her astonishment, she found Li Xian nestled in Jiang Hua's embrace, radiating happiness. In turn, Li Xian noticed the bliss reflected in Ouyang Wenjing's bashful expression. Come, Tiancheng, Wenjing, allow me to introduce you to my fiancé, Li Xian, Jiang Hua declared with a smile. Fiancé? Ji Tiancheng and Ouyang Wenjing exclaimed in disbelief, their eyes widening. This development was rather swift, to say the least. I have met you, brother Tiancheng, sister Wenjing. Li Xian shyly stepped forward, addressing them with her new title. Li Xian, you're not competing with me for the title of sister anymore? Ouyang Wenjing asked, astonished. Over the years, their rivalry had persisted since childhood. Li Xian had never conceded defeat, yet now she willingly called her sister. Could love truly wield such transformative power? Sister Wenjing, since you will eventually marry brother Tiancheng, calling you sister is hardly a loss, Li Xian retorted, her spirits buoyed by love, reverting to her lively self. Ouyang Wenjing's cheeks flushed crimson. She had never anticipated that moment would be witnessed by Li Xian and Jiang Hua. She could only imagine how many times Li Xian would tease her about it in the future. Li Xian, are you hungry? Let us eat, Ji Tiancheng interjected, eager to divert the conversation, feeling quite awkward about the earlier scene. Yes, indeed. Let us hasten to the meal, Jiang Hua echoed. The table was cleared and replaced with an array of fresh dishes, simple home-cooked fare, yet the hotel's culinary skills were exceptional, and the flavors delightful. The four of them dined heartily, especially Li Xian and Ouyang Wenjing, who, having fulfilled their wishes, exchanged witty banter that had Jiang Hua and Ji Tiancheng in stitches. With the college entrance examination approaching in 3 days, which exam rooms will you be in? Jiang Hua inquired after their meal. My exam room is quite close. In our school as third-year class 1, Ouyang Wenjing replied. Oh, what a coincidence. I'll be in the first-year class 5, also at our school, Li Xian chimed in. I can't believe it, Ji Tiancheng exclaimed dramatically. Is it possible that all our exam rooms are in the same school? Mine is in the third-year class 7. I am in the second-year class 6, Jiang Hua added quickly. To our college entrance examination in 3 days, let us raise our glasses. The four of them lifted their cups in unison, their voices ringing out. With their worries set aside, Li Xian and Ouyang Wenjing were sure to perform splendidly in the examination, while Jiang Hua had never felt concern for himself and Ji Tiancheng. As for their exam rooms, Jiang Hua harbored a thought. At a crucial moment, he wished to lend them a hand, ideally ensuring that all three would gain admission to the same university. Why are you three the only ones with super abilities, while I am not? This is quite unfair. Ouyang Wenjing, by the end, was thoroughly intoxicated, her lips incessantly murmuring. All right, Wenjing, do not be disheartened. Once the college entrance examination concludes, I shall have Huazi teach you. How does that sound? Ji Tianqing found himself compelled to spend some time comforting her. Both Li Xian and Ouyang Wenjing, being young women of delicate constitution, succumbed to the effects of alcohol swiftly, their words becoming utterly nonsensical, leaving Jiang Hua and Ji Tianqing exchanging glances, nodding in agreement to their ramblings. Particularly when they spoke of their unrequited affections for Jiang Hua and Ji Tianqing, both men felt a mixture of emotion and bittersweet sorrow, pondering how they could possibly be worthy of such ardent devotion from two young ladies. Ultimately, after considerable effort, the two managed to escort Li Xian and Ouyang Wenjing home. By that hour, night had fully descended, and to avoid raising suspicions among the young women as parents, Jiang Hua employed shadow clones and transformation techniques to assume the guise of a school authority figure, thus resolving the predicament satisfactorily. Upon returning to the school gate, Jiang Hua and Ji Tianqing exchanged a glance and could not help but chuckle. Tianqing, it seems you and Ouyang Wenjing have made swift progress, just having opened your hearts. And already you are so close. Jiang Hua teased, casting a playful look at Ji Tianqing. What a misfortune to be caught by you. Ji Tianqing offered no explanation, attributing it solely to his ill luck. Had he seized the opportunity, he would certainly have taken the chance to jest with Jiang Hua in return. Huazi, what exactly is going on between you and Li Xian? A look of happiness radiated from Ji Tianqing's face, a testament to his elation, as he saw that Ouyang Wenjing reciprocated Ji Tianqing's affections. Oh, it is nothing much. We have agreed that once she graduates from university, I shall marry her. Jiang Hua replied with a smile. What? Ji Tianqing's eyes widened in astonishment. Huazi, you dare to say that my relationship with Wenjing is progressing quickly? Yet you have already decided on marriage after merely confessing your feelings. Oh, indeed. It is somewhat rapid. Perhaps it was merely a spur-of-the-moment decision. But it is truly my resolve. Li Xian is the ideal candidate for my wife, Jiang Hua stated without reservation. Huazi, do you genuinely mean that? Ji Tianqing inquired earnestly. You must understand that in university, there are countless beauties. With your excellence and capabilities, is there any beauty you could not easily attract? Will you not regret deciding on marriage so early? Tianqing, I am well aware of this. Jiang Hua nodded in agreement. However, in this vast world, there must be millions of beauties, yet even if I were to indulge in the pursuit of them, how many would truly be within my grasp? Out of the boundless ocean, I shall only take a single cup. Well said, Huazi. You have articulated the sentiments of a true brother. I have decided, just like you. Once Wenjing graduates from university, I shall also marry at once. Ji Tianqing's eyes sparkled with excitement, wholeheartedly endorsing Jiang Hua's sentiments. Huazi, do you feel confident about the college entrance examination? After a while, Ji Tianqing shifted the conversation back to the matter of utmost concern for them all. As for the examination, I am undoubtedly confident. What preoccupies my thoughts now is whether Tsinghua or Peking University is the better choice, Jiang Hua replied, a smile gracing his face. I am truly a peculiar being. Ji Tianqing lamented, shaking his head in resignation. His achievements have consistently placed him at the top of his school and among the top 3 in the city. Despite this, he lacked the confidence to assert that he could gain admission to these 2 most prestigious institutions in the country. Jiang Hua's comment about contemplating which school would be better struck a blow to his self-esteem. What is this? You're not certain? Jiang Hua inquired. What certainty are you talking about? Ji Tianqing replied, visibly frustrated. My family's wishes are for me to apply to the National Police University. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hua immediately comprehended the implications. Being born into a prominent family often meant that one's path was predetermined, as everything was already arranged for you. Isn't applying to the political science department at Peking University the same? The current head of state graduated from there, didn't he? Jiang Hua scoffed. It would indeed be splendid to be admitted to Peking University's political science department. However, given my current grades, it is exceedingly difficult. Thus, my family has set the National Police University as my minimum requirement. Ji Tianqing lamented. Minimum requirement. Jiang Hua was left speechless. Was the National Police University so easy to get into that it was G's family's lowest expectation for him? Tianqing, I can help you, Jiang Hua declared after a moment of contemplation. His plan was for both Ji Tianqing Li Xian, and Ouyang Wenjing to gain admission to Peking University, thereby creating an everlasting legend for the city. How can you help me? Ji Tianqing was taken aback, confused. Haha. You'll find out on the day of the college entrance examination. Jiang Hua laughed heartily, declining to elaborate. Well, thank you in advance. Although Ji Tianqing was uncertain of the means by which Jiang Hua intended to assist him, having witnessed Jiang Hua's extraordinary capabilities over the past few days, he couldn't help but choose to trust him. 3 days swiftly passed. On the morning of the first day of the college entrance examination, every student participating bore expressions of both anxiety and excitement, clutching their meticulously prepared materials, arriving at the school well in advance. Every corner of the institution was filled with individuals nervously reciting information, while others engaged in deliberate conversations to alleviate their tension. The college entrance examination is akin to a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate, marking a significant milestone in the lives of countless young individuals. Everyone placed immense importance on this examination, with many parents accompanying their children to the school. Huazi, why are you so late? As Jiang Hua arrived at the school, Ji Tianqing rushed over to him, while Ouyang Wenjing and Li Xian were conversing in the background. Late? We still have over half an hour before we can enter the examination hall, Jiang Hua remarked, glancing at the time. Goodness. It seems you truly haven't taken the college entrance examination to heart, Ji Tianqing replied, a hint of envy in his voice. Tianqing, what is the first subject? Jiang Hua casually inquired, surveying the surroundings. Me. Ji Tianqing was taken aback. This was rather nonchalant of him, not even knowing the first subject. Chinese. Ji Tianqing's face exhibited a look of admiration. Huazi, you're here. At that moment, Li Xian, who had been chatting with Ouyang Wenjing, spotted Jiang Hua and hurried over with her friend, exuberantly calling out. Since the two established their relationship, Li Xian's way of addressing Jiang Hua had transformed. In public, she referred to him as Huazi, while in private, she affectionately called him Huago. Ah, you all arrived early, Jiang Hua remarked with a smile, acknowledging their presence. How do you feel about the current situation? He inquired. The first exam in Chinese was certainly manageable, as it is our forte as liberal arts students. But we dare not speak of the mathematics test this afternoon, Li Xian replied with a grimace. Indeed, for students in the humanities, mathematics posed considerable challenges. Perhaps only a handful of girls in the entire school excelled in it. Oh, Jiang Hua nodded thoughtfully, then beckoned the three closer with a wave of his hand. Ji Tianqing understood Jiang Hua's intention, likely wishing to assist them during the examination. To prevent any mishaps, he promptly moved closer. Although Li Xian and Ouyang Wenjing were initially perplexed, they instinctively approached Jiang Hua upon seeing his serious demeanor. During the exam, I will discreetly assist you. But you must remain calm, no matter what occurs, understood? Jiang Hua instructed earnestly. Understood. Ji Tianqing replied with a smile, patting Jiang Hua on the shoulder, confident that Jiang Hua had devised a clever plan. Oh, I see. Just like the day you and Li Xian suddenly appeared in the house, right? Ouyang Wenjing, sharp-witted, immediately grasped Jiang Hua's implication. Clever, Jiang Hua commended her. Soon, the entrance bell rang, and the school's announcement repeatedly urged the candidates to enter. Mindful of those who might be far away and not hear it, Jiang Hua felt remarkably at ease with the aid of his keen intellect. He had already ingrained the content of all textbooks and reference materials into his memory, confident that the exam would pose no challenge for him. Students, the first exam is Chinese. Now, let me outline the rules and regulations of the examination room. First, candidates must present their admission tickets and relevant identification to enter. The teachers stated in unison across various classrooms, a customary practice for the annual college entrance examination. Jiang Hua listened attentively until another teacher entered with a sealed envelope containing this year's exam questions. Students, please gather your materials. There are 5 minutes left before the exam begins, the teacher announced loudly. In response, many students reluctantly placed their books on the teacher's desk. Jiang Hua felt a cold smirk within. Some individuals spent their time playing rather than focusing on their studies, and now, in the face of urgency, what good would last-minute cramming do? The 5 minutes passed swiftly, and the teachers began distributing the test papers. When Jiang Hua received his paper, he did not hastily write down answers, but instead quickly skimmed through the questions. Only then did he pick up his pen and begin to write. The exam questions were not particularly easy, yet for Jiang Hua, they proved to be a mere trifle. In merely 40 minutes, Jiang Hua completed all the examination questions, including the essay. As he set down his pen and surveyed the surroundings, he noticed that others were still diligently writing, many with furrowed brows, clearly grappling with difficulties. How tedious this is. There is still an hour and a half until we can submit our papers, Jiang Hua lamented inwardly. He placed his hands atop his head to shield his eyes from the watchful gaze of the invigilator, then discreetly rolled his eyes to observe the situation of Ji Tianqing and the others. With his keen insight, he discerned that Ji Tianqing appeared calm and composed, exhibiting an air of ease, while Li Xian and Ouyang Wenjing were visibly troubled, their brows knitted in concentration. However, Jiang Hua refrained from intervening. As he believed in the integrity of individual effort, it was a matter of personal character that could not be feigned. You all should strive on your own. I shall assist you during the math exam this afternoon, he resolved, retracting his gaze and leaning over his desk, preparing for a brief nap. Student one of the invigilators, noticing Jiang Hua's behavior, approached with a hint of discontent. Yet, upon discovering that Jiang Hua's answer sheet was filled with neatly written responses, he was taken aback by the clarity and aesthetics of the handwriting. Truly a genius. The teacher marveled at Jiang Hua's paper, filled with admiration, and ultimately chose not to speak, returning to the podium. The bell signaling the end of the exam rang, and Jiang Hua rose from his seat. Striding out of the classroom, Huazi, how did it go? Ji Tianqing exclaimed upon seeing Jiang Hua, clearly in high spirits. Not too bad. And you? Jiang Hua replied with a smile. I feel fantastic, Ji Tianqing beamed, evidently pleased with his performance in the language exam. Huazi, Tianqing. In the distance, Li Xian and Ouyang Wenjing spotted the two and hurried over. Through their conversation, Jiang Hua learned that both were also satisfied with their efforts. The afternoon examination would be mathematics, which, in comparison to language, posed a greater challenge. Overall, this year's test paper seemed more difficult, rendering the situation rather unfair for the candidates. Nonetheless, this did not deter Jiang Hua. He completed all the questions within an hour and meticulously reviewed his work before directing his focus towards Li Xian. Though Li Xian had performed well academically, her grasp of mathematics was lacking, and the questions this time were evidently challenging. Her paper bore 4 unanswered major problems. Anxiety etched across her face. For if she failed to solve these questions, attaining a high score would be improbable and passing could be at risk. Mind transfer technique. Unable to bear her distress, Jiang Hua resorted to a secret technique learned from the world of Naruto, influencing Li Xian's consciousness to assist her in completing the remaining problems. When Li Xian regained awareness of her body, she was astounded to find meticulously crafted answers before her. Thankfully, she recalled Jiang Hua's earlier admonitions and stifled her surprise. In a similar vein, Jiang Hua extended his assistance to Ji Tianqing and Ouyang Wenjing. Although the trio might not achieve perfect scores, securing over 140 points was certainly within reach. Ji Tianqing and Ouyang Wenjing reacted much like Li Xian, their eyes widening in astonishment and delight as they beheld the meticulously crafted answers. They instinctively recognized that Jiang Hua was behind it. Yet they remained perplexed about how he had accomplished such a feat. Ji Tianqing, having witnessed Jiang Hua's remarkable abilities before, was not overly surprised. In contrast, Ouyang Wenjing regarded Jiang Hua as both enigmatic and formidable, evoking a sense of reverence within her. After the mathematics examination, Jiang Hua and his 3 companions encountered one another at the school gate. Ji Tianqing and the others looked at Jiang Hua with eyes filled with gratitude, for his assistance had undoubtedly elevated their scores far beyond their usual performance, making admission to a prestigious university a certainty, particularly for Ouyang Wenjing and Li Xian. Had it not been for Jiang Hua's intervention, passing the exam might have even been a challenge. Now, they were confident of scoring over 140 points, an improvement of a full 50 points. Thank you, Huazi. Ouyang Wenjing earnestly bowed to Jiang Hua, expressing her gratitude, while Ji Tianqing and Li Xian simply nodded in acknowledgement without further comment. Haha, do not thank me. If you must express gratitude, direct it towards Tianqing. Jiang Hua replied with a smile. Thank Tianqing? Ouyang Wenjing paused for a moment, then quickly came to the realization. She understood that her relationship with Jiang Hua was not particularly close, and without Ji Tianqing's connection, it was unlikely Jiang Hua would have offered his assistance. All right. Enough of that. Let's go eat. It's on me, Ji Tianqing declared loudly, leading the way towards the school gate. What? Why is it you treating us again? Ouyang Wenjing muttered in dissatisfaction. Since establishing a romantic connection with Ji Tianqing, she had become particularly attentive to him, and upon hearing that he would treat them again, She could not help but grumble inwardly. In this city, very few knew the true background of Ji Tianqing, and although Ouyang Wenjing's family was influential, how could they uncover Ji Tianqing's identity? Unbeknownst to her, Ji Tianqing's monthly allowance amounted to hundreds of thousands. "Let's go. The young master is treating us again," Jiang Hua exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he took Li Xian's hand and headed towards the school exit. "All right, Wenjing, let's go," Ji Tianqing said, taking a few steps before noticing Ouyang Wenjing's expression. With his keen intellect, he quickly discerned her thoughts and promptly returned, pulling her along. "Tianqing, let me treat this time." Ouyang Wenjing pondered for a moment before speaking. "Enough, Wenjing, do not utter such foolishness. With me around, there is no need for you to treat us. Rest assured. This small sum is of no concern to me," Ji Tianqing replied calmly, a smile gracing his face. Yet, for some reason, Ouyang Wenjing sensed an unassailable authority in his words. "Oh, I understand now." Ouyang Wenjing, being perceptive, inferred from his statement that Ji Tianqing's background and family were indeed extraordinary, alleviating her concerns. "Xianer, did you know? Ouyang Wenjing, that young lady, is once again fretting over her boyfriend." Jiang Hua, having overheard their conversation in its entirety, could not help but chuckle as he said to Li Xian, "What's the matter, Hua Gu?" Naturally, Li Xian was unaware of the specifics exchanged between Ji Tianqing and Ouyang Wenjing, and thus asked with a puzzled expression, "Just now, Tianqing mentioned treating us to a meal, and that girl Wenjing is worried that such generosity might be too much for him to handle," Jiang Hua explained. At that moment, Jiang Hua genuinely acknowledged Ouyang Wenjing's worth. Anyone who consistently considers Ji Tianqing's feelings is undoubtedly a good girl. "Oh, I see," Li Xian finally understood, and with a mischievous grin, leaned in closer to Jiang Hua's ear, whispering, "Hua Ge, if you keep treating us, I would certainly be just like Wenjing." Hee. Jiang Hua chuckled darkly, replying softly, "Xianer, you might not know this, but that fellow Tianqing is quite the affluent heir. If not him, then who should we exploit?" "Is that so?" Li Xian exclaimed in surprise. Just as he was about to speak further, he spotted Ji Tianqing and Ouyang Wenjing approaching and quickly fell silent. "Huazi, what mischief are you up to now?" Ji Tianqing, discerning the expressions on Jiang Hua and Li Xian's faces, immediately grasped that they had been discussing him. "Tianqing, what relationship do we share that I would speak ill of you? Do I appear to be that sort of person?" Jiang Hua feigned innocence. "Clearly," Ji Tianqing replied with mock seriousness, causing both Li Xian and Ouyang Wenjing to burst into laughter. "Enough of the antics. Let us eat. After the meal, we need to rest as we have an exam tomorrow," Jiang Hua said. "Indeed, Huazi is right. Let us hurry," Ji Tianqing concurred. At this moment, both Li Xian and Ouyang Wenjing were in full agreement, offering no dissent. After the meal, Jiang Hua saw Li Xian and Ouyang Wenjing safely home, then walked alongside Ji Tianqing, engaging in casual conversation. "Tianqing, there is something I wish to ask of you," Jiang Hua suddenly said. "Huazi, feel free to speak openly." "There is no need for formality between us," Ji Tianqing replied. "It pertains to that girl who attended to me that night, her home address and contact information." Jiang Hua broached the subject once more. "Huazi, you," Ji Tianqing responded in astonishment, "you are already with Li Xian. Do you not fear that seeking out that girl might provoke her jealousy?" "Tianqing, it is not as you presume. I did not engage with her that night." Jiang Hua finally revealed the truth to Ji Tianqing. "What? You did not have relations with her?" Ji Tianqing was momentarily taken aback. How could this be? He had administered a drug to Jiang Hua that night. It seemed implausible that he could have resisted. "It is indeed true. That little amount of drug was not enough to sway me," Jiang Hua candidly stated. "I see. Very well. I assure you I will procure all the information regarding that girl within 3 days," Ji Tianqing promised readily. "Thank you, then," Jiang Hua replied with a smile. "Is there a need for thanks? When will you teach me something in return?" Ji Tianqing inquired. "Haha, you shall find out tomorrow," Jiang Hua chuckled, evading a direct answer. "Get lost." Ji Tianqing, filled with dissatisfaction, raised his fists and struck at Jiang Hua, who laughed heartily and evaded the blows. One fled ahead while the other pursued closely, and soon they vanished from sight. In the shadow of a wall where Jiang Hua and Ji Tianqing had passed, a mysterious figure appeared, remarkably indistinct and nearly transparent, invisible to the average person. This was a tall, slender man, his eyes sharp as drawn swords, brimming with a chilling aura of menace. In his hand, he wielded a broken short sword, a remnant of a once formidable weapon. Are they all superhumans? The man mused to himself, gradually fading into nothingness. The next day, the examinations included English and liberal arts, subjects that, with good memory and a touch of insight, could yield high scores. Jiang Hua was well accustomed to these topics, and there was no way they would pose a challenge for him. Once all the exams concluded, Jiang Hua roughly estimated his scores. The total maximum was 750 points, and he was confident he would achieve no less than 440 points. In mathematics, he was certain of a perfect score, while in Chinese, English, and liberal arts, due to various factors, attaining full marks seemed nearly impossible, as he would inevitably lose 1 or 2 points on each. However, the total deductions across the 3 subjects would not exceed 10 points. This year's top scorer in the college entrance examination would undoubtedly be Jiang Hua. As for Ji Tianqing, Li Xian, and Ouyang Wenjing, while assisting them, Jiang Hua chose to hold back slightly. After all, their usual academic performance was not as formidable, and being too outstanding might raise suspicions. Nevertheless, Jiang Hua estimated that surpassing 700 points would certainly pose no issue for them. With his anticipated goals achieved, the next objective would be entrusted to Tianqing. Jiang Hua stood at the school gate, waiting for Ji Tianqing and the others to arrive, while contemplating how to spend the nearly 2-month-long holiday ahead. Huazi, a voice called out, and Ji Tianqing, beaming with joy, sprinted from a distance. Thanks to Jiang Hua's influence, Ji Tianqing was filled with anticipation regarding the results of the college entrance examination, feeling confident that he could gain admission to Peking University's political science department, allowing him to hold his head high in front of his family. Have you arrived? Jiang Hua greeted the approaching Ji Tianqing with a smile. Yes. Ji Tianqing was in high spirits as he rushed over and threw an arm around Jiang Hua's shoulders, eagerly inquiring, Huazi, now that the college entrance examination has concluded, tell me quickly what skills you are going to teach me. Having witnessed Jiang Hua's remarkable abilities, he was filled with excitement about what Jiang Hua would impart. Don't be hasty. Before that, I have something else I need your assistance with, Jiang Hua replied with a smile. Is it about finding information on that girl? Don't worry. I will have all her details ready for you by tomorrow, Ji Tianqing assured confidently, patting his chest. That's not what I meant. Jiang Hua chuckled at Ji Tianqing's eager demeanor. Not that matter? Then what is it? Ji Tianqing sighed helplessly, a bitter smile gracing his lips. In his memory, Jiang Hua had never entrusted him with any other matters. Tianqing, what I wish to convey is this. Could you possibly leverage our family's connections to secure our entry into the special forces? During this holiday, I aspire to undergo a 2-month intensive training, Jiang Hua whispered discreetly in Ji Tianqing's ear, glancing around to ensure their privacy. What are you suggesting? Ji Tianqing was taken aback, utterly unprepared for such a request from Jiang Hua. It was well known that Jiang Hua's abilities were nearly invincible, unmatched by anyone in existence. Why then did he seek to join the special forces for this so-called training? Were not his existing skills sufficient to meet his needs? Tianqing, the abilities I intend to impart to you are intricately linked to this training, Jiang Hua remarked, observing Ji Tianqing's hesitation before presenting his enticing proposition. Huazi, are you implying that the knowledge you wish to teach me requires a formidable physical condition to grasp? Ji Tianqing pondered for a moment, then grasped the underlying implication. Astute. Jiang Hua smiled, leaning closer to Ji Tianqing and whispering, Tianqing, if you master what I am to teach you, you shall undoubtedly become invincible in this world. Of course. Aside from me, is that truly the case? Ji Tianqing furrowed his brow, contemplating deeply. After weighing the pros and cons, he finally resolved, very well, it is settled. To be honest, my grandfather had hinted at this long ago, but I hesitated to agree, fearing that the rigors of the Special Forces training were beyond what one could endure. Ah, so that is the crux of it. Jiang Hua nodded inwardly, realizing that given the Ji family's capabilities, entering the Special Forces posed no significant issue. It was merely Ji Tianqing's apprehension of the arduous training that had caused his reluctance. By the way, Tianqing, do not forget to invite Uncle Li as well. We should undergo this training together. Jiang Hua almost overlooked his promise to Uncle Li and reminded Ji Tianqing. Ah, had you not mentioned it, I would have forgotten. Ji Tianqing slapped his forehead, promptly retrieving his phone to dial Uncle Li's number. After exchanging pleasantries, he urged Uncle Li to hurry over, as the training would commence in a few days. Upon receiving the call, Uncle Li was overjoyed. He had been eagerly awaiting news from Ji Tianqing and was nearly beside himself with anticipation. He promised to arrive at the earliest opportunity without any delays. Huazi, as we embark on this training during the holiday, what of the two of them? What shall they do? Ji Tianqing inquired, gesturing towards Li Xian and Ouyang Wenjing, who were approaching from a distance. Them? Jiang Hua noticed the two girls and replied without hesitation, "They shall certainly undergo training as well." What? They're also to join the special forces for training? Ji Tiancheng's eyes widened in disbelief. Hey, Huazi, they are both young ladies of prominent families. How could they possibly endure such hardships? Ji Tiancheng protested. They must endure. Regardless, Jiang Hua's tone turned somewhat stern as he stated, Tiancheng, you must recognize that the future world will be dominated by superpowered individuals, where the strong reign supreme. And only the fittest survive. The influence of wealth will diminish significantly, seizing the opportunity before those with extraordinary abilities mature. It is indeed beneficial to conduct specialized training for the two of them. Ji Tiancheng remained silent, recognizing the truth in Jiang Hua's words. He, along with Jiang Hua and Uncle Li, had once sworn to suppress all unlawful superhumans in the world. The adversaries they would inevitably confront in the future would be countless. And at that time, their loved ones would undoubtedly become the primary targets for retaliation. If they could nurture these two properly now, Jiang Hua's abilities might enable them to develop into formidable warriors, thus alleviating some concerns during their future missions. Huazi, do you think they will agree? Ji Tiancheng expressed his unease. I cannot say for certain, Jiang Hua replied decisively, but I am confident that as long as I propose it, Li Xian will not oppose. Oh, by the way, Li Xian's younger sister is also a superhuman. I need to train her as well. Ji Tiancheng was momentarily speechless. To arrange for so many individuals to join the special forces would undoubtedly pose challenges, even for someone with his grandfather's capabilities. Oh no, I almost forgot someone else. Jiang Hua suddenly recalled her disciple, Lan Bing'er, whom she had taken on a month prior. Although Lan Bing'er specialized in illusion and medical ninjutsu, her poor physical fitness would significantly hinder her combat effectiveness. How could he possibly explain the enrollment of 7 people into the special forces to his grandfather? What are you two discussing? At that moment, Li Xian and Ouyang Wenjing approached Jiang Hua, inquiring with youthful curiosity. We're contemplating how to spend our holidays. Would you like to join us? Jiang Hua replied with a smile. Li Xian and Ouyang Wenjing's eyes sparkled at the thought. With 2 months stretching between the end of the college entrance examinations and the start of university, idleness would surely bore such lively young spirits to death. We're in. We're in. Li Xian and Ouyang Wenjing exclaimed with enthusiasm, eager to join before Jiang Hua could change her mind. Those 2 foolish girls. How easily they have boarded the ship. Ji Tiancheng observed silently, internally mourning for them and hoping that Ouyang Wenjing would not cause him any trouble later. Let us go. We can chat while we eat. Jiang Hua pointed toward their favorite restaurant, saying, Today, I shall treat you all. Fantastic. Ouyang Wenjing cheered. But this time it was Li Xian who felt displeased. However, she refrained from voicing her complaint, as this was Jiang Hua's first time treating them. My goodness. Huazi is actually treating us. Am I hearing this correctly? Ji Tiancheng exaggeratedly gasped, eliciting laughter from the 2 girls. Jiang Hua shot Ji Tiancheng an annoyed glance and said, Oh, Tiancheng, how dare you mock me? I shall frequently treat these 2 lovely ladies to meals. As for you, well, you can pass. Please, just grant me a morsel. Ji Tiancheng dramatically pleaded, his expression provoking a chorus of laughter from the 3. Let us go before there are no seats left, Jiang Hua laughed, giving Ji Tiancheng a light pat on the back. The bond between the 2 men was akin to that of brothers, transcending trivial matters. Such topics were seldom broached, only surfacing in jest. They convened once more at their usual haunt, the private room 555. Huazi, you and brother Tiancheng frequently indulge in revelry here, don't you? Why were the waitstaff so attentive to you just now? Li Xian inquired, scrutinizing Jiang Hua and Ji Tiancheng. In no way. Haraha. If Tiancheng doesn't say it, how could we possibly afford to come here often? Jiang Hua awkwardly chuckled, deflecting the question to Ji Tiancheng. Yes. Huazi is right. We are merely ordinary students, after all. How could we afford to visit this place regularly? Ji Tiancheng, feeling equally embarrassed, joined in the laughter. Is that so? Just earlier at the bar, you clearly told the owner, let us stick to the usual place. If you weren't regulars, how would the owner know where your so-called usual spot is? Ouyang Wenjing interjected, joining the interrogation. Actually, we don't come that often. It's merely once a week, Ji Tiancheng finally confessed. What? A place like this must cost at least several hundred yuan per visit. You claim to come once a week and still call it not frequent? Li Xian retorted, her beautiful face flushing with indignation, making her exceedingly charming. All right. We were wrong. We'll change our ways, won't we? Jiang Hua and Ji Tiancheng, resigned, promised the two girls. Given their sincere admission of fault, Li Xian and Ouyang Wenjing ceased their inquiries. Now, let us proceed to the main topic. Jiang Hua suddenly adopted a grave expression, speaking in hushed tones. The previously triumphant demeanor of Li Xian and Ouyang Wenjing was immediately overshadowed by an unspoken tension emanating from Jiang Hua, prompting them to focus intently on him. Regarding how we will spend the summer vacation, Tianqing and I have made our decision, and I am here to formally announce it, Jiang Hua declared slowly. Huazi, where do you plan to go for vacation? Li Xian asked, her eyes wide with anticipation. Our decision is. Jiang Hua's gaze swept over the three of them as he articulated each word with precision. To enlist in the Army's Special Forces for 2 months of rigorous training. What? Special Forces training? The two girls were momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. They had presumed Jiang Hua and Ji Tiancheng were discussing vacation plans, not actual military training. Wait. Are you saying that Wenjing and I must go too? Li Xian stammered, gazing at Jiang Hua with uncertainty. Indeed, you both must join us. Jiang Hua asserted with unwavering conviction. The color drained from Li Xian and Ouyang Wenjing's faces, leaving them at a loss for words. Having been pampered as the little princesses of their families, they had never experienced hardship or performed strenuous tasks. The mere thought of undergoing military training was utterly inconceivable to them. Li Xian, Ouyang Wenjing. Jiang Hua's expression was exceedingly serious as he called out the names of the two girls, asking, Are you willing? I am willing. Li Xian gazed at Jiang Hua, and her affection for him ultimately prevailed. As I had anticipated, Li Xian would not refuse. Jiang Hua thought to himself, I am also willing. Ouyang Wenjing, looking into Ji Tiancheng's expectant and encouraging eyes, finally made her decision to follow Jiang Hua and Ji Tiancheng. Good, very good. Jiang Hua said to Li Xian and Ouyang Wenjing with satisfaction. For these two pampered girls, making such a decision was, in itself, an accomplishment, a triumph. Li Xian, as long as you can endure these 2 months, I assure you that I will impart all my water-based abilities to you. Jiang Hua encouraged, locking eyes with Li Xian. Brother Hua, is what you said true? Li Xian exclaimed in surprise and joy. Possessing water abilities like Jiang Hua had become her sole aspiration. Of course it's true. Jiang Hua nodded and added, By the way, your sister must also join this special training, understood? Don't forget to inform her. What? My sister is joining too? Li Xian was taken aback. Yes, that is my decision, Jiang Hua replied solemnly. But my sister is only in junior high. My family would never agree to that. Li Xian said, her concern evident. Don't worry, I'll take care of this matter, Ji Tiancheng interjected. All right, I'll tell my sister. Oh, that girl will surely be overjoyed. Li Xian murmured. Ouyang Wenjing, I admire the decision you've made. I cannot guarantee anything else, but I can assure you that if you persist, you will undoubtedly gain superpowers. Jiang Hua said to Ouyang Wenjing. Really? Ouyang Wenjing's face lit up with surprise. Among the three with superpowers, her greatest wish was to possess such abilities herself. Otherwise, she felt a sense of alienation. I assure you, what Huazi says is absolutely true, Ji Tiancheng whispered to Ouyang Wenjing. Yes. Ouyang Wenjing nodded emphatically, her eyes brimming with excitement. Since we have made our decision, let us dine, Jiang Hua smiled as he stepped out of the private room, signaling the waitstaff to begin serving the dishes. This is the life I have always desired. Jiang Hua and Li Xian sat together, while Ji Tiancheng and Ouyang Wenjing sat across from them, their expressions a mix of shyness and happiness, evoking a deep sentiment within them. Suddenly, Ji Tiancheng's phone rang. He answered it, a look of surprise crossing his face as he said to Jiang Hua, Uncle Li has arrived. That means, aside from those two, we are essentially all here, Jiang Hua remarked, looking at Ji Tiancheng. Indeed. Tonight I will contact my grandfather and have him assist us in reaching out to the special forces. Ji Tiancheng's face gleamed with excitement. Tonight I will contact my grandfather to help connect with the special forces. Unbeknownst to him, Ouyang Wenjing was momentarily stunned by Ji Tiancheng's words. What manner of identity and lineage does Ji Tiancheng possess? Until now, Ouyang Wenjing remains completely oblivious. Previously, she merely assumed, based on intuition, that Ji Tiancheng hailed from a wealthy family. However, she could never have anticipated that he would boast such an illustrious and formidable background. To orchestrate the enlistment of 4 or 5 individuals into the elite special forces for training, who but a person of great power could achieve such a feat? In that moment, Ouyang Wenjing felt a twinge of unease. Her own family, while respectable and somewhat renowned, paled in comparison to Ji Tianqing's stature. Would their relationship encounter opposition from their families in the future? Brother Hua, who is Uncle Li? Li Xian inquired, confusion evident on his face. The three of them remained unaware of Ouyang Wenjing's unease, continuing their conversation. You will find out shortly, Jiang Hua replied with a smile. You all enjoy your meal. I will go fetch Uncle Li and return shortly. Ji Tianqing rose, addressing the trio, and before leaving, he offered Ouyang Wenjing a reassuring smile. She managed a strained smile in return, not wishing for her beloved to perceive her inner turmoil. Half an hour later, the door to the private room swung open, with Ji Tianqing leading the way, followed by a tall, imposing figure. The man stood over 6 feet tall, clad in a sleek black suit, polished black leather shoes adorning his feet, and sunglasses shielding his eyes. Indeed, who could be other than Uncle Li? Hello, Uncle Li. It has been a few months. How have you been? Jiang Hua rose from his seat, swiftly approaching Uncle Li, shaking his large hand firmly. Mr. Jiang, greetings. Thank you for your concern. I have been well, though the waiting has been rather trying, Uncle Li responded, his towering presence accentuated by his dark attire, exuding an air of coolness that nearly elicited laughter from the two young women. Yet, considering the formality of their first meeting, they restrained themselves. Jiang Hua and Ji Tianqing, however, erupted in laughter simultaneously. Uncle Li, how have you become so humorous in just a few months? Jiang Hua chuckled, inviting Uncle Li to the table. Humorous? I merely speak the truth. Ever since Mr. Jiang and young Master Ji departed from Arongqi, I have awaited your news daily, my heart in a state of anxious anticipation. The moment young Master Ji called, I boarded a plane without delay, Uncle Li declared, raising a glass of water and downing it in one go, before pouring himself another. Waitstaff, please bring 5 more dishes and have them delivered promptly, Jiang Hua ordered. Knowing that Uncle Li must be famished. Thank you, Mr. Jiang, Uncle Li replied graciously, taking another sip of water before surveying the 2 beautiful young women seated nearby. Young Master Ji, Mr. Jiang, may I ask who these 2 are? Oh, Uncle Li, I almost forgot to introduce you. Ji Tianqing interjected with a smile, stepping forward to take Ouyang Wenjing's hand. This is my girlfriend, Ouyang Wenjing. Wenjing, this is Uncle Li. Hello, Uncle Li. Ouyang Wenjing's face was adorned with 2 rosy hues, yet the happiness gleaming in her eyes was unmistakable. She rose and bowed to Uncle Li, greeting him warmly. Hello. Uncle Li also stood, nodding in acknowledgement. This is my girlfriend, Li Xian. Jiang Hua introduced Li Xian. Hello, Uncle Li. Nice to meet you. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Uncle Li swiftly moved to the crux of the matter, inquiring, Mr. Jiang, what should I do next? Jiang Hua poured a glass of wine for Uncle Li and replied with a smile, Uncle Li. Our plan with Tianqing is to first join the Special Forces for a 2-month intensive training, establishing a solid foundation before we embark on the cultivation of superpowers. Joining the Special Forces? Uncle Li's expression momentarily became distant, as he was transported back to the splendid days he spent in the military. Familiar faces from the past flickered before his eyes, and unbeknownst to him, 2 streams of tears cascaded down his cheeks. Uncle Li, what's wrong? Ji Tianqing asked with concern. And no, it's nothing. I'm just a bit overwhelmed with joy, Uncle Li responded, removing his sunglasses to wipe away his tears. Filled with gratitude. For him, the opportunity to re-enter the military represented the greatest wish of his life, and with the assistance of these 2, it was on the verge of realization. How could he not be deeply moved? Brother Hua, what's the matter with Uncle Li? Li Xian whispered to Jiang Hua. Xianer. Uncle Li was once a member of the Special Forces, Jiang Hua explained. Oh, Li Xian nodded, albeit somewhat perplexed. The bond between soldiers and comrades is a sentiment that few outside the military can truly comprehend. As they exited the hotel, night had already fallen. After escorting Li Xian and Ouyang Wenjing home and ensuring Uncle Li was settled, Ji Tianqing returned to contact his grandfather. While Jiang Hua wandered alone to the entrance of the Blue Sky community. I wonder how that girl is faring in her training, Jiang Hua mused to himself. Like a specter, he evaded the gaze of the security personnel and the surveillance cameras, gliding inside. Building 3, Unit 3, Room 301. Jiang Hua silently recited in his mind. He slipped through the window and noticed that Blue Binger's bedroom was aglow with light. This sight involuntarily reminded him of the enchanting moments from his first visit. His heart had fluttered for a girl for the very first time upon returning to this world. Shaking his head, Jiang Hua dismissed his impure thoughts, disregarding the intervening walls and doors, and seamlessly entered Blue Binger's sanctuary. Her room remained as immaculate and tidy as ever, mirroring its beautiful and serene occupant. Blue Binger, clad in pure white sleepwear, appeared both holy and lovely as she sat cross-legged on the bed, eyes closed, diligently practicing under Jiang Hua's guidance. What a determined girl, Jiang Hua reflected, taking a seat at the edge of the bed as he materialized. Master, Blue Bingo gasped in surprise at first, but her expression transformed into uncontainable joy upon seeing Jiang Hua. Had it not been for the fear of waking her parents, she would have shouted with delight. Since the day Jiang Hua visited, 2 full months had passed without a sight of him. Lan Binger had begun to fear that she might never see him again. You have done remarkably well. Your dedication to cultivation is commendable. Jiang Hua was astonished to discover that in merely 2 months, Lan Binger had made significant strides. Her chakra now at the level of a Ch-nin, showcasing her extraordinary talent. Lan Binger, the reason for my visit this time is to discuss something important with you. Jiang Hua then articulated his desire for her to join the military for specialized training, awaiting her response. I certainly have no objections, but I fear my father will not allow me to be away from home for 2 months. Lan Bingo expressed a mix of surprise and excitement, tinged with trepidation. Do not worry. As long as you are willing, I will find a way to persuade your family, Jiang Hua assured her. All right, master. I am willing to enter the military for training. For the sake of her dreams, Lan Bingo was determined to disregard everything else. Then it is settled. Tomorrow afternoon, I shall send someone to fetch you, Jiang Hua declared. With that, a vortex of space appeared, and he vanished as though he had never been there. Master. Lan Binger gazed at the now empty room, quietly uttering in her heart, what a beautiful night. Jiang Hua strolled along the path home, gazing at the vast expanse of stars, feeling a surge of emotions. In the world of Naruto, his days were fraught with bloodshed, even with the eye of God. He faced countless formidable challengers, where a moment's lapse could lead to death. Yet now, back in the present world, surrounded by ordinary citizens, he felt as though he were a celestial being among mortals, with no one to threaten him, leading to a sense of monotony in life. Almost home, Jiang Hua muttered to himself as he glanced ahead. Suddenly, his brow furrowed slightly. He noticed an elderly man, dressed in tattered clothes, struggling along the street. Trembling with each laborious step, the man was headed towards a water bottle lying in the middle of the road. Sigh, Jiang Hua observed silently, reflecting on this reality. While the wealthy indulge in excess, others struggle for mere survival. Here you go, sir. Jiang Hua rushed over, picked up the bottle, and handed it to the old man. Thank you, the elderly man stammered, his hands trembling as he gratefully accepted the bottle. It is very dangerous on the road. You should not come here to pick up things anymore. Do you understand? Jiang Hua said, gently supporting the old man's arm to guide him to the side of the road. What? The moment Jiang Hua's hand made contact with the old man's arm, his expression changed dramatically. A long-forgotten sense of danger surged within him. This was no frail arm. It was robust and powerful, far stronger than that of an ordinary person. Suddenly, a chilling light flashed as if cleaved from the heavens, glimmering with a terrifying sharpness, descending upon Jiang Hua's head. It was a dull and lifeless broken sword. Yet in the grasp of that individual, it resembled a magnificent rainbow, seemingly illuminating the entire night sky. This was merely an ordinary shattered blade, tarnished and devoid of brilliance, its surface marred by patches of rust. Yet at this moment, it appeared to transform into the singular entity in existence, the chilling sword aura filling Jiang Hua's eyes. A surge of unparalleled killing intent rushing towards him. Before him stood a merciless assassin, terrifyingly formidable, instilling a sense of dread. Furthermore, his timing was impeccable, launching a surprise attack while Jiang Hua was completely unprepared. In an instant, Jiang Hua moved with the agility of a swift leopard, darting to the right in a split second. Simultaneously, a powerful chakra coursed into his left arm. The earth-style hardening technique was swiftly activated, rendering his left arm as unyielding as iron, bracing itself against the unmatched sword light. Clang! Jiang Hua's left arm collided with the sharp sword aura, producing a sound akin to clashing weapons. He felt an immense force surge through his left arm, accompanied by a sharp pain, and let out a muffled groan as he staggered back 4 or 5 steps before regaining his balance. Drops of blood fell from his left arm. The sword light ultimately inflicted a wound, leaving a distinct scar upon his hand. What a fearsome assassin! What a fierce sword technique! Jiang Hua was taken aback, realizing that such a lethal and precise swordplay was rare even in the world of ninjas. This assassin was not only immensely powerful and skillful in his swordplay, but also possessed remarkable disguise techniques, managing to deceive the well-versed Jiang Hua. He had unleashed his assault with such swiftness that Jiang Hua had no time to employ his space ninjutsu, nearly meeting his demise. He had shattered my body-hardening technique. Since my arrival in this world, I have never encountered such a formidable adversary, Jiang Hua mused inwardly. Indeed formidable, to have escaped with his life under such circumstances. It was no wonder someone would offer $1 million to have you eliminated. Meanwhile, the assassin, known as Broken Sword, felt a chill run through him. Astonished by Jiang Hua's tenacity, he had not anticipated such resistance, as Jiang Hua had managed to escape with his life from a situation that had seemed inescapable. Since the failed assassination outside the Huangyan villa, Broken Sword had concealed himself around Jiang Hua, meticulously observing his patterns of life. After nearly 2 months of scrutiny, he had finally crafted a nearly foolproof trap for Jiang Hua. Alas, Jiang Hua's strength far exceeded his expectations. He had escaped from the jaws of death, sustaining only minor injuries. "Who are you? Why have you set a trap to ensnare me?" Jiang Hua inquired, blood steadily dripping from his left arm, staining the ground. Yet he paid it no heed, his gaze fixed intently on Broken Sword. Broken Sword, not particularly tall and possessing an utterly unremarkable face, one that would blend seamlessly into a crowd without drawing attention, now emanated an inexplicable aura. A palpable killing intent that sent shivers down the spine. "My name is Qin, and I have been commanded by the organization to take your life," Qin said. His gaze fixed nervously on Jiang Hua. To be candid, at this moment, Qin was already harboring thoughts of retreat, after years of wandering the martial world. He had never encountered such a formidable target. The fact that this individual could escape from a deathly situation indicated that his strength was undoubtedly far superior to his own. Organization? What organization? Jiang Hua slightly faltered, as he recalled not having offended any powerful entities. The assassin organization. Someone has paid for my life. In an instant, Jiang Hua pieced together the puzzle. "You are the one who ambushed me with a sniper rifle outside the villa that day." A fierce glint of murderous intent shot from Jiang Hua's eyes as he suddenly recognized Qin, the very person who had attempted to kill him outside the Huangyan villa. No wonder that figure seemed familiar. "You got away last time, but this time, luck will not be on your side," Jiang Hua said, his eyes glinting with cold light. "Why should I flee?" Qin's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he tightly gripped his broken sword, his feet constantly shifting on the ground, searching for the perfect moment to strike. In a flash, Qin moved, transforming in the night into a shadowy specter, his speed astonishing. Streams of icy sword energy surged towards Jiang Hua. Ruthless and sharp, this was the singular characteristic of Qin's swordsmanship, designed solely for the purpose of killing. "Humph." Jiang Hua coldly regarded Qin as he charged forward, unflinching and unyielding. With a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, he formed hand seals and exclaimed, "Earth Release." Earth Dragon Spear Technique. In an instant, centered around Jiang Hua, numerous spears, approximately 3 meters long and formed from condensed yellow earth, erupted from the ground. Hurtling towards Qin, the once soft soil, invigorated by Jiang Hua's chakra, became a fearsome force. Where the earth spears passed, they crushed all resistance, rendering everything in their path obliterated. Caught off guard by the sudden emergence of the earth spears, Qin narrowly avoided being cleaved in two, relying on years of skill and experience to escape the calamity. However, his left chest suffered a grievous wound, blood gushing forth profusely. Gasping for breath, Qin half-crouched on the ground, one hand bracing himself against the earth while the other clutched his broken sword, his eyes filled with terror. The landscape within a 10-meter radius around him had been utterly transformed, all occurring in the blink of an eye. "You are remarkably strong." Qin gazed at Jiang Hua, his voice hoarse. Within him brewed a tempest of unwillingness and rage, but above all, there was fear. To inflict such a wound upon him in a single move meant that apart from that individual, another formidable adversary had emerged in this world. And he was merely a youth of no more than 20. Likewise, anyone who can withstand my strike and remain alive is indeed a formidable opponent. Jiang Hua slowly approached Qin, looking down upon him as he declared, "Tell me everything about your organization. Don't hold your breath." Qin tightened his grip on the broken sword. Rising slowly to his feet as he proudly proclaimed, "Do you think that defeating me grants you the power to decide my fate? If I desire to leave, none can impede my departure." Gradually, the figure of the broken sword began to fade, as if on the verge of vanishing. Could it be a spatial ability? Jiang Hua was taken aback, and in an instant, his eyes transformed, revealing 6 rippling waves, with 9 black tomo arranged in an orderly fashion, and a Tai Chi Bagua pattern at the center, exuding an aura both eerie and mysterious. It was not a spatial ability, but rather a secret technique. In that moment, Jiang Hua comprehended everything, discerning the essence of the broken sword's vanishing form. "Sever it for me," Jiang Hua declared ominously. The 3 outermost black tomo of his left eye morphed into the shape of a boomerang, unleashing a tremor of spatial power that yanked the broken sword back from the brink of oblivion. Having spent 30 years in the world of Naruto, Jiang Hua meticulously studied the Flying Thunder God technique created by the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, achieving a comprehension of spatial arts that even surpassed Uchiha Obito. After absorbing Obito's ocular power using the Taiji Rebirth Wheel, Jiang Hua's mastery of spatial arts became unparalleled, unmatched by any other. With Jiang Hua's commanding voice, the force of space erupted from his left eye, drawing the fading broken sword back from the void. Alas, the broken sword's complexion paled, a look of horror emerging in his eyes, filled with trepidation and unease, sensing that calamity was imminent. Over the past decades, the broken sword had accomplished countless nearly impossible assassination missions, solely due to his unique ability to vanish into thin air at will. No matter how formidable the defenses, once he struck, he could seamlessly meld into the void, leaving no trace behind, an unstoppable force. Thus, he had become a trump card for the organization, renowned for his omnipresence. Yet today, his ability had been unraveled by another, which naturally instilled a sense of dread within him, as if disaster loomed. "Your eyes." The broken sword plummeted from the void, disregarding further contemplation, rolling on the ground to gain a defensive position, conjuring a blade of light to guard his rear before daring to look back. Upon glancing at Jiang Hua's dreamlike eyes, he was momentarily taken aback. Were these truly the eyes of a human? How could they be so resplendent and multifaceted? "You are Japanese," the broken sword exclaimed, recalling the scene of their earlier battle where Jiang Hua had performed ninjutsu. The cold glint of murderous intent flickered in his gaze. "Do not compare me to those wretched dogs. I am Jiang Hua, a proud Chinese, a descendant of Yin and Huang." Jiang Hua's countenance betrayed his disdain. He inherently held no fondness for the Japanese, and being mistaken for one by the broken sword ignited a spark of anger within him. "You claim to be Chinese. Yet how do you wield Eastern ninjutsu?" The broken sword brandished the broken sword across his chest, speaking ominously. "I refuse to believe that the Japanese would share their precious techniques with a foreigner." "Eastern ninjutsu?" Jiang Hua regarded the broken sword and suddenly burst into laughter. "All my ninjutsu is of my own creation, far beyond what those curs could ever achieve." "You have created your own ninjutsu?" The broken sword's face contorted in disbelief. How could one so young possess the ability to develop original techniques? "Enough. Am I interrogating you, or are you interrogating me? Reveal everything about your organization, and I can make your death a swift one," Jiang Hua said impatiently. "Hee." Jian coldly chuckled, crossing his broken sword over his chest. "If you wish to uncover the secrets I hold, it will depend on the price you are willing to pay." His formidable strength and undisclosed trump cards ensured he would not surrender easily. "I have no time to entertain you, Moon Reader." A cold smirk crossed Jiang Hua's face as the 3 black tomo in the center of his left eye began to undergo a remarkable transformation, forming a hexagram with a black triangle at its center. This was the power of the eternal Meijiki Sharingan he had absorbed from Uchiha Sasuke in the world of Naruto. "What is this?" Jian focused intently, bracing himself, but to his astonishment, everything around him suddenly morphed into the unthinkable. The familiar streets and towering buildings vanished, replaced by various ancient, box-like houses. A blood-red moon hung in the sky, its crimson light bathing the ground, creating an eerie atmosphere that enveloped Jian. Could this be an illusion? Jian quickly assessed the situation. Having traversed the martial world for years, he had encountered many formidable foes, including those adept at conjuring illusions. "Do you think a mere illusion can make me submit?" Jian retorted coldly, raising his left hand and swiftly slicing a 5-centimeter wound across it with the broken sword. The sharp pain coursed through his body. He understood that in the face of an illusion's deception, only pain and a resolute mind could lead him out. A lesson learned from his battles against illusionists. What? Why is this happening? Jian's face paled drastically as he realized he had not emerged from the illusion. The rows of dilapidated box-like houses remained, exuding a chilling aura. "Welcome to my world. It appears this is your first visit here. Congratulations." Jiang Hua's voice echoed from above as Jian stood in bewilderment. Startled, Jian assumed a battle stance, only to be horrified to discover Jiang Hua hovering high above, towering at several dozen meters. Qin Jian felt a surge of dread as Jiang Hua stood calmly in the void, his cold, merciless gaze fixed upon him. His garments billowing in the fierce wind like a deity descending from the heavens, surveying his subjects. Why is this happening? Qin Jian sensed the impending doom and once again drew the broken sword across his arm, blood gushing forth like a small stream. Yet despair washed over him as the scene before him remained unchanged. Futile, I assure you, even if you were to dismember yourself, you would still be trapped within my illusion, Jiang Hua said, his tone dripping with mockery. Qin Jian fell silent, discarding his broken sword, and gazed up at Jiang Hua. While filling his eyes, the disparity in power was insurmountable. He had no chance. Speak of all that you know. In Jiang Hua's eyes, a flicker of brilliance danced, reminiscent of a sovereign issuing commands to his subjects, calm and composed. Kill me. The remnant sword was acutely aware of his utter lack of resistance. However, this did not imply his submission. Every formidable being possesses their own dignity. I grant you life. You live. I decree your death. You perish. Now, I compel you to reveal all that you know. Jiang Hua's form gradually descended from the air, his dreamlike gaze fixed upon the remnant sword as he articulated each word with deliberate precision. I. The remnant sword's eyes suddenly clouded, losing their former clarity as he slowly began to speak. He had fallen victim to Jiang Hua's illusionary arts. Had he been an ordinary individual, he would have surrendered completely by now. Yet, the remnant sword continued to resist with all his might. Speak. Jiang Hua marveled at the remnant sword's formidable willpower. Had it not been for the deployment of such profound illusion like the moon reading, it would have been exceedingly difficult to extract the information from him. My name is Wang Chun, codename Remnant Sword, affiliated with the 13th Division of our organization. Our mandate involves assassination tasks across 3 neighboring cities. The Remnant Sword's gaze was vacant, revealing all he knew word by word. What is the nature of your organization? Jiang Hua interjected. God, the world's foremost assassin organization. The Remnant Sword replied, dazed. God? The world's leading assassin organization? Jiang Hua was momentarily taken aback. This was not the first time he had heard of this entity. Ji Tiancheng had mentioned it during his recounting of Uncle Li's past, stating that when Uncle Li led mercenaries to the continent for a mission, they encountered the world's foremost assassin organization, resulting in their total annihilation. The codename of the world's foremost assassin organization is God? Jiang Hua murmured to himself. In that instant, he recalled a man from the world of Naruto who had left an indelible mark on his life, Nagato, also known as Pain, who claimed the title of God. His strength transcended the limits of humanity, embodying unparalleled terror. The battle Jiang Hua waged against Nagato was arguably the most arduous and perilous he faced in the Naruto realm. Had he not activated the eternal Manjiki Sharingan at the critical moment, he would have perished at Nagato's hands. Even so, Nagato inflicted grievous wounds upon him, leaving him bedridden for 6 months. To self-proclaim as God necessitates possessing extraordinary power. Otherwise, who would dare to adopt such a name? Jiang Hua silently steeled himself against this organization. As the saying goes, with great renown comes great scrutiny. This organization undoubtedly possessed a strength that matched its fearsome reputation. Furthermore, its notoriety as the world's foremost assassin organization was well established. Remnant Sword, divulge everything you know about your organization, Jiang Hua commanded softly. Our organization refers to itself as God, instilling fear and trepidation in the hearts of many. It is said that our organization was founded by a being of incomprehensible power, with the aim of eliminating all who can be slain, restoring justice and peace to the world. The Remnant Sword recounted, his gaze still vacant as he disclosed the information. Are you not a member of this organization? Do you not even know who founded it? Jiang Hua furrowed his brow, expressing his dissatisfaction with the term legend that Remnant Sword had mentioned. What deities? Are there truly any gods in this world? They are merely a group of extraordinarily powerful humans who have been mythologized, much like the Sage of 6 Paths from the Naruto universe, who was originally just an ordinary monk. By chance, he awakened the Rinnegan and discovered the essence of chakra, attaining an unimaginable level of strength that led to his gradual deification through the tales passed down by people. Thus, the legends of the Creator God and the Destroyer God emerged in later generations. If such deities truly existed, Jiang Hua was absolutely confident that he could bring this so-called God down from its pedestal and trample it underfoot. I have never encountered the founder of the organization. In fact, I have not even met any high-ranking members, Remnant Sword replied. Well then, share what you know, Jiang Hua said, shaking his head slightly. It appeared that Remnant Sword was not a core member of the organization and was unaware of its internal affairs. In our city, there are a total of 5 members and 1 envoy responsible for liaising with the headquarters. We are part of Team 13, tasked with all assassination missions in the surrounding 3 cities, Remnant Sword continued. Who are the 5 members? Jiang Hua inquired. I am known as Remnant Sword, Himing Zhao. Codenamed Diamond, Wang Kai, codenamed Madman, Xiong Chichun, codenamed Beast, and Mo Sang, codenamed Flowing Cloud. These are all the members of our organization in this city. Additionally, there is an envoy responsible for contacting the headquarters, whose name is unknown but is codenamed Falling Leaves, Remnant Sword enumerated. How does your strength compare to theirs? Jiang Hua's primary concern remained the true power of this organization. Since Remnant Sword was part of Team 13, their strength should provide a rough estimate of the organization's terrifying combat capabilities. I possess the weakest strength among the 5. Yet my ability to vanish into thin air has granted me the most notoriety among them. You are the weakest? Jiang Hua was taken aback. If what Remnant Sword claimed were true, then the power of this organization was truly beyond imagination, which explained why they held the title of the world's foremost assassin organization. Remnant Sword's prowess was nearly equivalent to that of a special jonin in the Naruto universe, comparable to Hongdo's strength. And yet Remnant Sword was the weakest in Team 13. How could this not astonish one? It is worth noting that even the number of special jonin in the Hidden Leaf village of the Fire Country is merely 7 or 8. What about the strength of your envoy? Jiang Hua continued to inquire. I do not know, as I have never witnessed her in action. But one thing I can assure you is that she is undoubtedly far stronger than I am. Killing me would require little effort on her part. Why has your organization sought me out? Jiang Hua pressed further. A man named Huang Yangyang offered 1 million for your life. Remnant Sword responded, as if he were a marionette, answering Jiang Hua's every question. As expected, Jiang Hua thought to himself. With that, this matter seemed to be largely settled. Remaining Sword, your mission has failed. What will your organization do? Jiang Hua inquired once more. Our organization categorically does not permit the failure of tasks. Should the organization learn of my failure, they will dispatch other members to undertake this mission until it is completed, Remaining Sword replied. Even if the client is deceased? Jiang Hua sought clarification. Indeed, even if the client is no longer alive. This is a principle of our organization, Remaining Sword affirmed. So, I have now entangled myself with the world's foremost assassin organization? Jiang Hua felt a sense of exasperation. He originally held no grievances against this organization. Yet due to Huang Yan's offer of 1 million yuan, he found himself opposing one of the most formidable and terrifying dark forces in existence. What a predicament! Although Jiang Hua bore no fear of the so-called premier assassin organization, its immense power and unwavering stance against failure suggested that he would likely remain intertwined with them for a considerable duration. Remaining Sword, does your organization ever shift targets to accomplish a mission, such as kidnapping or assaulting the families and relatives of the intended target? Jiang Hua, still uneasy, posed another question. Generally, we do not, Remaining Sword replied bluntly. Generally? What does that imply? Jiang Hua's expression darkened. Our organization's principle is to avoid involving unrelated individuals whenever possible, striving to spare the innocent. This is one reason our organization is esteemed as a gold standard. However, there exists an exception when the target is overwhelmingly powerful and terrifying. The executor of the mission may employ any means necessary, unbound by restrictions, until the task is fulfilled. What circumstances warrant such an exception? Jiang Hua inquired. When the target's strength is exceedingly formidable, the organization imposes no limitations on the executor's methods. The only expectation is the achievement of results. 10 years ago, we encountered a similar situation. Our organization received a contract valued at $1 billion to eliminate the King of Cougars. However, the King of Cougars was a fearsome adversary, nearly unparalleled among the world's elite. Our 11th and 12th teams, during the mission's execution, were entirely annihilated by him alone. This incident infuriated the organization, prompting the dispatch of one of the 4 kings, the King of the Night, to personally undertake the mission in America. During that assignment, the King of the Night recognized the King of Cougars' formidable prowess and lacked certainty of victory. Therefore, he planted 500 kilograms of explosives in a hotel frequently visited by the King of Cougars, reducing the surrounding area to ashes, resulting in thousands of innocent casualties. Remaining sword recounted in one breath. Jiang Hua fell silent. If remaining sword's account were accurate, he was in grave trouble. While he did not fear this organization, if they resorted to ruthless measures against his family and friends, even he would struggle to ensure their safety. What is this about the 4 kings you mentioned? Jiang Hua asked. The 4 heavenly kings are legendary figures within our organization, entrusted with the responsibility of overseeing our daily operations. In truth, aside from the special envoy, no one has ever laid eyes on them. All information regarding them is merely hearsay. How does your organization determine a mission's failure? Jiang Hua inquired. For every mission, we set a deadline, typically 3 months. Once this period elapses without submission of results, the mission is deemed a failure, prompting the organization to assign others to execute it. Replied Kanjian. When did you receive your assignment? On April 11th, precisely 50 days ago. Kanjian's gaze turned vacant. His demeanor dull as he divulged all the information he possessed to Jiang Hua. There are still 40 days remaining. Jiang Hua sighed with slight relief. Confrontation with this organization was now unavoidable. The month-long buffer was crucial for him to orchestrate a series of arrangements to ensure he would not be caught off guard in the future. Thank you, Kanjian. To express my gratitude, you shall become my heavenly path. Jiang Hua extended his right hand and forcefully struck Kanjian's chest, shattering his heart's pulse. Then, he retrieved a black chakra receiver from his spatial domain and inserted it into Kanjian's body. Moments later, Kanjian opened his eyes, finally breaking free from Jiang Hua's illusion. Yet he had transformed into a lifeless puppet, forever at Jiang Hua's command. His eyes now mirrored Jiang Hua's. 6 paths of ripples, 9 black tomoe, and a central Tai Chi Bagua pattern, exuding both magnificence and eeriness. As the most formidable heavenly path, take residence near my home and ensure the safety of my family. Jiang Hua gently patted Kanjian's head, a surge of potent chakra coursing into him, revitalizing him. Kanjian nodded and swiftly vanished into the night. Jiang Hua had not dictated specific actions for Kanjian. He trusted that, as a member of this organization and a formidable assassin, he would devise his own methods. Darn, it's already past 10. Jiang Hua glanced at the time, muttering to himself, realizing he would inevitably face his parents' reprimands tonight. However, it was fortuitous, for he needed to inform them about his impending training with the Special Forces, which would see him absent for approximately 2 months. Huazi, where have you been? Why have you returned so late? As soon as he entered, his mother questioned him, while his father, seated on the sofa, regarded him with a scrutinizing gaze. Today marked the end of the college entrance examination, and I went out for a bit with Tiansheng and a few friends, hence my late return. Jiang Hua deemed honesty the best policy. Upon hearing this, his parents' expression softened considerably. It was understandable to unwind after such a significant milestone. Oh, I see. Just don't come back this late in the future, Li Xian remarked. Dad. Mom, there's something I wish to discuss with you. Jiang Hua smiled as he spoke. What is it, Huazi? His father gestured for him to take a seat. Jiang Hua approached his father and sat down beside him, gazing into his father's eyes as he slowly spoke. Tianqing and I have decided to participate in a summer training program, which will keep us away for 2 months. What? Li Xian exclaimed in surprise, quickly moving to sit beside Jiang Hua. With genuine concern, he inquired, what kind of training? 2 months away from home. After Jiang Hua's 3-month coma, Li Xian was particularly attentive to his every action, fearful of a recurrence of such a painful experience, which they could not bear to endure again. It is a specialized training course organized by the military, lasting 2 full months. Tianqing and I have already signed up, Jiang Hua explained, noticing the anxious expressions on his parents' faces, which stirred a deep sense of emotion within him. For a moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to reveal the truth. Yet he restrained himself, knowing that the more one knows, the more perilous the situation becomes. A military training course? A flicker of surprise crossed his father's face. Indeed, it is a specialized course run by the military, and I learned about it from Tianqing. With the college entrance examination behind us and nothing pressing to occupy our time during the summer, we discussed it and decided to enroll together. Jiang Hua, why did you not discuss such a decision with your mother? We worry about you, Li Xian said, his eyes reflecting both pride and concern. Having experienced loss before, he now cherished every moment, embodying the essence of a protective father. Mother, here's the situation. When the exams concluded, Tianqing informed me about a military training course with only 2 spots left, and without much consideration, I agreed to join him. Jiang Hua sighed. realizing he would need considerable time to comfort and persuade his mother, hoping to alleviate her worries. "I support you, my son. A man must take such steps," his father declared resolutely. "What is the registration fee? I will provide it tomorrow." In that moment, his father, embodying the spirit of a man, chose to support his son's decision. 500. Jiang Hua replied after a moment of contemplation. If it were free, how could the family possibly believe it? Why so little? His father asked, astonished. "It was arranged through Tianqing, so it is normal for it to be less," Jiang Hua answered, a hint of guilt in his tone. 500 it is. "I will give it to you tomorrow," his father said with a sense of ease. He had high hopes for his son, believing that great adversity often leads to future blessings, and he was confident that his son would soar to new heights. Early the next morning, Jiang Hua shouldered a large backpack filled with everyday necessities prepared by his mother the night before and stepped out of the house. "Be safe, my son. And remember to call home every week," Li Xian said, watching his son depart, tears welling in his eyes. "Dad, Mom, I promise to make you the happiest parents in the world," Jiang Hua said, feeling his heart tugged by his mother's tears, his own eyes moistening in response. "Take care. Mom and Dad, I will see you in 2 months." With a firm resolve, Jiang Hua turned and walked away briskly. "Li Xian, enter. My son has grown up and will inevitably leave home and step into society," Jiang Hua's father consoled. "I understand, but..." Li Xian's eyes brimmed with tears as the two slowly walked into the house. "Tiancheng, how are things progressing?" Jiang Hua immediately called Ji Tiancheng after leaving home. "Everything is going smoothly. My grandfather has already made the necessary arrangements. We are just waiting for our arrival. You should come to my place first." Persuading Li Xian and Ouyang Wenjing's families requires some finesse, Ji Tiancheng replied over the phone. "All right, I will head over right away." Jiang Hua hung up and gradually vanished. Ji Tiancheng had always lived alone in a nearby apartment. In the past, he had told Jiang Hua it belonged to a relative who had gone abroad, allowing him to stay there temporarily. However, Jiang Hua now understood that this apartment was likely Ji Tiancheng's personal property. He had merely refrained from mentioning it to spare her feelings. The residence was a charming 2-story villa, beautifully designed, with a moderately sized garden bursting with a variety of flowers, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Beside the garden, trees stood in harmonious arrangement, lending an air of tranquility and beauty. Suddenly, a small, pure white dog dashed out of the villa, barking incessantly at the door as if something awaited beyond. "Huazi is here." Upon hearing the dog's barking, Ji Tiancheng felt a surge of joy and hurried outside. A spatial vortex appeared beside the door, and Jiang Hua emerged, carrying a large bag, her face alight with smiles. "Tiancheng, is everything ready?" Jiang Hua inquired as she spotted Ji Tiancheng stepping out of the house. "I have everything sorted out, but there is a slight complication with Li Xian. Her mother is adamantly opposed," Ji Tiancheng replied with a wry smile. "Is that so?" Jiang Hua paused for a moment before asking, "What identity did you assume?" "How could my face ever reassure Li Xian's mother? I enlisted Uncle Li to disguise himself as a professor from Peking University, approaching her in that capacity. Even so, Li Xian's mother remains unconvinced and insists she needs time to think," Ji Tiancheng explained, a bitter smile on his lips. "Li Xian's family is quite strict, then," Jiang Hua remarked, placing her backpack on the ground with a sigh. Indeed, Ouyang Wenjing's father, however, is more open-minded. When Wenjing mentioned it to him, he agreed almost immediately and was quite pleased, fully supporting his daughter's decision. Ji Tiancheng noted. "Where is Wenjing? I don't see her." Jiang Hua peered inside, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. "Where do you think?" "That rascal is with Uncle Li at Li Xian's house," Ji Tiancheng explained, exasperated by Jiang Hua's knowing grin. "How am I a rascal? You're the one with the twisted thoughts," Jiang Hua laughed heartily. Just then, a car pulled up in front of Ji Tiancheng's home, the doors opening to reveal 2 exceptionally beautiful young women stepping out. Among them was Li Xian, and the other girl appeared to be merely 14 or 15 years old. Bearing a resemblance to Li Xian, she was likely Li Xian's younger sister. Uncle Li and Ouyang Wenjing emerged from another car door, and the 4 of them made their way toward Ji Tiancheng's villa, which possessed a certain understated grandeur at first glance. With everyone gathered, I had already arranged for the afternoon flight, scheduled to depart at 5 o'clock. Ji Tiancheng observed the 4 individuals, his face alight with excitement as he spoke. "No, we are still missing one person," Jiang Hua replied with a smile and a shake of his head. "Young Master Ji, Mr. Jiang, I am honored to fulfill your request," Uncle Li said, removing the gold-rimmed glasses that had perched on his face. He had been instructed by Ji Tianqing to masquerade as a professor from Peking University, using the pretext of early admission to deceive Li Xian's family. Otherwise, her father would never have consented. "Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Li," Jiang Hua said with a grin. "Huazi, this is my sister Li Mei." Li Xian's beautiful face blossomed with a smile as she pulled her sister closer, introducing her to Jiang Hua. "Hello, little beauty, my name is Jiang Hua," he said, smiling at Li Xian before his gaze shifted to Li Mei. Although Li Mei seemed to be only 14 or 15 years of age, she possessed a head of lustrous, ebony hair that every girl would envy. The young girl was strikingly beautiful, her expressive eyes darting around as they scrutinized Jiang Hua. "So you are Jiang Hua, HM? I fail to see what is so special about you that has my sister so enchanted," Li Mei remarked after examining Jiang Hua for a moment. Jiang Hua found himself at a loss for words, while Li Xian's face flushed crimson, wishing she could vanish into the ground. "Ha ha!" Ji Tianqing erupted into laughter, approaching Li Mei and saying, "Little girl, do not underestimate your brother Hua. He possesses remarkable abilities, which you shall witness in due time." "He is your brother Hua?" "Not mine. If he wishes to be my brother, he must prove himself worthy," Li Mei declared, raising her tiny fist and shaking it in front of her. Her spirited demeanor elicited hearty laughter from the others, who all adored the feisty little girl. "Oh, my dear sister, could you please settle down for a moment? I beg you," Li Xian implored, quickly pulling her sister aside in a near desperation. "Humph. For your sake, I shall refrain from troubling Jiang Hua for now. But do not think I want to keep an eye on him. I am quite curious to see what he can do to dare to woo my sister." Growing up alongside her sister, Li Mei shared a close bond with Li Xian. However, she had noticed her sister repeatedly uttering Jiang Hua's name, which had diminished their exchanges considerably. Unintentionally, Li Mei, oblivious to the complexities of romantic feelings, regarded Jiang Hua as the culprit disrupting their sisterly bond and harbored animosity towards him. Jiang Hua, with his keen ears, overheard their conversation and could surmise Li Mei's sentiments. Yet, he merely smiled, unperturbed. In fact, he found himself somewhat fond of the straightforward little girl. With her fiery temper and fiery abilities, they indeed complemented each other. Jiang Hua silently mused to himself, "Come, everyone, let us enter the house and sit down. I shall have someone bring over some food. We will set off in the evening." As the host, Ji Tianqing welcomed them inside. "Tianqing, did your grandfather mention sending us to that location for special training?" Jiang Hua inquired, walking alongside Ji Tianqing. "Xinjiang, the Taklamakan Desert," Ji Tianqing whispered, wary of the girls overhearing, as it might make them anxious. "Oh, that sounds splendid." "You all eat first. I need to fetch someone," Jiang Hua replied. "Hua, you always say this. Who exactly is that person?" Ji Tianqing could not help but ask. "She is a disciple of mine, and I wish for her to join us on this journey," Jiang Hua answered. "All right, hurry back. Our flight is at 5 this afternoon, and we must depart by 4. Don't delay," Ji Tianqing urged. "Understood. I shall be off," Jiang Hua declared, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. "Hey, where did Mr. Jiang go?" Uncle Li inquired, noticing Jiang Hua's sudden disappearance. "He had matters to attend to and left first," Ji Tianqing explained. At the entrance of the Lantian community stood a girl of ethereal beauty, clad in a pristine white dress, her face betraying a sense of urgency, as if she were awaiting something. The girl was strikingly attractive, with lustrous black hair, porcelain skin, large expressive eyes, a delicate nose, and rosy lips, complemented by her graceful and alluring figure, akin to a celestial being that captured the gazes of passers-by. "Lan Binger, come here." Suddenly, a rental car pulled up at the community entrance, and the occupant called out to the girl. "Master." Lan Binger's furrowed brow relaxed instantly, her face lighting up with a smile that could dim the brilliance of 100 flowers as she approached the vehicle. "Get in." Jiang Hua opened the car door and smiled at Lan Binger. Her appearance today was nothing short of breathtaking, and even Jiang Hua found himself stealing glances at her. As for the driver, he was utterly captivated. "Little brother, you are truly fortunate to have such a beautiful girlfriend," the driver remarked enviously, starting the car. He was a young man, around 25 or 26, making a living by driving rentals, and encountering such a stunning girl was enough to make his heart flutter. "Master, you jest. I am not that fortunate. We are merely classmates," Jiang Hua replied with a smile. Lan Binger's cheeks flushed a delicate pink, her head bowed in shyness. Yet for some inexplicable reason, she felt a twinge of disappointment at Jiang Hua's words. Half an hour later, as Jiang Hua arrived at Ji Tianqing's villa with Lan Binger, Everyone was taken aback. They had not anticipated that Jiang Hua would bring such a beautiful girl from who knows where. Lan Bing'er was already stunning, and she exuded a serene aura, subtly overshadowing Li Xian and Ouyang Wenjing. Hua Gu. Li Xian felt an overwhelming sense of unease upon seeing Lan Bing'er for the first time, as if she might snatch Jiang Hua away from her at any moment. Allow me to introduce. This is my disciple, Lan Bing'er, Jiang Hua proclaimed with a smile. Lan Bing'er was exceptionally well-mannered. Facing a crowd, she maintained an impassive expression and slightly bowed, as a gesture of greeting. This is my good brother, Ji Tianqing. This is Uncle Li, and this is Ouyang Wenjing. Jiang Hua introduced one by one, until he paused at Li Xian, stepping forward to link arms with her, proclaiming, "This is my fiancé, Li Xian." At that moment, a wave of warmth surged across Li Xian's face, a fiery blush enveloping her, yet within her heart, an overwhelming sense of happiness blossomed, instantly dispelling the earlier sense of crisis. A fiancé? Lan Bing'er felt her mind whirl. Her most revered master was already engaged. A sensation of lightheadedness washed over her, and she swayed slightly, as if on the brink of collapse. Striving to steady herself, she greeted Li Xian. As for how she eventually entered the house, she remained oblivious. Feeling as though the world had dimmed, her spirit utterly drained. Brother Hua, your disciple seems to be, Li Xian. Being a girl who had endured a secret infatuation with Jiang Hua for over 2 years, was acutely sensitive to the emotions of others and instantly detected Lan Bing'er's unease. Jiang Hua remained silent. Emotions are often ineffable, felt deeply within, yet rarely articulated. Even if expressed, they remain incomprehensible. In the afternoon, the 7 embarked on a flight to Xinjiang, commencing a brand new journey. 5 hours later, upon landing, a wave of oppressive heat greeted them, prompting a collective grimace. It was summer, and the Taklamakan Desert in Xinjiang is known as one of the hottest places in China, indicating that Ji Tianqing's grandfather had indeed given this some consideration. It's sweltering. Jiang Hua was relatively unaffected, having nearly reached a state of invulnerability to temperature extremes. But the others were not so fortunate. Aside from Uncle Li and Li Mei, who fared slightly better, the expressions of Ji Tianqing and the others revealed their discomfort. Particularly the 3 girls, Li Xian, Ouyang Wenjing, and Lan Bing'er, who were accustomed to a life of comfort, having rarely endured hardship. They hailed from affluent families, each with air conditioning. And thus, how could they endure such sweltering heat? Before long, the 3 girls were drenched in sweat, gasping heavily, unmistakably on the verge of heat exhaustion. Let us go. Jiang Hua exchanged a glance with Ji Tianqing, then swiftly approached the 3 girls, gently placing a hand on each of their shoulders, channeling a pure energy into them. Instantly, the girls felt significantly better, their spirits lifted, alleviating their discomfort. Thank you, Brother Hua. Li Xian gazed at Jiang Hua, her eyes brimming with affection. Ouyang Wenjing and Lan Bing'er also cast him grateful glances. This little girl. Uncle Li had been observing Li Mei throughout. While Li Xian, Ouyang Wenjing, and Lan Bing'er struggled against the heat, this young girl amazed him with her composure, not a single bead of sweat visible on her brow. Remarkable. Uncle Li mused inwardly. He was once an elite member of the Special Forces, having undergone rigorous and formal military training. While he was not one to shy away from extreme temperatures, it was still unreasonable to expect him to disregard the sweltering heat entirely. Even he, a paragon of resilience, was perspiring, though his indomitable will allowed him to endure. Could it be that this young girl possessed extraordinary powers akin to those of Mr. Jiang? Uncle Li mused quietly to himself. Huazi, this young girl is truly remarkable. I am nearly overwhelmed by the heat, yet she shows no sign of discomfort at all, Ji Tianqing remarked in astonishment while fanning himself and gazing at Li Mei. You're the little girl here. I am already 14 this year, Li Mei retorted, rolling her eyes in dissatisfaction. Upon witnessing Ji Tianqing's evident struggle against the heat, a smile crept onto her face as she quipped, Dear big brother, surely your constitution cannot be so weak? You can't endure this little warmth? Look at me. Not a single bead of sweat has graced my brow. Humph. Ji Tianqing found himself at a loss for words. This young girl had a sharp tongue, unwilling to concede an inch, and would strike without hesitation if given the chance. Tianqing, she is a fire element user. Jiang Hua suddenly interjected. A fire element superpower user? Everyone except Li Xian exhibited expressions of shock. It was indeed true that appearances can be deceiving. No one would have imagined that this seemingly delicate young girl possessed such remarkable abilities, explaining her fearlessness in the face of the scorching heat of the Taklamakan Desert. How did you know? Li Mei asked, her eyes wide with curiosity, before realization dawned upon her. It was my sister who told you, wasn't he it? She dashed over to Li Xian, shaking her arm fervently and playfully scolding. Oh my dear sister, you aren't even married yet. How can you divulge such a secret to outsiders? Xiaomei, you. Li Xian felt a rush of embarrassment under the gaze of the others, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Fortunately, the oppressive heat rendered everyone's faces equally flushed, masking her discomfort. All right, enough of this. Our ride has arrived. Ji Tianqing interjected hastily to divert attention from Li Xian. Following Ji Tianqing's gesture, Jiang Hua spotted 2 military vehicles parked by the roadside 100 meters away, each flanked by a tall, handsome soldier clad in striking camouflage attire, exuding an undeniable presence. How handsome! Li Mei's eyes sparkled with admiration. Having grown accustomed to the delicate young men of the city, encountering such rugged masculinity was a refreshing surprise. Not just Li Mei, but even Ouyang Wenjing and the other girls felt their spirits lift. Men of such commendable character were exceedingly rare, akin to national treasures. Stop staring. You're about to drool, Ji Tianqing whispered as he approached Li Mei, waving his hand in front of her. Get away. Don't distract me from admiring the handsome man. To Ji Tianqing's surprise, Li Mei boldly brushed aside his hand, expressing her discontent. Haha, Jiang Hua laughed heartily. Lacking in decorum, the others could not help but chuckle. Even Ji Tianqing was captivated by Li Mei's genuine disposition, sensing that this little girl was truly delightful. Are you part of Ji Tianqing's group? As Jiang Hua and his companions approached the 2 military vehicles, a slightly slender soldier lifted his gaze to assess Ji Tianqing and inquired. Indeed, I am Ji Tianqing, and here is our identification. Ji Tianqing responded with a smile, retrieving a certificate that his father had specially prepared for him. With a crisp sound, after verifying the authenticity of the documents, the 2 soldiers saluted Ji Tianqing with a standard military gesture. By the order of the captain, we are here to welcome you. Please, get in the vehicle, one soldier announced loudly. Thank you for your hard work, Ji Tianqing replied with a slight nod to the 2 soldiers, exhibiting a commendable leadership demeanor. Noticing the towering figure of Uncle Li, who stood at nearly 2 meters, and observing Jiang Hua remaining unfazed under the scorching sun, while the 4 girls, despite perspiring profusely, also maintained their composure, the 2 soldiers instinctively retracted their previous dismissive attitudes and reassessed the group. In their minds, Ji Tianqing and his companions must be offspring of high-ranking officials, merely leveraging connections to gain political capital, just a bunch of spoiled youths lacking real abilities. However, witnessing their demeanor, the soldiers had already discarded their condescension. As members of a special forces unit, they possessed at least the basic skill of reading the room. To which unit do you belong? Ji Tianqing asked. Such information had not been disclosed to him by his grandfather. Reporting, sir. We belong to the special forces directly under the command of the Northwest Frontier Defense Army, nicknamed the Snow Leopards. The soldier replied. Snow Leopards? Jiang Hua was taken aback. He had often encountered news about this unit online, renowned as one of China's elite forces. He never anticipated that Ji Tianqing's grandfather would arrange for them to be stationed here. Please tell me more about your specific situation, Ji Tianqing continued. Yes, sir. Our Snow Leopard unit was established on October 2nd, 1949, with the initial purpose. The soldier, recognizing Ji Tianqing as his commanding officer, recounted everything he knew in detail. Meanwhile, on the other vehicle, little Li Mei resembled a curious young wolf, fixated on the soldier since they boarded. Her eyes unwaveringly locked on him. Fortunately, the soldier had undergone special training. Otherwise, he might have lost focus. Our Snow Leopard training bases consist of 2 locations. One here, situated in the heart of the Taklamakan Desert, specifically designated for summer training, and the other near Mo in Heilongjiang, dedicated to winter training. After more than 3 hours of travel, Jiang Hua and his companions finally arrived at the training base in the Taklamakan Desert, where they could see the 5-star red flag fluttering in the wind from afar. Kill, kill, kill. Upon disembarking from the vehicle, even before encountering anyone, Jiang Hua and the others were greeted by a series of roars akin to ferocious beasts, emanating from the soldiers of the special forces engaged in training. Attention! Suddenly, 2 fully armed special forces soldiers emerged from an unknown source, their steel rifles glinting ominously under the sun's rays. Jiang Hua was convinced that without the correct password, they would not hesitate to open fire and eliminate them all. The weather today was exceptionally hot. One of the soldiers shouted. Password correct. You may proceed. The two soldiers lowered their weapons and announced loudly, "Li Yin, why have you returned so early today?" One of the soldiers, wearing a faint smile, inquired of the soldier beside Ji Tianqing. "There is a special mission today," Li Yin replied with a smile. "Oh," the two ceased their conversation, swaying slightly before vanishing from sight. "They have concealed themselves in the sand," Li Xian exclaimed in astonishment. In such sweltering heat, the temperature in the desert could easily reach 50 degrees. The sand could be even hotter. Yet, they had hidden themselves within it, an impossible feat without rigorous training. They all knew each other, yet they adhered so strictly to protocol. No wonder they were among the most formidable special forces. Jiang Hua mused silently. As they crossed a towering sand dune, Jiang Hua and his companions were immediately greeted by a dazzling sight, a vast training ground, spanning a full kilometer, which could only be described as an oasis in the desert. Amidst the endless expanse of sand and towering hills, a large military training ground stood, seemingly defying belief. Surrounded by a concrete wall approximately 3 meters high and 20 centimeters thick, the interior housed a variety of military facilities, where no fewer than 100 soldiers were diligently training. With a single glance, Jiang Hua discerned the general layout. This was a circular military training ground. To the northeast, a row of single-story buildings likely served as the soldiers' living quarters, adjacent to which was a dining hall for their communal meals. In the southeast corner, a space was occupied by 7 or 8 military vehicles, presumably a parking lot. The remaining areas were equipped with various training facilities, including bars, ladders, traps, minefields, and shooting ranges. "Everyone, please follow me," Li Yin said, observing the astonished expressions of his companions. Jiang Hua and the others snapped back to reality and followed Li Yin towards the southeast parking area. The desert was already unbearably hot, compounded by the imposing 3-meter-tall concrete walls that surrounded them, ensuring that even the wind could not penetrate within. As Jiang Hua walked, he contemplated the evident challenges that awaited them in this training camp, which would undoubtedly be unimaginably arduous, perhaps even brutal. "Everyone, our squad leader is over there. You may go on ahead. I still have patrol duties to attend to," Li Yin said, stopping at a spot close to the parking area and pointing towards a military jeep. "Very well, thank you for your hard work," Ji Tianqing replied with a smile. Li Yin opened his mouth, as if to utter something, yet ultimately refrained and turned away. His demeanor suggested he had words unspoken, leaving Jiang Hua somewhat perplexed. Perched atop a military jeep was a soldier clad in camouflage, his stature remarkably imposing, with limbs that were exceptionally robust, appearing twice as thick as those of an average person. Even in slumber, resting upon the steering wheel, he emanated an unparalleled sense of strength. "Goodness!" Jiang Hua gaped in astonishment, extending his own arm in a silent comparison, feeling somewhat ashamed. This individual was indeed formidable, comparable to the fourth Raikage from the world of Naruto. Captain." Jiang Hua approached, speaking softly. There was no response. The captain, lost in deep slumber against the steering wheel, snored audibly, oblivious to the presence of others. "Captain." Jiang Hua raised his voice slightly and leaned in closer. Yet, the captain remained undisturbed, entirely unaware of the calls directed at him. After several attempts to rouse him yielded no reaction, Jiang Hua, growing impatient, stepped forward and gently tapped the man on the back. "Who?" Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, startling everyone and causing the 4 girls to pale in fear, shivering involuntarily. Jiang Hua furrowed his brow as he realized the captain had unexpectedly seized his hand and twisted it forcefully. "You lot! How many times must I tell you not to disturb me while I'm sleeping?" The captain's face glistened with sweat, his expression fierce and intimidating. Yet, his demeanor shifted instantly as he discovered that the hand he had grasped slipped effortlessly from his grasp with a mere twist. "Not one of mine." The captain was taken aback. He knew his men well and was certain none possessed the prowess to rival him. He rolled off the vehicle, executed a somersault, and swiftly drew his weapon, adopting a defensive stance. "Impressive." Jiang Hua silently nodded in approval. The captain's transition from reaction to combat readiness was fluid and seamless, exemplifying true skill. "Who are you?" After assuming his position, the captain realized he was facing 4 young women, 2 young men, and a towering figure standing at nearly 6 feet 3 inches. He paused momentarily, recalling their identities. "Greetings, Captain. I am Ji Tianqing, and here is our letter of introduction." Ji Tianqing stepped forward, presenting the letter prepared by his father. The captain hesitated briefly before accepting the letter, but his gaze remained fixed on Jiang Hua. If he surmised correctly, it was this seemingly delicate young man who had deftly evaded his grasp moments before, compelling him to tumble from the vehicle and adopt a combat stance. Oh, Captain Gao withdrew his gaze from Jiang Hua and meticulously examined the letter of introduction, exclaiming, "So you are the 7 individuals that General Ji has referred to." General Ji? Aside from Uncle Li and Jiang Hua, the others gazed at Ji Tianqing with astonishment, realizing that his father was a general. If this were indeed the case, Ji Tianqing was of an illustrious lineage. Yet, why did he attend high school in such a remote place? This question lingered in the minds of Li Xian and Ouyang Wenjing. "We are," Ji Tianqing affirmed with a nod. "What are your names?" Captain Gao inquired, putting away his own document and approaching them with an authoritative gaze. "Ji Tianqing, Jiang Hua, Li Xian, Li Mei, Ouyang Wenjing, Lan Bing, Li Guangbiao." Hiss. Upon hearing Uncle Li's name, Captain Gao involuntarily gasped, fixating on him with disbelief. "You are?" Captain Gao stuttered, astonished. As the commander of the Special Forces, he was well versed in their history, particularly that dark chapter which he understood all too well. 20 years prior, Li Guangbiao, known as the king of soldiers within the Special Forces, had defected and subsequently orchestrated a series of gruesome murders in Zhoukou that shocked the world. He had been designated a national wanted criminal by the Huaxia government, yet somehow, he had eluded capture. The past is but a wisp of smoke. "I am no longer who I once was," Li Guangbiao stated, looking intently at Captain Gao, each word resonating with gravity. In a moment that left everyone astonished, Captain Gao rendered a formal military salute to Li Guangbiao, his eyes brimming with respect and admiration. "You are a hero in the eyes of all our Special Forces warriors." Captain Gao stepped forward and grasped Li Guangbiao's large hands tightly, his voice filled with fervor. Do you not think I was wrong?" Li Guangbiao's face displayed a tumult of emotion. Overwhelmed, tears glistened in his eyes. "Who dares to say you were wrong? If I were in your position, my decision would have mirrored yours precisely, for we are soldiers, bound by our dignity and valor," Captain Gao asserted passionately, gripping Li Guangbiao's hands firmly. "In such circumstances, failing to act as you did would render one unworthy of being called a soldier. Indeed, not even a man," Captain Gao pronounced, each syllable deliberate and emphatic. Thank you." Li Guangbiao, a towering figure at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, found himself shedding tears of gratitude before all present. For a man who had borne the weight of guilt for over 2 decades, what could be more significant than being understood? "You are the pride of all our Special Forces warriors, for even amidst the most formidable of pursuits, you successfully evaded capture. Your exploits and experiences have been shared by our instructors for our learning and reference." Captain Gao gazed solemnly at Li Guangbiao and remarked, "In that battle, you showcased the extraordinary capabilities of our Special Forces to the fullest extent. You are a paragon for all of us, an aspiration we strive towards." Li Guangbiao, overwhelmed with emotion, could find no words to express his gratitude, simply staring blankly at Captain Gao with a visage full of appreciation. Meanwhile, Li Xian and others, though only vaguely aware of Uncle Li's past, sensed his formidable prowess, their eyes reflecting a mixture of awe and admiration. At that moment, Captain Gao seemed to recall the presence of Jiang Hua and Ji Tianqing. Turning towards Ji Tianqing, he offered an apologetic smile and said, "I sincerely apologize for being so engrossed in conversation with my idol that I overlooked you all. It's quite all right. Uncle Li is our captain this time." Ji Tianqing replied with a smile, "This is a special training ground, and there is little here to entertain you. So let us head to the cafeteria for a bite to eat," Captain Gao suggested, leading the way. "Absolutely, I'm nearly starving," exclaimed little Li Mei, the first to voice her thoughts, her youthful exuberance unrestrained. Jiang Hua and Ji Tianqing exchanged glances and nodded in agreement, following closely behind Captain Gao. Along the way, Captain Gao took the opportunity to introduce Ji Tianqing to the daily training routines and essential protocols of the training ground. Although they had been referred by Ji Tianqing's grandfather, their intent was to engage in formal military training, and Captain Gao felt it imperative to convey the foundational aspects to them. Here we are. After a brisk 20-minute walk, Captain Gao halted before a modest 2-story building. "This is a dining facility specially designed for our Special Forces soldiers," leading the 7 inside. He gestured toward the rows of seating and explained, "This training ground accommodates a total of 131 personnel, yet there are only 100 seats available." "Why are there only 100? What about the remaining 30? Li Mei, still a child, inquired with wide, curious eyes. This reflects the military's principle of survival of the fittest, Jiang Hua sighed. To foster a sense of competition among the soldiers, they deliberately provide only 100 seats, implying that if you do not outpace your peers, if you do not excel, you shall go hungry. What? Li Mei gasped, her eyes widening in astonishment. For a girl accustomed to a life of luxury, such a notion was unfathomable. Captain Gao cast an approving glance at Jiang Hua and remarked, "You are quite right. This principle extends beyond mealtime. Even bathing is governed by the same rules." Li Xian, Ouyang Wenjing, and Lan Binger simultaneously displayed expressions of distress. The thought of enduring a day of rigorous training in temperatures exceeding 40 degrees Celsius without the option to bathe in the evening was simply intolerable for these cleanliness-loving young women. Captain Gao. A few individuals were walking when two young soldiers dashed out from the kitchen. They were tall and robust, exuding a rugged masculinity that was distinctly different from the boys of the metropolis. The imposing captain nodded at them, instructing, "You two, prepare some meat dishes and a bottle of white liquor. I wish to host our guests properly." "Yes, sir." They responded with a crisp military salute before turning back to the kitchen. Strangely, Jiang Hua sensed a flicker of envy in the eyes of the two soldiers. "Captain, may I ask you a question?" Jiang Hua approached the captain gently. "Feel free to inquire," the captain replied courteously. Having engaged briefly with Jiang Hua before and recognizing his exceptional nature, "How often do the soldiers here get to eat meat?" Jiang Hua inquired. Ji Tianqing and the others looked at him with puzzled expressions, unsure of why he posed such a question. "Well, once a month," the captain hesitated before confessing. Given that Jiang Hua and his companions would be staying for 2 months, it was impossible to keep this information concealed. What? Jiang Hua's face reflected shock. In such a harsh environment, where special forces underwent rigorous training for hours daily, how could they sustain themselves on merely vegetables? "Why?" he asked the captain, perplexed. "Only the strong deserve meat. It is a simple truth. Do you not grasp even this?" A slightly childish yet haughty voice echoed from a corner of the dining area. The voice was melodious, imbued with an innocent tone, yet the arrogance and indifference in its delivery left everyone unsettled. "Who?" Jiang Hua gasped, startled to discover another presence in the dining room. His oversight underscored the formidable strength of this individual. Jiang Hua's expression shifted as he stared intently into the deepest corner of the room, where a child, approximately 5 or 6 years old, sat at a table. The child was plump and strikingly beautiful, evoking an instinctive desire to embrace and cherish him. Yet, he was no ordinary child. His eyes possessed an uncanny feature: 2 pupils. Double pupils. Both Jiang Hua and Ji Tianqing exclaimed in surprise, realizing that this was the child taken away by Ji Tianqing's grandfather, now present in the training grounds of the Taklamakan Desert. The captain rolled his eyes in resignation and murmured, "Ignore him. Let us continue our conversation. He is just a little madman." However, Jiang Hua could not simply pass by this child. Legends spoke of those with double pupils as favored by the heavens, destined to rise to great heights. Given this encounter, Jiang Hua was eager to discover what made the child so extraordinary. "You are very strong." The child, merely 5 or 6 years old and not even a meter tall, possessed a gaze that instilled fear, entirely unlike that of an ordinary child. Instead, he seemed to embody the prowess of a formidable master who had roamed the martial world for decades, invincible and unparalleled. This sensation was profoundly absurd, despite his tender age. The boy exuded an oppressive aura, as if he were not a mere child, but a battle-hardened champion, a fact that even made Jiang Hua feel a hint of threat. The child was extraordinarily beautiful, standing atop the dining table, his peculiar eyes fixed intently on Jiang Hua, his expression unusually grave, as if he had discerned something significant. Jiang Hua scrutinized the boy with rapt attention, stepping closer with a mixture of astonishment and satisfaction. Truly, he was worthy of the title of one with double pupils. At such a young age, he already possessed an extraordinary demeanor, lending credence to the legends that those endowed with double pupils are destined to rule the world. Before long, Jiang Hua found himself beside the child, his gaze unwaveringly locked onto the boys. The child, too, widened his eyes in return, and for a moment, they stared at each other, as if discovering the most fascinating subject in the world. The onlookers behind them exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by the unfolding situation, standing frozen as they observed the intense connection between the two. Ji Tianqing understood, recognizing that Jiang Hua had perceived the child's unique qualities and sought to explore them further, edging closer to conceal the shape of his own eyes. Meanwhile, the imposing captain felt a twinge of anxiety, inwardly admonishing himself not to provoke the little madman, fearing that if he unleashed his fury, even he would be unable to contain him. Jiang Hua maintained his gaze with the child for an extended moment before seating himself in front of the boy, smiling gently to convey his benign intentions. Yet, rather than easing, the child's expression shifted to one of shock as he stammered, "Why your eyes?" Jiang Hua was taken aback. He had not revealed his Tai Chi wheel blood eye. Could it be that this child discerned the peculiarity of his own eyes? A wave of astonishment surged within him. Was it true that those with double pupils possessed extraordinary abilities, as the legend suggested, and were destined to reign supreme? "What do you see?" Jiang Hua inquired softly, gazing at the 5 or 6-year-old child in astonishment. The boy's face suddenly contorted with fear. His eyes fixed upon Jiang Hua as if he had encountered a demon, his body trembling slightly, his complexion pale. "Do not be afraid. I mean you no harm." Jiang Hua reassured him, breaking into a smile as he reached out to gently pat the boy's head. Strangely enough, the moment Jiang Hua's hand touched the child's head, the boy's fear dissipated entirely. "I saw your eyes, strange eyes, with 6 ripples and 9 black, hook-shaped dots, and at the center, a striking black and white pattern," the child revealed, uttering words that left Jiang Hua utterly astonished. How do you know this?" Jiang Hua was both astonished and taken aback. After so many years, this was the first time someone had seen through him so thoroughly, and he was merely a child of 5 or 6. "I can see," the child uttered, word by word. "You can see?" Jiang Hua was startled once more. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "What else can you see?" "I also see." The child's eyes were filled with terror as he stammered, around you. There are countless corpses and vengeful spirits floating." With a sudden jolt, Jiang Hua opened his eyes, revealing his unique Taiji Rinnegan, with 6 rippling patterns and 9 black tomoe arranged in order, a Taiji symbol at the center. Both eerie and beautiful, this child was truly enigmatic, capable of perceiving even his past. What else could he not see? The child perceived the malevolent aura Jiang Hua had amassed after eliminating hundreds, if not thousands, in the world of Naruto. "Ah, don't kill me." The child screamed in fright and turned to flee, forgetting he stood on the dining table. His feet slipped, and he fell. Jiang Hua gently extended his right hand, catching the child and placing him back on the table. Leaning close to the child's ear, he softly said, "Do not be afraid. I will not harm you. Trust me." There seemed to be an unusual charm in Jiang Hua's words, gradually dispelling the terror in the child's eyes. "Tell me, what does that big brother look like in your eyes?" Jiang Hua asked in a soothing tone, as if he possessed a hypnotic ability, pointing at Ji Tianqing. "Oh, the big brother you mean? I know. There are currents of electricity around him, and it looks very beautiful," the boy replied in his innocent voice. "Hiss." Upon hearing the child's words, Ji Tianqing involuntarily gasped. Currently, he had not unleashed his powers, and with the aid of that mysterious stone, he had managed to control his abilities well. Yet now, being seen through by the little boy astonished him greatly. The tall captain observed Ji Tianqing and his companions with a look of wonder, secretly pondering whether they were all like that child. Jiang Hua fell silent, meticulously observing the little boy with his unparalleled ocular strength, attempting to discern what made him unique. Unfortunately, aside from his eyes, the child appeared to be just an ordinary person. Could it be that, like me, all his abilities stem from his eyes? Jiang Hua was taken aback as the 9 tomoe of his Rinnegan met the child's heavy pupils, and a powerful force surged into the child's eyes. "This is..." Jiang Hua's expression changed in shock, for before him lay an infinitely vast space, devoid of anything except for 2 black moons suspended in the sky. If Jiang Hua's deductions were correct, they must represent the child's eyes, his heavy pupils. Could it be that this child, like the sage of 6 paths in Naruto, had awakened his heavy pupils amidst the chaos of the world? Jiang Hua contemplated in his heart. As the spatial vortex materialized, Jiang Hua's form began to fade, driven by a desire to discern the unique attributes of the so-called dual pupil. What? How could this be? A look of astonishment crossed Jiang Hua's countenance, for his figure had not moved from its original position. His spatial abilities had faltered. What an extraordinary capability this was. Jiang Hua was astounded. In the world of Naruto, Uchiha Obito wielded spatial ninjutsu that rendered him virtually invincible, yet in reality, there existed a pair of eyes capable of countering spatial powers. How could this not terrify Jiang Hua? Could it be that this so-called dual pupil was indeed the fabled original divine eye? In that instant, an ancient legend surfaced in Jiang Hua's mind. In the Naruto universe, he had once delved into the secrets of the Sage of Six Paths, meticulously studying the ancient texts preserved by the Uchiha, Senju, Hyuga, and Uzumaki clans. The Hyuga clan, being the foremost noble family of Konoha, boasted a lineage that predated the other three clans. In their archives, Jiang Hua had encountered a tome that mentioned a peculiar ocular technique, the original divine eye. The ancient manuscript recorded that in the distant past, alongside the Rinnegan, there existed a nearly invincible and terrifying ocular technique known as the original divine eye, also referred to as the Eye of Destiny. According to legend, the bearer of the original divine eye could pierce through all worldly illusions. Gazing directly into the essence of individuals, under the scrutiny of these eyes, nothing could remain concealed. Even more fearsome was the ability of the original divine eye to discern a person's vital point, the most vulnerable aspect of their being. In warfare, identifying an enemy's vital point would ensure an effortless victory, which is why the original divine eye was revered as the Eye of Destiny. Could it be that the original divine eye from the myths of Naruto was indeed the same as the dual pupil from ancient Chinese legends? In this fleeting moment, Jiang Hua's thoughts raced, contemplating the possibility that his soul's journey to the Naruto world was not mere coincidence, but perhaps indicative of an inexplicable connection between the two realms. Yet, all of this remained mere conjecture, lacking any means of substantiation. What is your name? Jiang Hua sighed, withdrawing from the boy's consciousness, his eyes returning to their normal state as he gently inquired. I am Lan Lan. The boy regarded Jiang Hua with a hint of trepidation. Since awakening his abilities, this was the first time he had encountered someone whose essence he could not penetrate. This man before him bore no vital weakness. What did this signify? It meant that this man had no vulnerabilities. Lan Lan. A hint of amusement graced Jiang Hua's face as he remarked. Why would a boy bear a girl's name? It is Lan Lan, with Lan from Orchid and Lan from Blue Sky, Lan Lan. The boy retorted, visibly displeased. Oh, so it's Lan Lan. My apologies, Jiang Hua chuckled, extending his right hand towards the boy. Hello, Lan Lan. I am Jiang Hua. You, hello? Lan Lan hesitated for a moment before extending his chubby little hand to grasp Jiang Hua's right hand, his face radiating excitement. Ultimately, although Lan Lan possesses formidable abilities and exhibits a certain precocity compared to his peers, he remains a child at heart. Faced with strength, he cannot help but feel a sense of admiration, akin to the way young children idolize superheroes like Ultraman. The fact that a figure he regards as powerful treats him with such kindness fills him with immense joy. Lan Lan, would you like to learn skills from me? Jiang Hua gently inquired, holding the small hand of Lan Lan with a smile. At that moment, Jiang Hua felt akin to a child trafficker, luring an innocent child into his world. Yes, I would love to. As Jiang Hua anticipated, a delighted expression appeared on Lan Lan's face upon hearing his words. In the training ground, Lan Lan had found no rivals. Encountering someone significantly stronger was a rare opportunity he would not let slip away. With just a few words from Jiang Hua, Lan Lan was hooked. All right, from today onward, you shall follow me and learn the skills, Jiang Hua declared, his heart brimming with joy. Little Lan Lan possessed the legendary dual pupils and was likely the fabled source divine eye. Having such a child of limitless potential by his side promised immense benefits in the future. Master, the astute Lan Lan, upon receiving Jiang Hua's consent, promptly knelt on the dining table and performed 3 deep bows in a gesture of apprenticeship. Jiang Hua chuckled heartily, lifting Lan Lan into his arms. Come, let us go meet them. Captain Gao stood in astonishment. In his mind, Lan Lan was an undeniable little wildling, indifferent to everyone around him. Now, seeing Jiang Hua holding Lan Lan so affectionately astonished him greatly. Captain Gao. What further shocked him was Lan Lan's sweet smile directed at him, prompting Gao to nod eagerly in response. This was a treatment he had not enjoyed in a long while. What an adorable child. Come here. Let your sister give you a hug. Upon witnessing Lan Lan's cuteness, Ouyang Wenjing and others were instantly overwhelmed with affection, rushing over to embrace him, pinching his arms and legs, eliciting peals of laughter from Lan Lan. Why does this little fellow seem to have suddenly changed his demeanor today? Captain Gao mused to himself, utterly baffled. Though his words were uttered carelessly, Jiang Hua attentively absorbed every syllable, mentally noting them down. All right, enough of the fuss. Jiang Hua finally intervened, unable to bear the sight any longer. It is in a woman's nature to overflow with maternal instincts when encountering a charming child. The girls, feeling a bit embarrassed by Jiang Hua's remark, reluctantly set Lan Lan down and stood aside. Lan Lan, this is Uncle Li. You should call him Uncle Li from now on, understood? Jiang Hua gestured toward the tall and robust Uncle Li. Hello, Uncle Li. Lan Lan obediently greeted. Uncle Li smiled and nodded, choosing to remain silent. To be candid, he too held a fondness for this adorable and clever child. But his naturally reserved demeanor prevented him from engaging in the same playful antics as the girls. This is Brother Tianqing. This is Sister Xian'er, and this is Sister Wenjing. Jiang Hua introduced everyone one by one, while the lively, deep black eyes of Lan Lan twinkled, following Jiang Hua's finger as it moved. Hello, Brother Tianqing, Sister Xian'er. Sister Wenjing, Sister Binger, Sister Li Mei. It must be said that this little fellow is quite extraordinary. Jiang Hua had only mentioned their names once. Yet he memorized everyone's titles and greeted them individually. Hello, Lan'er. Li Xian and Ouyang Wenjing smiled, genuinely fond of this clever child, treating him as if he were their own brother. Mealtime. At that moment, a shout from the kitchen rang out. Come on, let's go eat. The tall captain, feeling somewhat lost, quickly beckoned a few individuals toward the dining area. Let us go, Lan Lan, let us eat together. Li Xian and Ouyang Wenjing each took hold of one of Lan Lan's small hands as they spoke. Okay. Lan Lan responded, following the two girls toward the cafeteria. Huazi, what do you think of this child? Ji Tianqing intentionally walked at the back, keeping pace with Jiang Hua. His potential is boundless, yet for some reason, I sense a hint of hostility within him, Jiang Hua said, gazing with concern at Lan Lan's retreating figure. Hostility? Ji Tianqing was taken aback, asking in confusion, Huazi. How could such a young child have any hostility? Jiang Hua shook his head, replying, I cannot say for certain. Perhaps I am merely overthinking. However, my intuition, honed over many years, tells me that this child is far from the obedient facade he presents. Ji Tianqing's expression changed. As if recalling something, he remarked, Huazi. Had you not mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten. Captain Gao refers to this child as Little Madman. I am aware of that, which is why I feel concerned. Jiang Hua nodded. Captain Gao's words had certainly reached his ears. Huazi, what do you plan to do? Will you keep him by your side? Ji Tianqing inquired. Yes, that is indeed my intention, Jiang Hua affirmed. This child's abilities are fearsome. Should he mature, he may truly become a ruler, as legends suggest. If he were to fall prey to malevolent forces, the harm he could inflict upon this world would be immeasurable. Rather than allow that, it is better to keep him close, where we can guide him on a righteous path. If he can walk the straight and narrow, that would be the best outcome. Even if he were to stray into darkness, we could respond swiftly. As Jiang Hua spoke, his eyes flashed with determination. Ji Tianqing felt a jolt in his heart. Jiang Hua's foresight was indeed far-reaching, essentially charting the trajectory of Lan Lan's growth. Either a normal development to become a pillar of the nation or, conversely, a descent into an irretrievable abyss. Is this wise? Ji Tianqing sighed and questioned. Tianqing, do not be soft-hearted. In the future world, strength reigns supreme. Survival of the fittest prevails. Those who align with me shall prosper, while those who oppose me shall perish. The concept of human rights is but a distant memory. If this child were to stray onto a nefarious path in the future, he would undoubtedly become a significant menace to society. Should that day ever arrive, I shall not show any mercy, Jiang Huasan declared resolutely. Ji Tianqing fell silent. He had internally acknowledged Jiang's words, yet he remained unwilling to concede, naively believing that the future world would continue to mirror the present. Jiang Huasan, perceiving Ji Tianqing's thoughts, patted him on the shoulder and said, Tianqing, do not fret. The future is uncertain. Perhaps this child, Lan Lan, will grow to be the guardian spirit of our Huaxia nation. Ji Tianqing offered a wry smile, nodded, and suggested, let us go and dine. What was presented as a reception was merely 6 small dishes, 3 meat and 3 vegetable. The meat consisting of only a smattering of shredded meat, highlighting the arduousness of daily life and the grueling training endured by the soldiers here. What is this dish? It is utterly inedible, Li Mei exclaimed as she picked up her chopsticks, tasting the food and grimacing in discontent. Sister, do not speak so carelessly. Li Xian quickly shot a reprimanding glance at her younger sibling, then turned to Captain Gao with an apologetic smile, saying, my sister lacks understanding. I hope you will excuse her. Captain Gao shrugged and replied, no worries. I am quite accustomed to such remarks, as I eat this every day. Captain Gao, there is something I find perplexing and would like to consult you about, Ji Tianqing said, taking a bite of food and looking at the captain. Go ahead. Captain Gao replied readily. As far as I know, The annual budget allocated to the special forces is substantial enough to afford our soldiers a better standard of living. I wonder why the dining conditions here are so dismal. Ji Tianqing voiced the collective confusion of the group. Sigh. It is an order. Captain Gao sighed, offering a resigned smile. An order? Everyone was taken aback, feeling a sense of bewilderment. It is General Ji's command. Captain Gao uttered something that left Ji Tianqing utterly stunned. This was his grandfather's directive. How could such a seemingly cruel order be issued? May I inquire about the reasoning behind it? Jiang Hua asked, gazing at Captain Gao. Of course, Captain Gao replied. But first, may I pose a question to you? Please do, Jiang Hua responded. If war were to break out and the special forces were to infiltrate enemy territory for a special mission, do you think they would be able to enjoy lavish meals? Captain Gao fixed a penetrating gaze on everyone, raising his voice. No, they cannot. Jiang Hua recalled the arduous days in the world of Naruto, suddenly grasping General Ji's intent. Let alone lavish meals, they might struggle to secure even the most basic 3 meals a day. Captain Gao stated with fervor. Silence enveloped the group. Captain Gao spoke the truth. In the event of war, soldiers would likely face challenges even in obtaining basic rations, let alone having the opportunity to feast on meat. What young Master Ji said is correct, indeed. The funding for our special forces is substantial, so much so that we could indulge freely, even enjoying lavish meals at every meal with ample surplus. But have you considered? In everyday life, if the soldiers indulge in lavish feasts, how long can they endure on the battlefield when they find themselves deprived of even a meal? What strength of will do you think they possess? Captain Gao inquired with a resonant voice. I am well aware of General Ji's intentions. It is to sweat more and endure hardships in peacetime, thus minimizing bloodshed and sacrifices in war. Captain Gao, visibly moved, even had tears glistening in his eyes. I understand. Captain Gao, Ji Tianqing replied in a somber tone. Jiang Hua, Ji Tianqing, and Uncle Li fared better, but the 4 girls, Li Xian and Ouyang Wenjing, had already begun to weep. Is this truly the life of a special forces soldier? Is this what the people's soldiers endure? They are indeed the most deserving of respect. Captain Gao, regaining his composure, stated, We shall distribute the saved funds equally among the allowances of each soldier, for we know the treatment of veterans is dismal. We must not only cultivate them into the finest soldiers, but also consider their futures. Thank you, Uncle Li said, looking at Captain Gao with a trembling voice. As a special forces soldier, his words resonated deeply. I have let my soldiers down. I have failed them. Captain Gao's face was stained with tears as he raised a glass of wine, downing it in one gulp, then wiped his tears vigorously. Addressing Jiang Hua and the others, starting tomorrow, you shall be my soldiers. I will not extend any preferential treatment. I will train you as I do all special forces soldiers. I hope you will not resent me for it. We are honored. Jiang Hua, Ji Tianqing, and Uncle Li raised their glasses in unison, drinking heartily, their expressions solemn. As for Li Xian and the other girls, their initial fear had dissipated, replaced by a sense of sanctity and pride for having the opportunity to briefly join this family. Lan Lan, you must join as well, do you understand? Jiang Hua turned to Lan Lan and said. A glimmer of mischievousness flickered in Lan Lan's eyes. She was about to refuse. But upon seeing Jiang Hua's solemn and resolute demeanor, she instinctively swallowed her words and nodded vigorously. Captain Gao observed this scene with a mixture of surprise and gratification. He was astonished that Lan Lan, who usually behaved like a wild child beyond anyone's control, would be so obedient before Jiang Hua. He was gratified to see that Lan Lan was an unrefined gem, destined to shine brilliantly with the right honing. The meal allowed everyone to open their hearts, and Captain Gao took the opportunity to introduce the various training subjects of the Special Forces, causing the girls' faces to pale and stirring an impulse to flee. You all should rest well tonight. Tomorrow morning at 4, we commence our morning practice with a 5-kilometer cross-country run. This was Captain Gao's parting advice. Huazi, our training journey begins tomorrow. I am both excited and anxious, fearing I may not endure. Ji Tianqing, Jiang Hua, Uncle Li, and Lan Lan shared a dormitory. We must have confidence. We are not here to bring shame upon ourselves. Jiang Hua waved his right arm at Ji Tianqing, exclaiming, Tomorrow, let us astonish them. Indeed. Ji Tianqing vowed silently within himself that he would undoubtedly showcase his true strength through this special training. Before long, the dormitory was filled with Uncle Li's heavy snoring. For him, it seemed only a life-threatening situation could stir his heart, as other matters rarely stirred even the slightest ripple within him. Lan Lan, being but a child, had long succumbed to the embrace of slumber. Jiang Hua lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find rest. For some inexplicable reason, he suddenly recalled the days of arduous training alongside the proud azure beast of Konoha in the world of Naruto. It was during that time that the foundation for Jiang Hua's later dominance over the ninja realm was laid. Back then, he would rise before 3 each morning to engage in what he termed youthful contests with Might Guy, often running until he was utterly exhausted. His martial arts heritage was intertwined with that of the Azure Beast, and he had once mastered Guy's ultimate technique, the 8 Gates. Yet now, he found himself back at square one, compelled to relearn the basics of martial arts. Though he believed he could conquer the world solely through his mystical techniques. Having once reached the pinnacle of physical prowess, he could not allow his martial skills to languish. He eagerly anticipated the moment he could once again unlock the 8th gate. Confidence sparkled in Jiang Hua's eyes. Meanwhile, although Ji Tianqing had closed his eyes, turmoil raged within him, unyielding and tumultuous. For he was haunted by thoughts of a certain individual, a person who loomed over him like an insurmountable mountain. To others, Ji Tianqing was the esteemed heir of the Ji family, destined to steer its future, a nobleman adored by many. Yet who could fathom the depths of his anguish? No matter how exceptional Ji Tianqing might be, in the presence of that individual, he was perpetually a tragic figure. You are unworthy to be my brother. In every regard, you fall short of me. Before me, you shall always be a weakling, eternally a tragedy. Suddenly, a remarkably handsome man, towering at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, appeared in Ji Tianqing's mind, pointing a finger at him with contempt and disdain. Upon closer inspection, this man bore an uncanny resemblance to Ji Tianqing himself. Save for the haughty demeanor in his eyes, I refuse to accept this. I will surpass you and prove my superiority. I shall reclaim all that rightfully belongs to me. Ji Tianqing clenched his fists, biting his lip with such intensity that a trace of blood emerged at the corner of his mouth. Yet, he seemed impervious to the pain. His eyes ablaze with fury and defiance, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. The scene shifted to a frigid winter day as snowflakes drifted like goose feathers, and the northern winds howled. On the ground, 2 boys, identical in appearance, were entangled in a fierce struggle. They bore an uncanny resemblance to one another, destined to be the closest of brothers. Yet now, they were entangled in a fierce struggle, their eyes reflecting a ferocity that sent shivers down the spine. For such a gaze was utterly unbecoming of children. Beside them stood an enchanting woman, exuding elegance and grace, adorned in a pristine white garment. She stood resolute against the biting wind, her attire and flowing hair dancing in the gusts, akin to a celestial being descending from the lunar palace, transcendent and solitary. Before her, the boys grew increasingly violent, one of them with a broken nose, yet the exquisite lady showed no inclination to intervene. Instead, she crouched down, clapping her hands enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Go for it. Tianhao, you are on the brink of victory." With a sharp crack, one child was felled by a punch. Blood streaming from his nose, his eyes bruised as he gasped for breath, glaring at both the other boy and the middle-aged beauty. A tempest of rage and resentment swirling within him. "You are unworthy of being my brother," he scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the one he had knocked down before striding away. The graceful lady remained silent, trailing behind Tianhao as they departed together. In the desolate expanse, only one child wept helplessly in the snow, accompanied by the howling of the blizzard. "Mother, why is this happening? What is the reason?" Ji Tianqing clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging painfully into his flesh, yet he remained oblivious to the pain, tears streaming down his face as he cried out inwardly for help. "You are unworthy of being my brother, for I surpass you in every way. The heir to the Ji family legacy will be me, not you." At the tender age of 10, the brothers clashed once more, and once again, Ji Tianqing found himself on the ground, Tianhao's parting words echoing in the air. "Tianqing, you have truly disappointed mother." After Tianhao departed, the ethereal woman approached Ji Tianqing, crouching before him, and said, "Tianqing, despite being the elder brother, you are utterly lacking. Inferior to your younger sibling in every aspect. You have forfeited your right to inherit the Ji family. From this day forth, leave the Ji family." As tears cascaded down Ji Tianqing's face, the middle-aged beauty turned away, leaving behind a hauntingly beautiful silhouette. "Mother, why is this happening?" he shouted, his voice hoarse, unable to comprehend the unfolding tragedy. "Tianqing, our Ji family has no need for the worthless." The woman did not even turn around, but paused momentarily to deliver her cold remark. "From this day onwards, I, Ji Tianqing, shall no longer recognize you as my mother." He struggled to rise, his body marred with bloodstains, and he gazed skyward, uttering his first vow of life. "For the sake of so-called inheritance, must we, as brothers, turn against one another? Is this truly your will, or that of the family, my esteemed mother?" Jiang Hua's tears had already soaked the pillow. For years, he had strived to suppress these memories, yet for reasons unknown, they surged forth like a relentless tide, overwhelming him beyond control. "Ji Tianhao, I shall undoubtedly prove my superiority over you. I will forever remain the elder brother." Ji Tiancheng's heart roared with fury. "Tiancheng, what troubles you?" Jiang Hua, perceptive as ever, sensed the turmoil within Ji Tiancheng and could not help but inquire softly. "And no, it's nothing." Ji Tiancheng was taken aback, surprised that Jiang Hua's intuition could penetrate his innermost thoughts. "As long as it's nothing, then do not dwell on it. Tomorrow marks the beginning of our training. So you should retire early," Jiang Hua suggested with a yawn. "Yes, I understand. You two should get some rest," Ji Tiancheng replied. "Ji Tianhao, throughout my life, all that rightfully belonged to me has been seized by you alone. I have been forced to confine myself to a small place for my studies. Were it not for grandfather's care, I would have surely suffered greatly. Everything that is mine, I shall reclaim one by one. Just wait." Fiery determination gleamed in Ji Tiancheng's eyes, emanating an aura that sent chills down one's spine. Jiang Hua, observing Ji Tiancheng's expression through his perceptive abilities, sighed inwardly. "My brother seems to harbor quite the tale." As the night deepened, both Jiang Hua and Ji Tiancheng succumbed to slumber, leaving only the sound of Uncle Li's snoring and the rhythmic breaths of the others in the room. Suddenly, the tranquility was shattered by a sudden ringing, followed by a prolonged call to assemble. Jiang Hua's nerves, ever alert, snapped him awake at the first sound, his chakra subtly adjusting to achieve peak readiness. Then there was Uncle Li, a former member of Special Forces, whose sensitivity to the assembly call was nearly instinctual. He sprang from his bed, donning his clothes with remarkable speed, taking less than a minute. Ji Tiancheng, though still heavy-eyed, quickly rose with vigor, dressing himself with haste. Only Lan Lan remained in a deep slumber, seemingly oblivious to the commotion. "All personnel, assemble. Those arriving last will bear an additional 20 kilograms and run 10 kilometers. Boomed the commanding voice of the tall captain outside. Accompanying the command was a flurry of hurried footsteps, chaotic yet fervent, as elite soldiers rushed to the assembly point. "Lan Lan, rise." Jiang Hua swiftly clothed himself, darting to Lan Lan's bedside, pushing him with urgency. "No, I'm tired. I want to sleep." Lan Lan pouted, rolling over as though lost in dreams, and Jiang Hua's efforts to rouse him bore no fruit. "Mr. Jiang, we must depart, or we shall be late." Uncle Li's eyes sparkled with urgency. As a former elite of the Special Forces and a mercenary for nearly a decade, his sense of time was far more precise than that of any watchwearer. "Uncle Li, Tiancheng, you go ahead. I will wake Lan Lan and join you shortly," Jiang Hua declared resolutely. Since he had taken Lan Lan under his wing for training, there was no way he would allow his disciple to miss the first day. "Very well, Mr. Jiang, but do make haste." Uncle Li, a man of military stature, spoke and acted with resolute decisiveness, leaving no room for ambiguity. He firmly grasped the still-dazed Ji Tiancheng and urged, "Young Master Ji, we must depart swiftly." In that fleeting moment of confusion, Ji Tiancheng found himself pulled out of the dormitory by Uncle Li. "Huazi, we must hurry," Ji Tiancheng called out anxiously as they moved. "Rest assured," Jiang Hua replied. Amid their loud exchange, Lan Lan remained deeply asleep, seemingly unaffected by the commotion. "Lan Lan, rise immediately," Jiang Hua shouted, vigorously shaking Lan Lan's body while calling loudly in his ear. Yet, Lan Lan appeared ensconced in a deep slumber, snoring audibly, showing no inclination to awaken. "In the last half-minute, if you're not up, there will be no meals for a day," roared the towering captain, his fury palpable. Having commanded many soldiers, he had never encountered such sluggishness before. "Lan Lan, Lan Lan." Jiang Hua shook him vigorously, determined to rouse him. This time, he succeeded, but to Jiang Hua's astonishment, Lan Lan glared with his dark, piercing eyes and growled, "Who dares to wake me? Has your skin grown tighter? Let me loosen you up." Jiang Hua, taken aback, soon erupted in anger, shouting, "You little rascal." With his left hand forming a seal, he declared, "Water release. Water wave." In an instant, a torrent of water appeared from nowhere and drenched Lan Lan. Infused with Jiang Hua's chakra, the icy water jolted Lan Lan awake, compelling him to leap from his bed. The The cold shock banished all remnants of sleep, and he glared with fierce intensity, exclaiming, "You seek death." His eyes seemed to possess an extraordinary power, as his small fists launched toward Jiang Hua. To Jiang Hua's surprise, though diminutive, the force behind those fists was remarkable, nearly rivaling that of the formidable captain. Strikingly, Lan Lan aimed directly at Jiang Hua's lower back. Overlord. Jiang Hua's heart raced as he recalled the legendary figure of Xiang Yu, the overlord of Chu, renowned for his immense strength and unmatched prowess. Though still a child, Lan Lan already exuded an aura reminiscent of an overlord, filling Jiang Hua with trepidation. "Wake up!" Jiang Hua gently extended his middle finger and flicked Lan Lan's fist, sending a surge of electricity coursing through him. Lan Lan yelped in agony, losing his footing and collapsing onto the bed, his body convulsing uncontrollably. "And master!" Lan Lan trembled from the shock, sprawled on the bed, gazing at Jiang Hua with terror in his eyes. Only then did he realize that it was not a soldier from the special forces calling him to rise, but his newly appointed master, Jiang Hua. "Get up this instant." Jiang Hua commanded ominously, "Should such a situation arise again, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." This child, possessing an astonishing talent nearly on par with Jiang Hua's, exhibited an unpredictable temperament that Jiang Hua found rather displeasing. Had he not been a mere child, Jiang Hua would have certainly taught him a stern lesson today. Lan Lan felt a profound sense of grievance, almost moved to tears, yet restrained by Jiang Hua's imposing presence. She dared not utter a word. Complying obediently, she dressed and rose from her bed, following Jiang Hua out of the dormitory towards the assembly point. This child was indeed unruly and defiant. An opportunity must arise to discipline him properly, lest he become even more difficult to guide as he matured. Jiang Hua contemplated as they walked. Lan Lan exuded an aura of hostility, the cause of which remained uncertain, whether it stemmed from her family background or the traits of one with heterochromia. Regardless, if not addressed promptly, it could escalate into a significant issue. "How dare you treat me this way?" Lan Lan thought fiercely, her peculiar heterochromatic eyes glinting with determination. The stern expression on her face was strikingly appropriate for her age. Reporting, Jiang Hua hurriedly arrived at the assembly point with Lan Lan, only to find it already teeming with a sea of soldiers from the special forces, standing in perfect formation, impeccably aligned. Not a single soldier whispered to another, nor did any cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Hua, the complete stranger among them. In another section, 18 individuals stood, including Li Xian, Ouyang Wenjing, Lan Bing'er, and Li Mei. They were late, Jiang Hua mused. Compared to the elite forces, how could their speed possibly compare to that of 4 young girls? To Jiang Hua's relief, he did not see Ji Tianqing or Uncle Li among them, which suggested they had not arrived late. "Speak." The tall captain, having set aside his amiable demeanor from the previous day, now wore a solemn and imposing expression that instilled a sense of fear. His voice rang out clearly, commanding everyone's attention. "Jiang Hua, Lan Lan, report." Jiang Hua proclaimed loudly, mimicking the style he had seen on television. "Address me as commander and report again." The tall captain bellowed, "Yes, commander." "Jiang Hua, Lan Lan reporting to you." Jiang Hua echoed back loudly, "Stand over there. Prepare for a 10-kilometer cross-country run." The captain pointed towards the position where Li Xian and the others stood, barking out orders. "Yes." Jiang Hua felt his blood surge with excitement. Facing this vibrant group of special forces soldiers and the stern captain, he was transported back to the days of relentless growth in the world of Naruto, once again grasping the essence of youth. In that moment, Jiang Hua longed to roar at the sky like the azure beast Mike Kai. Roar youth. In stark contrast to Jiang Hua's spirited mindset, Li Xian, Ouyang Wenjing, Lan Bing'er, and Li Mei appeared pale, their hearts filled with trepidation as they gazed at the hefty 20-kilogram backpacks before them, their expressions fraught with anxiety. A 10-kilometer cross-country run? For these 4 pampered girls, the longest they had ever run was a mere 800 meters. In such scorching desert heat, would this not be a matter of life and death? Moreover, there was the added burden of 20 kilograms. After Jiang Hua and Lan Lan lined up, the tall captain turned to another group of 117, shouting, 5-kilometer cross-country, 30 kilograms of weight, immediately. Yes. The team responded in unison, their voices resonating in perfect harmony. Immediately after, a robust and resolute soldier came sprinting from behind. He first rendered a formal military salute to Captain Gao, then turned and saluted the assembled troops, bellowing, "Left turn." In unison, The entire formation responded as if they were a single entity, producing one harmonious sound as they pivoted together. Begin running. The leading soldier dashed forward toward the base's entrance. The rhythmic sound of their footsteps echoed with remarkable precision, resembling the cadence of a solitary individual. This sight stirred a sense of admiration within Jiang Hua. This was indeed an elite unit, the backbone of the Republic, the guardians of its safety, and the most honorable amongst its citizens. Once the troops had moved on, Captain Gao shifted his gaze to Jiang Hua and his companions. Besides the 4 girls, Li Xian, Lan Lan, and Jiang Hua, there were 14 latecomers from the Special Forces. Jiang Hua, Lan Lan, stepped forward. Captain Gao's authoritative gaze swept over the group before he commanded loudly. Yes. Jiang Hua responded emphatically as he stepped out. Lan Lan exhibited a look of impatience, ready to speak, but upon noticing Jiang Hua's piercing stare, she felt a jolt of apprehension and promptly closed her mouth, following suit. Jiang Hua, 10 kilometers cross-country with a 20-kilogram load. Lan Lan, 10 kilometers cross-country, no load, commence immediately. Captain Gao, though strict, was not devoid of compassion and made some allowances during the most rigorous training. Understood, Commander. Jiang Hua moved to the front of the line, seized a large pack, slung it over his shoulders, cast a glance at Lan Lan, and began running toward the base's entrance. Lan Lan, resigned, trailed behind, her petite form bobbing as she ran. Is Lan Lan going to be okay? The sight left Li Xian and the other girls feeling disheartened. The training within the Special Forces was indeed harsh, bordering on cruel. Even a child like Lan Lan was subjected to a 10-kilometer cross-country run. What awaited them? Li Xian, Ouyang Wenjing, Lan Binger, Li Mei stepped forward. Captain Gao's sudden roar startled the girls, prompting them to respond quickly and move to the front, their eyes reflecting trepidation and fear as they regarded the captain. I will treat you as I do all my soldiers, without any preferential treatment. I hope you will not hold it against me later. At this moment, the girls could only recall the captain's words from the banquet the previous evening. You girls, sigh. Captain Gao looked at the delicate figures before him, momentarily at a loss. With his keen perception, he could easily discern their frail constitutions. To suggest they undertake a 10-kilometer run with a load was unrealistic. It was likely that even a single kilometer in the desert would leave them fainting on the ground. The girls regarded Captain Gao with anxious expressions, uncertain whether he would truly enforce the indiscriminate training he had mentioned the day before. Captain Gao's sigh instilled a glimmer of hope in the hearts of several young women. However, his subsequent words nearly rendered them faint. Forget it. It's utterly impossible to train you all in the same manner. I shall employ the techniques used for training new recruits, Captain Gao declared slowly. No weights, no distance to measure. You may cease when you collapse. His pronouncement left the girls pale and trembling. See, Captain Gao, Li Xian stammered, fearful of mishearing. Address me as Commander. Captain Gao barked. Yes, Commander. At the sound of his authoritative voice, Li Xian found her words flowing more freely. Speak. Captain Gao commanded. Sir, may I inquire if your previous statement was made in earnest? Li Xian asked timidly. The other 3 girls gazed at him with hopeful eyes, wishing he might retract his harsh words. Do you comprehend? No weights, no distance to measure. You will finish only when you collapse. Captain Gao enunciated each word with piercing intensity, fixing his gaze upon the girls. Why, yes, we understand. Li Xian replied, her face ashen, tears glistening in her eyes, as though she bore an insurmountable grievance. I do not insist you endure this. General Ji once remarked that you are free to leave whenever you wish. Captain Gao suddenly chuckled, though a hint of disdain flickered in his eyes. After all, you are children of privilege. How can you withstand such hardship? Li Xian silently wept, momentarily contemplating surrender. Yet, the thought of Jiang Hua's smile and his unwavering trust in her rekindled her resolve. She dashed toward the door, her slender figure evoking a pang of sympathy. Captain Gao clearly observed the trail of tears left in her wake. Sister, wait for me. Li Mei, a fiercely competitive girl, could not bear to be left behind upon seeing her sister take the lead. She swiftly followed suit. Sister Wenjing, let us also commence, Lan Binger remarked, glancing at the Li sisters before addressing Ouyang Wenjing. Ouyang nodded, and the 2 girls set off as well. Well done. A look of satisfaction graced Captain Gao's face. Truly, they were individuals worthy of General Ji's recommendation, displaying a rare fortitude amongst the youth. Do you see? This is youth. Let us roar. Let our youth resound. Captain Gao's rugged voice resonated behind the 4 girls, fortifying their inner resolve. If this is what youth entails, then I shall gladly run along this path until I collapse. As Captain Gao's powerful and impassioned roar echoed, Li Xian and her companions felt a surge of fervor within, a resilient spirit rising from their depths. Their determination solidifying even as endless stretches of yellow sand lay before them. If this is indeed youth, then I shall continue to run until I am utterly spent. Until I fall into an eternal slumber. Medic. Captain Gao watched as the four girls, led by Li Xian, dashed through the gates of the base and immediately called out. Attention. The remaining soldiers, step forward. One soldier responded loudly. He was handsome and striking, with a fair complexion and dark skin, which only enhanced his masculine allure. Drive the vehicle and follow closely behind them. If anything happens to those girls, you will be held accountable. Do you understand? Captain Gao barked. Understood, sir. The medic saluted sharply and responded loudly. If you understand, then hurry up and leave. Captain Gao commanded. The medic saluted again and sprinted towards the parking lot. He felt no discomfort in Captain Gao's tone, for he had long since grown accustomed to it. You all, 30 kilograms of weight, 10 kilometers of cross-country running, immediately. Captain Gao glared at the few soldiers still standing in place, his voice sharp and commanding. Yes, sir. Though the soldiers were puzzled as to why the usual punishment of 20 kilograms had suddenly escalated to 30, none showed any signs of discontent. Here. There were no questions or resistance, only orders and obedience. The rhythmic sound of their footsteps gradually faded into the distance. Once the last pair of soldiers had set off, Captain Gao let out a slight sigh of relief, a bittersweet smile crossing his face as he muttered to himself, on the first day. I've subjected those girls to such rigorous training. Alas, who could blame me for being an instructor? I cannot show favoritism. In truth, I am the one who cherishes them the most. In the vast expanse of the desert, yellow and blue reign supreme. The yellow represents the sands beneath, while the blue signifies the sky, occasionally punctuated by sparse clusters of shrubs and cacti that bring a refreshing contrast. The poplar trees standing resiliently in the desert provide soldiers with a spiritual uplift. If a mere plant can survive in such a harsh environment, why not us humans? The unending desert stretched far and wide, a sea of yellow sand with no end in sight. Deep within the sands, two figures, one tall and one short, were running leisurely, sweat cascading down their bodies, only to be swiftly absorbed by the golden grains. Those two figures were none other than Jiang Hua and his newly accepted disciple, Lan Lan. Jiang Hua's forehead glistened with sweat, his garments thoroughly soaked. As if a gentle squeeze could yield water, he gasped for breath, his body swaying, feeling the weight of his heavy pack growing increasingly burdensome, almost like a small mountain pressing down on him, making it difficult to stand upright. In contrast, Lan Lan, following closely behind him, fared much better. Though she too was sweating, her breathing remained steady, and her steps light, as if she were strolling leisurely, devoid of any discomfort. Damn it, why is it so heavy? Jiang Hua thought, struggling under the weight of the 20-kilogram backpack, panting heavily, and silently cursing himself for his current physical condition. It is noteworthy that Jiang Hua's physical prowess, at its peak, surpasses that of Konoha's Azure Beast, Might Guy. On a daily basis, he carries a burden of no less than several hundred kilograms. And he can even open the 8th gate of death unscathed. I am unwilling to accept my current state. I must ascend to the pinnacle once more. Jiang Hua bit his lip fiercely, causing crimson blood to trickle from the corner of his mouth, the intense pain momentarily diverting his attention. However, his already unsteady body became even more precarious, as if he might collapse at any moment. At this juncture, it is no longer a matter of physical strength, but rather a battle of spirit and will. In the face of adversity, the brave shall prevail, through the rigorous training of physical techniques. One can only make progress and elevate oneself by continually surpassing one's limits. Lan Lan followed closely behind Jiang Hua, observing his every move with keen clarity. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she felt an inexplicable fear towards this man, as if he were a fated harbinger of doom in her life. I am destined to follow the will of heaven. No matter who it is, I can trample them underfoot, for I shall inevitably reign supreme. A thought flashed through Lan Lan's mind, causing her delicate face to pale. Only when she was certain that Jiang Hua was oblivious to her presence did she gradually regain her composure. Meanwhile, in another direction, Li Xian, Ouyang Wenjing, Lan Bing, and Li Mei moved slowly forward at a pace akin to walking, gasping for breath, their faces flushed. They felt as though they would suffocate if their breathing slowed even slightly. The scorching sun above beat down with a relentless intensity, turning the entire desert into a steamy furnace. What is this sensation? Li Xian felt as if her feet were weighed down by lead, rendering her immobile. and her thoughts nearly ceased, her body moving forward purely by inertia. Yes, it was a movement forward, not running, not walking. A heavy weight seemed to press down upon her chest, making it difficult to breathe. Had it not been for her unwavering will, she would have surely collapsed to the ground, surrendering to a deep slumber. Sister, Li Mei fared slightly better than Li Xian. Being a fire element ability user, she possessed a natural resistance to the sweltering heat. However, being the youngest, her body was still undeveloped, and the intensity of the activity had far exceeded her limits. Had she not been closely following her sister, she too would have long since fallen. Ouyang Wenjing and Lan Binger were not in a much better condition. They yearned to collapse in the sand and enjoy a well-deserved rest. Yet, upon seeing the Li sisters struggling to persevere, their indomitable spirit compelled them to grit their teeth and remain steadfastly behind. How impressive! To endure for 5 kilometers in the first special training session. The medic, driving behind them, looked at the 4 girls with astonishment and admiration in his eyes. The physical prowess of these young women may be lacking, yet their indomitable willpower has certainly garnered the admiration of the medic, a specialized warrior. Suddenly, a thud reverberated ahead, heralding the collapse of Li Xian, the foremost among them, who succumbed to her exhaustion and fell into unconsciousness. Hua Gu, I have not brought shame upon you. This thought flickered through Li Xian's mind as darkness enveloped her. Sister. A wave of panic surged within Li Mei, prompting her to halt and rush to her sister's side, shaking Li Xian's arm fervently. Ouyang Wenjing and Lan Binger, equally startled, hastened over as well. Clear the way, the medic bellowed, clutching a first aid kit as he sprinted forward. The girls momentarily froze, but upon noticing the red cross emblazoned upon the kit, they quickly realized the gravity of the situation and stepped aside. You 3, resume your training, the medic instructed, swiftly examining Li Xian and confirming her condition was stable. He then turned his attention to the onlooking girls, raising his voice. Li Mei could scarcely believe her ears. Her sister had collapsed under the merciless sun. Yet the medic seemed indifferent, barking orders for them to continue their training. Was there no humanity left? Did you not hear my command? Continue training. The medic shouted again, observing the bewildered expressions on the girls' faces. I heard you. Of course, I heard you. I am not deaf. Li Mei's temper finally erupted as she pointed an accusatory finger at the medic, demanding, Did you see? Did you witness my sister lying on the ground? She is in no immediate danger. It's merely a case of ordinary exhaustion. A brief rest will suffice, the medic explained, recognizing the girl's concerns for Li Xian's safety. A slight sense of relief washed over them. Why aren't you assisting her? I want to witness my sister awaken before I resume training. Li Mei, visibly distressed, locked eyes with the medic, unwilling to relent. Resume training immediately, or I will have no choice but to declare you unfit for this exercise. That is the captain's order. The medic shrugged nonchalantly, hoisting Li Xian with ease and heading towards the vehicle, adding, You may accompany me back. Fury etched on her face, Li Mei retorted. Do you not respect human rights? Ouyang Wenjing and Lan Binger shared her indignation, glaring at the medic. Li Xian, a beautiful young woman, was being taken away by a mere soldier, and they could not bring themselves to accept it. Human rights? Here, there is only the captain, nothing else matters. The medic replied as he placed Li Xian in the back seat of the vehicle. You have 3 minutes to decide. Will you return to the base with me, or remain to continue your intense training? Ouyang Wenjing, Lan Binger, and Li Mei suddenly exhibited expressions of perplexity. Their purpose for being here was to undergo specialized training and earn Jiang Hua's recognition. They were certainly unwilling to relinquish this opportunity easily. However, if they allowed the medic to take Li Xian away, and something unfortunate were to occur, they would never forgive themselves for the rest of their lives. What should they do? This was the shared thought resonating in the minds of the 3. I will accompany my sister back to the base. Li Mei finally spoke up. Among them, Li Mei shared the closest bond with Li Xian, making it difficult for her to let go. Furthermore, she held little regard for Jiang Hua's approval. Whether she gained it or not was inconsequential to her. Wait. At that moment, the space around the 3 women suddenly trembled, and a spatial vortex appeared, from which Jiang Hua emerged with an air of ease. Huazi, Master, Ouyang Wenjing and Lan Binger exclaimed joyfully. At a time when they felt utterly lost, Jiang Hua's unexpected appearance served as a potent tonic, significantly bolstering their confidence and courage. In stark contrast to the elation of Ouyang Wenjing and Lan Binger, Li Mei and the medic gasped in astonishment. They had never witnessed Jiang Hua's abilities before. and the sudden encounter left them questioning whether they were ensnared in a dream. Is he a being akin to Lon Lon? No wonder the captain holds such significance for these few. The medic, while astonished, recalled the captain's words. If anything happens to them, you will come to me with their heads. Coupled with the memory of Lon Lan's obedient demeanor before Jiang Hua, the medic suddenly comprehended much. You all continue with your training. I will ensure Li Xian is returned safely, Jiang Hua said, casting a calm gaze over the group before settling his eyes on Li Mei. Rest assured, unless I perish, I will never allow anyone to harm your sister. Humph. Now that's more like it, Li Mei muttered, turning and sprinting forward. Huazi, what about your training? Ouyang Wenjing inquired with concern. Do not worry. This is merely a projection of myself, Jiang Hua replied with a smile. You too must also strive diligently and not concede easily. Understood. Ouyang Wenjing felt a mix of astonishment at Jiang Hua's extraordinary capabilities and an eagerness for the future. Ji Tianqing had once mentioned that as long as she persevered, Jiang Hua would bestow upon her superpowers. Master, Lan Binger's cheeks flushed a vibrant red, enhancing her beauty. Breathing heavily, she gazed at Jiang Hua, who appeared almost divine in her eyes. You too must not forget my teachings. Jiang Hua smiled at Lan Binger before striding towards the vehicle. Master, Lan Binger, touched by Jiang Hua's smile, found herself momentarily entranced, her eyes fixated on his retreating figure, lost in thought. He already has a fiancée. She bitterly mused within her heart. Though you were born before me, I have only now come into existence. You lament my late arrival, while I mourn your early birth. In the fleeting moment, the poignant line surfaced in Lan Bingo's heart. You were born before I was, and I was born after you. How I wish we had existed at the same time, to share joyful days together. Overwhelmed by a myriad of emotions, she found herself unable to contain her feelings. Bingo, what troubles you? Ouyang Wenjing, having noticed Lan Bingo's unusual demeanor, gently nudged her with concern. No, I'm fine. Lan Bingo felt the heat rising to her cheeks, relieved that under the blazing sun and after hours of running, their faces were flushed, rendering her inner turmoil less noticeable. Binger, let us move on. Li Mei has already run far ahead, Ouyang Wenjing urged. As Lan Binger turned her head, she saw that indeed. Li Mei's figure was nearly vanishing from sight. Master Lan Binger lingered for a moment, casting a final glance in Jiang Hua's direction before she and Ouyang Wenjing hastened after Li Mei. In the astonished gaze of the medic, Jiang Hua floated effortlessly into the vehicle, settling in the back seat, where he swiftly embraced Li Xian and infused her body with pure chakra. Drive, and ensure that everything you have witnessed today remains locked away in your heart. Jiang Hua's icy voice resonated as if it emanated from the depths of hell, sending a chilling wave through the medic, even under the scorching sun. Yes, as a member of the Special Forces, the medic possessed a keen intuition, fully aware of what should and should not be said. Among Jiang Hua's entourage, Uncle Li stood out with his exceptional performance. Once an elite soldier in the Special Forces and the next appointed captain, he navigated the rigors of training with ease. The 5-kilometer weighted endurance run posed no challenge for him. Initially, the large group commenced the 5-kilometer run in an orderly formation, but as they progressed, it devolved into a competitive race akin to herding sheep. The imposing captain had decreed that the last 30 participants would forfeit breakfast. The moment the formation dispersed, Uncle Li surged ahead, leading the charge toward the goal with remarkable speed. Though he had distanced himself from Jiang Hua, his prowess had not waned for a single day. This was the legacy of Li Guangbiao, once an elite mercenary of the Special Forces. Naturally, there were others in the Special Forces capable of rivaling Uncle Li's strength. As 5 or 6 individuals closely trailed him, biding their time for an opportune moment to turn the tables, Ji Tianqing's performance surpassed that of his peers, even outshining Jiang Hua, simply because his physical prowess far exceeded that of others, including Jiang Hua, standing at a height of nearly 6 feet 3 inches. With a well-proportioned and robust physique, Ji Tianqing was well-equipped for the challenge. More importantly, within Ji Tianqing's heart resided an indomitable spirit that would never concede defeat. In my presence, you shall forever remain a weakling, a mere tragedy. Ji Tianhao's words lingered like a haunting specter in Ji Tianqing's ears, fueling his nearly exhausted frame. Each time Ji Tianqing approached his limits and contemplated surrender, he recalled Ji Tianhao's disdainful and contemptuous gaze, compelling him to persevere even if it meant clinging to the last breath of life. I refuse to be resigned. I will not yield. Why am I always inferior to him? I refuse to accept it. I will eventually reclaim everything that rightfully belongs to me. Ji Tianqing's eyes were bloodshot, resembling a famished beast, glimmering with a terrifying ferocity. Two patterns resembling lightning had mysteriously appeared in Ji Tianqing's gaze, exuding an eerie and enigmatic aura. As his inner resentment deepened and his body grew increasingly feeble, the lightning patterns emitted a barely perceptible arc of light, which began to spread from his eyes throughout his entire being. What is happening? At last, Ji Tianqing became aware of his anomaly. He raised his hands, his face reflecting a look of incredulity, for he distinctly saw sparks of electricity dancing within his arms. These sparks resembled the most exquisite notes of music, incessantly leaping upon his skin. Most astonishingly, wherever the sparks traveled, waves of energy seemingly materialized out of thin air, nourishing Ji Tianqing's body, gradually alleviating his fatigue. Could it be that I have discovered a new application of my electric superpower? Ji Tianqing's heart surged with elation. In his excitement, he immediately harnessed his supernatural ability, channeling energy within to guide two faint currents towards his legs. At that moment, a miraculous phenomenon occurred. Ji Tianqing felt the fatigue and numbness in his legs dissipate entirely, replaced by an unprecedented vigor and inexhaustible strength. Ji Tianqing, exhilarated, let out a roar towards the sky, startling the Special Forces soldiers before him, who turned their gazes back, eager to discern what was transpiring. The electric superpower could stimulate cells and nerves, exponentially enhancing the body's recovery rate. Truly extraordinary. Ji Tianqing, recognized as a prodigy, grasped the essence of this revelation in an instant. Simultaneously, the ferocity in his eyes vanished without a trace, replaced by the confidence and composure he once possessed. Truly, my dear brother, how swiftly you have comprehended the intricacies of electric superpowers. I had intended to teach you some techniques of lightning manipulation in physical combat after training, but it appears that such instruction is now entirely unnecessary. High above, over 100 meters in the air, Jiang Hua gazed intently with his Tai Chi blood wheel eye, astonished and delighted as he observed Ji Tianqing. In a moment of enlightenment, having understood the application of electric abilities in physical combat, Ji Tianqing's condition improved dramatically. With the stimulation of his electric powers, his speed and physical capabilities surged remarkably. Soon, Ji Tianqing advanced from the rear of the main force to the middle, stabilizing his pace while meticulously contemplating the mysteries of his electric abilities. Meanwhile, the girls, Li Mei, Ouyang Wenjing, and Lan Binger, ultimately succumbed to exhaustion, one by one collapsing during the training. They were attended to by medics and returned to the base for treatment. Fortunately, there were no serious issues. They merely experienced fainting spells due to fatigue and would recover with some rest. In the vast and desolate expanse of the desert, Jiang Hua trudged forward with a burden of 20 kilograms on his back, feeling as though he were heaving a colossal mountain that rendered him breathless. With each laborious step, he stumbled and jogged, drenched in sweat, teetering on the brink of collapse. A fleeting thought of resorting to his superpowers crossed his mind. Yet he ultimately subdued his inclination towards ease. It was imperative that he completed the training through sheer physical exertion, a fundamental expectation he held for himself. Behind him, Lan had long since vanished from sight. Gifted with innate strength and unencumbered by weight, she had surged ahead of Jiang Hua over an hour ago, racing towards the distant horizon. To add to his dismay, even the Special Forces, who had set out 20 minutes later than him, had surpassed his pace and were now out of sight. It could be said that, at this moment, Jiang Hua was the sole figure still running within the entire base, while the others had already reached the finish line. The capabilities of the Rinnegan, the powers of dust release, the might of lightning release, the force of space. Any of these abilities would allow me to effortlessly conquer this 10-kilometer cross-country run. Yet, here I am, choosing to endure this arduous struggle. Sigh. Do I truly possess a penchant for self-torment? Jiang Hua gazed at the endless sea of yellow sand before him, chuckling to himself as he took one painstaking step after another, his body swaying, yet his resolve growing ever more steadfast. What an extraordinary young man. In the monitoring room of the Taklamakan training base, Captain Gao sat in a chair, his eyes fixed intently on the large screen before him, filled with astonishment. The screen displayed Jiang Hua's unsteady figure, revealing a determination that belied his formidable abilities, which even Lan found intimidating. In this training session, he refused to take shortcuts. He possessed an indomitable spirit that would not permit him to fall short in any regard. Captain Gao's expression was one of sheer disbelief, though he remained unaware of the precise nature of Jiang Hua's powers. The ability to easily subdue someone as unpredictable as Lan suggested that his capabilities were indeed fearsome and formidable. Yet, As Jiang Hua faced this grueling training, his body nearing its limits, he showed no inclination to wield his superhuman abilities, leaving Captain Gao with a sense of unease and trepidation as he watched the young man on the screen. Suddenly, a resounding voice echoed from outside the door. "Report. Speak," Captain Gao commanded. "Yes, sir. Except for Jiang Hua, who has yet to reach the finish line, and 4 individuals, Li Xian, Ouyang Wenjing, Lan Binger, and Li Mei, who are unconscious. Everyone else has arrived at the designated location. Please advise. Commence the hook ladder procedure immediately. I will handle Jiang Hua and the other 5. Captain Gao contemplated for a moment before responding decisively. "Understood, sir," the voice outside replied, followed by the sound of retreating footsteps. "A day of training. And this is merely the beginning, yet you are already on the verge of collapse." Captain Gao observed Jiang Hua's swaying form on the screen, sighing in contemplation. To be honest, he held a profound admiration for Jiang Hua and his companions. Their personal qualities and determination were indeed commendable. However, it was regrettable that they lacked the requisite foundational experience, making it exceedingly challenging for them to adapt to the rigors of Special Forces training. The members of the Special Forces are the elite among the elite, incomparable to ordinary individuals. In the realm of Huaxia's Special Forces, the selection process is exceptionally stringent, with candidates chosen from the finest military units, each required to possess a certain level of military experience, essential skills, and in some cases, even practical combat experience. Naturally, the specific requirements may vary among different Special Forces units, yet the majority of the criteria remain consistent. For instance, members of the Special Forces must be capable of engaging in continuous operations, undeterred by extreme weather conditions, be it freezing cold or scorching heat, and must master various operational modes such as airborne, amphibious, and swimming maneuvers. They must also possess the wilderness survival skills necessary to utilize local resources for sustenance in dire situations of isolation. Moreover, the demands of Special Forces extend beyond these aspects. Physical robustness, unwavering perseverance, and enduring stamina are paramount, alongside exceptional intelligence. Proficiency in shooting, hand-to-hand combat, assassination, demolition, as well as skills in surveillance, reconnaissance, search and rescue, disease prevention, and fluency in multiple languages are also requisite. Furthermore, mastery of various vehicles, aircraft, and helicopters is essential. In all honesty, members of the Special Forces must be polymaths, excelling in every domain. I concede that I have inadvertently placed myself in an arena where I lack expertise. Today, I present but a single chapter. I ask for your understanding, and I shall certainly make amends tomorrow. Even if Jiang Hua, Ji Tianqing, and others are extraordinarily gifted, how could they possibly compare to these expert Special Forces operatives without employing extraordinary abilities? The Special Forces represent the finest soldiers of the Republic, embodying its most elite and formidable combat prowess. Jiang Hua, perhaps you may yet surprise me. The tall captain reined in his thoughts, gazing at Jiang Hua, who was swaying on the large screen, and murmured softly, "Alas, I shall return to training my young recruits. Even if Jiang Hua manages to pass, he is still General G.S. Prot G and could never serve under my command. Why should I fret?" The captain chuckled at his own self-deprecation before striding out of the monitoring room. Ha! Who? Ha! Who? No sooner had the captain exited the monitoring room than the distant sounds of roaring reached his ears. There was no doubt that the Special Forces soldiers were engaged in their morning exercises. A 5-kilometer weighted cross-country run was merely an appetizer. The day's training had only just begun. 78, 79, 80, 81. In the distance, a soldier hung from a pull-up bar, performing chin-ups, while the team leader for that morning stood nearby, vocally counting each repetition. The soldier on the bar was remarkably muscular, his robust arms flexing prominently with each upward and downward motion. The physical prowess of this warrior was remarkable. After completing a 5-kilometer cross-country run, he effortlessly performed nearly 100 pull-ups, still managing to smile at others. Wang Xing, this fellow, seems to be making remarkable progress. At this rate, catching up to Hu Mingming and his companions is merely a matter of time. Captain Gao observed Wang Xing's performance with a satisfied smile. It is worth noting that just 6 months prior, Wang Xing had only recently been selected for the Special Forces, and his rapid advancement within such a short span was astonishing. His growth was nearly exponential and somewhat intimidating. 300. With the lead instructor's commanding shout, Wang Xing gracefully descended from the ladder, his face alight with pride. He was genuinely pleased with his performance. Pride is unwarranted. Wire obstacle training immediately. The instructor, unable to contain his frustration, barked sharply. Wang Sheng scurried off in another direction, silenced by the reprimand. Next, the instructor bellowed as another soldier stepped forward, leaping onto the ladder to commence his pull-ups. Unbeknownst to him, Ji Tianqing found himself at the end of the line. Perhaps due to the captain's desire to shield Ji Tianqing from embarrassment, fearing he might falter in front of the others. Or perhaps the captain was concerned that Ji Tianqing's presence would disrupt the entire training session. Huazi, how are you holding up? Ji Tianqing observed one soldier after another effortlessly complete the task before hastening toward the barbed wire, anxiety gnawing at him, compounded by concern for Jiang Hua. As they had arrived at their destination over an hour ago without a trace of him. I wonder how Jing and the others are faring. Why have I not seen them? Ji Tianqing pondered, oblivious to the fact that the girls had already exhausted themselves and succumbed to unconsciousness. Suddenly, faint footsteps echoed from the entrance of the base. Though subtle, they did not escape Ji Tianqing's keen ears. He turned toward the sound, and a look of surprise illuminated his face. Huazi, keep going. Ji Tianqing silently encouraged. Jiang Hua appeared at the entrance, inching forward with a shaky gait, teetering as though he might collapse at any moment. Yet, he consistently pressed on, bolstered by unwavering resolve, refusing to yield. Brave man. Captain Gao regarded Jiang Hua's unsteady form with admiration, momentarily transported back to his own early days in the Special Forces, recalling how strikingly similar their experiences were. No matter how arduous or exhausting, he would never concede defeat, nor give up. Amidst the approving and admiring gazes of his fellow soldiers, Jiang Hua took a full 10 minutes to reach Captain Gao, breathless as he managed to utter, Jiang Hua reporting. Reporting. I didn't hear you. Speak up. Captain Gao, despite harboring deep respect for Jiang Hua, showed no leniency in his response, his tone stern. Yes. Jiang Hua reporting to you. Jiang Hua adjusted his stance, amplifying his voice, nearly shouting. Excellent. Go rest over there for 10 minutes. Then prepare for the next phase, Captain Gao directed, gesturing toward a nearby open area. Yes, sir. Jiang Hua offered a respectful salute, unsteadily making his way forward, and then plopped down onto the ground, panting heavily. His body felt as though it had lost all sensation, a colossal weight pressing down upon his chest, rendering him breathless. Jiang Hua longed to harness the energy within him to restore his condition to its prime. Yet, upon contemplating his frail physique and the formidable challenges that lay ahead, he resolutely suppressed that urge. Jiang Hua, you are commendable, Captain Gao remarked, having crouched beside Jiang Hua without him noticing. His gaze was profoundly sincere, devoid of any pretense, exuding a comforting warmth. Thank you, Commander. Jiang Hua managed a strained smile in response. At that moment, exhaustion enveloped him, and he yearned for a restful slumber, reluctant even to engage in conversation. Ah, Captain, where has Lan Lan gone? Jiang Hua inquired, scanning his surroundings. That little whirlwind has already progressed to the 4th stage and is headed to the gym. Captain Gao replied with an exasperated smile. He found it challenging to articulate his thoughts on Lan Lan, a prodigy endowed with extraordinary strength and remarkable talent, destined for greatness, yet incredibly difficult to manage. Captain Gao pondered whether nurturing such a child would ultimately be a blessing or a curse. Jiang Hua was momentarily at a loss for words. It seemed he had underestimated Lan Lan's potential and prowess, realizing that he could not regard him as merely a child. Captain, why not increase his training volume and intensity? Jiang Hua asked in confusion. He won't accept it. Captain Gao hesitated before reluctantly admitting. Won't accept it? Jiang Hua found this hard to believe. In a military training base for special forces, could he truly possess the autonomy to refuse? We are powerless against him. No one can manage him, Captain Gao lamented. Even today's training was due to your influence. That little rascal hasn't engaged in any substantial training for over 2 months. What? Jiang Hua was taken aback. The entire base seemed incapable of subduing Lan Lan, and he had not participated in formal training for 2 months. This child appeared far more formidable than Jiang Hua had imagined. Captain, is there no oversight from above? Jiang Hua inquired, perplexed. General Ji has stated that he does not intervene in training matters. My direct superior, on the other hand, is particularly fond of the boy and has said to let him be without excessive supervision, Captain Gao explained. This is unacceptable, Jiang Hua asserted. From tomorrow onward, you must devise a training regimen tailored for Lan Lan, and I will take charge of its execution. Are you certain you can manage Lan Lan? Captain Gao felt a surge of joy within but remained skeptical. Absolutely, I will oversee Lan Lan's specialized training plan, Jiang Hua affirmed with a decisive nod. Very well. I will entrust Lan Lan's matters to you. A smile spread across Captain Gao's face, revealing one of the reasons he sought out Jiang Hua for this conversation. Captain, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Jiang Hua contemplated for a moment before speaking. Go on, Captain Gao replied, his heart light with anticipation. Captain, during the first month, I shall only participate in physical training. I will not engage in anything else. Jiang Hua stated firmly. Captain Gao paused momentarily and inquired. Can you provide me with a reason? Jiang Hua raised his arm and replied, For me, the so-called skill training offers no assistance whatsoever. What I truly lack is merely physical conditioning. Very well, then it shall be as you desire. Captain Gao observed Jiang Hua silently for a moment before acquiescing and turning to depart. When the time came, Jiang Hua promptly returned to the ranks. Just as he closed his eyes for a brief respite, the commanding roar of Captain Gao pierced his ears. With a resigned smile, Jiang Hua gathered his spirits and hastened to stand before Captain Gao, exclaiming, Sir, Jiang Hua reporting for duty. Excellent. Take your place at the end of the line and prepare for the next round of training. Captain Gao responded with a satisfied nod. Yes, sir, Jiang Hua affirmed. Moving a few paces to stand behind Ji Tiancheng. His body felt exceedingly weak, yearning to channel chakra for recovery, yet he ultimately restrained himself, exerting every ounce of willpower to endure. Huazi, how are you holding up? Are you all right? Ji Tiancheng, noticing Jiang Hua's pallor, couldn't help but ask softly. I'm fine. I can still hold on. Jiang Hua replied with a faint smile. Silence. You are not permitted to speak without my permission. Ji Tiancheng opened his mouth to say something further, but was met with Captain Gao's furious shout, prompting him to relent. Tiancheng, I'm fine. No need to worry. We can discuss it later tonight. Jiang Hua's whisper-like voice reassured Ji Tiancheng, easing his concerns. In Ji Tiancheng's heart, Jiang Hua was undoubtedly the greatest person in the world. As long as Jiang Hua spoke, there was nothing he could not accomplish. Next, at last, all the soldiers had completed their pull-up training and moved towards the barbed wire, leaving only Jiang Hua, Ji Tiancheng, the team leader, and Captain Gao. Ji Tiancheng smiled at Jiang Hua before confidently approaching the ladder, invigorated by his newfound understanding of electrical abilities. You go ahead, I've got this, Captain Gao suddenly addressed the team leader. Yes, sir, the leader replied, then swiftly ran towards the main group. Ji Tiancheng stood before the ladder, spat into his palm, rubbed it vigorously, and then leaped, grasping the ladder to commence his training. It was evident that Ji Tiancheng, now brimming with confidence from his mastery of electrical applications, had fully restored his stamina and initially refrained from employing his superpowers. However, as time passed, he gradually began to feel fatigued. His pace slowed significantly, and eventually, even a single pull-up became exceedingly difficult. 70, 71, 72. Captain Gao's counting slowed progressively until it nearly came to a complete halt. Tiancheng, your physical prowess surpasses mine by leaps and bounds. If you can endure this special training, you may very well become an extraordinary electrical superpower user, surpassing even the third Reikage, Jiang Hua mused quietly to himself as he observed from the sidelines. Suddenly, Ji Tiancheng let out a furious roar, and an array of nearly invisible electrical sparks erupted around him, invigorating the cells within his body. Then, amidst Captain Gao's astonished gaze, Ji Tiancheng moved once more, his speed seemingly increasing with each passing moment. Another monster, Captain Gao mused internally. Having witnessed the abilities of Jiang Hua and Ji Tiancheng, he no longer dared to underestimate the individuals introduced by General Ji, including those young women, who could guarantee that they were not superhuman as well. Before long, Ji Tiancheng accomplished the daunting feat of 300 pull-ups and leaped down from the ladder. Well done, head over there, Captain Gao remarked with a smile. Ji Tiancheng glanced at Jiang Hua and swiftly ran towards the main group. Jiang Hua observed Captain Gao before gradually making his way to the ladder. His body had yet to fully recuperate, and he felt utterly depleted, perhaps barely able to manage 50 pull-ups. You train by yourself. I will head over there, he stated. To his surprise, Captain Gao responded with an unexpected remark. Captain Gao, you. Jiang Hua looked at him, utterly perplexed. Haha. Captain Gao chuckled heartily, approaching Jiang Hua and whispering, You do not belong to our world. Thus, our training methods may not suit you. From this moment forth, you are free to orchestrate your own plans. I will not interfere. With that, he left Jiang Hua, whose face was filled with gratitude, and walked towards the barbed wire fence. "Thank you, Captain Gao," Jiang Hua murmured as he watched the captain's retreating figure. In the next instant, a spatial vortex appeared, and Jiang Hua departed the base, finding himself in an endless desert. Multiple shadow clone technique. Jiang Hua summoned his chakra, instantly restoring his body to peak condition. Then formed hand seals and declared loudly, "Boom, boom, boom." With a cacophony of sounds, hundreds of figures resembling Jiang Hua emerged in the desert, each identical in appearance and even in the resonance of their souls. "Go. 50 kilometers of cross-country," Jiang Hua shouted to the multitude of shadow clones. "Charge. I must secure first place. I'm the strongest," roared hundreds of Jiang Huas as they sprinted toward the horizon, a truly magnificent spectacle. At this rate, it seemed that within 2 months, I could restore my physical prowess to 70% of its former glory, Jiang Hua mused, watching the shadow clones gradually recede into the distance with satisfaction. The multiple shadow clone technique is a forbidden art from the world of Naruto. Once deemed a forbidden technique by the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and sealed within the Book of Seals, by a stroke of luck. Jiang Hua had learned this technique from the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato. To be frank, the power of this ninjutsu is not particularly formidable, merely equivalent to a basic level. Yet it can be regarded as one of the most potent ninjutsu due to its capacity to serve as a legitimate cheat. The hallmark of this technique lies in its ability to evenly distribute one's chakra, creating clones that closely resemble the original. These clones can not only wield the original's abilities, but also share experiences and training, effectively doubling the training benefits. This also elucidates why Naruto Uzumaki, the underdog of the Naruto series, possesses a training speed that can nearly rival the fortunate Sasuke Uchiha. The acquisition of the shadow clone technique has propelled Naruto's strength to astronomical heights, ultimately allowing him to emerge as a new savior. Similarly, Jiang Hua's prowess is undeniably comparable to that of a fully realized Naruto. With his own mastery of the shadow clone technique, he can conjure forth 400 to 500 clones simultaneously, akin to having 400 to 500 Jiang Huas engaged in training at once. Thus, it would indeed be peculiar if Jiang Hua's abilities did not exhibit a trend of exponential growth. Regrettably, this technique bears significant side effects. Sighing, Jiang Hua reclined in the desert, gazing at the clouds drifting across the sky. In a small border town in the southeastern region of Huaxia, a contingent of armed police officers stood solemnly before the museum housing recently unearthed artifacts. They vigilantly guarded every exit of the museum, prohibiting any unauthorized individuals from entering or leaving, creating an atmosphere thick with tension that prompted whispers among the passing citizens. "Hey, Shaoli, what is happening here? Why are there so many police officers?" inquired an elderly man, around 50 years of age, addressing a young man beside him. "Oh, Uncle Qian, haven't you seen the news?" replied the young man, sporting gold-rimmed glasses and carrying a briefcase, exuding an air of sharpness. "No, what has transpired?" The elder pressed again. "Well, Uncle Qian, it seems that artifacts were stolen from the museum last night, or so the television reports." The young man, observing the throng of police officers outside the museum, sensed that the situation was far from ordinary. Historical precedents existed in this city. Yet the gravity of those incidents and the police's responses paled in comparison to this one. "I see," sigh. "It appears that something of considerable value has been lost," the elder lamented, shaking his newspaper before heading towards the park. Inside the museum, a circle of armed police officers surrounded a few individuals who were intently discussing an open safe. "Grandpa-chan, have you discovered anything?" inquired a poised policewoman with flowing long hair, her beautiful eyes fixed upon the elderly man with white hair and beard. The elder shook his head, remaining silent as he crouched down, utilizing a device to scan the safe in hopes of uncovering something significant. "Rueyun, do not be anxious, trust Grandpa-chan," said a tall and handsome male officer who approached the policewoman, placing his hand on her shoulder. "Remove your hand." The policewoman's face instantly displayed irritation, as she stepped forward to create some distance from him. Standing at a height of nearly 1.7 meters, her alluring figure inspired contemplation. Her lustrous black hair cascaded elegantly over her shoulders, while her striking eyes sparkled with brilliance. With a prominent nose, cherry-red lips, and fair skin, her pristine appearance captivated attention wherever she went. She is a proud policewoman, so disdainful that she hardly regards any man. "Humph, what is there to be so arrogant about? Sooner or later, I shall make you submit, Han Rueyun," A glimmer of barely perceptible lewdness flickered in the male officer's eyes, though he concealed it well. And in the next moment, his face was adorned with a warm smile, as if he were completely unfazed by the female officer's recent behavior. Hey, Xiaowang, look. That spoiled brat has hit a wall again. A diminutive officer, standing not far off, whispered to his companion, a grin spreading across his face. I saw it all. Another officer chimed in. Why are you so pleased? Just because they faced a setback? You don't fancy our proud policewoman, do you? And if I do? The small-statured officer retorted defiantly. Our policewoman has her sights set high. She would never deign to notice you. You should abandon such hopes and cherish your own little sweetheart. You. Just then, Expert Chen suddenly stood up, his expression grave. Grandfather Chen, have you made a discovery? Han Ruyun inquired, rushing over at once. None. Expert Chen replied succinctly. How is that possible? Can it be that even your capabilities cannot uncover a trace of a clue? Disappointment colored Han Ruyun's beautiful features, causing the nearby male officer's heart to race, wishing he could hold her close and comfort her. This case is of considerable gravity. The perpetrators are exceedingly skilled, leaving no traces behind at the scene. I fear I am powerless to assist, Expert Chen sighed. Grandfather Chen, what do you mean by that? Han Ruyun keenly sensed the underlying meaning in his words. This is a premeditated theft, possibly long in the planning, executed by highly capable individuals, likely trained special operatives. Expert Chen affirmed. How can that be? Han Ruyun's expression was one of disbelief. The exhibition hall in their city, while housing some precious items, was not of such significance as to attract such individuals, especially given that the stolen items were not particularly valuable. What on earth is happening? Confusion clouded Han Ruyun's face as she pondered deeply. Simultaneously, in cities such as Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou, a total of 9 archaeological museums reported thefts. And the items taken were not particularly precious, merely a small stone, in a clandestine facility in Beijing. General, this is the entirety of the matter. A young man of striking presence stood straight before an elder. I am aware. You may leave, the elder replied with remarkable calmness, lightly waving his hand to dismiss the young man. Yes, General. The young man responded loudly, saluting before promptly exiting the room, gently closing the door behind him. Is a storm about to arise? After the elderly man bade farewell to the young individual, he gently set down the brush in his hand. His wise eyes sparkled with an unceasing light as he softly murmured. Though his hair was gray, he possessed a remarkable vitality, and his robust physique exuded an imposing aura that commanded respect without anger. Had someone already succumbed to temptation in the gallery where the stolen items were displayed? A look of horror flickered in the old man's eyes, an invisible force emanating from him, rendering his figure suddenly grand and awe-inspiring. 2 months prior, the northern border military base was attacked, resulting in the tragic demise of all soldiers stationed there. Ultimately, it was all for that coveted object. The elder's expression turned grim. 5 months ago, a meteorite fell within the territory of Zelantin in Inner Mongolia. The very next day, the government dispatched its finest experts for an investigation, uncovering astonishing revelations. This was one of the reasons the meteorite was later relocated to the military base in Urumqi, where the border troops suffered an undeserved calamity. They should not have perished. Subsequently, the government resolved to engage all archaeological and astronomical experts nationwide in the study of the extraterrestrial meteorite, utilizing specialized equipment to extract 9 fragments, which were dispatched to 9 cities across the country. Regrettably, before any research findings could be unveiled, the Urumqi military base was assaulted, resulting in total casualties, and now. The old man's hair may have turned white, but his presence was fearsome, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he declared, "This matter will not simply conclude here." In the Taklamakan desert, the night had fully descended, and in the depths of the vast sands lay a man curled upon the ground, trembling and convulsing. His face was etched with agony, beads of sweat cascading down his brow. The torment, both physical and mental, threatened to shatter his resolve. Yet, this individual possessed an extraordinary spirit amidst the unbearable suffering. He slowly rose, his hands moving deliberately to form a series of enigmatic gestures. This man was Jiang Hua, who had just dispelled his multiple shadow clone technique and was now enduring the most dreadful backlash of this art. The unrelenting pain nearly overwhelmed his formidable soul. Fortunately, as Jiang Hua completed his hand seals, pure and potent chakra coursed through his entire being, gradually alleviating his anguish. Soon after, visible arcs of electricity manifested around him, the lightning attribute chakra invigorating his cells, exponentially accelerating his recovery. In the pitch darkness of the night, Jiang Hua was enveloped in thick arcs of electric energy. Resembling a thunderous deity descended from the heavens, instilling fear in all who beheld him. After more than half an hour, Jiang Hua finally exhaled deeply, collapsing onto the desert floor to relax his weary body and mind. The multiple shadow clone technique, a near-miraculous cultivation method, also bore an exceedingly terrifying repercussion. Today, Jiang Hua summoned nearly 500 shadow clones for physical training, which means that the amount of training he undertook in a single day equates to the total of 500 days' worth of effort. Presently, Jiang Hua's 1 day of cultivation is equivalent to the 500 days of others, resulting in an unparalleled prowess in martial arts. This remarkable strength is also the primary reason why he survived even when opening the 8 gates of Duanjia to the Dead Gate. Though the benefits are immense, the side effects are equally terrifying. The fatigue of 500 days weighed heavily upon him, and even Jiang Hua nearly succumbed, facing the brink of death. This is precisely why the multi-shadow clone technique is classified as forbidden. It had been a long time since he experienced such a sensation of teetering on the edge of death. After a considerable interval, Jiang Hua finally rose, muttering to himself. This method of cultivation is exceedingly perilous. Should one lose grasp of the limits, it could lead to instant demise. It is only due to the extraordinary strength of Jiang Hua's spirit that he dares to employ such a nearly suicidal technique for his training. I wonder how Tian Cheng and the others are faring, he pondered as he walked slowly towards the base. Out of concern for the girls, Jiang Hua's wood clone spent the majority of its time by their side, ensuring their safety, while he remained oblivious to the circumstances surrounding Ji Tianqing and Uncle Li. Ji Tianqing and Uncle Li should be fine. After all, Tianqing had just begun to grasp the application of lightning attribute ninjutsu, and Uncle Li was once a member of a special forces unit. Jiang Hua mused. Captain Gao is quite thoughtful. He devised a training regimen tailored for them based on the sequence in which the girls fainted this morning. Oh, the heavenly path seems to be calling me. What could be happening? Jiang Hua's expression suddenly shifted to one of astonishment as he walked. Could it be that even the heavenly path encountered an insurmountable foe? With no time to ponder further, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique, propelling himself at remarkable speed toward the source. Boom! As soon as Jiang Hua materialized, a deafening explosion resonated in his ears, accompanied by a tremendous shockwave filled with searing flames that surged toward him like a tidal wave. Simultaneously, a powerful repulsive force struck him. This was the heavenly path's Shinra Tensei. Jiang Hua's heart raced, yet he remained composed, forming a hand seal and allowing the explosive shockwave to pass through him as though he were an ethereal entity, merging with the void. Hiss! Gasps of astonishment echoed around him, clearly indicating that Jiang Hua's terrifying and enigmatic abilities had left them awestruck. Retreat! A melodious voice rang out from approximately 10 meters away. Yet for some inexplicable reason, Jiang Hua sensed something amiss. The woman's accent sounded peculiar. What is going on? Jiang Hua's expression darkened as he glided like a specter toward the remnants of the sword, his voice laced with menace. This is not Jiang Hua's home, but rather a seaport, surrounded by water, located at least several dozen kilometers from his residence. Why has the remnant sword appeared here? Had he not issued orders for its protection of his parents? They carried something exquisite and resplendent, so dazzling that I dared not gaze directly upon it, compelling me to pursue them. There were approximately 20 of them, and after half a day of relentless tracking and skirmishes, I had vanquished 15, leaving only 6 or 7 formidable adversaries, difficult to subdue at that moment, prompting me to inform you. The remnant sword stood at the center of the recent explosion, yet bore not a single mark of injury. His ordinary visage radiated an inexplicable aura under the glow of flames. Alas, no matter how powerful he may be, he was merely a puppet of Jiang Hua, destined to remain devoid of his own consciousness forever. A sudden realization struck Jiang Hua, and he swiftly activated his Tai Chi Blood Wheel Eye, focusing on the direction in which the remaining individuals fled. Instantly, a myriad of luminous rays emanated from one of them, startling Jiang Hua. It was undoubtedly a celestial meteorite. No wonder the remnant sword pursued them relentlessly. He must have caught sight of that brilliant stone. They employ Eastern ninja techniques. The remnant sword observed, speaking deliberately. Understood. You may return. I shall handle matters here. Jiang Hua commanded. He placed a hand on the remnant sword's shoulder, and with a spatial technique, the remnant sword vanished instantaneously. This was the third tier of the Flying Thunder God technique, allowing the seamless teleportation of any person or object without inflicting harm upon them. Just as fate would have it, Lan Binger, Li Xian, and Li Mei were in need of such an item, and they had conveniently delivered it to me, displaying a remarkable understanding of my needs. Through my ocular prowess, I had already discerned the precise locations of those individuals, and my form gradually melded into the void. In the harbor, chaos reigned following the recent explosion. No one dared approach, thus alleviating Jiang Hua's burdens. Scattered corpses lay on the ground, some caught in the crossfire of battles between the Tao of Heaven and the assailants, while many more had perished in the explosion. Jiang Hua, blending seamlessly into the emptiness, resembled a specter as he surveyed the lifeless bodies. A surge of malevolence welled within him. Should they indeed be Japanese, he would not hesitate to become a harbinger of slaughter. Flames soared high within the harbor, illuminating much of the night sky. The extent of wealth destroyed in an instant remains unknown. Yet, the instigators of this chaos appeared utterly unconcerned, standing aboard a small vessel, comprising 7 individuals of varying stature and physique, all clad in dark night attire, their heads wrapped in black veils, revealing only their eyes. They stood there conspicuously. Yet for reasons unknown, they were elusive to the untrained eye. This is the art of invisibility. Could they truly be ninjas dispatched from Japan? Concealed in the air, Jiang Hua scrutinized the figures with keen eyes, a sense of astonishment creeping into his heart. Ninja techniques, originating from Japan, were a peculiar mastery derived from the ancient Chinese art of warfare, the art of war by Sun Tzu, enhanced and integrated with their own characteristics, a form of enigmatic strategy. Did such mystical arts truly exist in Japan? No one in this world truly knows, not even the Japanese themselves, akin to the legendary cultivators from Chinese folklore. It remains an enigma whether these tales are mere myths or hold genuine truth. At this moment, when Jiang Hua suddenly beheld these 7 figures reminiscent of ninjas, his heart was undeniably stirred. Yet, the source of these individuals' abilities remained a mystery. Had they awakened prior to the meteor's descent, or did they inherently possess such powers? Yamada-kun, I leave everything to you. On a modest vessel, a slender, graceful woman produced a pitch-black stone from her attire and solemnly extended it to another. Though her face was obscured and she donned dark garments, her melodious voice and enchanting silhouette unmistakably signified her as an extraordinary beauty. Thank you for your efforts, Sister Qianhua. Do take care. The man who spoke was remarkably tall and robust, his voice resonating like a thunderous bell, clearly indicating he would be a formidable adversary. Rest assured, those Chinese fools would never recognize my identity. The girl spoke sweetly in impeccable Mandarin, yet her words betrayed her true origins as a Japanese national, one harboring deep-seated animosity towards China. We are departing. Do take care, sister. The man tucked the obsidian stone into his bosom, casting a lingering gaze at the woman before turning away, his hands beginning to form seals with deliberate slowness. Travel safely, Sister Qianhua called out with a smile, gracefully leaping back over several meters to the shore, waving to those on the small boat. Water release. Vortex technique. Yamada completed his hand seals, silently articulating within his heart. Instantly, the once tranquil sea erupted with torrents of water, the sudden surge of power crashing against the small vessel, causing it to lurch into motion. Safe travels. The beautiful ninja, Qianhua, stood by the shore, waving goodbye. Did I permit you to leave? Abruptly, Qianhua felt an icy chill envelop her, a foreign and chilling voice resonating in her ear, sending shivers down her spine. Bang! The female ninja felt a heavy blow to her neck, and darkness swiftly consumed her vision as she collapsed heavily to the ground. Water release. Water dragon twin destruction technique. Jiang Hua regarded the receding boat with an icy glare, his hands swiftly forming seals. What do they take our homeland for? To come and go as they please? Boom, boom, with 2 resounding crashes. The placid sea was whipped into a frenzy, the waters violently churning as 2 towering columns of water surged skyward, reaching heights of several dozen meters. Under the astonished gazes of onlookers, the water began to coalesce in midair, forming into 2 serpentine water dragons, each approximately 20 meters long and a meter in diameter. This is the lead figure, a burly man named Yamamoto, paled visibly, if he was not mistaken. This was a level of water release technique only attainable by a jonin, a formidable display of power. He had once been fortunate enough to witness his master in action. Naturally, he held a deep reverence for such celestial prowess, especially when even an armored vehicle could not withstand the onslaught of that technique. shattering into fragments. The technique before him, although slightly different from the water dragon bullet technique, bore striking similarities. More terrifyingly, two water dragons materialized, suspended in the air. Could it be that a member of the dragon team from Huaxia had arrived? Damn it! Yamada cursed fiercely in his heart. Casually, he cast a glance towards the shore and immediately spotted Jiang Hua standing there, with a figure lying at his feet, presumably his junior sister, Qianyu. Roar! Roar! The two water dragons in the sky seemed almost real, howling towards the heavens. Though no sound could be heard, the unspoken oppression was even more unbearable. The dragons, one on the left and one on the right, looked down upon the small boat on the sea with contempt, extending their enormous claws towards the vessel. The speed of the dragons was astonishing, even when they were still 4 or 5 meters away from the small boat. Yamada could already feel the tremendous rush of wind and an overwhelming sense of pressure. The man on the shore surpassed his master by far. This was Yamada's judgment in that fleeting moment. Water release. Water barrier technique. Despite the shock that gripped him, Yamada was unwilling to concede defeat. He began to form hand seals. This was a technique of a high level, and the seals were simple enough to be executed in just 2 or 3 seconds. With a splash, a water wall, about a meter thick, materialized above the small boat. Simultaneously, he shouted at his subordinates, "Jump into the water." The others hurriedly leaped into the sea, while Yamada prepared to form the seals once more. Though Jiang Hua was far on the shore, his perceptive abilities were remarkable, allowing him to penetrate Yamada's hand seals in an instant. A hint of mockery and cruelty curled at the corners of his lips. Boom! The two water dragons, like true dragons descending from the heavens, were unstoppable, obliterating everything in their path. In an instant, the water wall Yamada had erected was shattered, and the small boat was torn asunder, vanishing completely. How powerful! Yamada's true form was concealed beneath the waves, clutching a kunai, stealthily moving through the water, preparing to launch a surprise attack on Jiang Hua. Suddenly, Yamada's expression turned grim, for he realized that at some point, his body had become inexplicably heavy, rendering him immobile. This is bad, Yamada thought to himself. At that moment, a figure emerged from the water's surface, walking until it hovered above Yamada's head, and then it paused. Softly uttering, "Water prison technique." Yamada's expression grew increasingly grim. The surrounding water felt like a colossal mountain, pressing down upon him with relentless force, immobilizing him. Jiang Hua's voice, transmitted through the water, reached his ears with startling clarity, sending waves of shock and fear coursing through him, making it hard to believe what he was hearing. The water prison technique was an ancient, long-lost secret of water release, one that even his master had never mastered. To see it wielded by a Huaxiao individual was utterly terrifying. He wished to speak, but every time he opened his mouth, the surrounding water surged into him, causing excruciating pain, leaving him no choice but to endure in silence. Jiang Hua stood quietly above the sea, motionless, allowing the wind and waves to batter him, exuding an almost invincible aura that compelled Yamada to gaze up in awe. On Jiang Hua's shoulder rested the female ninja named Qianyu, one of his trophies. She would serve as a crucial piece in Jiang Hua's future schemes and intelligence gathering. With a swift motion, Jiang Hua cast the female ninja onto the surface of the water, letting her float aimlessly. Then he formed a hand seal with one hand, releasing Yamada from the water prison technique that bound him. "Ah, Qianyu, what has happened to you?" Yamada exclaimed, emerging from the depths, gasping for air while shouting in fury. He drew a kunai from his waist, holding it defensively against Jiang Hua, his heart filled with caution and trepidation. Were it not for the fact that his beloved had fallen into Jiang Hua's hands, he would have long since fled. "What have you done to my sister?" Yamada cried out desperately, hoping for Qianyu to awaken, yet she remained lifeless, drifting in the water, driving Yamada to the brink of madness as he yelled at Jiang Hua. "Dead people have no right to shout here," Jiang Hua remarked lightly, pressing his foot against Qianyu's exquisite face, submerging her beauty in the ocean. Speaking with a hint of disdain, Qianyu was a stunning beauty, but what did that matter? Faced with a butcher whose hands were stained with the blood of his compatriots, even a celestial being would evoke no sympathy from Jiang Hua. "Sister!" Yamada let out a mournful cry, summoning all his strength to leap from the water. Kunai in one hand and shuriken in the other, launching himself at Jiang Hua in a frenzied attack. In that moment, witnessing the humiliation of his beloved, he lost all reason, disregarding the vast chasm between them, charging recklessly forward. Wind release. Gale palm. Jiang Hua remained still until Yamada was within 3 or 4 meters. Then he abruptly swung his right hand forward. In an instant, a tempest erupted around him, a powerful current manifesting from thin air, churning the ocean waves violently towards Yamada. Yamada's face turned ashen, yet he was suspended in midair, unable to evade the onslaught. Amidst the cacophony of wind, he felt as if his body were being sliced by countless razor-sharp blades, overwhelming pain coursing through him. Ah! Yamada screamed in agony as he plummeted from the air. His clothes shredded, crimson gashes oozing blood that swiftly stained the surrounding waters red. Ah! Bakayuru. Consumed by rage and terror, Yamada instinctively uttered words in his native tongue. Gasping for breath, his eyes wide with fury, his hands forming seals as he prepared to fight back with all his might. How tedious! Jiang Hua said with a hint of disdain, raising his left hand to his chest in a gesture, softly intoning, gold-binding illusion technique. Instantly, Yamada's movements froze as if time itself had halted, his hands locked in position, while an abyss of fear enveloped his heart. How could this be possible? If he was not mistaken, he must have fallen prey to the legendary binding illusion, rendering his body immobile. However, whether it be the water prison technique or the binding illusion, both are dreadful ninjutsu that have been lost to Japan for centuries. How could this young man from the land of Huaxia have acquired such knowledge? After the initial shock, an overwhelming sense of fear enveloped him. Following the relentless pursuit by that terrifying Huaxia individual, the original group of over 20 had dwindled to merely 7, including himself and Xianyu. Now, with the perverse Jiang Hua intercepting them, the fate of this team seemed grim. Total annihilation loomed on the horizon. Huaxia, when did you become so formidable? Yamada murmured to himself. According to intelligence from Japan, the most fearsome practitioners of extraordinary abilities from China were engaged in various missions abroad and were not present in Huaxia. Otherwise, how could they dare to brazenly plunder on Huaxia soil? The emergence of the remnant sword and Jiang Hua was entirely unforeseen. Such a powerful practitioner. And we had received not a whisper of intelligence regarding him. Truly, it was terrifying. Knowing he was destined for death, Yamada ceased to worry for himself, instead fretting for his homeland. To come to Huaxia to steal was a grave folly. At this moment, Jiang Hua lifted his foot from Qianyu's head and approached Yamada. He took the kunai from Yamada's hand and gently glided it across Yamada's neck, the sharp kunai radiating a chilling aura that sent shivers through Yamada's very soul. Jiang Hua did not execute Yamada immediately. Instead, he flicked the kunai into the sea and moved behind Yamada, retrieving a stone enveloped in a dark substance from his backpack. This stone was slightly smaller than the one Jiang Hua had acquired in Orochi, yet weighed several dozen pounds. It was a fragment from a celestial meteorite, an invaluable treasure for practitioners of extraordinary abilities. With this, Lan Binger's powers would surely advance significantly, Jiang Hua thought to himself. Among the girls, Lan Binger possessed the strongest mental fortitude. If supplemented with the meteorite fragment, her strength could undoubtedly flourish in a remarkably short time. Well, you still have one last use, Jiang Hua declared, placing the meteorite fragment into his pocket. He then patted Yamada's head gently and spoke softly. Fear filled Yamada's eyes as he sensed that something dreadfully ominous was about to unfold. Spirit summoning technique, Jiang Hua proclaimed, forming hand seals while pressing his right hand against the surface of the sea, uttering the incantation softly. With a resounding boom and a plume of smoke, the remnant sword materialized before Jiang Hua. It's you? Yamada nearly gasped in disbelief. The remnant sword had pursued them for over 20 kilometers, nearly annihilating them. A true terror beyond compare. How could he not be frightened upon seeing it again? Alas, trapped in the binding illusion, Yamada could only watch helplessly as two superlative horrors stood before him. I shall take a morsel of your flesh to summon your true form. Jiang Hua, akin to a magician, suddenly produced a kunai from his hand. With a fierce thrust, he plunged the weapon into the abdomen of the remnant sword, excavating a substantial piece of flesh. The remnant sword appeared oblivious, allowing Jiang Hua to delve into its body, utterly insensible to pain, for it was already devoid of life. Yamada looked on in horror at Jiang Hua's actions. The nearly invincible remnant sword was indifferent to his maneuvers. Could it be that this young man was more terrifying than the remnant sword itself? With the incantation of a forbidden technique, Jiang Hua swiftly formed hand seals. And in an instant, arcane symbols reminiscent of ghostly runes emerged upon the surface of the sea, winding their way toward Yamada's location. With a clap of his hands, the waters surrounding Yamada surged upward, encircling him in a watery embrace. Each droplet contained mysterious patterns, the essence of the impure world reincarnation technique. The enchanted water clung to Yamada's form before slowly cascading away. However, Yamada's appearance underwent a complete transformation, becoming an exact replica of the remnant sword. When the remnant sword opened its eyes, the first sight it beheld was Jiang Hua. With a deafening roar, it lunged toward him, intent on tearing him to shreds. Jiang Hua let out a cold chuckle, forming a hand seal that caused the remnant sword to halt in its tracks, standing vacantly upon the water's surface, its vitality extinguished, rendered a mere corpse. Success. A satisfied smile graced Jiang Hua's face. In this realm, the terrifying forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation was still viable, filling him with immense satisfaction. Thus, even if Lan Binger and others struggled to grow, he would fear no challenge. A colossal coffin materialized upon the sea, and the bewildered remnant sword stepped inside before vanishing as if it had never existed. After dealing with Yamada, Jiang Hua approached Qianyu, lifting her effortlessly into his arms and infusing her with a pure surge of energy to awaken her. Moments later, Qianyu let out a soft cry, her eyes fluttering open, revealing their exquisite beauty, misty and enchanting enough to ensnare any man's heart. Yet, in the next instant, she realized she was being held by an unfamiliar man and couldn't help but scream. Unfazed, Jiang Hua swiftly pulled away her black veil, revealing a breathtaking visage that eclipsed even Li Xian and Ouyang Wenjing, rivaling that of Lan Binger. She appeared merely 18 or 19, her features as delicate as jade, her figure slender with a graceful waist and straight legs. Her ebony hair cascaded like a waterfall, dancing gently in the sea breeze, while her eyes, like shimmering water, were shrouded in a veil of mist, and her skin, concealed beneath dark attire, glowed with a luminous sheen, exuding an ethereal beauty. What a stunning enchantress! Jiang Hua was taken aback, not anticipating that the ninja named Qianyu possessed such extraordinary allure. No wonder she can act as a spy in the land of Huaxia. At first glance, she merely appears to be a naive and beautiful young girl, and with her impeccably fluent Mandarin, who could possibly associate her with the role of a spy? Who are you? The expression in Qianyu's beautiful eyes was filled with terror, as she recalled being knocked unconscious by someone without realizing it. At this moment, she found herself cradled in the arms of this unfamiliar man, and it was evident that he was the one responsible. Qianyu's beauty was extraordinarily captivating, possessing an almost enchanting allure, yet her face bore both fear and anxiety, creating a strangely mesmerizing effect. Who I am is of little importance. What matters is that from this day forth, you shall be mine. At this juncture, Jiang Hua ceased to channel energy into Qianyu. The energy remaining within her could only sustain her basic bodily functions and could not be utilized for any form of attack or resistance. Qianyu felt an overwhelming weakness, her body limp and feeble, as if she would plunge into the depths of the ocean the moment she left Jiang Hua's embrace. Simultaneously, a potent masculine scent emanated from Jiang Hua, invading Qianyu's nostrils and igniting a warmth within her. Let me go. Qianyu felt her cheeks flush, a wave of shyness washing over her, as two rosy hues blossomed on her face, rendering her even more charming. What is happening to me? He is merely the man I despise the most, yet I am overwhelmed with this shameful sensation. Her heart raced uncontrollably, as if it might leap from her chest, leaving her breathless and weak. How beautiful! Jiang Hua was momentarily entranced. The sight of such a stunning visage, tinged with shyness, was irresistibly alluring. Instinctively, he tightened his embrace around Qianyu's arms and slender waist. Qianyu felt a surge of both embarrassment and anger. Though she was a ninja of considerable skill, she felt as vulnerable as an ordinary, delicate woman in the arms of a man. Yet, no matter how much she struggled, Jiang Hua's grip remained as firm as iron around her. From this day forth, you shall be my woman. With those words, Jiang Hua lowered his head and planted a kiss on Qianyu's porcelain cheek. In truth, he was more enamored by her luscious cherry lips, but fearing a bite, he refrained. Qianyu's hands were tainted with the blood of countless citizens of Huaxia. Perhaps this could be regarded as a form of interest. Qianyu was utterly astonished, embraced by Jiang Hua, and unexpectedly kissed. After a moment, she finally let out a sharp cry. You, scoundrel! You rogue! Let me go, Hua! From the moment of her birth, Qianyu had been groomed as a saint. Since she developed her own thoughts, no man had ever treated her with such levity. Not even her master or father, who had not touched her since she turned 10. Now, being so lightly treated by Jiang Hua, how could she possibly endure it? Bakayuru. In a fit of emotion, her native tongue escaped uncontrollably from her lips. Jiang Hua's previously indulgent expression vanished without a trace, replaced in an instant by a frigid visage. A terrifying aura of murderous intent swept across the sea, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet dramatically. As if winter had abruptly descended, just as Qian Yu was passionately venting her frustrations, she suddenly sensed an almost insurmountable wave of dread emanating from the man beside her, sending a shiver through her very soul, compelling her to wisely seal her lips. "If I ever hear you utter foolishness again, I shall not hesitate to end your life," Jiang Hua coldly declared, his gaze fixed upon the stunning Qian Yu. The chilling aura enveloped her, inducing a profound fear. She firmly believed that this man was capable of carrying out his threats. "Yes, master," Qian Yu wisely chose to concede, for she was still young and wished to cling to life. "Tell me your name, address, and contact information," Jiang Hua stated with indifference. "Yes, master. My name is Sasaki Qian Yu, currently residing in a community in Chaoyang District, Beijing. My phone number is..." Qian Yu dared not conceal any detail. As her feminine intuition warned her of the peril that this man represented, she had no desire to take unnecessary risks. "How many members are in your organization in Huaxia? And what are the means of contact?" Jiang Hua inquired once more. A perplexed expression crossed Sasaki Qian Yu's beautiful face. She was acutely aware that divulging such information to this man could result in the dismantling of Japan's years of effort in Huaxia, branding her a traitor, and potentially severing her ties to her homeland forever. She would never again witness the breathtaking beauty of Mount Fuji or the splendid cherry blossoms. "If you are unwilling to speak, that is your choice. I shall not force you. I will procure the information myself," Jiang Hua remarked, fully cognizant of Qian Yu's inner turmoil, unfazed by her thoughts. Possessing the world's most formidable gaze, Jiang Hua had no less than 4 or 5 methods to extract the information he sought from Sasaki Qian Yu. Qian Yu's lovely countenance darkened as she faced the relentless trial of life and death, her heart waging a fierce internal battle. On one side lay her own life, while on the other rested her nation's honor and interests. Jiang Hua, with a mocking glint in his eyes, advanced step by step towards Sasaki Qian Yu. In the world of Naruto, he had witnessed many such dilemmas. Regardless of their choices, he remained indifferent. "I will divulge everything I know, master." Just as Jiang Hua was about to reach Sasaki Qian Yu, she finally made her choice, kneeling on the ground with tears streaming down her face. Confronted with the trial of life and death, and torn between her personal survival and her nation's honor, Sasaki Qian Yu ultimately chose her own life. Jiang Hua stood before her, looking down with a sneer at the kneeling figure of Sasaki Qian Yu. Is this truly the essence of a Japanese ninja? If this is what is referred to as a Japanese ninja, then Japan may find itself without a place in the future world, without a strong will and unwavering belief. No matter how formidable one's power may be, one ultimately becomes a stepping stone for others to reach the pinnacle. Satake Chiyuki, splendid, truly splendid. After hearing Satake Chiyuki's words, Jiang Hua lifted her delicate chin with an assertive hand and gently licked her rosy cherry lips, expressing his satisfaction. "Master," Satake Chiyuki, whose virgin lips had been so frivolously treated by Jiang Hua, would have once been infuriated by such an affront, yet now she appeared devoid of spirit, allowing him to indulge without the slightest reaction. "As a reward for you, I shall impart a technique that may serve as your ultimate safeguard in the future." Jiang Hua observed the vacant gaze of Satake Chiyuki, and a horrifying transformation occurred in his eyes as 6 ripple patterns emerged, with 9 black tomo arranged methodically. The Tai Chi Bagua symbol brilliantly and mysteriously positioned at the center. "Your eyes," Satake Chiyuki, whose once lifeless gaze resembled ashes, instantly displayed an expression of incredulity upon glimpsing Jiang Hua's eyes, as if witnessing the most astonishing spectacle. However, before she could utter a word, she was ensnared in Jiang Hua's illusion. "Where is this?" Satake Chiyuki seemed to regain her drive to live, her beautiful eyes sparkling with vitality as she surveyed her surroundings, radiating the most exquisite feminine charm. A woman with a soul is undoubtedly the most precious treasure in the world, capable of making emperors choose beauty over their kingdoms. This is an expansive void, devoid of sky above or ground below, with neither beginning nor end. Satake Chiyuki stood in this limitless space, gazing around in awe. "Chiyuki, this is the life-saving technique I have specifically imparted to you, tailored to your chakra attribute. Pay close attention." At an unknown moment, Jiang Hua appeared before Satake Chiyuki. For some reason, the patterns in Jiang Hua's eyes were remarkably clear within this realm, as if he were the singular focal point of the universe. drawing everyone's attention irresistibly to his gaze. I pay homage to the Divine Lord. To Jiang Hua's astonishment, upon seeing him, Satake Chiyuki immediately knelt before him, bowing fervently in excitement. Moreover, Jiang Hua discerned through his ocular prowess that Satake Chiyuki was genuinely bowing in reverence, without a trace of insincerity. What on earth is happening? Jiang Hua pondered, somewhat perplexed, yet he did not dwell on it. Raising his voice slightly, he commanded, "Pay attention, I shall demonstrate only once." "Yes. Thank you for your grace, Divine Lord." Satake Chiyuki, thrilled, bowed 3 more times before rising, her eyes fixed intently on Jiang Hua, filled with excitement, fulfillment, and adoration. "Your chakra attribute is water. I am now bestowing upon you a secret technique. Watch closely," Jiang Hua proclaimed, as his hands began to move slowly. "What is this hand seal? Why have I never seen it before?" Satake Chiyuki thought in astonishment. Yet she dared not utter a word, focusing intently. Her eyes unwaveringly fixed upon Jiang Hua's hand seals, imprinting every movement into her mind. The deity had proclaimed that the demonstration would occur but once, and she would never be taught a second time. Zhazukiyu was acutely aware of this. Zhou, Shun, Mao, Zi, Hai Yu, Zhou, Wu, Yu Zi, Yin, Su. Jiang Hua intoned, executing the seals with precision. Zhazukiyu's gaze remained steadfast on Jiang Hua, committing each hand sign to memory while simultaneously etching Jiang Hua's words into her consciousness. This ninjutsu was exceedingly intricate, comprising a staggering 44 hand seals, far more convoluted than any she had previously encountered, suggesting that its power must be formidable indeed. "Have you memorized everything?" After completing the demonstration, Jiang Hua hovered in midair, resembling a deity surveying her subjects, exuding an aura of cold authority. "Deity, there are several seals I did not fully memorize," Zhazukiyu confessed, kneeling and bowing her head, as if Jiang Hua were truly the divine being she professed to be, and she, a mere mortal woman, dared not raise her gaze. "If you cannot remember, that is your concern," Jiang Hua replied, the 3 black tomo in her left eye gently rotating, causing Zhazukiyu to be expelled from the illusion. The sky remained unchanged, the sea still as ever. Everything around them was the same, with Jiang Hua still standing before Zhazukiyu, who remained kneeling, as if nothing had transpired. "Deity." Zhazukiyu, awakening from the illusion, lifted her head, her expression filled with fervor as tears streamed down her cheeks. With a trembling voice, she exclaimed, "Deity, I have finally seen you." Her voice quivered, her body shook as though she were a dying soul encountering her soul savior. Her delicate hands, as fine as jade, clutched Jiang Hua's leg tightly. "Release me." A glint of coldness flickered in Jiang Hua's eyes as she commanded. "Why yes, deity," Zhazukiyu gasped, startled by the chilling aura of murderous intent emanating from Jiang Hua, compelling her to relinquish her hold. "Why do you call me deity?" Jiang Hua inquired, regarding Zhazukiyu from her elevated position. "I beseech you, deity, this is an ancient legend passed down in our great empire of Japan." Zhazukiyu's face radiated with joy, as if she genuinely perceived Jiang Hua as the deity she spoke of. With a sharp crack, Jiang Hua delivered a resounding slap across Zhazukiyu's porcelain-like face. Momentarily stunned, she shed tears of grievance, perplexed by the unpredictable temperament of the deity she idolized. After bestowing upon her an unparalleled skill, Jiang Hua's demeanor turned cold. "It is the little Japan," Jiang Hua coldly articulated. "If I hear you utter the phrase Great Empire of Japan again, you shall die?" "Why yes, deity, it is. Little Japan," Zhazukiyu stammered, her face ablaze with pain, her words fragmented. Having been indoctrinated with militaristic ideology since childhood, she found it difficult to reconcile her thoughts. Yet, under the intimidation of deity Jiang Hua, she was compelled to tread carefully. "What legend?" Jiang Hua queried, humbly addressing the deity. "This is a legend that has endured for over a millennium. According to the ancient myths passed down in our small land of Japan, it is said that 5 centuries ago, the legendary progenitor of ninjas, Hattori Hanzo, foretold that in 500 years hence, a savior endowed with the eye of God would arise." Satake Chiyuki spoke cautiously, relaying the prophecy that in this future Earth, a tumultuous era akin to that of mythic times would emerge, during which many formidable beings, comparable to deities, would surface. The savior possessing the eye of God would reign supreme, restoring order and becoming the sovereign of all gods. "What?" Jiang Hua could no longer maintain his composure. Grasping Satake Chiyuki's long hair, he lifted her beautiful face, locking his icy gaze onto hers, and in a solemn tone demanded, "Is this truly the case?" His eyes were piercing and frigid, sending a chill through Satake Chiyuki's heart. "Of course it is true. How could I, Satake Chiyuki, dare to deceive a deity?" Fear flickered in her eyes, for Jiang Hua was exceedingly perilous and his emotions were volatile. A mere misstep could cost her life. Hattori Hanzo. A prophecy from 5 centuries ago. How could this be? Jiang Hua released his grip on Satake Chiyuki's hair and began to pace restlessly upon the surface of the sea. Incredulous. Hattori Hanzo, the legendary ancestor of Japanese ninjas, lived over 480 years prior, no matter how formidable he may have been. How could he possibly predict events 5 centuries into the future? Could it be that the ancient myths of various nations are not mere tales, but rather true accounts of real beings? In this moment, Jiang Hua recalled a phrase once uttered by Uchiha Bido: "Myths are passed down from the stories of real individuals." A time reminiscent of the legendary mythic era is upon us. In this chaotic world, powerful entities, rivaling deities, will emerge. Satake Chiyuki's words echoed ceaselessly in Jiang Hua's mind, leaving him in a state of unrest. If this were indeed true, the daunting reality of the future would far exceed his imagination, causing him to question whether he could confront the impending challenges. For his abilities had been honed to their utmost limits, and further advancement seemed impossible. "My deity, what troubles you?" Satake Chiyuki inquired cautiously, observing Jiang Hua's troubled countenance. To her, he embodied a savior, and she had resolved to dedicate her life to him. Just as Jiang Hua was about to respond, his expression shifted abruptly. With a swift motion, his left hand rose to his chest, forming seals at an imperceptible speed. And he called out, "Water release. Water barrier." As a wall of water rose around Satake Chiyuki, shielding her within, several glints of cold light silently approached in the night. Humph. Just as Jiang Hua completed his incantation, a chilling voice resonated from behind him, accompanied by a gentle breeze that swept past his back. Jiang Hua's expression suddenly became grave. Amidst the gentle breeze, he sensed a chilling aura of murderous intent. A formidable supernatural being had arrived. Flying Thunder God technique. Jiang Hua coldly proclaimed in his heart. In the blink of an eye, he appeared beside Satake Chiyuki, swiftly lifting her, who was taken aback, and channeling a pure surge of energy into her. Faced with imminent danger, he had no desire to carry a burden. "Thank you, Divine Lord." Satake Chiyuki felt her energy gradually restore, even more potent than before, and her face brightened as she bowed to Jiang Hua. "Divine Lord? Humph. What audacity. Which sect in Japan dares to claim such a title?" An icy male voice interjected abruptly, as dozens of cold gleams surged from all directions. The assailant's skills in concealed weaponry were formidable. With a single strike, he sealed off all possible escape routes for Jiang Hua and Satake Chiyuki's legs, leaving no gaps or blind spots. "Divine Lord, this is an arrow from the dragon group of the Huaxia nation, originating from the Tang sect of Sichuan." Despite being in peril, Satake Chiyuki remained composed, speaking with unhurried confidence, which greatly pleased Jiang Hua regarding her combat prowess. Would release. Would barrier. Upon realizing the attacker was a member of the legendary dragon group, Jiang Hua's heart softened. He refrained from employing the powerful ninjutsu Shinra Tensei for defense, fearing it might injure the assailant. The newcomer had already formed a misunderstanding. Inflicting harm would only complicate explanations further. Clang, clang, clang. Countless sounds erupted as numerous concealed weapons struck Jiang Hua's wood release. The impact against the wooden barrier was thunderous, akin to firecrackers, showcasing the astonishing strength of the attacker. Incredible. Truly worthy of being a member of the dragon group. Jiang Hua, utilizing his ocular prowess, discerned that all the concealed weapons had embedded themselves into the wood. Their sharp tips aligned menacingly towards him and Satake Chiyuki, shimmering with a ghostly blue light, all laced with potent venom. The Tang sect of Sichuan. Jiang Hua was taken aback once more. This was a martial sect that should only exist in tales, yet it materialized before him, leaving him astonished. Impressive skills, but... Suddenly, the man's voice rang out again, tinged with mockery, but more so with derision and contempt. Danger. Jiang Hua acutely sensed the impending threat. Extending his left hand, he plunged Satake Chiyuki into the sea. Concurrently, the man bellowed with laughter, "Die, Japanese devils." As his voice echoed, the weapons embedded in the wood stirred once more, breaking free from their wooden confines, hovering in the air, and then hurtling towards Jiang Hua. "Perish, accursed Japanese." Not far away, an ordinary-looking young man formed a peculiar gesture with his hands, inwardly chanting, Shinra Tensei. Once Jiang Hua confirmed that Satake Chiyuki had reached a safe distance, he abruptly raised his hands, a chilling command escaping his lips. In an instant, a formidable force surged forth from Jiang Hua, radiating in all directions. Everything surrounding him, including hidden weapons, wooden constructs created by his wood manipulation, and even seawater, was violently repelled, forming a temporary vacuum around him. The Dark Arrow, who had been preparing to tidy up the battlefield, was blindsided by this overwhelming power and was sent flying, his body soaring into the air. A trickle of crimson blood staining the corner of his mouth upon landing. As Jiang Hua shattered the Dark Arrow's assault, a gentle breeze wafted from behind him. Seemingly benign, yet concealing a deadly aura, it heralded the presence of a powerful wind manipulator. I am not your enemy, Jiang Hua declared, choosing to remain steadfast instead of evading, allowing the menacing gale to pass through him. Well done, Lin Shui, the Dark Arrow exclaimed. Witnessing Jiang Hua being swept by the wind, unable to restrain himself from raising his fist in exultation. Yet, the next moment, his expression turned to one of disbelief. The ghastly scenario he envisioned of Jiang Hua being torn asunder never materialized. Instead, Jiang Hua stood unscathed, not a scratch upon him. The wind sliced past Jiang Hua like a myriad of razor-sharp blades, its power truly terrifying. Jiang Hua recognized that even his earth manipulation technique for body hardening would falter against such wind blades. Alas, they had encountered Jiang Hua, a man capable of entrusting his very essence to the void. A whirlwind swept by, revealing beside the Dark Arrow a stunning beauty, as imposing as an ancient glacier. Her visage bore an expression of fear, evidently the first time her powers had been so thoroughly countered. Impressive, you are the most formidable ninja I have ever encountered, Lin Shui remarked, her beauty transcending all, yet her demeanor was as frigid as ice, exuding an aura of pride and purity. Her expression remained impassive, her cold, unyielding gaze fixed on Jiang Hua. The woman named Lin Shui was the most beautiful and graceful he had ever seen, eclipsing the likes of Li Xian, Ouyang Wenjing, Lan Binger, and even Satake Chiwa. Her demeanor possessed the power to captivate any man, a chilling, aloof sanctity that would ignite the desire for conquest in any heart. Even the descent of the moon goddess would pale in comparison, Jiang Hua mused, momentarily entranced by Lin Shui's exceptional beauty, muttering to himself, Divine Master, are you all right? At that moment, Satake Chiwa emerged from the sea, her concern evident as she gazed at Jiang Hua. Soaked to the skin, her form was perfectly accentuated, drawing the involuntary attention of both Jiang Hua and the Dark Arrow. Lin Shui, however, let out a cold huff, prompting the Dark Arrow to hastily avert his gaze, clearly intimidated by the icy beauty. Divine Master, it seems you are indeed a standout among the younger generation of Japan, which explains why I have never encountered you before. Lin Shui's enchanting eyes incessantly scrutinized Jiang Hua, filled with astonishment and trepidation. This young man was truly formidable. He had completely unraveled her wind-killing technique during their initial encounter. Such a terrifying individual was unprecedented in Lin Shui's experience. How could it not shock her that such an extraordinary figure existed without any intelligence from the Huaxia nation? My dear sirs, I am not Japanese, but a proud citizen of Huaxia. We are not foes, Jiang Hua clarified, having gained a rough understanding of their strengths through their brief skirmish. While subduing them might require some effort, he believed it would not pose any substantial difficulty. However, Jiang Hua was reluctant to forge enmity with them without cause, especially not with the dragon group, hence his explanation. Lin Shui retorted coldly, I have encountered dozens of Japanese ninjas, and many have perished by my hand. I have seen all manner of them, yet I have never come across a Japanese ninja masquerading as a citizen of Huaxia. Her words were sharp, and had Jiang Hua truly been Japanese, few would have endured such a provocation, especially those ninjas indoctrinated with the ideology of the greater Japanese empire from a young age. Why would I impersonate my own heritage? Jiang Hua's expression hardened as he retrieved his identification from within his clothing, tossing it towards Lin Shui. Dark Arrow, wary of potential trickery, intercepted the identification before Lin Shui could. Upon confirming its authenticity and holding it to his gaze, he was momentarily stunned. The card read, Jiang Hua, born in 199. With the surname Jiang, Dark Arrow, clutching the identification, found himself at a loss for how to proceed. Seeing Dark Arrow's reaction, Lin Shui assumed he had fallen victim to a plot and hurried to his side, equally bewildered. He bears the surname Jiang. Could it be? Both Lin Shui and Dark Arrow stood there, holding Jiang Hua's identification, uncertain of their next move. In Huaxia, the Jiang surname is undoubtedly one of the most ancient, tracing back to the Emperor Yin among the legendary figures of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. If this truly reflected the identity of the young man before them, he undoubtedly possessed the most authentic lineage, a true son of Huaxia. Jiang Hua, is it? Lin Shui inquired after a moment, returning the identification to Jiang Hua with a flick of her wrist. Might I ask what your connection is to the Jiang clan of the capital? This question not only altered Jiang Hua's expression, but also visibly affected Dark Arrow, who clearly recalled certain implications. I am merely an ordinary individual of this city, Jiang Hua replied, though astonishment lingered in his tone as he simply stated his identity. Just an ordinary individual, is it? Lin Shui mused inwardly with a wry smile. Although they had not engaged in a life-or-death battle and had only exchanged a couple of blows, she understood all too well that she was far from Jiang Hua's equal. Since you are a child of Huaxia, we shall not make things difficult for you. Lin Shui composed herself and extended her delicate fingers, gesturing towards Satake Chiyuki. She is a spy dispatched from Japan to our Huaxia, having infiltrated for 15 years. We intend to take her with us. As he spoke, Dark Arrow stepped forward, 2 oddly shaped weapons appearing in his hands seemingly out of nowhere, poised to advance. Hold on. Jiang Hua cast a glance at the terrified Sasatake Chiyuki and solemnly placed himself in front of her. What do you mean by this, Jiang Hua? Both Lin Shui and Dark Arrow's expressions darkened simultaneously. Even knowing her true identity, do you still choose to protect her? Lin Shui's icy visage betrayed a chilling intent. Or have you succumbed to her beauty, abandoning your loyalty to Huaxia? She is already mine. I will not allow you to harm her. Jiang Hua replied dismissively, ignoring the mockery in Lin Shui's words. Jiang Hua, there are countless virtuous women in Huaxia. Do not let yourself be bewitched by a Japanese woman, Lin Shui retorted sharply. A fierce wind suddenly swirled around her, causing the sea to roil and a murderous aura to pervade the air. From this day forth, she no longer belongs to Japan, but solely to me, Jiang Hua. Jiang Hua's voice rose slightly as he regarded Lin Shui and Dark Arrow. So, you insist on opposing my dragon group? Lin Shui shouted fiercely, the wind picking up in intensity, accompanied by the sharp sounds of cutting air, while Dark Arrow bent low, hands positioned at his waist, ready to strike at any moment. You misunderstand. I do not wish to be an enemy to anyone, but I will not permit anyone to touch what is mine. Sasatake Chiyuki was a pivotal piece in Jiang Hua's future plans to consolidate and rule over Japan's supernatural beings. He could not allow her to be taken away by the 2. Kill, Lin Shui commanded, her voice ringing out as she soared into the air. Sharp blades of wind slicing across the sea, aimed mercilessly at Jiang Hua and Sasatake Chiyuki. Peacock spreading its tail, Dark Arrow shouted, his hands moving with incredible speed, producing an array of concealed weapons, launching them at Jiang Hua. The skill exhibited by Dark Arrow was astonishing. In mere seconds, he unleashed hundreds of variously shaped projectiles, darkening the sky with their sheer numbers, resembling a peacock's display. Exquisitely beautiful, yet fraught with lethal intent. Divine Lord. A look of horror crossed Sasatake Chiyuki's lovely face. Realizing that neither Lin Shui nor Dark Arrow were adversaries she could withstand. With a sudden rush, Jiang Hua's expression grew grave as a spatial vortex emerged, drawing Sasatake Chiyuki into his domain, his form becoming ethereal, allowing countless projectiles and wind blades to pass harmlessly through him. The lethal dark projectiles and the devastating wind abilities posed no genuine threat to Jiang Hua. Lin Shui and Dark Arrow simultaneously gasped in disbelief. Jiang Hua's abilities were too peculiar, rendering all their attacks ineffective. How could they fight? Could he be a legendary space ability user? Dark Arrow whispered to Lin Shui. It seems so. I never imagined a space ability user could be so terrifying, practically invincible. Lin Shui's expression darkened considerably. We are not enemies. I still have use for that female ninja, and I will not hand her over to you. Jiang Hua's form gradually faded until he vanished entirely. Sister, what should we do? As the shadow of Jiang Hua vanished from sight, and Jian, feeling a lingering sense of trepidation, turned to Lin Shui and inquired about the formidable capabilities of Jiang Hua. Had he not been disinclined to engage in combat with them, the outcome today could have been dire. What else could they do but return to report to the organization? Lin Shui sighed and replied. Her form moved gracefully, akin to a celestial phoenix, enchanting in its beauty, while Jian could only follow behind, soaring into the distance. Suddenly, a spatial vortex materialized, and Jiang Hua's figure appeared within Ji Tianqing's villa, releasing Sasuzuki Chiwe. "Thank you for rescuing me, Divine Master," Sasuzuki Chiwe exclaimed, immediately kneeling at Jiang Hua's feet in reverence. "Rise," Jiang Hua commanded sternly. He occasionally found the inherent subservience of the Japanese quite agreeable. With sufficient strength, one could command them like dogs without fearing betrayal. Deep within their hearts lay an almost frenzied admiration for the strong, venerating and following them as deities. "Sasuzuki Chiwe, from this day forth, you shall be my chief envoy, tasked with executing my various decrees. Do you understand?" Jiang Hua contemplated for a moment, deciding to accept Sasuzuki Chiwe's allegiance and embody the Divine Master in the eyes of the Japanese. "Thank you, Divine Master." Sasuzuki Chiwe rejoiced, once again falling to her knees, fervently bowing in gratitude. Gaining the favor of the Divine Master and receiving his teachings felt like a dream, leaving her in disbelief. "Sasuzuki Chiwe, how do you typically cultivate your skills?" Jiang Hua pondered before posing the question. Reporting to the Divine Master, "We practice the collection of rivers and seas handed down by Hattori Hanzo." Sasuzuki Chiwe answered respectfully, "Collection of rivers and seas?" Jiang Hua nodded, acknowledging he had heard of it but never perused its contents. This tome, reputed to be the foremost sacred text of Japanese ninjas, purportedly encompasses the principles and origins of ninjutsu, as well as various cultivation methods. Lauded as essential reading among Japanese ninjas. Does it contain any particularly powerful ninjutsu? Jiang Hua inquired further, reporting to the Divine Master. "I am but a disciple and have not yet earned the privilege to read the entirety of the collection of rivers and seas," Sasuzuki Chiwe replied. "Is that so?" Jiang Hua furrowed his brow and asked, "If I were to elevate your strength to that of a Nin, would you then be qualified to access the full text?" "Of course." Sasuzuki Chiwe's face lit up with unrestrained joy as she raised her head, gazing at Jiang Hua with admiration and reverence. "Divine Master, there are only 3 Nin in all of Japan. If I were to attain that level, not only would reading the collection of rivers and seas be possible, but establishing my own school would also be entirely feasible." "Excellent, splendid." Jiang Hua suddenly burst into laughter, proclaiming, "Sasuzuki Chiwe, I shall impart additional techniques to you. You will have half a year to reach the level of Nin, and then return to your homeland to unify the entire ninja realm." "Unify? The entire ninja realm?" Sasuzuki Chiwe was momentarily taken aback, as such a notion had never crossed her mind. In particular, there exists in Japan a formidable presence that she believes she can never surpass. Her master, Hojo Yasuo. What? Lacking confidence? Jiang Hua's expression instantly grew cold. Yes. Satake Chiyuki, in a fluster, hastily responded, declaring that as long as the deity is present, not only could she unify the entire ninja realm of Japan, but she also harbored confidence in controlling the entirety of Japan. "Lift your head," Jiang Hua commanded softly. Startled, Satake Chiyuki quickly raised her enchanting visage, gazing at Jiang Hua. Such beautiful eyes. In an instant, Satake Chiyuki was captivated by Jiang Hua's divine gaze, adorned with the 6 paths ripple and 9 black tomo, reminiscent of the Tai Chi Bagua. In the next moment, she found herself ensnared in Jiang Hua's illusion. Observe closely. This is the art of substitution. Within the mirage, Jiang Hua gracefully maneuvered, while Satake Chiyuki watched in rapt admiration and infatuation. This is the art of shadow clones. This is the art of invisibility. This is the mist concealment technique. Time slipped away, and eventually, Jiang Hua dispelled her illusion, observing the entranced Satake Chiyuki, and proclaimed, "I grant you 6 months. If within that time you do not reach the level of a Jonin, I shall hand you over to the Dragon Squad." "Yes, O deity." Satake Chiyuki's heart raced as she replied hastily. Jiang Hua's words were laced with a chilling intent, and Satake Chiyuki held no doubt that should she fail to meet the deity's expectations, there would be no mercy shown. "Find your own way back. I have other matters to attend to." Jiang Hua seated herself on the sofa, speaking softly. A flicker of struggle crossed Satake Chiyuki's face as she delicately shifted her graceful form, slowly approaching Jiang Hua from behind, extending her pure, lotus-like hands to gently massage Jiang Hua's shoulders. Her touch was extraordinarily soft, and her technique remarkably skilled, leaving Jiang Hua feeling exceedingly comfortable. A wave of alluring fragrance emanated from Satake Chiyuki, igniting a fervor within Jiang Hua, who found himself yearning to press her down upon the sofa and unleash his pent-up desires. Yet, with other matters weighing on his mind, He could only momentarily suppress his fiery urges. Begone. Jiang Hua did not open his eyes, merely uttering the words coolly, though his voice was not loud. Satake Chiyuki felt a tremor resonate deep within her soul, hastily kneeling upon the ground, saying, "O deity, Chiyuki will depart immediately. Please do not be angered." After bowing 3 times on the floor, Satake Chiyuki slowly retreated from the room. Humph. Attempting to win me over with her body. Jiang Hua's eyes sparkled with disdain. Yet, as he recalled Satake Chiyuki's dreamlike beauty, a smirk of satisfaction appeared on his face, declaring, "You shall inevitably fall into my grasp." Summoning technique. After a moment of silence, Jiang Hua began forming hand seals, calling forth the Heavenly Tao Remnant Sword, Beast Path King Lin, and Azura Path Zhang Chang. Subsequently, he performed the Impure World Reincarnation Technique, summoning another Remnant Sword. Heavenly Tao. Jiang Hua called out, "Yes, Master." The Heavenly Tao Remnant Sword, now renamed Heavenly Tao, responded in kind. "From this day forth, you shall journey to America to establish an organization of assassins, directly challenging the divine. Draw all their attention towards you. Do you understand?" Jiang Hua pondered for a moment and then spoke. His conflict with the unparalleled assassin organization, known as God, had reached a point of no return, rendering reconciliation nearly impossible. Rather than waiting for them to come to him, it would be wiser to take the offensive and fundamentally shake their foundation. This task could only be entrusted to the formidable 6 paths understood. Tiandao responded softly, "Azura Path, Beast Path, I care not what means you employ, but in 3 days, you shall depart for America alongside Tiandao." Jiang Hua reiterated, "Understood." Wang Lin and Zhang Chang nodded, then stood alongside Tiandao. "You 3 shall proceed first. The Human Path, Hungry Ghost Path, and Hell Path will hasten their journey." Jiang Hua approached the remnant Sword of Filth and declared, "From this day forth, you shall assume the duties of Tiandao and safeguard my parents." Tiandao, you once mentioned that your organization assassinated the Mountain Lion King a decade ago, correct? After properly placing the remnant sword, Jiang Hua inquired of Tiandao. "Indeed, Master," Tiandao affirmed with a nod. "Upon your arrival in America, I care not what methods you employ, but you must locate the Mountain Lion King's corpse, understand?" Jiang Hua commanded. "Master, the Mountain Lion King was attacked by the Night King, one of the 4 kings. With 500 kilograms of explosives, it is likely that nothing remains of him, and the possibility of finding his remains is quite slim," Tiandao stated. "I am aware of that, which is why I insist on whatever methods are necessary." Jiang Hua furrowed his brow, placing his hand on Tiandao's shoulder, and commanded, "Go and prepare. I lack the coordinates for America and must rely on air travel." "Yes, Master." Tiandao bowed and then departed with Wang Lin and Zhang Chang from Ji Tiancheng's villa. The Mountain Lion King. After their departure, Jiang Hua mused silently. According to the remnant sword, this individual is exceedingly powerful, likely rivaling the strength of the 4 kings within the God organization. If I could locate his remains and resurrect him, it would significantly bolster our combat strength in the impending confrontation against God. It is time to return. They must be asleep by now. Jiang Hua's form gradually became ethereal until he fully merged into the surrounding space, and in the next moment, he found himself in the dormitory of Ji Tiancheng and the others. Uncle Li's snores were remarkably rhythmic, 2 deep breaths followed by 1 shallow. Ji Tiancheng and Xiao Lanlan were also in deep slumber, utterly unaware of the additional presence beside them. If I were to become an assassin, I would undoubtedly command the highest price, Jiang Hua self-deprecatingly thought. Who? Just as Jiang Hua settled onto the bed, he heard Ji Tiancheng's voice, followed by a blinding flash of lightning illuminating the dormitory. "It's you, Huazi. Why have you returned so late?" Upon realizing it was Jiang Hua, Ji Tiancheng relaxed, dispersing the electric energy he had summoned. Weariness etched across his features. Jiang Hua felt a pang of concern. How rigorous could the training of special forces be that even Ji Tiancheng, who had just begun to master the nuances of lightning abilities, appeared so exhausted? "Tiancheng, let us step outside and converse." Jiang Hua glanced at the peacefully slumbering Uncle Li and swiftly moved to Lanlan's side, where a spatial vortex materialized, transporting the 3 of them to the desert outside the base. "Master." A flicker of fear crossed little Lanlan's face, presenting a pitiful visage. He harbored a persistent sense of dread towards this master of his. Had it been anyone else who roused him from his dreams, he would have retaliated fiercely. Yet, in the presence of Jiang Hua, he was as timid as a mouse before a cat, refraining from any mischief. "Spare me the theatrics. They are futile." Jiang Hua remarked with a cold smirk, pulling out a slip of paper from his waist and handing it to Lan Lan. From today onwards, you shall have Captain Gao arrange your training according to what is inscribed on this note. Do you understand? Jiang Hua commanded. Understood, master. Lan Lan took the paper. But upon a mere glance, his expression changed drastically. He was about to speak when he was silenced by Jiang Hua's icy glare. Should I discover any laziness on your part, do not blame me for being unkind, Jiang Hua warned sternly. Yes, master. Lan Lan, resigned, closed his mouth and accepted his fate. Now, go back to sleep. Jiang Hua gently patted Lan Lan's shoulder, and in the next moment, he found himself back in his cozy bed, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, the slip of paper in his hand incessantly reminded him that everything that had occurred was indeed real. One day, I shall have you beneath my feet. In his warm cocoon, Lan Lan's face turned a deep shade of anger, his fists clenched tightly, his eyes filled with an icy resolve. Huazi, what is going on? Why didn't I see you at the training ground? After Jiang Hua dealt with Lan Lan's affairs, Ji Tianqing inquired with a smile. Oh. Captain Gao is particularly lenient with me, allowing me to train on my own, Jiang Hua replied, grinning. I see, Ji Tianqing said, relieved. Huazi, this unit is truly extreme. I nearly couldn't endure it. Thankfully, during the 5-kilometer cross-country run this morning, I fortuitously grasped another application of my electric abilities, which helped me barely hold on. Is it truly that intense? Jiang Hua expressed his astonishment. Absolutely, Ji Tianqing scoffed. The 5-kilometer run and the 300 pull-up exercises were merely appetizers. The Real Challenge begins with traversing 30 meters of barbed wire back and forth 500 times. Following that is the gym session, with 200 lifts of 20-kilogram dumbbells, 200 reps on the resistance bands, and 200 on the arm strength bars. Then comes the sun endurance training, holding a 47-kilogram weight at the muzzle of a gun suspended by a rope, remaining utterly still for 2 hours. In between, there is only half an hour for meals and rest, followed by an hour of shooting practice, then training in hard qigong, leaping high and crashing one's back against the concrete ground, followed by free fighting training. Finally, one must carry a 20-kilogram load and complete another 5-kilometer cross-country run. As Ji Tianqing recounted, he sprang to his feet and leaped high, crashing down onto the sandy ground. How delightful! Ji Tianqing exclaimed, nearly moaning in satisfaction. Such a show-off. Jiang Hua chuckled at Ji Tianqing's antics. By the way, Huazi, why didn't I see you during meals? Ji Tianqing flipped over and asked. Truly, one cannot help but commend the bond of brotherhood, as even the minutiae are not overlooked. Jiang Hua chuckled heartily, and as a spatial vortex materialized, a whole chicken and a whole duck appeared before Ji Tianqing. This is for you, he declared. Ji Tianqing's eyes sparkled with delight. He dashed forward with unparalleled speed, seizing the whole duck and tearing off a leg, devouring it with fervor as if he had not eaten in days. Take your time, no one is competing with you. Jiang Hua remarked with a smile, producing 2 bottles of beer and handing one to Ji Tianqing. Cheers. The 2 brothers clinked their bottles together and gulped down half the contents in one go. Huazi, did you venture outside the base? Ji Tianqing inquired between bites. There was a bit of a situation outside, so I made a quick trip back and brought some food with me. This is a rare occurrence. Jiang Hua replied with a grin. Why is that? Ji Tianqing's face momentarily reflected concern, but he soon smiled in satisfaction, even if it was only once. It was still a treat, albeit against the regulations of the military. Like a whirlwind, Ji Tianqing finished both the whole chicken and duck within 10 minutes, letting out a contented burp, feeling considerably better than before. Tianqing, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Jiang Hua began as he noticed Ji Tianqing had finished eating. What is it? Speak up, Ji Tianqing responded. Tianqing, during training, it is preferable to refrain from using your superpowers unless absolutely necessary, Jiang Hua stated seriously, regarding Ji Tianqing intently. Why? Ji Tianqing was taken aback. Without utilizing his superpowers, he doubted he could even complete a 5-kilometer cross-country run. Tianqing, our purpose here is to strengthen our bodies, not to rely on superpowers, Jiang Hua asserted earnestly. If you wish to enhance your abilities, I possess numerous methods that could facilitate rapid growth, rendering this journey unnecessary. All right, I understand. Ji Tianqing responded after a moment of contemplation, agreeing readily. He was not one to seek shortcuts. Pushing his limits was, after all, one of his passions. Tianqing, I am now going to impart 2 techniques to you. Ji Tianqing was abruptly transported into an inexplicable realm as he noticed a shift in Jiang Hua's gaze. Huazi, what is this place? He questioned in astonishment, gazing at the vastness around him. This is my personal space. Jiang Hua's voice resonated from behind Ji Tianqing. Your own space? Ji Tianqing gasped in disbelief. Indeed, this is a unique domain formed after the full realization of my spatial abilities, Jiang Hua explained with a smile. Now let us begin. You possess electric superpowers, so I shall teach you this ultimate technique. As Jiang Hua formed a series of intricate hand signs in the air, a surge of intense electric sparks enveloped him, each arc as thick as a barrel, radiating an overwhelming and terrifying pressure. Huazi. Ji Tianqing's expression shifted in alarm. He had not anticipated Jiang Hua wielding electric powers, and to such a formidable extent, far surpassing his own capabilities. Tianqing. This is the ninjutsu of electric superpowers. Observe closely. Jiang Hua demonstrated various stances while meticulously explaining the technique. This technique, originally the ultimate skill of the rakeage from the land of lightning within the Naruto universe, has been replicated by Jiang Hua using the Taiji wheel and the blood wheel eye, and is now being imparted to Ji Tianqing. This is the shadow clone technique. Jiang Hua exclaimed once more. Time slipped away unnoticed as Jiang Hua and Ji Tianqing emerged from the enigmatic space, Jiang Hua's face beaming with joy, while Ji Tianqing was awash with astonishment and awe. He was elated by the two formidable techniques Jiang Hua had bestowed upon him, each one exceedingly powerful. Particularly the shadow clone technique, which seemed to serve as an extraordinary means to rapidly enhance one's capabilities. Yet, he was also struck by the unsettling realization that Jiang Hua harbored many more secrets from him, leaving him to ponder the extent of Jiang Hua's strength and prowess. Tianqing, there is one crucial warning I must give you. Although the shadow clone technique is immensely powerful, its side effects can be dire. A moment of carelessness may lead to death. Therefore, without my explicit permission, you are permitted to create only one shadow clone each day to train alongside me. Do you understand? Jiang Hua said earnestly as he regarded Ji Tianqing. Yes, I comprehend. Huazi, Ji Tianqing responded, still in a state of disbelief, nodding mechanically. Very well. Tianqing, you should return and rest. We have more training to undertake tomorrow. Jiang Hua gently patted Ji Tianqing's shoulder and escorted him back to his dormitory. In tandem, he employed an illusion technique to ensure that Ji Tianqing would fall asleep the moment he returned to bed, fearing that his excitement might hinder his rest and affect their training the following day. Now, I too must commence, Jiang Hua declared after sending Ji Tianqing on his way, swiftly forming hand seals with his hands. Instantly, hundreds of shadow clones, identical in appearance to Jiang Hua, materialized behind him. Go. 100 kilometers of cross-country. Jiang Hua commanded with a vigorous wave of his right hand, and the multitude of clones erupted into enthusiastic shouts as they sprinted into the distance, their voices echoing far and wide. Unbeknownst to them, thousands of kilometers above, a satellite swiftly traversing the skies captured this exhilarating scene. In the heart of the Taklamakan Desert, within the special training base of the Snow Leopard Special Forces, two soldiers on night watch stared incredulously at the screen displaying the hundreds of identical figures, their eyes filled with terror. Suddenly, the door to the monitoring room swung open, and Captain Gao, impeccably dressed in military attire, strode in. Captain Gao. The two soldiers sprang to their feet and saluted, addressing him loudly. Keep what you have witnessed to yourselves. I do not wish to take action against my own men unless absolutely necessary. Captain Gao's voice was icy, resonating as though it had emerged from the depths of the underworld, sending a shiver down the spines of the two soldiers, the chilling aura of his murderous intent unmistakable. They understood that should they dare to speak of this incident, Captain Gao would undoubtedly ensure their swift disappearance without mercy. Understood, sir. The soldiers replied in unison. Excellent. Continue to monitor the surrounding activity. A faint smile flickered across Captain Gao's face as he exited the monitoring room, leaving the two soldiers in a state of lingering dread. After a prolonged period of tension, Warrior finally managed to calm his frayed nerves and, with a quivering voice, inquired, Hey, brother, who exactly are these 7 individuals that has Captain Gao so unnerved? Could they possibly be members of the legendary Dragon Squad? Warrior B cast a chilling glance at Warrior A and retorted, If you wish to court death, I shall not oppose, just do not drag me down with you. In a clandestine institution in Beijing, Lin Shui and in Jian, heads bowed, recounted in meticulous detail to an imposing elder seated before them the entirety of their encounter and battle with Jiang Hua, along with their conjectures. Do not engage in reckless speculation. Jiang Hua has no direct ties to the Jiang family. The venerable elder finally spoke after a lengthy silence. No connections? Lin Shui's stunning visage betrayed her skepticism. Though Jiang Hua bears no connection to the Jiang family, he is deeply entwined with the Ji family. For now, refrain from taking any rash actions. It would be prudent to wait until I confer with that old fellow before making a decision. The elder said with an air of unassailable authority. But that stone fell into his hands, and Jian could not help but interject. It is of no consequence. I shall handle this matter. You two should return to your posts, and you will be informed when a task arises. The elder waved his hand dismissively. Fearing Jian might speak further, Lin Shui hastily acquiesced, half dragging Jian out of the room. Sister Shui, am I truly that fearsome? The elder pondered with a hint of resignation as he observed Lin Shui and Jian depart. Why did you pull me along? And Jian grumbled with a displeased expression once outside. Did you not notice the general's displeasure? Were your eyes closed? Lin Shui shot him a stern look, reprimanding him. The general is angry? Is that so? And Jian stammered, suddenly feeling a chill rise behind him, causing him to nearly collapse. Now you comprehend the fear? I have warned you time and again. Do not speak out of turn before the general. Lin Shui teased, casting a sidelong glance at Jian before striding forward. Sister Shui, wait for me. And Jian regained his composure and hurried after her, as the two figures receded into the distance, eventually disappearing from sight. In Tokyo, Japan, within a secret underground base, a middle-aged man with a brooding demeanor sat in a modest office, his hands caressing a sword of approximately 1 meter in length, glinting ominously in the light. Before him knelt a young man clad in black, resembling a ninja, who was incessantly speaking. Bakairu. Suddenly, the middle-aged man let out a furious roar, swinging his long blade. In the young ninja's wide-eyed disbelief, his head was cleaved in two, blood splattering across the room. Yet the eerie sword remained unstained. A pack of imbeciles. A bunch of worthless fools. The middle-aged man bellowed, resembling a furious beast in his wrath. All the elite members of the Dragon Group are absent from the mainland, having mobilized nearly 25 nin, including my own daughter, who has been undercover in Beijing for a staggering 15 years. Yet, we still face defeat. Useless. A band of incompetents. Throughout the underground base, the echoes of middle-aged men's roars reverberated, instilling fear in all the staff, who cautiously distanced themselves from that room, for it housed a madman, a bloodthirsty fiend. In America, Mr. Mitchell, our spy satellite has captured images of a desert in the northwest region of Huaxia. A stunning American beauty with golden hair and striking blue eyes. Handed a satellite cloud image to a tall, handsome young man, whose piercing blue eyes held an irresistible allure for women. Upon receiving the satellite image, the young man's expression shifted dramatically, and he commanded the woman, initiate the plan immediately. Amidst the vast, rolling sands, a curled figure lay prostrate, trembling and spasming, emitting pained groans akin to a wounded beast, lonely and licking its wounds, evoking deep sympathy. This figure was naturally Jiang Hua, who had just dispelled the multiple shadow clones. At this moment, he felt as if he had plummeted to the 18th level of hell, enduring nearly unbearable physical and spiritual torment. Remarkably, despite his quivering and curled state, a satisfied smile graced Jiang Hua's face. The side effects of this technique were truly terrifying. Even I nearly succumbed to them. Time passed, and eventually, Jiang Hua regained his composure, sitting up to gaze at the boundless desert and starry sky, muttering to himself. During his time in the Naruto World, he had attempted to refine this technique to eliminate its adverse effects. Alas, fate is fair. One must pay a hefty price for what one gains. How could he present this stone to Lan Bing'er without arousing suspicion or jealousy from Li Xian and the other girls? Jiang Hua retrieved a small stone enveloped in a dark substance from his space, a perplexed expression on his face. Women are notoriously jealous, especially those in love. If he were to present this stone to Lan Bing'er before everyone, he couldn't fathom what thoughts would cross Li Xian's mind. What a troublesome situation. Jiang Hua shook his head, formed a hand seal with his left hand, and declared, with style, House of Wood. In an instant, a house entirely constructed of wood materialized before him. With a gentle leap, Jiang Hua stepped inside. I'll rest for now. Tomorrow's matters can wait until then. He entered the wooden house, laid down on the wooden floor, and soon fell asleep. When Jiang Hua awoke the next day, the sun had already risen high in the sky. The special forces must have commenced their day of intensive training long ago. Fortunately, the area he was in was far from the base, alleviating any concerns that the soldiers from the special forces might see him. Unbeknownst to Jiang Hua, The monitoring station scattered throughout the desert had long been observing his every move. However, due to the influence of Ji Tianqing's grandfather, no one dared to disclose this matter. Jiang Hua let out a yawn and leisurely stepped out of the wooden cabin. The moment his left foot crossed the threshold, the cabin emitted a resounding rumble, vanishing instantaneously into the ground as if it had never existed. As Jiang Hua continued to form seals, an exquisitely crafted wooden basin materialized before him, subsequently filled with a stream of water that appeared from nowhere. After washing his face with refreshing vigor, the basin vanished into thin air, rendering the scene dreamlike and enigmatic. Yet, to Jiang Hua, it felt entirely natural. "You're back?" At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind him. The person stood at an impressive height of nearly 6 feet, with a handsome visage and a rugged demeanor, strikingly resembling Jiang Hua himself. "What is the situation?" Without turning his head, Jiang Hua recognized it was his wooden clone returning. Li Xian and several girls have been reassigned by Captain Gao to a training camp for a women's special forces unit, the other Jiang Hua replied. "Is that so?" A flicker of concern crossed Jiang Hua's mind as he inquired, "Why didn't you go with them?" "No worries, I left a flying thunder god technique on Li Xian. Nothing will go awry," the wooden clone assured him. "All right, I trust you. Please hand this item to Lan Binger," Jiang Hua said, retrieving a black stone roughly the size of a fist from his spatial pocket and presenting it to his counterpart. "Another troublesome task for me." The wooden clone's face bore a wry smile, as if it were not merely a shadow but a sentient being. "Thank you for your efforts," Jiang Hua said, smiling at his other self. "Very well, I shall take my leave now." The wooden clone accepted the stone and vanished in a flash using the flying thunder god technique. In the world of Naruto, I spent a full 15 years honing my body to the point of opening the 8 gates without succumbing to death. Now, it seems I may not even reach the 6th gate until after my university graduation, Jiang Hua mused, surveying his significantly enhanced physique with a peculiar gaze, expressing his dissatisfaction. "Huazi, I'm here." From a distance, Jiang Hua heard Ji Tianqing's voice. Last night, he had marked Ji Tianqing's location within his mind, and eventually, Ji Tianqing had arrived. "Tianqing, the side effects of this technique are immense, so be mentally prepared." Jiang Hua called out to him. "Huazi, I can endure a great deal." Ji Tianqing grinned widely. "Very well, let us commence." Multiple shadow clone technique. As Jiang Hua unleashed the technique, hundreds of clones sprang forth, leaving Ji Tianqing in a state of astonishment as they raced toward the distant horizon. "A freak. Truly a freak," Ji Tianqing muttered in disbelief, gazing at the multitude of identical Jiang Huas with wide eyes. "Tianqing, quickly now. 50 kilometers of cross-country, no wait." Jiang Hua waved his hand at Ji Tianqing, loudly declaring his decision to join the ranks of long-distance runners. Ji Tianqing's expression transformed from one of astonishment to exhilaration. His blood surged with fervor as he let out a mighty roar, closely trailing Jiang Hua as they sprinted through the boundless yellow sands. "Ji Tianhao, that day is fast approaching. Wait for me. Everything that belongs to me, I shall reclaim." Ji Tianqing silently vowed within himself. At the Special Forces training ground, a line of elite soldiers stood at attention, with Ji Tianqing and Uncle Li prominently among them. Each soldier gripped an AK-47, with a substantial brick suspended from the muzzle, remaining motionless under the scorching sun. A keen observer would notice that several soldiers' arms began to tremble slightly, particularly Ji Tianqing, whose struggle was most pronounced. Yet, bolstered by unwavering willpower, they persevered, embodying their valor and dignity in the face of adversity. Approximately 100 kilometers east of the Snow Leopard Special Training Base lies another similar facility, distinguished solely by its members, youthful maidens. The most enigmatic female Special Forces unit of Huaxia. Under the sweltering sun, which seemed intent on scorching the earth, these female soldiers stood resolute, matching their male counterparts in tenacity. Armed with steel rifles and enduring the same grueling conditions, some warriors occasionally succumbed to heat exhaustion. Yet not a single one uttered a word of surrender. With a thud, a slender girl collapsed in the midst of the ranks, her breathing rapid and her cheeks flushed, unmistakably suffering from heat stroke. This girl was none other than Ouyang Wenjing, sent by Captain Gao, unable to withstand the relentless sun and having exhausted her strength. The other soldiers remained steadfast, not daring to glance back. Only 2 medics rushed over with alacrity, placing Ouyang Wenjing on a stretcher and swiftly transporting her to the medical room. Among the 4 girls, only Li Mei caught my eye. The other 3 were merely ordinary young women. I could not fathom why Captain Gao had sent them to me, as if my unit were a haven for mediocrity. At the forefront of the ranks stood a strikingly beautiful female officer, her eyes captivating yet emanating an air of disdain and coldness. Were it not for the resolve displayed by these few girls, I would have long since dismissed them, regardless of any introduction by General G. Such were the thoughts of the female officer. Nevertheless, the tenacity of these young women sparked a flicker of expectation within her. Fall in. 30 minutes of rest, followed by shooting practice this afternoon. After what felt like an eternity, the female officer blew her whistle and announced loudly, "Yes, Commander." All the female soldiers replied in unison. Though they were but women, their vigor and spirit rivaled that of the Snow Leopard Special Forces. Remember this. Although we are women, we are also the Special Forces of the Republic, and we must make it known to those men that we are in no way inferior to them. These were the words spoken by the female soldiers as they prepared to depart, addressing all the warriors present. High above, at an altitude of 50 meters, a tall figure surveyed the female Special Forces training ground below with an enigmatic gaze, letting out a resigned chuckle. Captain Gao's heartfelt intention to reduce the training load for a few girls by sending them here had unexpectedly led to the encounter with such a psychologically twisted woman. Alas, could she truly be unaware of the inherent differences between men and women, particularly in terms of physical strength? Despite his frustrations, he could not interfere with the Special Forces training. His sole responsibility was to ensure the safety of those girls and to hand over the stone to Lan Binger. Thus, 7 days passed in a blur. Both Jiang Hua and Ji Tianqing, along with Li Xian and others, had significantly improved their physical capabilities compared to when they first arrived. Especially Jiang Hua, who, under the influence of the shadow clone technique, had achieved what would equate to nearly a decade of training for an ordinary Special Forces soldier within just 7 days. His physical speed had become extraordinarily formidable. Relying solely on his physical prowess, Jiang Hua was now capable of handling the vast majority of dangers and challenges. If judged by the standards of the Naruto universe, his physical attributes could rival those of Kakashi Hitaki, enabling him to open the 4th gate of the 8 gates of opening. Of course, if he were to face extraordinary circumstances that could compel him to fight for his life, he might reach the 6th gate, the Gate of Joy. Though the consequences would be dire, much like the battle between Rock Lee and Gaara, which could result in paralysis. On the 8th night, Jiang Hua dismissed his shadow clones. For his physical condition had now improved to the point where he could withstand the side effects of the technique without relying on his formidable spirit to endure as he had before. Ji Tianqing's shadow clones had long since vanished, as his energy was insufficient to sustain them for an extended period. It was likely that Tian Dao and the others had arrived in the United States 5 days prior. Thus, he needed to hasten his pace. After all, only when the 6 paths gathered could they unleash their most potent combat strength. After resting for a moment, a spatial vortex materialized, and his figure gradually vanished. Shanghai is one of the most prosperous cities in the Huaxia nation and a globally renowned center for economic trade and finance. It is home to countless talented elites, and many prestigious corporations choose to establish their headquarters here. Consequently, Shanghai has also become a significant hub for espionage activities among various rival nations. Whether from the business elite, political luminaries, or distinguished figures from various fields, they all become prime targets. Spies utilize their considerable financial advantages, employing beauty, power, and status in their relentless attempts to entice and control these elites. However, the elite remain elite precisely because they possess a clear and discerning mind. The generous treatment afforded to them by their nation and government ensures that they are acutely aware of the consequences of betrayal. Not only must one constantly guard against the assassins lurking in the shadows, but also remain vigilant against foreign individuals who, once they have utilized one's services, will abandon their allies without hesitation. Consequently, the majority of individuals, when confronted with the temptations of spies, manage to maintain their composure, remaining unyielded. However, in a vast forest, one can find all manner of birds, and what more can be said of humanity? Faced with the formidable allure of spies wielding wealth and beauty, many have succumbed. Among them is Li Weiman, the deputy general manager of the rehabilitation group, who, unable to resist the charms of a stunning Japanese spy, ultimately jeopardized his promising future. In the luxurious presidential suite on the 9th floor of the Pudong International Hotel in Shanghai, Li Weiman lay on a sumptuous bed, contentedly gazing at the enchanting beauty by his side. He savored the memories of their recent passionate encounter, stirred by her tender, alluring whispers. Unable to suppress his desires, he ventured once more into her embrace, eager to reignite their fervor. As he recalled the girl's pleading expression during their intimate moment, he felt an insatiable yearning. Just as he was about to pull back the covers to reveal her exquisite, curvaceous form, a faint sound caught his attention, the sound of a window being opened. Though it was barely audible, it did not escape Li Huimin's keen ears. A sudden chill crept up his spine as he recalled a saying circulating among the upper echelons of society: once you betray your homeland, you shall forever be hunted by the assassins of the Huaxian nation until your demise. With a sense of foreboding, he gently covered the girl with a blanket before rising from the bed to investigate the commotion outside. Unbeknownst to him, the beauty lying on the bed had abruptly opened her captivating eyes. At that moment, any semblance of vulnerability vanished. Her gaze was now icy and resolute. Trained as a Japanese kunoichi from a young age, she was willing to sacrifice everything for her mission. As Li Huimin stepped out of the room, she swiftly sat up, her delicate hands forming seals. As a seasoned operative of the shadows, she sensed an ominous presence and knew she must escape swiftly. However, just as she completed two hand signs, an unseen force immobilized her, rendering her unable to move. Terror filled her eyes, for she had witnessed such dreadful, near supernatural abilities before her master. With a piercing scream, Li Huimin collapsed into a pool of blood, only to be lifted by a tall, remarkably handsome young man wielding a black iron rod, who then entered the room. The young man's face betrayed no emotion as he regarded the girl's exquisite nakedness. His expression one of disdain. Is this all you Japanese ninjas are capable of, Miss Meiwi? The striking figure was none other than Jiang Hua. From the lips of Satake Chizuki, he learned that the vice president of the recovery group had been compromised, executed by none other than the female ninja, Maihiko, who was also lurking on the mainland. Are you from the dragon team of Huaxia? Maihiko's body was ensnared by an enigmatic force, yet it did not hinder her from speaking. In that moment, her eyes reflected no fear, only a calm gaze directed at Jiang Hua as she inquired. Damn those Japanese. They have raised a legion of death warriors. Humph. Sooner or later, I will compel your warriors to fight for me. Jiang Hua shook his head at Maihiko, who embraced death with indifference. With a sudden sound, her heart was pierced by a black iron rod, the work of Jiang Hua's shadow clone. Well, here lie two corpses. Just one more, and I shall complete the 6 paths of puppetry. As Jiang Hua inserted the black iron rod into the bodies of Li Huimin and Maihiko, he simultaneously formed a hand seal to summon the statue of the King of Hell. Once their bodies were restored, Jiang Hua drew them into his own realm. Then his form dissipated, vanishing from the hotel. You are next, Deputy Director Ning. Jiang Hua declared ominously. Ning, aged 45, hailed from a modest family of clerks. Yet his intelligence and diligence propelled him step by step to become the director of a unit in Shanghai, a notable achievement in the bureaucratic sphere. He had 2 children. His son was studying at the University of Tokyo, while his daughter had been accepted into Peking University, a nearly flawless family portrait. Had Ning's life trajectory continued in this manner, it could have been deemed a perfect existence. Alas, a month prior, an encounter with a Japanese individual irrevocably altered the course of his life. It was an afternoon a month ago when an exceedingly unusual guest arrived at his home, a Japanese spy. The spy wasted no time, revealing her identity and presenting a photograph of his son, who had been abducted in Japan, coercing Ning to join their intelligence agency. Proud of his career, Ning was unwilling to betray his homeland. Tragically, his son Yun, studying abroad, had been captured by the Japanese intelligence as leverage against him. The spy even produced a photograph of his daughter, Whiting, to demonstrate that she too was under their control. Powerless, Ning, for the safety of his children, complied with the Japanese demands, divulging all he knew and acting as a mole within the Huaxia government, continuously relaying fresh intelligence to the enemy. Each night, he would weep bitterly, lamenting why he had been ensnared in such a predicament, questioning how a life so close to perfection could encounter such adversity. I cannot fathom why. Given your status, you would betray your country and align with the Japanese, he mused. As Ning slumbered at his desk, a chilling voice suddenly pierced the silence, causing him to shudder involuntarily. What is destined to come must arrive. To Jiang Hua's astonishment, Ning displayed a clear expression of fear upon seeing him, though he quickly regained his composure as if indifferent to his own mortality. You are a member of the legendary Dragon Group's assassination unit, are you not? Ning remarked calmly after stealing a glance at Jiang Hua. Before I meet my end, may I request one favor from you? Of course, the dead deserve utmost consideration. As long as it is within my power, speak freely, Jiang Hua responded with a nonchalant tone. Regardless of Ning's circumstances, the fact that he had leaked a series of intelligence to the Japanese warranted his demise. There was no room for negotiation on that matter. This is a photograph of my son Chiu Yun and daughter Chiu Weiting. They are under the control of the Japanese, and I implore you to assist me in rescuing them, Chiu Ning said as he retrieved a photo from his drawer, showcasing his beloved children. Then, he closed his eyes, patiently awaiting the arrival of death. This matter is quite manageable, Jiang Hua assured, accepting the photograph and briefly glancing at it before tucking it into his pocket. Moreover, I can offer you the chance to exact your own revenge. In an instant, a burst of crimson light erupted, and Chiu Ning collapsed into a pool of blood. Jiang Hua produced a steel rod and plunged it into Chiu Ning's spine. Moments later, Chiu Ning stood before Jiang Hua once more. Yet his eyes had taken on a bizarre appearance, adorned with 6 rippling patterns and 9 black jade-like orbs, reminiscent of a taiji diagram. Beside him stood a man and a woman, namely Li Huimin and Mei Huizi. Thus, the 6 puppets had finally assembled: Tian Dao, Heavenly Path; Qin Jian, Chuxing Dao, Beast Path; Wang Lin, Shura Dao, Azura Path; Zhang Cheng, Renjian Dao, Human Path; Chiu Ning, Agui Dao, Hungry Ghost Path; Li Huimin, and Diyu Dao, Hell Path; Mei Huizi. Jiang Hua gazed upon the 3 puppets before him with satisfaction. The 6 paths of the reincarnation eye technique were extraordinarily powerful. Even he would find it exceedingly difficult to withstand a united assault from them. With the 6 paths gathered, Jiang Hua could initiate his first grand scheme: to establish his own assassination organization and recruit superpowered individuals and assassins from the Americas to confront the divine. Even if he could not overthrow them, he believed he could certainly gauge the true strength of the divine organization. Wang Lin, begin. The reincarnation eye possessed the ability of visual sharing. Although Wang Lin was thousands of miles away in America, Jiang Hua's consciousness conveyed the message instantaneously. Spirit communication technique. In a lush national forest park in America, Tian Dao, Qin Jian, Chuxing Dao, Wang Lin, and Shura Dao, Zhang Cheng stood side by side. Wang Lin formed hand seals and pressed them to the ground, causing an eerie and mysterious pattern to emerge, the symbol of the spirit communication technique. Boom, boom, boom. With the sound of 3 distinct echoes, Chiu Ning, Li Huimin, and Mei Huizi beside Jiang Hua suddenly vanished, only to reappear at Wang Lin's side. The 6 paths gathered, stirring the heavens and earth. A terrifying brilliance shot from Tian Dao's eyes as he took a step forward, with Chuxing Dao, Wang Lin, Shura Dao, Zhang Cheng, Agui Dao, Li Huimin, Renjian Dao, Chiu Ning, and Diyu Dao, Mei Huizi marching alongside him. A formidable aura emanated from the 6 of them, heralding an unprecedented upheaval on the American continent with their arrival. Traitors, show no mercy. Before departing, Jiang Hua left behind 6 blood-curdling characters in Chiu Ning's office and Li Huimin's hotel room. The following morning, the entirety of Shanghai was shaken, as if a tremendous earthquake had occurred, instilling trepidation in the hearts of all, particularly among the elites who once entertained thoughts of aligning with the Japanese. They felt a chilling dread, trembling in fear, grateful that they had resisted temptation. Otherwise, they might have met a fate akin to that of Li Huimin and Chiu Ning, ending up with no place to rest in death. The ramifications of this incident were profound, not only alarming the police but also prompting the involvement of Interpol and the Ministry of State Security. The inexplicable disappearance of Li Huimin and Chiu Ning left no one aware of their whereabouts, nor had anyone seen them. Yet the 6 ominous words left on the ground sent shivers through the populace, making it evident that their most probable fate was death. Both men held significant positions in Shanghai. One was the deputy general manager of the Kung Fu Group, a Fortune 500 company, while the other was the director of his unit. Their disappearance was sufficient to cause a seismic shift in both business and political circles. That very day, the stock of the Kung Fu Group began to plummet. Not solely due to Li Huimin's vanishing, but also fueled by patriotic fervor, leading the people of Shanghai to initiate a boycott of Kung Fu Group products, with some even chanting for the company to exit China. In the eyes of the Chinese people, traitors were regarded with greater disdain than the Japanese themselves. On another front, Chiu Ning's demise attracted the attention of a prominent figure within the central government, who dispatched personnel from relevant departments to address the situation, resulting in a major overhaul across all sectors. Traitors shall be executed without mercy. These 6 words had become a popular phrase among netizens, as it had been years since the government had demonstrated such decisiveness. The internet was rife with accolades and commendations, overflowing with praise. Yet, a few discerning individuals furrowed their brows, aware that this decisive action was not solely the work of the authorities, but rather the doing of a lone wolf. While the outside world was in an uproar, Jiang Hua had returned to the Taklamakan Desert, diligently honing his body. The eighth gate of the eight doors of Duanjia possessed a terrifying power that was both enigmatic and alluring, compelling Jiang Hua to pursue mastery. Determined to cultivate his physique to the point where he could once again unlock the Death Gate. To date, Jiang Hua had never encountered anyone capable of rivaling him. Yet this did not grant him the luxury of complacency. The emergence of Lan Lan served as a wake-up call for Jiang Hua, akin to the legendary Source Divine Eye. Possessing the formidable ability to pierce through illusions and sever the void, nearly making her a nemesis to those with spatial powers. How could Jiang Hua remain oblivious to Lan Lan's thoughts and her animosity towards him? The reason he chose to keep Lan Lan close was rooted in his unwavering confidence, as he believed he could always keep her beneath his heel, regardless of the circumstances. Even if Lan Lan were to reach her full potential, he would harbor no fear. This was Jiang Hua's conviction. As time passed, it was nearly the moment when the results of the college entrance examination would be announced. On a bright summer day, Jiang Hua completed his morning training and murmured to himself. Unbeknownst to him, over half a month had slipped by. Although each day he endured excruciating pain upon releasing his myriad shadow clones, he had made significant progress since his arrival. At the very least, he could now withstand that torment with relative ease. His companions, including Ji Tianqing, Li Xian, Ouyang Wenjing, Lan Binger, and Li Mei, had also persevered with remarkable tenacity. Even though Li Xian and the others often found themselves pushed to tears from exhaustion, Jiang Hua's wooden clone conveyed these observations, and in moments of sympathy, he felt an overwhelming pride for these girls. In a world that favors the strong, they must strive for their own success. Jiang Hua gazed up at the brilliant sunlight overhead, exhaling softly before fading away, gradually disappearing. In the next moment, he materialized in his bedroom, fortuitously alone. As his parents were out, or rather, it was fortunate. Otherwise, how could he explain his sudden appearance? He swiftly turned on his computer and accessed the examination results page with great haste, inputting his examination ID and name. Jiang Hua. Total score 741. Chinese, 145. Mathematics, 150. English, 147. Comprehensive Arts, 299. As he scrutinized the scores on the screen, his expression remained composed, as if this outcome were merely expected. A score of 741 surely positioned him among the top scorers, although his face betrayed little emotion. His heart brimmed with joy at the thought of his parents' likely elation upon learning of his results. Ji Tianqing, student ID. Jiang Hua logged out of his account and entered Ji Tianqing's information. Ji Tianqing, total score 711. Chinese, 133. Mathematics, 148. English, 144. Comprehensive Arts, 286. This was in line with his expectations. A look of delight crossed Jiang Hua's face. Ji Tianqing truly deserved his reputation as the top scholar, achieving 133 in Chinese without Jiang Hua's assistance. Li Xian, student ID. Jiang Hua continued entering names and IDs. Total score 701. Chinese, 127. Mathematics, 146. English, 139. Comprehensive Arts, 291. Ouyang Wenjing. Total score 700. Chinese, 120. Mathematics, 148. English, 140. Comprehensive Arts, 192. After reviewing everyone's scores, a smile of genuine happiness finally graced Jiang Hua's face, aligning closely with his initial expectations. In any province, a score above 700 typically indicated a top scorer, especially given the difficulty of this particular examination. With the scores of his four friends, barring any unforeseen circumstances, they were undoubtedly on the path to admission to Peking University. It was likely that their achievements would be unprecedented, not only in their city, but perhaps throughout the entirety of Huaxia. Jiang Hua thought maliciously to himself. In the same school and class, there were unexpectedly 4 students whose scores had surpassed 700. If they were simultaneously admitted to Peking University, it would undoubtedly create a nationwide sensation, for such an occurrence is virtually inconceivable. Regardless of how many years pass, the names of Jiang Hua and his companions will be etched in memory, as they have forged an unprecedented miracle, although Jiang Hua himself remains somewhat indifferent to it. In a few days, the time to fill out their college applications would arrive. Ji Tianqing, Li Xian, and others were deeply engrossed in their rigorous training, making their return nearly impossible. Thus, this task fell solely upon Jiang Hua. A faint smile played upon his lips. for he had devised a strategy soon after the Gaokao had concluded. Days later, the parents of Jiang Hua, Li Xian, and others received letters from their children, claiming they had discovered their examination results. However, due to the military's strict discipline, they could not return to fill out their applications and requested their parents to assist in this matter. Their sole request was to apply to Peking University, leaving the choice of major to chance. Initially, the parents thought their children were joking, but upon calling the respective provincial examination offices to verify the results, they were astonished to hear the frighteningly high scores, leading them to believe their children's words. Their demand was singular, to apply to Peking University, with the major being a mere formality, as with such scores, any field of study was within reach. Both Jiang Hua's parents and those of Li Xian exited with beaming smiles, confident that their children were undoubtedly the top scholars of this examination. As for Ji Tianqing, who lived alone, Jiang Hua had no choice but to disguise himself as Ji Tianqing and personally go to the school to fill out the application. In the principal's office of Zhongbei No. 2 High School, an elderly man with a head of white hair excitedly burst through the door, seizing another elderly man and exclaiming, Old Huang, we have struck gold. We have struck gold. Ha ha. The man known as Old Huang looked bewildered at his longtime partner, first closing the door before forcefully pushing him onto the sofa and asking, Old Li, what on earth is happening? What do you mean we have struck gold? The computer. The computer. Let me show you. You will understand, shouted the white-haired man, breaking free from Old Huang's grasp. Over here, Old Huang said, not daring to delay, quickly pointing toward the computer. His old friend was in a state of agitation, so he decided to follow his partner's lead to see what the fuss was about. Old Li sat at the computer desk and swiftly opened the dedicated examination website. The headline read, Unprecedented, unrepeatable. For students from Zhongbei No. 2 High School have achieved scores exceeding 700. Further down, it detailed how prestigious institutions such as Xiamen University, Fudan University, and Nankai University had extended invitations, waiving all tuition fees and offering an annual scholarship of 30,000 yuan to entice these students to join their ranks. I cannot be mistaken, can I? At this moment, Old Huang could no longer maintain his composure. With trembling hands, he tightly squeezed his thigh, and a sharp pain coursed through him, confirming that all of this was indeed real. For over 700, Old Li, he murmured. The two elderly men embraced each other tightly, weeping uncontrollably. After enduring so many years, the brothers had finally seen the light of success. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, their promotion to deputy directors of the Education Bureau was undoubtedly assured. While the citizens of the city were frantically celebrating the remarkable examination results of Jiang Hua, Ji Tianqing, Li Xian, and Ouyang Wenjing, eagerly seeking to conduct various interviews with them, Ji Tianqing and the other three were deep within the heart of the Taklamakan Desert, engaged in the most rigorous and demanding training, continuously enhancing their abilities at every moment. Although Jiang Hua had transformed into Ji Tianqing's likeness to register for the college entrance examination at school, he encountered little difficulty. For Jiang Hua, a mere flicker of illusion was sufficient to dismiss the overly excited school officials and journalists. After assisting Ji Tianqing in completing his examination registration, Jiang Hua swiftly utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the depths of the Taklamakan Desert for the most arduous physical training. With the school officials and reporters unable to locate Jiang Hua and the others, they turned their focus to the parents and teachers of the four, conducting thorough interviews and investigations. This sudden attention propelled the individuals into the limelight, making them household names throughout the city, particularly the teachers of Jiang Hua and the others, who previously held no significant titles, were now promoted to senior instructors by the city's Education Bureau, each receiving a bonus of 40,000 yuan, leaving them in a state of disbelief. As time progressed, public interest in the four gradually waned. However, the media continued to seek exclusive interviews with Old Huang and Old Li, eager to uncover more information about Jiang Hua and his companions. The prolonged absence of the four only heightened the sense of intrigue surrounding their situation. Some well-meaning citizens even speculated that Jiang Hua and the others had been kidnapped, prompting a visit to the police station to report their concerns. The leadership at the police department took this matter seriously, issuing directives to locate the whereabouts of the four within 3 days. It was not until a call came from a provincial leader, confirming that Jiang Hua and his companions were in Xinjiang, that the issue was resolved. The city's police chief personally addressed the citizens, assuring them that Jiang Hua and the others were safe and sound, merely absent due to certain circumstances beyond their control, urging everyone to remain calm. Before long, news arrived from Beijing. Jiang Hua and Ji Tiancheng had been accepted into Peking University, while Li Xian and Ouyang Wenjing had gained admission to Tsinghua University. The news sent shockwaves through the small town once again. For many years, no one from this modest city had been admitted to Peking University or Tsinghua University, yet now, astonishingly, 4 individuals emerged from the same class, leaving the community in a state of disbelief and fervor. The names Jiang Hua, Ji Tiancheng, Li Xian, and Ouyang Wenjing stirred a tempest of excitement within the city. Some schools even adorned their classrooms with photographs and accomplishments of these 4, fervently encouraging their students. Jiang Hua and his companions toiled under the relentless sun and sands, undergoing rigorous training, completely oblivious to the world outside. Even Jiang Hua, after assisting Ji Tiancheng in completing his college application, remained in the Taklamakan desert, for worldly matters held no allure for him. Had he known that Li Xian and Ouyang Wenjing had been accepted into Tsinghua University, he would have been utterly astonished. As he had woven a touch of illusion when communicating with their parents, it was inconceivable for them to forsake Peking University for Tsinghua University. However, all of this would remain unknown to Jiang Hua and his companions until the conclusion of their 2-month intensive training. For now, their sole focus was on becoming stronger, ever stronger. In the outskirts of the city, within a vast abandoned factory, 5 individuals, 4 men and 1 woman, gathered around a large table. The men were handsome and spirited, while the woman exuded grace and beauty. They sat around the table, engaged in hearty toasts, the surface laden with an array of meat delicacies and barrels of fine wine, resembling a grand feast. "What shall we do, Falling Leaves?" One of the men, exceptionally tall and muscular, looming over 2 meters in height, inquired. His formidable physique commanded attention. With arms more robust than the thighs of an average person, exuding an incredible sense of strength. Given the current situation, the remnant sword has not been in contact for 2 months. It is likely that he has failed. "Calm down, King Kong," replied the woman known as Falling Leaves. Her voice serene. In her 20s, draped in flowing white attire, she appeared ethereal, her beauty reminiscent of a celestial being, untouched by the dust of the mortal world. With a scoff, the man dubbed King Kong ceased his protests, pouring wine into his mouth with abandon. The other 2 men, seemingly indifferent to the conversation, continued to indulge in their feast of meat and drink. Time flew by, and a month had passed since Jiang Hua and his companions had been at the Taklamakan Desert training ground. During this period, Jiang Hua's physical prowess surged remarkably. With the aid of the powerful shadow clone technique, his abilities now exceeded even those of Might Guy, the Azure Beast of Konoha. Bolstered by his robust physique, Jiang Hua was now capable of unlocking the 7th gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia. In moments of utmost desperation, he could push the 8 gates to their limits and open the fabled 8th gate of death. However, doing so would lead him down a path of no return. If Jiang Hua wishes to unlock the death gate without succumbing to its deadly embrace, he must endure at least 7 more years of arduous training. However, for him, the notion of training has lost its significance. Under these circumstances, Jiang Hua has joined the extensive training of the Special Forces, driven by a newfound interest in modern firearms. Moreover, he has found benefits in this endeavor, and it is not in his nature to simply walk away. After a month of grueling practice, Ji Tiancheng has managed to keep pace with his peers. Although he consistently finishes last, he finds immense satisfaction in this progress, having refrained from employing his supernatural abilities. As for Uncle Li, he has already restored his physical prowess to its former peak. Yet due to the constraints of age, he can only oscillate between 3rd and 7th place in various training exercises. The 4 girls, Li Xian, Lan Bing'er, Ouyang Wenjing, and Li Mei, struggle to keep up with the main group due to their physical limitations, with the exception of Li Mei. Each day, the 3 are subjected to stern reprimands from their captain. Nonetheless, their determination is unwavering. They endure the hardships without complaint, resolutely persisting until they eventually earn the acknowledgement of the female Special Forces captain, who ceases to deliberately make things difficult for them. "Take a 5-minute break. Then we will commence with combat training," bellowed the tall captain, glancing at his watch. "Yes, Commander," the team leader replied loudly, relaying the captain's orders to the soldiers. Today marks the 7th day of Jiang Hua's training with the main unit, and he has become quite familiar with the functionality of various modern firearms. Despite having never encountered such weaponry before, his formidable learning capacity, bestowed by the powerful Sharingan, allows him to retain even the most complex information after a single viewing. As for the myriad factors to consider during shooting, such as distance, wind direction, angle, bullet velocity, and the time it takes for a bullet to travel from the chamber to the target, Jiang Hua quickly grasped these concepts, integrating them with his shuriken throwing techniques. In just 1 week, Jiang Hua has transformed into an extraordinarily fearsome marksman, achieving a staggering accuracy rate of over 99.9%, whether targeting stationary or moving objects. His near-miraculous prowess with modern firearms has left Captain Gao utterly astounded, as he has never encountered anyone with such a terrifying talent. Captain Gao even entertained the thought of recruiting Jiang Hua into the elite sniper unit. But upon recalling Jiang Hua's identity as an ability user and his connection to General Ji, he decided against it. Beyond his marksmanship, Jiang Hua's overwhelming strength in combat training has rendered Captain Gao speechless, for within the entire Special Forces unit, there is not a single individual capable of withstanding 3 moves from Jiang Hua, including himself and Lan Lan. The reason it is termed 3 moves is that Lan Lan had previously managed to endure 3 moves during the first combat training session. While the others were all defeated in a single strike, Captain Gao would not let such a splendid opportunity slip away. He promptly decided to appoint Jiang Hua as the instructor for the entire Special Operations team, entrusting him with the responsibility of training the soldiers in combat techniques and martial arts. Indeed, Jiang Hua proved to be diligent and dedicated. Within just a week, he imparted to the soldiers some formidable and previously unheard-of martial arts, elevating the hand-to-hand combat skills of all Special Forces personnel to an impressive level. Even Captain Gao himself would willingly join the ranks during the combat training sessions, assuming the role of an earnest student. Attention! At the sound of the whistle, all Special Forces soldiers swiftly formed the most orderly line. Stand at ease. This time, Captain Gao personally stepped to the front of the formation, taking on the role of leader. Now, let us invite Jiang Hua to conduct the lesson. A warm welcome. With that, Captain Gao led the applause. Immediately, all the soldiers expressed their enthusiastic appreciation for this formidable master, who had become almost devilish in their eyes. Any previous doubts among the soldiers had vanished, as they now regarded Jiang Hua as a divine warrior, for none among the Special Forces could withstand more than 3 moves from him. Mr. Jiang's martial prowess is truly terrifying. I could barely endure 2 strikes. Within the ranks, Uncle Li gazed at the composed Jiang Hua with a mixture of admiration and longing, captivated by his unparalleled and lethal combat skills. Once more, I emphasize, on the battlefield, it is either you or me who shall perish. Therefore, everything I teach you is intended for the art of killing. Jiang Hua slowly advanced to the front of the line, his voice steady yet resonant, clear to all ears. As his words echoed, an ominous and fierce aura surged forth, penetrating the hearts of the soldiers who had long danced on the precipice of life and death, causing them to shudder involuntarily. How many lives has he taken? Among all present, Uncle Li and Captain Gao appeared most astonished and horrified. Captain Gao had participated in numerous battles, including crossing borders to pursue Eastern terrorists, sniping drug traffickers in Yunnan, and engaging in skirmishes with Indian Special Forces in southern Tibet. He was well versed in the horrors of war, having claimed countless lives, and was acutely sensitive to the terrifying aura born from such blood-soaked experiences. Uncle Li, having committed the notorious Joko dismemberment case and having spent over a decade as a mercenary in America, had lingered on the brink of death for many years. Thus, both men were particularly attuned to Jiang Hua's formidable presence, feeling a blend of fear and reverence. Could he truly be a member of the legendary Dragon Team? Captain Gao pondered silently. Meanwhile, Uncle Li remained composed, having already witnessed Jiang Hua's extraordinary and fearsome abilities, viewing him as a near-divine figure. Wang Dabiao stepped forward. Jiang Hua's cold gaze swept over the Special Forces soldiers, before pointing to a soldier at the far left of the front row. Yes, instructor. The soldier responded promptly. Wang Dabiao, a figure of imposing stature, stood tall and remarkably robust, emanating an aura of sharp intensity that caused Jiang Hua to nod in silent approval. Come at me with the intent to kill, Jiang Hua instructed Wang Dabiao. Yes, instructor, please pay attention. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Dabiao assumed a combat stance, ready to launch his attack. Throughout the week, all the warriors had become aware of Jiang Hua's terrifyingly formidable skills, rendering him unconcerned about inflicting harm upon Jiang Hua. Huh! Wang Dabiao suddenly shouted, lowering his body as he stepped forward with his left foot, firmly planting it on the ground, and unleashed a powerful kick towards Jiang Hua's face. Excellent, Jiang Hua commended. He did not flinch or evade. It was only as Wang Dabiao's foot was about to make contact that he extended his hand, gently brushing aside the force of the attack. At that moment, Wang Dabiao's technique had become predictable, and he lacked the time to alter his approach, causing him to lose his balance and tumble to the ground. One move, another move. Lying on the ground, Wang Dabiao thought helplessly. Yet, from that brief exchange, he sensed something profound, an elusive realization that he could not articulate. Get up, Jiang Hua said with a smile, extending his hand to the still prostrate Wang Dabiao. Thank you, instructor. Wang Dabiao, moved by the gesture, grasped Jiang Hua's hand and rose, returning to his position in the ranks. In battle, not only must you harbor the intent to vanquish your opponent, but you must also maintain a clear mind, Jiang Hua said slowly after Wang Dabiao had steadied himself. Only by possessing a lucid mindset at all times can one identify the enemy's vulnerabilities and deliver a decisive blow. A clear mind. Maintain a clear mind. This mantra echoed in the minds of all the Special Forces soldiers, resonating deeply within them. This principle is universally understood, however, amidst the life and death struggle of the battlefield. How many can truly embody it? Such wisdom is only grasped by those who have long lingered on the precipice of life and death. I merely share my experiences with you, Jiang Hua remarked, observing the youthful, vibrant faces of the Special Forces soldiers, regardless of the perilous situations you encounter. Only by sustaining a clear mind and attitude can you maximize your chances of survival. This is the most vital lesson I have gathered over 30 years of toil in the world of ninjas. In the harsh expanse of the Taklamakan Desert, as Jiang Hua and Ji Trancheng engaged in their grueling training, a sinister plot was quietly unfolding on the other side of the nation against Jiang Hua. The world's most formidable and terrifying assassin organization had issued a death warrant for him. Due to San Jian's 3-month silence and failure to complete his mission, the organization deemed him a failure. King Kong, Madman, Beast, and Flowing Cloud. In a vast abandoned factory on the outskirts of the city, a melodious female voice resonated, as if descending from the heavens, enchanting all who heard it. With the sound, 4 figures swiftly approached from different directions, illuminated by the light, revealing that each was a remarkable individual, far from ordinary. A woman clad in white emerged slowly from the shadows, ethereal and untainted. Resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens, her beauty unparalleled and her demeanor transcendent. Even the 4 young men, whose hearts were as resolute as iron, felt a stir within them. Yet, for reasons unknown, this dreamlike figure appeared shrouded in a veil of illusion, her form indistinct and hazy, as if a delicate gauze enveloped her, revealing her presence only in glimpses. This time, Luoye meant business. The 4 sensed something amiss and lowered their gazes, daunted by the depth of her eyes. Orders from the organization declared the mission regarding the broken sword a failure, commanding our 13th squad to act immediately to eliminate Jiang Hua by any means necessary. The woman in white, once ethereal, now emanated a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine, her presence akin to a colossal mountain, stifling the breath of those standing before her, causing them to tremble involuntarily. Was this the true might of Luoye? It was indeed terrifying, as they felt the cold sweat trickle down their foreheads. They reflected on how they had never witnessed Luoye's prowess firsthand, their respect and deference stemming merely from her status as a stunning beauty and the liaison with the organization. None could have anticipated that this seemingly delicate figure harbored such formidable strength. They silently rejoiced that they had refrained from behaving recklessly in her presence, for otherwise, they would have met a grim fate. Jin Gang, Lu Yun, formed the first squad and proceed to Jiang Hua's residence at once. Bring his parents to me, Luoye commanded, her voice cold and laced with lethal intent. Yes, understood, replied the towering Jin Gang and the slender Lu Yun, hastening toward the factory's exit with urgency. Fingzi, Yashou, you two must locate Jiang Hua and the whereabouts of those closest to him with utmost speed. If necessary, act with discretion, Luoye instructed once more. Understood. The 2 others acknowledged before departing. In the blink of an eye, the factory was left in darkness and silence, with only Luoye remaining. Jiang Hua, what manner of being are you that you could slay the broken sword? As Luoye walked step by step through the shadowy factory, she gradually faded from view, leaving behind only an ethereal whisper of a woman's voice. At midnight, beneath a large tree surrounding the apartment complex where Jiang Hua resided, 2 oddly shaped young men stood. One was extraordinarily tall and robust, resembling a humanoid ape, while the other was slender, creating a stark contrast in their appearance. Jiang Gang. I never expected Lia's strength to be so formidable. I once considered the slender young man began, suddenly glancing around as if fearful of something. Lu Yun. You should abandon such thoughts. Luoye is not an ordinary person you can covet, Jiang Gang scoffed dismissively, although he had not anticipated the formidable strength of Luoye. The latter's status was undeniably significant. As a special envoy dispatched by the headquarters, Luoye was a core member of the organization, far beyond the reach of ordinary members like themselves. Alas, a sense of helplessness and disappointment flickered in Lu Yun's eyes. Luoye possessed an exquisite beauty, an extraordinary presence, and a disposition as gentle as jade, profoundly touching Lu Yun's once icy heart. However, the harsh reality left Lu Yun in despair. Enough of this contemplation. Let us commence, Jiang Gang interjected with a glance towards Lu Yun. Suddenly, a cold glimmer, akin to a celestial blade, emanated with an unparalleled murderous intent, striking towards the dazed Lu Yun's head. It was merely an ordinary broken sword, dull and tarnished, with rust faintly visible upon it. Yet at that moment, it transformed into a singular entity of death, an overwhelming aura of menace surging towards Lu Yun. Broken sword. Both Jiang Gang and Lu Yun's expressions changed in unison. They could hardly believe that the broken sword, which had been silent for 3 months, would appear here and launch a ruthless attack on them. Lu Yun, in particular, turned ashen, utterly unprepared and unable to evade the assault of the broken sword, helplessly watching the blade descend upon him. In that critical moment, Jiang Gang finally reacted. He extended his arms, which were 2 to 3 times the width of an average person's, to meet the incoming blade, while his other hand fiercely pulled Lu Yun towards him. A piercing scream echoed as Lu Yun suffered a grave injury. The sword grazed Jiang Gang's arm and veered slightly, severing Lu Yun's entire right arm at the root. Blood gushing forth and staining the ground, an alarming sight. The excruciating pain assailed Lu Yun's senses, and even as a member of the divine organization, he nearly succumbed to unconsciousness. He retreated as swiftly as possible while Jiang Gang stood his ground against the broken sword. The swordsmanship of the broken sword was astoundingly sharp, each strike targeting Jiang Gang's vital points, showing no signs of defense, embodying a desperate resolve. Broken sword, have you truly betrayed the organization? Have you not considered the consequences? Jiang Gang's voice was a mix of fury and astonishment. Though his strength slightly surpassed that of the broken sword, facing such a reckless style of combat proved nearly insurmountable. As he found himself continuously retreating, the sword's brilliance clashed against his arms, resonating with a metallic clang, as if his limbs were forged from steel. Without uttering a word, the broken sword's attacks grew increasingly fierce, forcing Jiang Gang to cry out in frustration. Lu Yun, go fetch Jiang Hua's parents. I will hold off this madman. Jiang Gang bellowed, his already robust physique swelling further in an instant, resembling a miniature titan. His visage twisted in rage. Jiang Gang seemed to double in size, akin to a smaller version of a colossus, with his body hair lengthening and his eyes turning a fiery crimson, brimming with violent intent. His once fair skin had transformed entirely to a deep black, his form resembling that of a being forged from impenetrable steel, radiating an unmatched sense of power. This is the signature skill of the mighty King Kong, frenzy. As his body transforms, King Kong no longer evades the broken sword of the remnant blade, but instead engages it head-on with his iron-like, formidable arms, igniting sparks in the dark night. 2 former comrades now unleash their respective ultimate techniques, fighting to the death without yielding an inch. Meanwhile, Lu Yun grits his teeth and swiftly taps his remaining left hand against his chest several times, causing the profuse bleeding to subside significantly. He then retrieves a dark green vial from within his clothing, pouring out a white powder and applying it to his wound. Astonishingly, the gaping 10-centimeter gash begins to seal itself with scar tissue almost instantly. Lu Yun casts a fierce glare at the remnant blade, his eyes ablaze with fury, wishing he could rush forward and join King Kong in a combined assault to obliterate the remnant blade, thus alleviating his own bitter resentment. However, considering his current physical state, he realizes he cannot intervene and can only cast one last resentful glance at the remnant blade before sprinting towards Jiang Hua's residence. Remnant blade. I never anticipated that not only did you fail to assassinate Jiang Hua, but instead, you were subdued by him. What a disgrace to our organization. Having fought for some time, King Kong has discerned the state of the remnant blade, for he sees not a shred of emotion in his eyes, resembling a mere corpse. King Kong's offensive intensifies, his moves becoming increasingly ferocious, as his arms clash repeatedly with the remnant blade's broken sword, nearly shattering the weapon on several occasions. Where's Jiang Hua? At this moment, King Kong gradually gains the upper hand, striking fiercely while demanding an answer. Yet, the remnant blade, summoned by Jiang Hua through the technique of impure resurrection, is nothing but a pure killing machine, unresponsive to his inquiries. The remnant blade's strikes grow increasingly brutal, each move seemingly a mutually destructive tactic, causing even the remarkably defensive King Kong to furrow his brow. While he could typically withstand a blow from others without issue, the remnant blade, being a member of their organization, possesses a strength comparable to his own. Enduring a hit from him could prove unbearable. On the other side, the severely weakened Lu Yun, after a few agile leaps, approaches Jiang Hua's abode. Despite his grievous injuries, Lu Yun moves with remarkable lightness and speed, showcasing his exceptional agility. Were it not for his momentary distraction by the falling leaves, even the remnant blade's stealthy attacks would have been unable to touch him. Suddenly, Lu Yun halts, an overwhelming sense of danger surging through him. Who is it? Startled, Lu Yun instinctively retreats, for as an assassin, he places utmost trust in his instincts. And at this moment, they warn him of imminent peril ahead. His mind immediately conjures the image of Jiang Hua, for he is nearing Jiang Hua's residence. And the failure of the remnant blade's assassination attempt, coupled with his subjugation, indicates that Jiang Hua is an extraordinarily formidable individual not to be underestimated. To Lu Yun's astonishment, as he concentrates all his energy to keenly perceive his surroundings, he detects no presence aside from the life-and-death struggle between the remnant blade and King Kong. What could this mean? Though the drifting clouds perceived no presence of humans, a sense of vigilance filled their hearts. Cautiously, they advanced step by step until, upon taking the seventh step, a wave of danger surged towards them, confirming their suspicions that peril lurked ahead. Suddenly, a fearsome roar resonated in the ears of the drifting clouds, causing them to tremble in terror, retreating until they stood 20 paces away from the formidable creature. They gasped for breath, questioning whether it was the roar of a tiger. "What are you doing?" An authoritative voice rang out, as the creature, Jin Gang, noticed the unusual behavior of the drifting clouds. "Have you forgotten the task entrusted to us by the fallen leaves? There is danger ahead. I cannot proceed." The drifting clouds confessed, acknowledging the threat of death looming over them. "Coward, always making excuses for your incompetence," Jin Gang retorted without hesitation. The drifting clouds seethed with anger, realizing that had they not sustained grave injuries, they would have confronted Jin Gang with fervor. In silence, the remnant sword, after an extensive battle, unleashed a decisive attack. It first slashed a sharp beam of light towards Jin Gang's head, and as Jin Gang raised his arms in defense, the remnant sword cast aside its broken weapon and lunged at Jin Gang, seizing his throat with both hands. Jin Gang was taken aback, never anticipating that the remnant sword would abandon its weapon to engage in close combat. With his hands preoccupied with defending against the broken sword, he was compelled to retreat with all his might, striving to avoid the deadly grip aimed at his throat. With a resounding crash, Jin Gang collided forcefully with the drifting clouds, whose unsuspecting form was violently propelled backward towards the direction of Jiang Hua's dwelling. A cry of despair escaped the drifting clouds as they suffered yet another grievous blow, realizing with dread that they were hurtling back towards the very danger they had just fled from. "Help!" The drifting clouds managed to utter a single syllable before their voice was abruptly silenced, as a white mountain materialized beside them and engulfed them whole. Jin Gang, upon colliding with the drifting clouds, sensed the imminent disaster. In that brief moment, the remnant sword's hands had already grasped Jin Gang's throat. With a grimace of despair, Jin Gang understood he could not fend off this assault, so he ceased his evasions, channeling all his strength into a powerful blow aimed at the remnant sword's chest, hoping to force it to retreat. Unfortunately, the remnant sword did not flinch, allowing Jin Gang's fists to strike while its hands relentlessly clutched at his throat. "Curse it! This is madness!" Jin Gang closed his eyes, confronted with a lunatic who seemingly valued not their own life. In his heart, he found solace only in the fact that he would not perish as ignominiously as the drifting clouds, having at least taken someone down with him. Crash! 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 Snap! The mighty King Kong did not await his imminent demise. Instead, he was greeted by the urgent sound of clapping hands and the crisp crack of splintering bones. When he opened his eyes, he beheld a stunning woman clad in white, ethereal as a celestial being, exuding an unparalleled sense of safety. She was the organization's envoy, Falling Leaf, who had rescued him. However, as King Kong sought the remnants of his sword, he stumbled upon a chilling phenomenon. The broken remnants of the sword, having been severed by Falling Leaf's intervention, transformed into wisps of dust, gradually drifting back to reconstitute an intact arm. Jiang Hua was far beyond my expectations. We must retreat and devise our next course of action. Falling Leaf, observing the bizarre remnants of the sword, felt a surge of astonishment within. Her mind stirred by a cascade of thoughts. Could Jiang Hua perhaps be another king of the Puma? As they advanced swiftly, Falling Leaf's mind raced with contemplation.